nightmares.
I pulled the radio off my hip before the screen door even clattered shut behind me. The wind carried a bit of dust through the morning light, and the air already felt dry in that way that promised another scorcher by noon. Zion doesn't ease into the day. It wakes up fast, sun creeping over the ridgelines, shadows evaporating off the canyon floor like smoke from a dying campfire. I stepped around the truck, keyed the mic, and kept walking. Ranger Harris checking in, heading up toward Angel's Landing. Trail closure still in effect? A beat of static, then the familiar rasp of Thompson's voice came through, half chewed by his usual back-of-throat gravel. Affirmative. Leave the signage in place. HQ hasn't cleared it. Something about an incident up on the ridge. Medicals involved. Copy that, I muttered, opening the truck door and tossing my pack onto the passenger seat. I'll check the gate and walk the approach. Make sure we don't have anyone ignoring it for Instagram likes. His chuckle came through faint, but tired. Wouldn't surprise me. I climbed in, started the engine, and rumbled down the maintenance road. The truck vibrated over the dirt and rock, tires kicking up grit that hung behind me in the mirror like fog. Cottonwoods flanked the edges of the drive, dry yellow leaves clinging to branches. As I passed one of the ranger sheds, I spotted 2 deer standing stiff in the shadows facing the road. They didn't flinch when I rolled by, just stared, eyes wide, not moving. That should have been the first sign, but I didn't think much of it then. Zion's got plenty of eerie moments. I reached the Angel's Landing lot a few minutes later. The usual, trail closed due to safety concerns signs were still zip-tied to the chain link across the entrance, and the gate itself was locked shut with fresh links. All good there. But what caught my eye were the boot prints in the dust. They weren't old. I crouched, traced the edges. 2 sets, maybe 3. People had walked up the trail since the last wind blew through. I radioed back. Thompson, I've got recent foot traffic past the barrier. Going up to intercept. He sighed through the static. Roger that. Just be careful, Harris. That call yesterday. Medical said the guy up there attacked someone. Bit him. Wouldn't stop. Didn't respond to pain. They're throwing around psychosis and synthetic drugs, but nothing's confirmed. Perfect, I muttered. Might be bath salts again. That hiker last year didn't stop screaming for 6 hours. I clipped the radio back and checked my belt. Knife, bear spray, Glock, flashlight. Standard. I left the long gun locked in the rack. Didn't expect I'd need it. Just another idiot on a closed trail. I hiked past the gate and started the incline. Morning sun hadn't yet burned off all the shade, so the trail had that mix of sharp shadow and glowing red sandstone. Not much noise. No birdsong. Even the ravens were quiet. A quarter mile up, I passed a crumpled granola bar wrapper. Too clean to be old. I picked it up and tucked it in a pouch, eyes scanning the switchbacks ahead. The wind shifted, brought the faint smell of sweat. Human, recent. I kept going, pace steady. Rounding the next bend, I paused when I caught a flash of color. Something bright blue against the rock. I raised my binoculars. About 60 yards ahead, just before the ridge narrows and the chains begin, someone was sitting slumped against the canyon wall. Hoodie pulled up, legs out straight. Looked young. I lowered the glass and kept moving. "Hey," I called, keeping my tone calm. "Trail's closed. You all right?" No response, no movement. As I approached, I slowed. 10 feet out, I stopped. Something was off about the posture. The kid's chin was on his chest, arms hanging oddly like he'd been drained. No visible injuries, no blood, just a kind of wrongness in how still he was. I took one more step, reaching toward the radio. "You okay, kid? You hurt?" Then his head snapped up. Not turned, snapped. His mouth was slack, lips cracked and stained dark red. His eyes, something was wrong with them. Grey, milky, like a dead fish. No focus, no fear, just hunger. Then, with no sound but a wheeze from his throat, he lunged at me. I barely got the bear spray out before he was in reach. I hit him straight in the face with the full blast, expecting screams, coughing, anything, nothing. He kept coming. I staggered back, yelling at him to stop, hand dropping to my holster as I tripped on the trail's edge. He hit me hard, heavier than he looked, and slammed me against the rock. His mouth gnashed near my neck, spit flying. I could smell the rot on him. Blood, bile, something else. I fired twice into his chest. He dropped but didn't stop moving. I scrambled backward, dirt and rock tearing at my palms, gun raised. The kid, no, the thing, was crawling toward me, dragging itself like its bones didn't matter. No screams, no pain, just relentless movement. I aimed for the head and pulled the trigger again. That did it. I stood there, shaking, eyes locked on the body. Blood seeped into the trail, thick and dark. My breath rasped in my ears like wind in a canyon tunnel. This wasn't drugs. No way. I'd seen overdoses, psychosis, meth heads running naked through the brush. This was different. I grabbed my radio, thumbed the button. Dispatch, this is Harris. I've got a downed subject. Hostile behavior, possibly rabid, unresponsive to spray, shots fired, self-defense. Need backup and medical up at the ridge. Fast. But Thompson didn't answer. The static changed. Another voice cut in. Female, unfamiliar. Not from the park network. Who is this? What channel is this? I blinked. Ranger Harris, Zion National Park. You're on an emergency channel. Who is this? Her voice trembled, fast and clipped. You have to leave populated areas. Don't go near people. It spreads by saliva, bites, blood contact. If anyone's bitten, isolate them. Don't trust. The signal cut out. I stared at the radio, then looked back at the kid, what was left of him. The smell was thick now. Death and heat and something old, like mold and rust. I checked my arms. No bites, just scrapes. My shoulder ached, but nothing deep. I should have called it in again, tried dispatch one more time. But something about that woman's voice over the emergency band pushed everything else aside. She wasn't reading a script. She sounded like someone standing knee-deep in a fire and begging whoever was listening to run the other way. Blood and saliva, that's what she said. And if that thing was still moving after 2 in the chest, she wasn't just panicking. She knew something. She'd seen it. The scream from above hadn't come again, but it still hung in the air like a flare trail. I grabbed my canteen, swished and spat. My mouth tasted like copper. The climb ahead twisted up toward the narrow section. Angels landing proper. The spine of the ridge with its chains bolted into the sandstone. Every year, people die up there trying to take selfies with God in the background. I've pulled bodies off those cliffs before. Nothing ever prepares you for the way a person folds after a 300-foot fall. The kid on the trail wasn't dead when I first found him. That's what bothered me most. He wasn't dead. Just not alive. Like something that used to be human but forgot how to act like it. That lunge, the teeth, the blank stare, all of it felt primal, old, like watching a deer walk on 2 legs. The trail got tighter. Loose pebbles shifted under each step. My boots were steady, but the sweat starting to gather in my collar made it feel like I was climbing with a wet towel draped over my spine. I passed the first chain section and paused. Usually I'd clip in a nervous hiker here, talk them through the next stretch. It's a sheer drop on both sides. One of those places where a mistake means your last thought will be how fast the air feels. Halfway up the ridge, I saw the backpack. Red, ripped open, lying against the wall. Zipper torn clean off. That wasn't normal animal damage. The contents were scattered. Trail mix, a cracked phone, a paperback mystery novel soaked in water. A half-eaten protein bar sat near the edge. Something had gnawed through the wrapper, but it wasn't done neatly. Whatever touched it didn't chew. It tore. I unholstered my pistol again, kept it low by my thigh, safety off. I moved slow now, not because I was afraid. I was. But it wasn't the kind of fear that makes you freeze. It was the kind that tells your body to go quiet, stay low, feel the ground. The wind shifted just enough to bring another scent. Blood, and something burned. The next bend was just ahead. That's where the real ridge began. I rounded it and stopped cold. A man was kneeling in the center of the trail, facing away. He had both hands on something. I couldn't see what. And he wasn't moving much. Just little jerks of the shoulder, like he was adjusting something heavy. His shirt was red, not red-colored, red-soaked. I aimed the gun at him and took one step forward. He didn't react. I took another step and angled to the right. My boots scraped the sandstone just loud enough to be deliberate. Still nothing. When I finally saw what was beneath him, I understood, and I almost fired without thinking. It was a woman, or had been. Her face was gone, cheekbone visible through strips of skin, eyes half-lidded and drying in the sun. Her shirt was torn open, midsection raw and hollow. The man wasn't kneeling, he was feeding, hands buried in her stomach like he was pulling warmth out of the organs. I shouted once, not a word, just a bark of sound. He twitched. His whole body spasmed like a string got yanked, and then his head turned toward me. Mouth painted, nose broken, eyes like glass marbles sunk too deep into the skull. He shrieked. Not screamed, shrieked, like metal against metal. Then he charged. I didn't wait. I fired once, then again. The first round caught him in the chest. The second hit the collarbone, dropped him to a knee. He was up again in a blink. I had no time for careful aim. I fired twice more, last shot to the face, and watched him collapse mid-lunge. He twitched for a few seconds, then lay still. I stood over the woman, the remains of her. Her name tag was still on. April, it read. Below that, UNLV Outdoors Club. She looked college age. Probably came out here with friends. Took the wrong trail, found the wrong person. I looked around for others. The trail was empty. No voices, no crying, no other bodies. Yet. I pulled the satellite phone from my pack. Bars were non-existent, of course. I didn't expect different, but it was worth trying. The radio clicked when I tested it again. Just static now. Even the emergency channels were quiet. I crouched beside the second infected and checked for ID. Nothing but a driver's license and a torn lanyard. The license said California, expired last year. Didn't matter. No one was coming for either of them. I stood there too long. The sun shifted again, casting sharper shadows on the walls, and a fresh gust of wind blew the blood scent down the trail. That's when I realized the real problem. I'd fired 5 shots up here. Sound carries in canyons like a whisper in a cathedral. If there were more, they knew where I was now. And they were coming. I took the ridge back faster than I liked. Not a run, but something close. No room for missteps here. I didn't holster my pistol. I wanted it ready. As I descended toward the last switchback, I heard the first footfall behind me. Dry scrape on stone. Not close, but not far. Then a second, then more. I made it to the kid's body, the one I'd dropped earlier, just in time to see his hand move again. I thought I'd finished him, but he'd turned his head toward the sound. Bones didn't work right. Skin looked half detached now, but he was still trying to move. I stepped over him without firing. No point wasting another round on something that broken. I moved faster. The trail widened, then curved. The final descent came into view. Then I saw the hikers. 2 of them, mid-30s maybe, both breathing hard and looking up the trail. A man and a woman, both bloodied, scraped, eyes wild. "Back down," I shouted, waving them toward the lot. "Get to the ranger truck." They didn't argue. The man helped the woman move. She had a limp, left knee wrapped in an old bandana. Her shirt was dark with blood, but I couldn't tell whose. Behind us, more of them appeared. I didn't count. I didn't need to. Grey faces, torn hands, bodies that didn't bend right. They moved fast, too fast for corpses, but not with control, not like people, more like dogs that had lost the scent but hadn't lost the bite. We made the lot in 3 minutes, maybe less. I opened the truck door and shoved the two into the back. I jumped in, slammed the door shut, threw the rifle onto the seat beside me, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine stuttered once. I punched the dash. Come on. It caught. Tires peeled dust as we turned down the trail and headed back toward the main access road. Only when we passed the shed and the cottonwoods again did I breathe fully. I checked the mirror. No movement. No pursuit. Not yet. The woman in the back was shaking, eyes wide. Her companion had blood on his face, but it wasn't his. He looked stunned. Not crying. Not speaking. Just staring through me. I drove with one hand on the wheel and the other on my pistol. Every bump in the road felt like a warning. The park radio was still dead. Cell reception wouldn't kick in until we were well past the south campground, maybe farther. But I wasn't heading to the visitor center. Not yet. I turned off at the old gravel path that curved north toward the maintenance garage. Most of the tourists didn't know it existed. It wasn't on any maps handed out at the front gate, and we didn't advertise it during orientation briefings. It was built after the fire season of 2011, when a lightning strike knocked out power across the southern ridge. Someone with a brain in DC decided we needed a hardened repeater station, something independent of the park's main lines. Solar array, shortwave transmitter, backup diesel, the works, just in case. The station sat tucked behind a row of stacked stone sheds and supply trailers, camouflaged in beige paint and rust. I pulled up close, checked the rear view. The two survivors hadn't said a word since we got in the truck. The woman still trembled, hands clasped over her knee. The blood on her leg was dry now, crusted in layers, but she didn't look pale. No fever, no spasms. Her breathing was fast but steady. I watched her eyes. Alert, not glazed. If she was turning, I figured I'd see it by now. The man finally spoke. His voice cracked like someone who'd shouted themselves raw. We didn't know where to go. The rangers weren't answering. She got hurt trying to run from one of those things. It was her brother. I didn't reply. I wasn't ready to have that conversation with him. I just stepped out, racked the rifle I'd brought from the seat, and scanned the tree line behind the garage. Nothing but dust, stone, and silence. I unlocked the side entrance to the comms room, waved them inside, then shut and bolted the door behind us. No windows in this building, no skylights. Just 2 rooms, equipment on one side, a backup cot and rations closet on the other. The smell of old paper and diesel hit me as soon as I stepped in. The emergency setup was still intact. The battery bank read green. The solar panel log showed good input all morning. I flipped the switch and listened as the shortwave unit hummed to life. Most people think of radios as push-button things, press and talk, like a CB in a truck stop. But this rig wasn't built for ease. It was meant for disaster. I ran through the manual sequence. Power, tuner, band select, emergency override. Then I thumbed the mic and keyed in the park's internal emergency frequency. Still dead. I tried the National Emergency Broadcast Band. Static. NOAA weather band. Nothing. Then I turned the dial to a general shortwave range and scanned slowly. At 7.400 MHz, I caught a burst of voice. Clipped. Male. Then silence again. I rolled the tuner back. Nothing. Then, 2 notches later, another signal. This time a woman's voice, garbled but steady. Hospital has fallen. Repeat. This is St. Mary's. We cannot hold. If you are receiving this, avoid downtown. Infection is airborne near Zone 6. Do not approach checkpoints. Do not wait for FEMA transport. Lock your homes. Conserve water. Trust no one showing symptoms. I stepped back. St. Mary's was a small medical center down in Hurricane, about 45 minutes from the edge of the park. If it had fallen, that meant the infection wasn't isolated to trailheads or campers. It had spread through populated zones, through towns. The man behind me had sunk to the floor, knees drawn up, arms around them. His voice was a whisper now. We tried calling from the ridge. Phones didn't work. We thought it was just the service. Then someone started running toward us, screaming. No words, just screaming. We thought he was hurt. His eyes were wrong, like glass. He stopped, swiped a hand down his face, and then went quiet again. The woman still hadn't spoken. She sat in the corner, back against the supply rack, clutching a roll of gauze like it was the only thing anchoring her to the world. Her hands weren't bloody, not fresh anyway. I crouched and reached for her leg. She flinched, then let me unwrap the makeshift bandage. A long gash ran down the side of her knee, looked like she caught it on rock, not teeth. The skin was torn, but the edges were clean. No punctures, no bite arc. I poured iodine over it, repacked it with gauze, and taped it shut with what was left of the medical kit. "You're gonna be all right," I said, but I wasn't sure if I meant her or me. The emergency system chirped again. Another frequency kicked in. This time, the voice was clearer. Male, Midwestern accent, probably reading from a script. "This is a regional broadcast. If you are receiving this signal, you are in an active quarantine zone. Do not attempt to enter urban areas. All roads in and out of major cities are closed. Interstate checkpoints have been deactivated. Do not rely on emergency services. If you are in a national park, shelter in place. Repeat, shelter in place." That was the last thing I wanted to hear. I stood, walked to the lockers, and pulled the inventory log from the clipboard. The garage had 2 quads, one still gassed up. Fuel stores were low, maybe 6 gallons left. Enough for a short run, nothing long range. No medivac would reach us now. No ranger reinforcements from neighboring parks. If the roads were closed and checkpoints abandoned, we weren't just alone, we were abandoned. I opened the top locker and retrieved the old laminated map. Every ranger kept their own routes memorized, but this one had elevation lines and power grid notes. I circled 3 possible fallback points: the Kolob station up north, the ranger housing dorms near Springdale, and the shuttle depot garage. The woman finally spoke. "What happens when we run out of food?" Her voice was calm, not scared, just level. That was worse. I didn't answer. Not yet. I just folded the map and tucked it into my vest. Then I checked my sidearm, counted ammo. 12 rounds left on me. 4 boxes locked in the truck's rear compartment. The rifle was nearly full, but I didn't want to go loud unless I had to. Something scraped the metal outside. Not loud, just one of those sounds that shouldn't be there. A toe dragging across aluminum. I raised my hand and everyone fell silent. The scrape came again, then a thud. 1 knock, then nothing. I crept to the back of the building and peeked through the bolt slit. A dark shape moved between the maintenance trailers. A man maybe, limping, hard to see. Then another behind him, slower, hunched. No sound from them, no talking. Just movement, like sleepwalkers bumping through brush. One had a broken arm that swung loose like a rope. The woman looked at me and whispered, "How many?" 4, maybe 5, I answered. "If they're like the others, gunshots won't stop them unless you hit the head." Her eyes darted to the side wall where the tools were stored. Hatchets, bolt cutters, a fire axe. She reached up and grabbed the axe, not gently, and gripped it like she'd already decided she wouldn't freeze when the time came. That was something. The man, her friend or brother, I still didn't know, stood and positioned himself behind the generator's housing. Not brave, but not useless either. The infected circled the trailers. One of them sniffed the air. His nose was shredded, face a pulp of old wounds. But he still smelled us. I could see it. The moment of recognition. He turned, eyes locking on the door, and charged. I didn't wait for the crash. I fired through the slit. The round punched through his skull and dropped him flat. The others turned like a wave, stumbling toward the sound. I fired twice more, dropping a second. The last 2 scattered to either side of the station, out of view. The woman braced near the door, weapon raised. The man pulled a crowbar from the shelf and held it low, arms shaking but steady. We waited. A minute passed, then another. The third infected reappeared at the front window. I stepped out of sight and signaled the woman to move to the rear. If he breached, we couldn't have all our backs against the wall. He tried the window first. It didn't open, obviously. Then the door. The knob jiggled once, then twice, then harder. I pointed at the hinge bolts, mouthed "back up," and kicked the door wide as he leaned in. The woman didn't hesitate. The axe came down in a clean arc and split his collar. He dropped twitching. Not dead yet. I stepped forward and finished it. We dragged the body out by the boots and left it by the corner of the trailer shed. No time for burial. No time for questions. I checked again for the fourth one, the one that hadn't shown himself during the fight, but the tree line was still. Maybe he wandered off. Maybe he was watching. Either way, we couldn't afford to stay there any longer. That door wouldn't hold under another hard push, not with the hinges loose from the kick, and the smell, that reek of iron and bile, would carry. I shut the door, bolted it again, and went to the truck. The two of them followed without asking. We packed what we could, some canned food, a shortwave unit, fresh gauze, my backup weapon from the locker, a pump-action shotgun I'd barely fired in 6 years of service. I checked the shells. Buck, good enough at close range. The rifle stayed slung across my chest, one in the chamber. The woman looked steadier now, more alert. Whatever adrenaline had hit her after swinging the axe had burned off the fog. Her eyes tracked movement like a ranger would, carefully, without darting. The man still lagged, slower to respond, but his breathing was normal, and he followed instruction. He helped resecure the gear without needing to be told twice. I watched their hands while they worked. No tremors, no signs of fever, no sign of that wrong look I'd seen in the others. We drove toward the south campground slowly, watching every turn. I kept off the main roads and followed the back fire trails where I could. Even if it meant chewing through the truck's shocks over dry riverbeds and roots, I didn't want to risk the bridge into town. If the highway was really closed like that broadcast said, there could already be panicked drivers or blockades. If there were infected down there, I wouldn't see them until we were boxed in. The plan was simple. There was a backup fuel depot near the shuttle maintenance area, just a few miles past the campground. If we could refuel and restock, we'd have options. Go north toward the Kolob Reservoir, or cut west into the less populated side canyons. I didn't think there was a safe route into town anymore. If the infection reached St. George or even touched Springdale, there'd be thousands of people trying to flee, and most wouldn't make it. The canyon would trap them. It was beautiful, but it was a cage. We were halfway through the old maintenance loop when I saw the first sign that we weren't alone. A flash of reflection caught in the tree line. High, near eye level. Not animal eyes. Glass. Someone was holding something. Binoculars maybe. Scope. I slowed and killed the headlights. The truck idled in neutral. I stepped out with the rifle raised and scanned the ridge. Nothing. But I knew I saw it. Not a trick of the light. Not a reflection from stone. It moved before I looked. Trained eyes twitched just a half second before contact. That reflex doesn't lie. Someone had eyes on us. The woman joined me outside the passenger door, shotgun ready. She didn't speak, just followed my gaze. The man stayed in the truck, didn't argue, knew better. A good survivor knows when to move and when to freeze. Something shifted to our left, far edge of the tree line. I turned, aimed low, not center mass, just a warning, and called out, "We're not infected. Don't move fast. Don't run. Just speak." Silence, then crunching leaves. A figure stepped into the open. Civilian, middle-aged, wearing a faded long-sleeve thermal and cargo pants. No gun that I could see, but his right arm was bandaged and crusted red from elbow to palm. He raised his other hand slowly. "I heard your engine. Didn't know if you were park rangers or one of them." I kept the rifle up. "What happened to your arm?" He hesitated, just long enough for me to think about the trigger. "Fence wire. Got stuck trying to get into the housing loop. There were others with me, 3 people. One of them didn't make it. We got separated at the gate." The story came too smooth. No stutters, No uncertainty. I didn't trust him, neither did the woman. I glanced at her, and she angled her stance slightly to give herself better balance, like she was ready for him to bolt. I gestured toward the truck. We're heading toward the depot. You can walk behind us, 20 feet back. You get close without being asked, and you won't make it through the night, you understand me? He nodded slowly. His hand stayed up. We moved on. The ride to the depot was tense. The stranger stayed behind the truck as ordered, walking slow but steady. I watched him in the mirror the whole time. Every stumble, every pause, I clocked. If he'd been bit, if he'd been lying, I was ready to drop him, but nothing came. No chase, no rage, just silence. We reached the depot gate just before dusk. I left the truck idling and jogged to the side panel, keys ready. The padlock hadn't been touched. That was good. The last thing I needed was a scavenger crew stripping fuel and leaving the tanks dry. I unlocked the side shed, yanked the cover off the backup generator, and flipped the manual start switch. It roared to life on the third try. Lights flickered inside the garage bay. The pumps came online. We refueled the truck first, then every spare container we could find. A red metal jerry can, 3 old plastic water bottles, even a soup pot. Didn't matter. Fuel was fuel. Inside the depot's side room, we found more supplies. Old emergency rations, water tabs, canned goods with dented labels. I shoved everything useful into crates and stacked them in the truck bed, covered with a tarp. That's when I heard it. Voices. Not screams. Voices. Coming from the west end of the depot, past the perimeter fence. Low, tired, talking. I signaled the others to stay put and circled the garage. Behind the tool shed, I saw them. 3 people, huddled near a fire pit. 2 men, 1 woman, all in civilian clothes, backpacks stacked behind them. They weren't infected, not visibly, no blood, no erratic movement. But one of the men was armed, AR-style rifle slung low. I stepped out with hands visible, rifle pointed down but ready. You're on federal property. This is a ranger facility. We've got supplies and transport. Who are you? The man with the rifle stood. The way he moved told me everything. Confident, deliberate. Not just a gun owner, someone who'd trained. Maybe military, maybe security. Not a weekend warrior. Didn't think anyone was still breathing in this canyon, he said. We're not looking for trouble. Neither are we, I replied. You sick? Bit? No. He looked at the woman who nodded. We came up from Laverkin. Roads are blocked. Military convoys turned back. People panicked. Overran their own checkpoints. You see infected? He nodded once. Hundreds. We brought them in under one condition. No surprises, no secrets. They agreed. I didn't trust them, but I didn't trust anyone. That didn't mean I was leaving them outside with nightfall coming, and predators on every side. I'm not cruel, not yet. We posted watches, 1-hour rotations. Everyone took a turn. We parked the truck against the garage wall, set up makeshift beds with gear bags and thermal blankets. The depot lights stayed off once we finished setup. No sense broadcasting our position. The night was loud. Coyotes howled in the distance, but not like usual. Shorter, sharper bursts. Panicked even. Once, near midnight, we heard something slam against the garage door. Hard. Then again. Then silence. No one spoke for at least a minute. I saw flashlights being gripped tighter. One of the newcomers, Seth, the guy with the AR, had his weapon aimed low, barrel twitching with the rhythm of his breath. The girl he was traveling with, Clara, had already crawled under a canvas tarp and gone rigid, not asleep, just trying to disappear. That kind of fear runs deep. You can't fake it, and you can't talk it down. You survive it, or you don't. I didn't open the door. Not then. No good ever came from checking a noise in the dark. The infected didn't move like animals. They didn't test scent or territory. But they still responded to light and noise. It's the hunger, or whatever version of instinct was still running the motor, and we weren't in a position to start a fight inside a building with one exit. We waited out the rest of the night in rotating silence. Nobody fully slept. You close your eyes in this kind of world, and the things you imagine are worse than the ones outside the door. I spent most of my shift tracing the map again under dim lantern light, reviewing elevation lines and terrain I already knew by heart, just to give my hands something to do. The route west to Rockville was gone, confirmed by the shortwave reports from park rangers who never called back after their final status updates. Kolob Terrace was risky, even if it looked clear. It was higher ground but exposed. Too easy to get pinned. The only reasonable choice left was to break south into the abandoned side canyons along the Paris Trail, try to move by foot toward the ranger housing loop near Springdale. The place had its own water tank, backup supplies, and most important, cinderblock walls instead of trailers. Not ideal, but it might buy us a few more days, if the town hadn't already burned. Morning came like it always does out here, sharp, golden, and brutal. The sun lights up the cliffs before it hits the ground, and for a second, it tricks you into believing it's going to be a normal day. That illusion broke when I finally opened the garage door. 3 distinct dents stared back at me from chest level. Not tool strikes, not animals, blunt force, human height. No footprints, just dried blood. 2 smeared handprints on the steel. One of the fingers was missing from the right hand. Torn, not cut. The streak where the stump dragged across the metal made my stomach turn in a way I didn't have words for. The woman who came with me from Angel's Landing, her name was finally given as Marcy, stood beside me and stared at the stains like she'd already seen them before. She didn't say anything. She just reached into the crate, pulled out another magazine for the shotgun, and quietly started checking shells. That was the moment I stopped thinking of her as a civilian. We loaded the truck again. Fuel topped off, spare gas in the jerry cans, food and water redistributed. I made the call that anyone not carrying gear was carrying a weapon. No more passive riders. Everyone contributed. Clara and her brother took pistols. Seth kept his rifle, and I gave Marcy the spare sidearm from my glove box. She never even checked the safety, just nodded and holstered it. That woman had seen something out there. Something bad. We took the back trail south, cutting along the riverbank toward the Paris Loop. It was slow. The truck could barely handle the terrain. Ruts too deep, brush too close. But I wasn't about to roll down Highway 9 like a parade float and announce ourselves to whoever, or whatever, was still in the valley. About a mile in, we reached the footbridge that crosses near the wetland bend. That's when we saw the convoy. 6 vehicles, all military surplus, Humvees, a transport truck, even a flatbed with sandbags stacked on the sides. But they weren't moving. They weren't even intact. One of the Humvees had flipped on its side, windshield shattered, smoke blackened. The others were riddled with bullet holes. No uniforms in sight, but spent casings littered the gravel. 5.56, 9mm, even 12-gauge shells scattered like confetti. I parked behind a tree cluster and killed the engine. We approached on foot, weapons ready. The bodies were mostly burned, stacked in a ditch near the transport truck. Someone tried to cremate them fast, but only got halfway. Legs poked out from the ash, blackened boots still attached. A few still wore remnants of tactical vests, no insignias. Not regular army, not National Guard either. These were contractors, private, maybe state-funded, maybe freelance. The infected don't carry guns, so I knew what this meant. Whoever they fought wasn't just walking dead. Someone turned on someone else. Panic does that. Fear. A scratch becomes suspicion. A cough becomes a death sentence. All it takes is one person to scream, "He's infected," and the rules break. We salvaged what we could. Ammo, a pair of flares, 2 radios that might still charge if we had solar, a medical pouch with real morphine, and 2 sealed IV kits. I stuffed those into the side pocket of my bag like they were gold. Clara was the one who found the child. She'd wandered into the woods behind the transport, looking for water, and came back holding a girl's pink jacket, stained and torn. No body, just the jacket. The way she held it, arms stiff, like she expected the kid to come take it back. I didn't ask her what else she saw. Didn't want to know. We pressed on. Every 100 feet felt longer. Marcy rode shotgun now, map across her lap, scanning for choke points. Seth took rear guard in the bed of the truck, standing with one hand on the mounted bar, eyes on the tree line. The others sat in the middle row, quiet, watching the brush. We reached the housing loop at 11:38 a.m. The place was empty. No doors kicked in, no windows smashed. Just vacant, like everyone left in the middle of packing. Plates in sinks, books on tables, shoes by the door, a half-eaten sandwich in the rec hall fridge. The power was out, but everything else remained like it was waiting. We cleared the buildings in formation, 2 per house, quiet, systematic. I watched for signs of struggle. Nothing. No blood. No broken furniture. But in one of the dorm rooms, I found a note, pinned to the wall with a broken pen. It read, "We heard it was in Vegas, then St. George, then it was here. We left before it got dark. If anyone finds this, don't wait. They don't knock. They don't ask. They just come." That night, we barricaded all the first-floor windows, parked the truck behind the building, and stacked furniture against the doors. No campfires, no noise. We took turns eating in the dark. Dry rations, crackers and protein bars. Nobody asked for anything hot. Seth and I stayed up talking in low tones while the others tried to rest. He used to run security for a logistics company out of Phoenix. Said when their drivers stopped reporting in from the north side, management pulled out of the city overnight. He stayed behind to get his sister, found her walking barefoot near an abandoned gas station, covered in blood that wasn't hers. He didn't go into more detail than that. He didn't need to. Everyone had their version of that story now. Someone you couldn't get to in time, or someone you did get to but couldn't recognize anymore. The moment when the world stopped being explainable in familiar terms. I didn't ask what happened between then and now. I could already guess. The roads weren't full because people fled. They were full because they were eaten. The housing loop had a water tank behind the administration cabin. Maybe 800 gallons if the gauges were right. Gravity-fed pipes, a hand pump backup, and a sealed secondary bladder system underground in case of power loss. Standard infrastructure for remote park operations. What made it unusual now was that it worked. Not clean, not ideal, but water flowed. I filled every canteen and checked the filters, then triple-checked the doors and windows before settling back against the wall near the entrance. The front door was barricaded with an old bookshelf and 2 desks pressed against it side by side. A metal filing cabinet braced the handle from the inside, crude but solid. Clara mumbled in her sleep on one of the cots. Marcy, I thought, hadn't slept at all. She was sitting in the dark near the back window, just listening to the wind. The others, except Seth, were scattered across the lounge area, eyes closed, but no one fully out. Even in the dead quiet, sleep didn't come easy. The infected had a way of invading your rest without being there. Their sounds, their broken pacing, their hungry silence. Around 3 in the morning, we heard it again. Something dragging. I didn't move at first, just sat there, listening. My ears had learned to sort natural from unnatural in the wilderness, but this one landed somewhere in between. A dry, deliberate scrape. Once, then again, faint, like it was coming from inside the walls. I stood slowly and looked at Seth, who was already gripping the AR with both hands, barrel up. His expression was stone. No fear, no confusion, just alert. The dragging came again, closer. Then, a sharp wooden crack, small, like a beam splintering under pressure. I motioned to Marcy, and she rose without hesitation, shotgun at low ready. I led her down the hallway toward the rear offices. The door at the end, the one I knew we'd locked from the outside, was open an inch. That door had no reason to be open. We hadn't gone in there since arriving. I approached slow, rifle up. and kicked it the rest of the way in. Nothing. Just an empty desk, some filing cabinets, a flipped-over chair, and a busted air duct cover hanging half loose from the ceiling panel. I looked up. That's when I saw the hatch. A square opening into the attic crawl space, barely 2 feet by 2 feet, smeared with something dark. Not enough to be blood, not sprayed, but rubbed, like someone bracing their hands on the wood to pull themselves up, or down. I didn't say anything. I just backed out of the room, shut the door, and slid a metal rod through the handle brackets. There wasn't enough manpower or ammo to start clearing crawl spaces in the dark. At dawn, we checked it properly. Seth boosted me up through the hatch, flashlight and sidearm in hand. The attic space was low and dusty, no floor, just joists and old insulation, rat droppings, empty boxes, then something new. A torn piece of blue canvas, part of a hiker's tent, a dried trail of smeared handprints leading from the far end, and finally, in the corner near the vent shaft, a shoe, child-sized, no foot in it, just the shoe. Whatever had come in through the roof wasn't there anymore, or it still was, and just knew how to stay quiet. We sealed the hatch with plywood and screws from the supply closet, bolted every access point we could find, and we moved everyone into the same central cabin from that point forward. Safety in numbers. Visibility. If something made it in again, we'd all know it. Midday brought heat. No wind. Just that smothering kind of canyon warmth that makes the dust hang in the air and the horizon ripple. I climbed to the roof of the rec hall with binoculars and scanned the valley. Movement to the west. A group, 15 or 20 figures, walking in rough formation through the dried riverbed near the base of the canyon wall. Too far to hear. Too far to tell if they were infected. But they weren't moving like the others. They were slower. Not in the way infected usually are. Not that lurching sprint, but truly slow. Deliberate. Like they were injured or sleepwalking. A few broke formation and wandered. Others just stood. One fell. Didn't get back up. It didn't make sense. If they were infected, they'd keep moving. If they were survivors, they'd be waving or making noise. That's when I saw the first one collapse, then another. One of the figures dropped to its knees, then face first into the sand. Seth came up beside me with his scope. "They're starving," he muttered. "Jesus, they're starving to death." I kept watching. It looked like he was right. Whatever those things were, they didn't just hunt endlessly. They needed fuel. Maybe not like us. Maybe not food and water, but something. And whatever it was, they were running out of it. We counted 11 that dropped over the next hour. The rest eventually wandered off toward the east ridge, moving slower with every step. That gave us a chance. By afternoon, we made a decision. We'd seen enough to know Zion wouldn't hold. Too open, too exposed. The infected weren't coordinated, but they didn't need to be. Their numbers alone would do the work. And now that we'd learned they could climb, crawl through ventilation, navigate structures, walls weren't going to keep us safe forever. The goal became escape, not just survival. There was an old Ranger airstrip west of the Kolob Canyons, a dirt runway and an equipment hangar used during fire season for aerial scouts. Most of us had forgotten it even existed, but I remembered a story about a pilot who parked his personal plane there during a rock slide years back. The Forest Service never cleared the record. If it was still there, and if it could still fly, it was the only way out of the canyon that didn't involve crossing 3 infected zones and 2 collapsed bridges. The others didn't argue when I brought it up. By now, we all understood what the situation was. The infected weren't going to thin out. We weren't going to get rescued. The National Guard had either pulled out or collapsed entirely. There were no helicopters, no convoys. The only voice on the shortwave in the last 36 hours was a broken loop from Salt Lake City warning of perimeter breaches and asking authorized responders to report. It didn't sound like anyone was reporting. I traced the route twice, once on the laminated map, and once in my head. From the ranger housing loop, we'd have to go west through Wildcat Canyon. The main trail had switchbacks, but the terrain was wide enough to keep visibility. That mattered now. Getting ambushed wasn't about animal attacks or rock slides anymore. It was about not letting one of them get within lunging range. From there, we'd cross the old cattle fence line and climb into the ridges above Hop Valley. If we hit the right elevation and headed northwest, we'd reach the airstrip by early afternoon, assuming the trail was clear and no one had taken the plane already. We left just after dawn. The temperature hadn't broken 50 degrees yet, but it wouldn't stay cool for long. I wanted distance before the sun made the rock hot enough to shimmer. Clara walked light and fast. Marcy had the shotgun on a sling across her back, carrying the medical gear. Seth carried a rifle and the only scoped binos. I led with the radio, compass, and Glock ready. The others stayed tight in the middle. No stragglers. The first 2 miles were quiet. Birds moved in the distance. Rabbits darted between brush. Nothing strange. Just enough normal to make you second-guess the last few days. I caught Seth looking around more than once, like he couldn't shake the feeling that this was a trap. And maybe it was. The world doesn't give you calm unless it's saving something worse for later. When we crossed into Wildcat Canyon, we found the first sign we weren't the only ones trying this route. A body lay in the trail just below a rock shelf. Male, late 20s, backpack half torn. His foot was caught in a crevice, twisted unnaturally, broken during a fall maybe. His face was gone, torn down to the teeth. Nothing left but gristle and jaw. Marcy checked the pack. Empty, no food, no water. Whoever he was, he'd been desperate. Probably tried to outrun something and broke his ankle doing it. Then bled out waiting for it to find him. I said nothing, just moved us on. The smell of him would bring others. Around the 4th switchback, we heard movement on the ridge above, not the wind, heavier, thudding in short bursts. Seth raised his rifle and pointed up. 5 infected, all clustered near a dead tree stump. They hadn't seen us yet. 3 crouched and picked at something on the ground. The 4th was upright but slow, swaying in place like it had forgotten what it was doing. The 5th was smaller, thin, maybe a woman. She was hunched low but fast, moving around the others in a crouch, sniffing at the air. She stopped suddenly, looked toward our trail, then froze. We ducked behind a rock outcropping. Her head tilted, then she shrieked. It wasn't a scream, it was a summoning, like a flare gun fired with your throat. A sound meant to travel. She dropped onto all 4s and ran toward us like her spine wasn't connected. The others followed. We opened fire. Seth dropped the upright one with a single shot to the head. Marcy nailed the croucher with a buck round that cracked ribs into shrapnel. I emptied half a mag into the female. She didn't slow, didn't even stumble, just climbed, clawed, and lunged. Clara screamed. I stepped forward and put 2 in her face from less than 10 feet away. The momentum still carried the body into me. We both went down. Her weight was more bones than meat. Her skin felt like bark. I shoved her off, got up, and checked the others. One of the new guys, name was Brian I think, was bleeding from a scratch across the cheek. Not deep, maybe from the rocks, not a bite. He said he was fine. We gave him iodine anyway and moved fast. The rest of the climb into Hop Valley was uneventful. That word had no meaning now. Uneventful just meant we didn't die. We moved over the cattle fence in pairs, watched both directions, and covered each crossing with rifles up. Just past the tree line, we found a warning sign. Painted in red on the rock face, infected breath, do not climb. The phrase made no sense at first. Infected don't breathe, at least not like us. But then I saw what they meant. A cluster of corpses, 3 or 4, lay tangled in a rock crevice below the ridge path. They were decomposing fast, too fast. Flies swarmed like fog. The skin was bubbling, peeling. Green-grey vapors curled off the bodies when the sun hit them. It stank like acid. I held my breath and signaled the others to cover their faces. We cut a wide arc around it, upwind. didn't want to test theories we didn't understand. By mid-afternoon, the canyon widened and leveled out. The dirt got softer. Loose pebbles gave way to compact clay. That was when I saw it. The runway. A narrow strip of earth, dead straight, tucked between two shallow ridges. Faded white lines still marked the edges. At the far end stood the hangar, half collapsed but still upright. The doors were slightly open. We approached slow. No one spoke. Every step felt like it had a weight tied to it. The silence wasn't comforting. It was loaded. The hangar interior was musty, coated in dust. Old oil drums sat in the corners. Ropes, tarps. A workbench littered with broken tools. And there, in the center, covered by a grey sheet and 100 prayers worth of dust, a Cessna 182. Single prop, high wing, 4-seater, emergency beacon taped to the dash. It looked intact. Seth broke the silence first. "That'll do." We set to work immediately. Checked the tank, dry, checked the lines. Clear. Battery was dead, but we had 2 spares from the depot. Fuel was the issue. The tank needed aviation gas, AV gas, but it had run short distance on high-octane auto fuel in an emergency. We poured what we had, enough for maybe 100 miles. If we kept it light, maybe more. I'd never flown one of these, but Seth had. 4 years in forestry support. Claimed he'd put a similar model down in a dry lake bed once during a thunderstorm. Walked out with a cracked rib and a story that made him laugh every time he told it. Today he wasn't laughing. He was already inside the cabin, checking the instruments, working the primer pump, muttering procedures under his breath like a man praying for just one more break. Outside, the rest of us stripped our gear down to the essentials. Food, water, weapons. No room for tents, no luxuries, no backup plans. The plane would carry 4 safely. 5 would be a squeeze. 6, and we'd be pushing the envelope. There were 7 of us. We all knew what that meant, but no one said it. We just started dividing weight and pretending someone had already made the decision. The sun had dipped behind the western ridge when I heard the first sound, the kind that stops you cold, a dry snap in the trees. Not big, not aggressive, just one sharp step, but it didn't come from above or below. It came from the hangar wall, just past the edge of shadow. Then another, a slow, dragging foot. I stepped to the hangar door, rifle raised, and looked toward the rocks. 2 figures emerged first. Broken silhouettes, staggered gaits. One dragging a leg so bent it looked like rubber. Their arms didn't sway. Their heads didn't scan. They just moved in a straight line. Then more. 4, 6, 9. They came from every direction except the sky. Silent, steady. Like the plane's engine had whispered to them through the dirt. The wind changed, and with it came the smell. Earth, rot, and blood. The same bitter reek I'd learned to associate with death that still moves. I called out for the others to load up. Seth shouted that we had 1 more minute, maybe less. Marcy handed Clara up into the cabin, then tossed the shotgun inside and climbed after her. The young guy, Brian, hesitated, still standing with his hand on the fuel drum, like he couldn't believe it was real. Then the infected reached the hangar. The first one charged. I dropped him with a single round to the head. Another appeared behind him, a woman this time, mouth slack and hair hanging in clumps. Her right hand was shredded to bone. I didn't wait. 2 rounds. Gone. The others were circling. 15. Maybe more now. Too many. Too close. I looked at Brian. Run. He didn't. The third infected was faster, almost sprinting. He slammed into Brian before I could react, teeth catching his shoulder in a flash of motion. Brian screamed and tried to push him back, but it was too late. The sound changed. Pain to panic. I shot the infected, but Brian was already down. I dragged him by the collar into the shadows of the hangar. His skin was already losing color, eyes unfocused. I didn't need to check the wound to know it was deep, and not just physical. He wouldn't make it. He looked at me like he understood, said nothing, just nodded. I turned to the rest of the group. Seth shouted that the engine was primed, blades spinning. Clara reached out for me from the rear door, her face pale and wet with sweat. Marcy pulled her back and waved at me to get in. I hesitated. Not because I was afraid, not even because I doubted we'd make it. I hesitated because something about this entire moment felt wrong. I didn't want to leave. Not here. Not yet. Not with Brian dying, and a dozen infected closing in, and a plane we hadn't tested. But I had to move. We were out of time. I sprinted to the open hatch, tossed the rifle in, climbed after it, and slammed the door shut just as a fist landed against the fuselage. The plane shook. Clara screamed. Seth pushed the throttle. We rolled hard, tires bouncing over the uneven dirt. One of the infected tried to climb the wing and slipped off under the spin of the prop. The plane tilted, caught wind, and for a second, we weren't sure it would lift. Then the ground dropped away. We were in the air. The horizon opened wide below us. Canyon ridges turned to waves of brown and red, and the bodies below became nothing more than shadows stumbling in frustration. For the first time in days, we were above it. Not safe, but above it. Nobody said anything for a long time, just the hum of the engine and the quiet sound of breathing. Seth kept his hands steady on the yoke, scanning the sky ahead like it might betray him. I stared out the window at the Utah desert, empty and stretching to forever. Marcy finally broke the silence. Where now? We didn't know. There was no plan after this. No airstrip we could confirm. No landing zone with fuel or food. We had 100 miles of range. Maybe more if the wind stayed friendly. That might get us to a rural patch near the Arizona line. Might not. I closed my eyes, leaned back against the seat, and let the hum of the engine carry me somewhere quiet for the first time in what felt like a year. But before I drifted, I heard the radio crackle. Just once, a burst of static. Then a voice. Faint, male, slow, barely readable through the hiss. This is Mesa Field Station, Southern Nevada. Repeat, any aircraft. Please respond. Seth looked at me. I reached for the receiver and pressed the button. This is Park Ranger Unit Echo. In the air. 4 survivors. Repeat, 4 alive. The reply came back broken, but clear enough. Safe. Here. Controlled perimeter. Land strip. East sector. Watch. Fuel. You'll only get 1 shot. Seth adjusted course. The sun was starting to drop. Shadows long across the ridges. Fuel needle dipping toward its last third. We didn't speak again. The engine hummed. The sky stretched wide. The desert below turned gold. And we flew on, carrying the memory of the dead, and the hope that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't the end. I was already awake when the fan started slowing down. No beeping, no surge pop, just a slow fade like the current was being choked off. My wall clock was stuck at 3:42 in the afternoon. I reached up and pulled the cord. Nothing. No spin, no sound. Same with the refrigerator. The light inside was dead. I opened the breaker panel above the laundry nook. Voltage was reading under 180. That was brownout range, low enough to cook compressors if I didn't kill the load. I shut off the air conditioner, then the breaker that fed the laundry room. The power grid had been wobbling for weeks, but this dip came earlier than usual. I live on the first floor of a high-rise, in a concrete utility room that was converted into a manager's unit back in the late 90s. No windows, just a steel door with a peephole and an electric deadbolt. Most of the residents think I sleep in some fancy back office, but I don't. I've got a cot, 2 fans, a water jug, and a wall of tools. I'm the building caretaker, full-time manager. Most people just call me Mick. Some of the older residents call me the blackout prepper, because I'm the one who figured out how to keep things going during that 2-week outage 3 years ago, when the diesel ran dry and the rooftop tank cracked from heat pressure. That's what got me this job in the first place. My sister, Angela, got me in with the property group after the last city I lived in, north of here, was hit by back-to-back floods. I worked maintenance then, low voltage, plumbing, waste pumps, the usual, nothing glamorous. After the second typhoon knocked out power, and the city took 9 days to send a crew, I started building up my own response plan, ration charts, load priority maps, emergency switchgear. I printed manuals, ran generator drills, even stashed battery banks inside unused electrical closets. I don't trust timelines from City Hall anymore. I trust steel, diesel, and concrete. I grabbed my radio off the charger and stepped out into the lobby. Ramon was sitting at the front desk. He was the overnight guard, but lately he'd been pulling extra shifts because 2 of the younger guys quit last week. He was hunched over his phone, watching something with his earphones halfway out. I nodded to him, tapped the top of the screen to get his attention. "Grid's dipping," I said. "If it cuts again, lock out elevators B and C. Leave A on auto but kill cabin lights." He nodded, a little too fast. I noticed whatever he was watching was paused on someone lying in the street. It looked like a security video, grainy, off angle, a figure crawling across the floor. Bloody. I didn't ask. I didn't need to. There had been talk online all week about some outbreak across the bay. Weird hospital reports. People collapsing and getting back up confused. Rumors were thick, but I stick to systems. Grid fails. I act. Panic waits outside the glass. The sky had a yellow-grey ceiling, and the wind had shifted toward the east. When I opened the front vestibule door, the heat hit me full in the chest, thick and still. Overhead, the clouds were turning dull yellow. Not monsoon grey. It was the kind of ceiling that meant trapped humidity and a high wind front pushing in fast. I looked east and saw leaves turning sideways in the wind. The wall of the next tower shimmered in the heat, but there were streaks on the windows. Early mist, even before the first drop. Storm was coming. I made my way to the back stairwell, climbed to the roof and unlocked the generator cabinet. Tank read just under 60%. Not great, not terrible. I kept logs every 3 days. At 30% load, we had about 26 hours of runtime. Less if anyone started using the lobby air conditioner or turned on hallway lights we didn't need. I keyed the control box and switched to manual warm-up, letting the diesel cycle through without engaging the transfer switch. Better to have it running idle now than delay during a brownout spike. From the roof edge, I scanned the neighborhood. The streetlights were still on, but a few traffic signals were blinking red. Rolling dropouts, probably manual load shedding to preserve the main hospital lines. Near the pharmacy at the next intersection, I saw a crowd. More than usual. Young, loud, half of them in shorts and travel shirts. Tourists, probably backpackers from the hostel around the corner. They were pressed up against the steel shutter, not in line, but shouting. I saw one try to bang on the grate. Another started recording with his phone. The pharmacist was already pulling the chain down. Rain hadn't even started yet. Back inside, I heard the first warning buzz from the grid panel. Frequency drop. It was going to go. I went straight to the office, pulled out the laminated emergency notice sheet, and taped it to the front desk glass. Storm plus brownout protocol. 1 elevator active. Car A. All others disabled. Water pumping windows announced. Lobby access locked once grid goes down. The sheet was clear. No room for debate. I also pulled out 2 thick cargo straps and laid them near the glass doors. I wasn't waiting for some stranger to come pounding when the real storm hit. Angela called at 4:20. She was on shift at the trauma wing of City General. The line crackled, but her voice was clear. "Don't open up to strangers tonight," she said. "We've got triage tents up at. People are showing up with bites. Not dogs. People. No one knows what's going on. Stay locked." I asked her if they were drug cases. She said no. Vitals were wrong. Some of them flatlined and came back. I could tell she was scared. Angela never says she's scared. She said if the power went and cell lines dropped, she'd try the staff satellite phone. I told her I'd call her back at sunset. We ended the call without goodbyes. No need. At 4:40, the ceiling lights flickered, then cut off fully. No beeping, no delay. The automatic transfer switch clicked, and the generator spun up, filling the building with a low hum. Emergency lights lit the corridors. The elevator call panels rebooted. Ramon looked up and waited for instructions. I moved fast. Killed power to elevators B and C, threw the water pump breaker to timed interval mode, cut hallway fans, turned off vending machines. I told Ramon to monitor only one camera feed at a time. No video recorder review. I knew we were going to run short on UPS time if he kept flipping through channels. 15 minutes later, the vestibule door swung open. A delivery rider stumbled in. He was soaked to the waist, his face pale, his left forearm wrapped in gauze that was already soaked red. He said someone attacked him near the footbridge by the bus terminal, said he needed help, said someone bit him, said he didn't know if it was real or if he was dreaming. His hands were shaking. Rena Torres, the ER nurse from floor 10, came down as soon as I radioed her. She'd been prepping her go bag already, carried a pouch of gloves, antiseptic, and suture gear in a sling across her chest. She checked the man, sat him on the bench, and asked a few questions. His pupils were dilated. His pulse was irregular. He said he couldn't remember the man who bit him, just that he had blood all over his face. Then he slumped forward. No groan, no breath. Rena leaned in, checked for pulse, started chest compressions. The man jolted up, grabbed her arm and lunged for her face. His body moved like it was stuck between muscle memory and seizure. No coordination, no hesitation either, just blind pressure. Ramon stepped back. Rena kicked off with her knees and screamed. I grabbed the fire axe from the cabinet and hit him once in the shoulder, just enough to knock him down. He didn't stop moving. I hit again, this time higher, at the side of the skull. He went limp. Rena was shaking. No bite. Her sleeve was torn but no puncture. She scrubbed with alcohol and saline. Didn't speak for almost a full minute. When she did, she said, "That man wasn't alive when he grabbed me." I didn't answer. I just dragged the body behind the desk, covered it with a tarp, and told Ramon to stay out of the vestibule. At 5:40, the first real raindrops started hammering the glass. The wind shifted hard from east to southwest. Visibility dropped fast. What I had seen from the rooftop earlier had been a warning. Now the wall of rain was real. 2 blocks down, I saw movement near the pharmacy again. One of the tourists was banging on the shutter while another tried to pull him away. A third stood there filming, his phone light blinking. I closed the blinds over the lobby, turned off all non-essential lights. The building was too bright. We'd draw attention if we weren't careful. Just after 6, I got a message from floor 13. Water pressure low. I went to the control panel and manually cycled the booster pump for 10 minutes. No more than that. Diesel was already down to 55%. I made a note in my log. 3 pump cycles today. 2 more and I'd have to start rationing by floor. At 6:20, I heard metal banging from below. It came in slow waves. 4 or 5 hits, then nothing. Then again. Not frantic, just steady. I took the flashlight and crowbar, went down to the basement level through the east stairwell. Rainwater was already pushing against the parking ramp. The steel grate wasn't draining fast enough. The street outside was flooding. A man was crawling under the half-lowered gate. His legs were soaked. His arms moved like he didn't know they were there. When I got close enough to see his face, I realized his eyes weren't blinking. I backed up, grabbed the manual gate chain, and hauled the shutter down another 3 feet. It crushed his legs. He didn't scream, just kept clawing forward. I locked the gate in place and added a cargo strap to the side hook. I could hear more movement beyond the street line. I climbed back to the lobby without speaking. Rena looked at me. I nodded once. She knew I'd seen another one. The air in the building had changed. No one was talking, but people were starting to move in a more deliberate way. I could feel the pressure building. Not panic, not yet, but something close to it. The backup lights were holding, but the building was warming up. I walked back to the control panel and cut another round of breakers. hallway fans off, laundry room breakers off. That would stretch the generator a few more hours. I marked the changes on my clipboard and circled the fuel level, just under 53%. Water pressure reports started coming in again around 7:15, this time from the 15th and 16th floors. I waited another 5 minutes, then manually cycled the booster pump for 10 minutes. If I did it too long, I'd burn more diesel than the rooftop tank could justify. I had no idea how long we'd be on backup power, and no guarantee anyone would be bringing more fuel. If the grid didn't come back by sunrise, we'd be facing real problems. Kenji showed up around 7:30. He wasn't holding his phone this time. Mira stood behind him, arms crossed. He wanted to know if we'd be letting in the people outside. Said he saw a group coming up the street. Said some of them were carrying bags and trying to wave down cars. I walked past him, pulled down the blinds near the door just enough to check. There were about 7 people standing across the street in front of the closed hardware store. Soaked, tired looking, all young, none local. 3 of them crossed the street and came up to our vestibule. 2 men and a woman. The taller one knocked hard enough to echo down the hallway. Ramon looked at me. I moved to the vestibule door, unlocked the latch, and stepped inside without opening the exterior glass. The man closest to the door raised both hands and spoke fast. Accent was Eastern European. English was decent. Said his name was Janko. Said they had been at a hostel up the block when the storm hit. Something about the manager locking them out. He said they had no power, no signal, no shelter. The girl Lotta interrupted him. She stepped forward and said one of them was injured. Not bitten, just fell during the scramble outside. She asked if we had dry floor space. Anything sheltered. Behind them, I saw another figure being helped along by 2 others. His left ankle was wrapped with a torn cloth. Limping badly, shirt soaked, pants shredded. Looked like a sprain, maybe a fracture. No obvious blood, but I had already made the call in my head. I slid the glass open halfway, just enough to speak through without letting anyone lean in. "We're not bringing anyone in tonight," I said. "You can wait under the canopy, but the doors stay locked." Janko started raising his voice. Said we couldn't do that. Said they were infected out there. Lotta pulled him back, then turned to me again and asked if I'd at least let her in to check her injured friend's bandage. I told her I'd bring medical supplies to the door. That's all. While I stepped back into the lobby, I told Ramon to unlock the cabinet in the first aid closet. He grabbed a roll of gauze, some antiseptic, gloves, and a water bottle. I brought them back to the vestibule. The injured man was sitting now, just outside the awning, coughing. No visible blood, but it was getting hard to see with the rain. The storm wasn't letting up. I passed the supplies through the crack in the glass. Lotta thanked me quietly. Janko didn't look up. I watched them settle into position under the building's eaves. They weren't going anywhere. There was nowhere to go. Rena approached as I sealed the inner door again. She asked if we should let them into the stairwell landing, keep them dry at least. I shook my head, told her we had already had 1 death in the lobby. If even one of those people turned while inside, we'd lose control of the building before midnight. She didn't argue, just looked down and said, "If someone's hiding a bite, it'll show before long." By 8, more tenants had come downstairs. Some were trying to look through the blinds. Others were asking about the generator. I made a short announcement from the office PA system. Nothing formal, just enough to say we were running limited power. We had water for the next 24 hours if managed carefully, and that no new residents or outsiders would be allowed in tonight without screening. That word, screening, shut most people up. The mood shifted from annoyance to real concern. The vestibule group kept growing. 2 more had joined. One of them held a flashlight and kept turning it on and off, trying to signal something to someone down the block. I grabbed the duct tape from my office and taped black trash bags over the side window panels. We were not going to broadcast to the whole neighborhood that we had light, power, and dry space. The more we signaled, the more would show up. Downstairs, the water was rising. I returned to the basement to check the ramp. The storm runoff was backing up into the parking level faster than expected. The floor drain was submerged. I chalked a line on the wall at ankle height to mark how far the water had come. The man I'd pinned earlier was still there, halfway under the gate. He was no longer trying to crawl, just stuck. His arms twitched now and then. His legs didn't move at all. No blood left in them. I didn't step closer. I walked back to the stairwell and checked the door between the basement and the interior corridor. It was rated for fire resistance, but it had a simple horizontal panic bar. If anything leaned into it hard enough and long enough, it would pop open. I made a note to secure it. Needed straps, pipe, maybe a dead weight. I'd have to ask Mr. Lim upstairs if he still had that iron bar he used to brace his storefront during the last flood. I returned to the control room and checked the fuel readout. We were at 47%. That gave us just under 12 hours if we held our current load. Any more pump cycles or additional lights, and that number would drop. I added a second row to the chart on my clipboard, started marking out projected fuel depletion times. I set the booster pump to cycle again at 10:30 p.m., just long enough to get enough water to floors 13 and above. After that, I'd have to rotate intervals by floor group. At 8:35, I heard a commotion outside the vestibule again. Someone was pounding on the glass, harder this time. I went to the door and saw that Janko had pulled one of the newcomers forward. A man, dripping wet, one arm limp. Lotta was trying to calm them down. I stepped into the vestibule again, unlocked the inner latch and slid the glass just far enough to speak. Janko said the man had fallen, that he needed medical help. Rena arrived behind me without needing to be called. She asked how he was injured. Janko hesitated, then said he didn't know. Lotta cut in and said it might have been a fence or something metal. There were no visible bites, no blood, but the man was groaning now. Low, irregular. I told them we could not let him inside unless he was screened, and we were sure he wasn't infected. Janko shouted back that we couldn't just leave someone to die. I stayed calm, said, "We are not equipped to treat what we don't understand." Rena asked me for 2 minutes and stepped out with gloves and a mask. She told them to hold the man still. She checked for signs of trauma. No swelling on the neck, no bleeding around the eyes, no obvious puncture wounds. But his pupils weren't reactive, and his limbs were getting stiff. She stepped back, told me quietly, "He's crashing. If he's not infected, he's about to go into shock, but I don't like how fast he's deteriorating." We backed into the lobby and sealed the glass again. Lotta nodded. She didn't argue. Janko stared at the door like he was memorizing the lock. I didn't like that look. I posted Ramon at the door with a flashlight and told him not to open it under any circumstance. I walked back to my office and pulled the backup radio off the charger, switched it to monitor mode, nothing but static, no emergency broadcasts, no city coordination channels. The usual civil alert band was looping a storm warning from earlier that afternoon. No updates since then, no curfews announced, just the same 4-line loop about staying indoors and conserving power. The building was holding together, but barely. If the vestibule crowd turned violent, or if even one of them turned inside the glass, we'd have to make a decision we couldn't take back. I needed more reinforcement at the basement door, more straps, more mass, something that couldn't be shoved open with body weight alone. I wrote down a list of materials and checked which utility closets might have extras. Then I sat down at my desk, turned off the main monitor, and stared at the wall clock. 9:12 p.m. I had maybe 3 hours before the generator needed to go into conservation mode for the night. I'd set a rotation, lights off except for emergency corridors, one elevator off, water pump only on scheduled intervals, no more exceptions, no one in, no one out. The rain hadn't let up. If anything, it was getting worse. I could hear it slamming against the rooftop vents above my unit. The floor vibrated slightly every time a gust hit the main facade. It was the kind of pressure you felt through the concrete, not just on the windows. The vestibule crowd had gone quiet again, but I didn't trust the silence. That kind of calm usually meant either sleep or a decision. I stepped out of the office and checked the camera feed. Ramon had lowered the brightness on the main screen, but one panel still showed the front entrance. The group outside had thinned to 5. Lotta was still there, Janko too. The injured one was gone. Either he had been moved or he didn't make it. I didn't see any signs of a struggle. No blood. But the fact that no one had come to ask for help since the last check worried me. I adjusted the angle on the small camera mounted inside the vestibule. There was a faint handprint smeared across the interior glass. I hadn't seen that earlier. By 9:30, the lobby had cooled slightly, but it was getting humid again. Emergency ventilation only moved so much air. I ran a quick building-wide PA announcement just to settle everyone. Told residents on floors 9 through 16 that the next water cycle would happen at 10:30. Reminded them not to leave trash in hallways, not to prop open stairwell doors, and to keep noise levels down. The fewer reasons we gave outsiders to look this way, the better. The real problem now was the basement. I went back down using the east stairwell, bypassing the main corridor in case anyone decided to follow. The flood line had reached my second chalk mark. That meant at least 4 inches of water had pooled near the drain. The outer gate was holding, but the sheet runoff was pushing against it with visible force. I checked the garage side fire door again. It was flexing. Not much, but enough that I could hear a faint creak when the wind gusted. If something leaned on it, or pounded, there was a real chance the latch would fail. I ran back up to the tool cage and pulled what I could find. 2 concrete blocks, a coil of rebar, an extra tow strap, and a length of threaded pipe I had saved from the last HVAC upgrade. I dragged them back down and wedged the pipe through the panic bar's push arms. I locked the ends into the stairwell railing using 2 cargo straps, and then looped the rebar around the midpoint to give it tension. The blocks went in front of the lower edge of the door just in case it kicked inward. It wouldn't hold forever, but it was better than the bare latch. Just before 10, I checked the vestibule again. Still 5 people outside. Lotta was pacing. The others were either sitting or leaning against the columns. A 6th figure showed up from the far side of the boulevard, walked right through the rain, slow, like it didn't care it was soaked. I watched the way it moved, stiff at the knees, feet dragging. One of the girls under the awning turned toward it, shouted something I couldn't hear. Yanko stood up and raised a hand. That was a mistake. The figure changed direction, walked straight for the vestibule. No sound from its mouth. Arms low, neck tilted. It stepped over the curb, but didn't adjust its balance. Just kept moving. That's when the panic started. The girl screamed and backed up against the glass. Janko reached for the door. Lotta pulled him back hard. He resisted for half a second, just long enough for the figure to reach the first step. I grabbed the bullhorn and ran to the interior vestibule door, switched it on, and shouted through the glass, "Do not open the door. Step back now." My voice echoed hard in the space. The delay was sharp enough to disorient. The walking figure was less than 5 feet from the edge now. It stumbled, dropped to one knee, then rose again. Janko was still hesitating. Ramon came over and unlocked the secondary latch. I stopped him with one word, "No." The figure reached the vestibule wall and pressed its hands flat against the glass. The others started shouting. The woman closest to it screamed again. The thing's face slid down the glass, skin pale and stretched. The eyes didn't blink. The lips didn't move. It started tapping the glass with its forehead, slow, steady, increasing force. The sound was heavy. Not a knock, a thud, then another, then another. Lotta grabbed Janko by the shirt and yanked him backward. The rest followed. They disappeared from view just as the infected one pressed its whole torso into the glass and slumped against it like it had no bones left. Then it started pushing harder. Its shoulder jammed into the doorframe. Its face smeared blood along the corner seam. No wounds visible, just blood from the nose, the mouth, the eyes. The way it kept pushing reminded me of something, but I stopped myself from naming it. Names didn't help. I bolted the vestibule's interior door and added a wedge bar between the handle and the floor. The exterior glass had hairline fractures now. I could see them spreading from the points where the thing had made contact. It wasn't going to break through, not yet, but it wouldn't hold another impact if someone panicked and opened the door. I told Ramon to kill the lobby lights completely and shift the cameras to hallway only. We were going into full quiet. 10:30 came. I cycled the water pump for 8 minutes, watching the amperage draw on the generator panel. Fuel dropped to 42%. I shut the pump down manually and marked the timing in my notebook. Floor 11 messaged the desk, said pressure was still low. I replied with one word, "Fill now." That was all I could give them. Rationing wasn't optional anymore. At 10:52, I heard scraping from the basement stairwell. I was halfway to sleep on the cot in my unit when the sound cut through. Metal on concrete. Slow, deliberate. I slipped on my boots and grabbed the flashlight. Took the crowbar too. I opened the east stairwell and headed down without turning on the hallway lights. The door at the bottom was shaking slightly. Not from impact, from pressure. The water had risen another inch. The sandbags were holding the flow back from the inner steps, but the weight on the door was bending the middle outward. I moved closer and pressed my ear to the steel. I could hear a sound. Not speech, not footsteps, just pressure, a kind of low scraping, then a pause, then again. I checked the lock, still holding. The pipe brace hadn't moved. I stayed there for almost a full minute, listening. Then I turned off the flashlight and climbed back up. When I reached the first floor, I saw Kenji waiting near the stairwell door. He had his phone in one hand, eyes wide, like a kid caught somewhere he shouldn't be. He asked what was going on. I told him straight. Basement door is under pressure. If anyone opens it, we lose this building. He nodded and backed away. I didn't trust that look. Rena met me at the office. She had pulled on an old hoodie and was holding a notepad. She said 2 residents were asking about leaving in the morning. I told her we'd reevaluate after daylight. No one was to leave before I could inspect the exits. I had no idea how many infected were moving through the streets now, and no intention of opening that lobby again until I had hard data. By 11:30, we were fully dark. No lights in the corridors, only the red exit signs and the occasional glint off a phone screen. I reminded people again over the PA that we were under lockdown. Any motion sensors tripped in unauthorized zones would be treated as breach attempts. I didn't have weapons, but I had tools. That would have to do. At 11:40, the vestibule glass cracked. I heard it from the office. Not a shatter, just a single sharp pop. I ran to the camera panel and pulled up the feed. The infected figure was gone, but the crack was there. Top left corner, a web-like fracture, shallow but spreading. The others outside were gone too. No trace of them under the awning. I scanned the other angles. Movement behind the fence line near the alley. At least 3 shapes. One limping, one standing still, one crouched. None of them moved in a way that made sense. I didn't look away from the screen until the movement stopped. Then I switched to the basement feed. The water level had risen again, at least halfway up the fire door. No visual on the pressure side, but I could see a fine vibration on the panic bar. It pulsed with the rhythm of the storm water outside, or maybe something heavier leaning against it. The straps I'd rigged earlier were holding, but not without strain. I had another chalk mark on the door's interior from 2 hours ago. The bulge was now nearly half an inch past that line. I grabbed the notebook from the desk and wrote down the time, the breach risk level, and the UPS runtime left on the camera system. Then I walked the hallway, flashlight in hand, just to get a feel for the quiet. The stairwells were dry, emergency lights still glowing red. I passed floor 4 on my way to the supply closet and heard movement, quiet but irregular, something scraping the tile near the elevator doors. I stopped, listened. Nothing. I didn't move for a full minute. When I opened the supply room, I found the second extension bar I'd been saving for the outer stairwell gate. It was rusted at one end, but would still do the job if I needed to reinforce a hinge point. At midnight exactly, I shut off the generator. That was the plan. Midnight to 4 a.m. Dark mode. The building would run on battery backups only. Hallway lights went down to a bare minimum. No elevators, no pumps, no air conditioner. Just red exit signs, the video recorder rack, and enough juice to recharge a radio or two. The hum of the diesel faded out as I turned the key to standby. I logged the shutdown time and crossed off the power allotment schedule for the night. The fuel gauge had dropped to 39%. The silence that followed was dense. Without the generator, even the buzz of light transformers disappeared. The walls stopped vibrating. Every sound became sharper. Floor creaks, distant rain hammering the upper vents, the occasional rumble of thunder. The storm was still going, but we'd built a shell around ourselves, and I wasn't ready to let it crack from the inside. I went to the east stairwell and climbed to the rooftop again. No real reason, just instinct. I needed to see. From up there, I could look 4 blocks out in every direction. Most buildings were dark. A few apartment towers still had backup lights running. One had blinking windows, probably solar lanterns or battery-powered camping gear. I could hear distant shouting from somewhere near the market road. Not screaming, more like aggressive voices. Multiple people, not close enough to be a threat, not far enough to ignore. When I got back down, the door to the manager's unit was slightly open. I knew I'd locked it. I paused, kept my flashlight low and stepped inside. Nothing missing, just disturbed. The chair by the desk was turned around. The cabinet where I kept the maintenance keys was ajar. My emergency water jug was uncapped. I moved quietly through the small space. Then I heard the door to the rear maintenance stairwell click shut. I took the side hall and reached the door within 10 seconds. I opened it quietly and started climbing. No sound above me, but the stairs were damp. Someone had come through here fast, maybe right after I killed the generator. I kept going. At floor 6, I found the proof. The west stairwell door had a folded napkin stuffed into the latch, kept it from closing all the way. I pulled it free and shoved the door open. Kenji was in the hallway, standing by the elevator shaft with his phone out. I walked toward him without a word. He looked up, didn't flinch, said something about needing to check the signal. I asked him if he'd opened the vestibule or the basement. He said no. I asked why he was moving around during dark hours. He said he didn't trust the rules, said he wanted to see if there was a way out in case things went worse. I didn't yell. I just told him he had one option: go back to his unit and stay there. If he tampered with the vestibule, the basement, or the stairwell again, I would lock him in the fire control closet. He didn't smile. He didn't argue. He just walked away, muttering something I didn't care to hear. I put the door back on mechanical lock, double-checked the cameras, and sent out one last radio call to the 3 guards who were still on duty. I gave them updated routes. I told them not to chase anyone breaking curfew. Just log it. No physical confrontation. I didn't want a mistake triggering something we couldn't contain. At 12:48, the basement camera tripped its alert. I leaned over and tapped the feed. The lower corridor was dark. Only the emergency light above the stairwell door showed the water level, and it was higher than before. At least ankle deep now. And something was pushing on the inside of the door again. This time, it was rhythmic. 2 hits, pause, 2 more, metal flexed. Not much, but enough to ripple the reflection from the floor light. I adjusted the gain on the camera and zoomed in on the door seam. Just as the image cleared, a hand slammed flat against the glass. I flinched, not from fear, just surprise. The arm was long, pale, wet, no sleeves. The skin had gone soft from being submerged, but the fingers still moved. They dragged down the glass once, twice, and then vanished again. I leaned in. The hand returned, higher this time, followed by a second. Then a face. Eyes rolled up, mouth partly open, dead skin torn at the corner of the jaw. It didn't moan, didn't press, just leaned there, heavy, like gravity was enough to make it useful. I reached for the emergency horn, the one wired directly into the stairwell speaker. I thumbed the switch and triggered it once, short burst. It echoed through the concrete. The figure didn't flinch. I let go. I knew now that sound wasn't going to help. Nothing short of force would move it. From that point forward, I stayed at the desk. No more walking the halls. No more floor checks. If anything was going to happen tonight, it would be down there. I set a new chalk mark on the wall near the door to track door flex. I ran another set of calculations. Fuel remaining, 39%. Water pressure minimal past floor 12. Power cycle next run at 4:30 a.m. if the generator held. After that, every decision would carry more weight. At 1:23, the east stairwell door rattled once. I checked the camera. Nothing. Probably thermal contraction from the humidity, or someone moving too fast and closing a door too hard on another floor. Still, I logged it. I wasn't trusting assumptions anymore. At 1:45, Rena called in over the radio. She'd gone quiet for a while. Said she needed help. Small issue. I met her in the corridor near floor 10. She had a resident with her. Older woman. Looked disoriented. Said she had chest pressure and felt dizzy. Rena said she'd been monitoring her for 2 days. It wasn't infection. Probably stress and heat exhaustion. I helped carry her to the emergency chair near the stairwell and brought up a sealed bottle of electrolyte mix from the basement stock. We propped her up, gave her the mix, and told her to breathe slow. Her pulse stabilized after a few minutes. Rena said she'd check on her again by sunrise. I stayed with them until just after 2 in the morning, then made a slow lap around floors 9 through 12. I was looking for signs of movement, flickering lights, anything that would tell me someone was wandering the halls again like Kenji had been. Most doors were sealed tight. The corridor air was heavy with humidity, and more than a few tenants had left windows cracked to try and keep things ventilated. I made mental notes to check for dripping water lines or anything that could trigger mold if we lost air circulation for more than another day. The building itself was holding together, structurally, but the people inside it weren't. I could feel it. That invisible shift when enough hours pass in darkness and the human brain starts writing its own instructions. The fear doesn't always come from noise or movement. Sometimes it comes from nothing, from a hallway that's too quiet, or a door that was definitely closed earlier, but now sits open an inch too far. I passed one like that on floor 11. Stopped. Listened. Heard nothing. I closed it gently and kept going. Back in the office, I switched to the basement feed. The camera's IR mode had kicked in. The water had climbed another inch. The chalk line I'd marked before was gone, swallowed by shadow and murk. The door was still holding, but it looked wrong. There was a bulge in the lower panel now, small, but not cosmetic. The panic bar was flexed outward maybe half a finger's width. The rebar and toe straps were taut. I couldn't see any movement through the narrow wired glass inset, but I didn't need to. The door flexed in a slow cycle, just slow enough to pretend it wasn't. At 2:20, I pulled the camera feed from the vestibule. The infected outside the door had collapsed sometime during the last hour. Its body was crumpled against the glass, head slumped, but the skin hadn't dried. It was still wet, which meant it was still recent, or it hadn't stopped moving for long enough to change. Either way, the glass had fogged slightly around the face, and the crack in the upper corner had grown. It was hard to judge the exact size without light, but from the spider pattern I guessed it was spreading from vibration stress, not impact. I walked to the entrance, checked the interior latch, and added a second wedge. Nothing complicated, just a broken rubber foot from an old table leg jammed under the bolt. Then I added a third cargo strap around the exterior door handle and lashed it to the main desk. If the glass shattered inward, the strap wouldn't stop anything from getting through, but it might slow them by 3 seconds. That might be enough. By 2:30, I was back at the generator panel. We were at 37% fuel. I set the next cycle window for 4:30 to 4:50, depending on whether the booster pump was needed for anyone above floor 12. Then I sat. My legs were starting to feel the weight of the night. Not sore, but slow. My brain too. Every time I blinked longer than 2 seconds, I starting to see movement where there was none. Shapes behind glass. People leaning just out of frame. I forced my eyes open and slapped my thigh to stay alert. Then the basement door alarm tripped. It wasn't a breach alarm, not yet. Just pressure warning. The system was built to flag sudden increases on structural doors tied to the server room and underground access. The basement fire door wasn't meant to hold against consistent pressure, but the camera confirmed it. 3 figures now, one on each side of the narrow hallway. They were pushing with their bodies, not pounding, just leaning. Wait, pause, then again. I could hear the flex through the floor. The steel creaked in a low, steady tone in dirty water. I opened the locker beside the breaker box and grabbed the last emergency door jack. Old mechanical unit. Takes 2 people to anchor it cleanly, but I'd make it work. I clipped it to my tool belt and went to the stairwell. Water sloshed up the first step. I used a floor squeegee to test depth. Maybe 5 inches now. It wasn't rising as fast as before, but the pressure against the door was constant. I could feel it vibrating the concrete under my boots. I set the jack just inside the stair rail and cranked it slow, fitting the upper tongue to the panic bar brace. Metal groaned. I turned it 3 more times until the toe block lifted from the ground. Then I tied it off with a cargo strap through the frame and stepped back. The push on the door paused. Something on the other side had noticed, or maybe it was just off cycle. Either way, it went quiet for 12 seconds. Then came a new sound. Not a knock, not scraping. Something between metal and wet cloth. I crouched near the door and listened. Then I heard a hiss. Short, sudden, not from a person, from pressure. Water had started to leak through the lower left corner. A gap no wider than a pencil, but steady. I marked the spot and stood. Upstairs, someone was moving fast. I could hear footfalls above me. Not deliberate, not walking. Someone was running. I followed the sound through the stairwell until I hit floor 7. Door was swinging slightly. Not locked. I pulled it open and stepped into the corridor. Kenji. He was in the hallway, dragging a suitcase. Mira was crying quietly behind him, barefoot. He was yelling something about needing to leave. Said the building was going to flood. Said he saw people coming up the ramp. I stepped between him and the stairwell door. He pushed forward. I held him with one arm. Told him he wasn't going anywhere until sunrise. Told him flat that if he went out there, he wouldn't be let back in. No exceptions. Mira didn't argue. She just stood still, holding a flashlight and blinking. Her eyes were hollow. Exhaustion, not fear. He didn't listen. He shoved me, hard enough to make me lose my balance for half a second, and took off down the stairwell with the suitcase dragging behind him. I shouted for Ramon over the radio. He responded instantly, said he was at the lobby door. I told him to lock it now. Kenji would be there in 30 seconds, and if he opened it, the entire building would lose its only barrier. I reached the lobby 30 seconds after Kenji did. Ramon had the wedge still in place. Kenji was slamming his palms against the glass, yelling to be let out. He was pointing, saying he saw something moving. Ramon kept the lock engaged. I told Kenji again, loud enough for the cameras to record, that if he left, he was not coming back. He screamed something about not being a prisoner. Then he stopped yelling, grabbed the metal trash bin near the entry, and threw it at the vestibule door. The crack in the upper corner split. A small spider line ran from left to right. A soft hiss came through. Air. Not much, but enough. Kenji backed away. I stepped between him and the door. Ramon held his stance. I told Kenji once more, last chance. He dropped the suitcase, stared at the floor. Then he turned and walked toward the stairwell. Ramon and I spent the next 10 minutes reinforcing the vestibule. I pulled down the backup bench and tipped it on its side, wedging it against the inside wall. I found a length of packing plastic wrap and looped it around the interior handles, tying it into the main stairwell bracket. If someone opened the latch now, it would take them a full minute to unwind it. That minute might be the difference. He didn't ask questions. Neither of us said much. There wasn't anything left to explain. The glass hadn't shattered, but the flexing was worse. A spider web of cracks now reached the upper frame and down the left edge, right where the earlier infected had pressed its face. The exterior bodies weren't moving. Most had drifted off sometime after the confrontation with Kenji, but 2 had returned. They didn't knock, they didn't moan. They just pressed their weight against the surface like it was instinct. Not angry, not desperate, just present. I stepped back from the vestibule, checked the floor again for weak spots. Nothing had shifted. The tile was dry. The walls were cold and sweating from the humidity. I told Ramon to stay near the stairs and only use the radio if something changed visually. Sound wouldn't help anymore. If the infected were listening, they weren't acting like it. But they responded to motion, and they reacted to presence. If they saw someone behind glass, they stayed longer. If the glass stayed still, they wandered. I needed them to wander. I walked the perimeter of the first floor one more time, mostly to stay moving. My legs were getting stiff, but I didn't want to sit again until sunrise. Generator was still off. I had 36% fuel left. If I cycled it twice before dawn, I'd have just enough for one more full day. I was already planning for the point where that wouldn't be enough. We had buckets. We had roof collection tanks. The problem was pressure. Getting water to anything above the 6th floor would require pumping or carrying. Either cost diesel or manpower. Both were limited. At 3:20, I climbed to the rooftop again. The air was thick. The rain had finally slowed, but visibility was still low. You could see across to the buildings on the other side of the avenue, but nothing beyond that. The power grid was down citywide. I didn't see a single flicker on the horizon, no police beacons, no ambulance lights, no drones, just darkness and static in every direction. I listened again for sirens, still nothing. That's when I realized the radios had gone quiet for a reason. Not because there were no calls for help, but because the entire local network was overloaded or shut down. We hadn't seen police because they'd already failed to hold their own perimeters. I hadn't seen a medic since before the storm started because by the time the infected were moving openly in the street, the hospitals had already locked their gates. I'd heard Angela once, near sunset. Her voice was steady, but I'd heard the background in her call. Metal objects being dragged, doors being barricaded, people crying. When systems fail, responders are told to pull back to hardpoints. Not rescue, not evacuate, just contain and survive. I knew this because I'd worked buildings during the quake 3 years earlier. When the fire control grid collapsed, the local precinct closed its outer gates within 40 minutes. Medics were pulled back. Rescue was turned into triage. That protocol had a name: District Freeze. All city emergency units were given one order: stop moving, harden your perimeter, and wait for Central Command. And if Central Command never comes, you're on your own. We were already past that point. I stayed on the roof for 10 more minutes, watching for anything that would break the pattern. I saw none, just mist, stillness, and the occasional flick of shadow too distant to track. I used the last of my flashlight battery to check the backup diesel tanks. Nothing had been tampered with. Still sealed. The rain had collected around the drainage channels. If we were careful, we could start filtering it tomorrow with cloth and bleach. It wouldn't be perfect, but it would keep people alive. I returned to the stairwell. On the way down, I passed Rena coming up. She didn't say anything at first, just walked with me, breathing slow. She said one of the teens on floor 15 had thrown up. He claimed he hadn't eaten anything spoiled, said it was nerves. Rena gave him activated charcoal and water. She said she wasn't worried yet, but she asked me, quietly, if I'd thought about what would happen if someone tried to leave once the sun came up. I told her I'd thought about it every 10 minutes since the generator went off. She nodded, then said something that stuck. They're not just scared of what's out there, some of them are scared of what's still in here. We parted at floor 10. I returned to the lobby. Ramon hadn't moved. He looked half asleep. I told him to rotate with the stairwell relief guard. He shook his head and said he'd rather stay near the door until sunrise. I didn't argue. I gave him my backup power bank and told him to plug in his radio. At 4:15, I powered the generator back on. The sound wasn't comforting. It was sharp now, loud against the quiet of the blackout. The engine kicked twice before catching. I ran the booster pump for 8 minutes and lit up the emergency corridors just long enough to allow people to fill water containers. After that, I shut off all hallway lights again, leaving only the exit signs glowing. The pump drawer brought the fuel down to 33%. I logged it and pulled the key. Then, the basement alarm triggered. Not just pressure this time, moisture sensor breach. I ran to the east stairwell, grabbed the long pry bar from the rack, and took the steps 2 at a time. By the time I hit the bottom, the water had passed the final chalk line. It was inside the stairwell now, flowing slow but steady, maybe 2 inches above the threshold. The fire door was still braced, but it had buckled in the center. A split had formed in the lower seam. The panic bar was twisted. And I could hear them again. Not pounding, not screaming, just movement, steady pressure, scraping metal, the sound of joints shifting under weight. Then the worst part. Breath. Not regular, not panicked. Just the kind of shallow, wet rasp that doesn't come from lungs working right. It was leaking through the door gap like steam. Ramon's voice came through on the radio. He said someone was knocking on the parking gate, not hitting it, just knocking, repeating. I radioed back, "Don't open anything." He replied, "It's not them, it's people. They're talking." I ran up, floor by floor. I knew that voice, knew what it meant. I reached the control room and pulled up the parking cam. At the base of the ramp, near the half-shut gate, a group of 6 people stood in a cluster. 3 of them were armed. 1 had a fire axe. 1 had what looked like a pipe or a pry bar. The woman in front was holding her hands out, talking into the camera. We had no mic feed outside, but I could see her mouth moving. She pointed at the gate, at the water pooling in the ramp, then at the sky. She held up a radio. I keyed the auxiliary receiver. Nothing. Switched bands. Finally picked up something on the storm response frequency, barely audible. She was asking for entry. Said they were part of a transport crew. Said they'd been locked out of their own apartment block when the generator failed. Said there were sick people outside. Said they needed dry ground. I didn't respond. I just watched. I counted every movement. 1 man behind her kept looking back over his shoulder. Another stood too far from the group, pacing. The third shifted his grip on the pipe 3 times in under 10 seconds. Not casual, not normal, either nervous or preparing. I didn't move. I watched the man's eyes. His pupils were wide despite the rain, and his jaw looked clenched, locked in place. He shifted his stance just enough that his right foot was facing toward the fence post, not the ramp. That told me everything. He hadn't come here to plead. He'd come to test. Maybe they all had. When he finally turned away, he did it too fast. No natural pacing. He was keyed up. He kept looking over his shoulder like he expected someone to call his bluff. The others followed him, slow at first, then quicker once the rain thickened. The last I saw of them was the woman turning her head back, giving a small motion, almost like a signal, before vanishing into the alley across the street. I locked the camera panel and went back to the basement door. The pressure had increased. The door was bowing in the center, the hinges starting to warp. The chalk line was underwater. I didn't know how much time was left before the seal gave way, but it wasn't long. I grabbed the pry bar, wedged it against the frame, and started tightening the bolt anchors we'd installed last spring. It wasn't meant for containment, just reinforcement during weather events, but now it was the only thing holding back whatever was pressing from the other side. And then the alarm cut out. Not powered off, killed. The line had been severed, or the internal breaker had tripped. I heard it in the silence that followed. A hollow absence of feedback. No more beeps. No more moisture warning. Just wet air and footsteps. Footsteps that didn't match. 3 at once. No rhythm. 1 dragged. 1 tapped. 1 was heavy. They shuffled against the lower stair treads, scuffed against the steel kickplate. I counted to 10, slow, and listened for breathing. Still there. Wet, irregular, just on the other side of the buckling seam. I didn't wait. I radioed Ramon and told him to initiate Redline Protocol 1. That meant final barrier prep, full lockdown of all glass-level entry points, and weapons check. I gave him 20 minutes to prep the upper corridor defenses. Then I jogged up 6 floors, grabbed my bolt cutter case, and returned to the lobby stairwell, where the access to the vestibule could be monitored. Rena met me halfway up. She was sweating, jacket tied off, rifle slung back over her shoulder. She told me the infected were trying the rear alley fence again. Not climbing, just pressing. She'd seen 2 bite marks on one of the fence rails. Not scratches, bites. One deep enough to break skin. There was blood, but no human sound. Whatever was outside, it didn't speak anymore. I gave her the second bolt cutter and told her to start rigging the hallway barricades. I refused to spend another generator cycle before dawn, so I walked the floors manually, announcing the final defense stage. People had to know this wasn't a bluff. If the lobby was breached, we'd seal the stairwell and fall back to the core floors. No one was to be alone in the dark. At 5:23, the basement door caved inward. I was still on floor 3 when I heard the metal snap. The sound wasn't cinematic. It was loud but real. Steel flexing, anchors giving way. Hinge pins snapping against stone. Water rushed through first, then bodies. Not in a wave, just in motion. The first infected dragged itself through sideways, half collapsed. Its ankle was bent at the wrong angle. The second stumbled over it. The third ducked and hit the wall, bounced off and adjusted. They didn't move like people anymore, but they didn't move like animals either. They moved like something stuck between, hands searching for purchase, eyes unfocused but alert, heads tilting toward warmth. I slammed the emergency latch shut just in time to seal off the basement level behind a reinforced bulkhead we'd installed last year after the flood scare. It wouldn't hold forever, but it would give us maybe half an hour. I reached the lobby again and took position near the center column. The outer vestibule glass was vibrating now. Small pulses, rhythmic, not random anymore. Someone, or something, was testing the integrity of the laminated sheets. Rena came through the stairwell behind me with 2 floor residents armed with pry bars and hammers. They were scared, but they didn't run. At 5:34, the main vestibule glass exploded inward. Not shattered, fractured to pieces, like a ceramic plate dropped from height. The safety laminate absorbed some of it, but the center frame gave way. The door was gone in seconds, and with it came 5 figures, wet, unsteady, closing distance through steady pressure. The first hit the bench we'd wedged sideways. It didn't react to the impact, just kept moving, head forward, shoulders low, both arms reaching. I fired once. The slug caught it in the lower chest. It stumbled, fell sideways, and didn't scream. The second made it past the debris and lunged toward Ramon. He pulled the trigger at less than 6 feet, close enough that he got splatter across his neck. He didn't flinch. The third infected slipped on the glass and dropped to its knees, crawling forward with both hands clawing at tile. I stomped down on its back and fired once more. The fourth didn't enter alone. It came with 2 others behind it. One adult. One looked like a child. Both showed signs of blood loss. Ragged skin, visible ribs, no shoes. I shouted for the residents to back into the inner hallway, told Rena to fall to flank. She moved past me without hesitation and dropped to a crouch. Fired twice. Both rounds hit upper torso. Not enough. She fired again. One went down. The other kept coming. I had 4 rounds left. I used 2. The lobby floor was a mess. Broken glass, blood, soaked clothing, water pooling around the furniture barricade. One of the infected was still twitching near the reception desk. Rena didn't wait. She walked forward and ended it clean. Then we heard the second breach. Not the vestibule, the alley gate. The chain had failed. I ordered everyone to fall back to floor 3. We had fallback choke points set at every second stairwell. Floor 3 had the steel fire door and crossbar lockdown frame. Rena covered the rear while I moved the residents. Ramon stayed at the lobby until the last second, then sprinted up after securing the last bolt. I slammed the 3rd floor barricade shut, locked the crossbar and sealed the viewing slit. We could hear them now, not just outside, inside, below us, climbing. We took stock. I had the pump shotgun from the guard locker with 8 shells total. Rena carried a compact carbine borrowed from a resident on floor 10 with 2 loaded magazines. Ramon gripped a crowbar and kept a spare battery light. One resident, Carl, carried an old revolver with 4 rounds. At 5:59, the stairwell fell silent. We waited. 10 minutes. Nothing. I cracked the slit open and looked down. Only one infected remained on the landing. It had fallen during the climb and broken something. It was crawling in a slow circle, unable to orient. I opened the slit fully. Ramon dropped a brick through the gap. It connected. At 6:23, light finally broke the skyline. We watched the horizon from the stairwell slit. The storm clouds were fading. The wind had shifted east. The air smelled burned. Something had caught fire across the avenue. We saw distant smoke but no flames. No new movement. No sounds of vehicles. Just quiet, broken only by the soft scraping of one wounded infected, still trying to find stairs in the dark. We made it through the night. But we hadn't won anything. All we did was delay the inevitable. It was just after 11:30 when I first tapped the brakes. Nothing sudden, just a slowdown ahead. I was heading westbound, 6 hours into the run, somewhere between two minor exits with no real landmarks. The load was standard freight, retail pallets, mostly dry goods. Trailer was sealed. No refrigeration unit. I hadn't hit any traffic all day until now, and the climb ahead wasn't steep enough to cause this kind of jam. I downshifted and gave the wheel a small shake to wake myself up. One lane stopped, then both. Just like that, we were parked. I rolled to a stop behind a blue hatchback and set the parking brake, checked both mirrors, then leaned out to get a sense of the shoulder. No movement behind me. The left lane was jammed with sedans and pickups, most with drivers still sitting behind the wheel, arms crossed or staring at their phones. Nobody seemed panicked. Nobody honking yet. Looked like another wreck up the line, maybe 2 or 3 exits ahead. I toggled the CB just in case someone had details, and sure enough, chatter was already rolling. "Looks like a pile-up near 49, someone said. "Highway patrol blocking the ramp." Another voice jumped in, older driver by the sound of it. "Air care went overhead 10 minutes ago. Saw 2 wrecks and what looked like a jackknifed reefer. Ain't nobody moving for a while." None of it sounded urgent. Annoying, sure, but not the kind of thing to make me second-guess staying put. I glanced down at the dash. 62% diesel, 28% DEF, engine temp fine. 5 hours left on my ELD before break. I dealt with worse. I took a drink from the thermos and started logging the stop in my notebook. Nothing out of the ordinary yet, but that didn't last. 20 minutes in, people started leaving their vehicles. Not many at first. A man stepped out of a Ford SUV up ahead, looked around, then jogged up the shoulder. Another guy climbed the center barrier, crossed over to eastbound traffic and kept going. A woman pulled her stroller between the cars and looked lost. I turned the fan off and cracked the window to listen. Still no sirens, no helicopters, no yelling. But something was wrong. You could feel it. A few cars ahead, a family exited their minivan. Father, mother, 2 kids under 10. The father pulled out 2 backpacks from the rear seat and clipped one onto his daughter like he had rehearsed it. Then they started walking, not toward anything, just away, the wrong direction too, uphill, into the heat. At that point, I reached for the CB again. It had quieted down. Too quiet. The usual complaints had vanished. Someone said the cops had turned back all traffic at the last 3 exits. Another driver mentioned a lockdown back in Columbus. None of it made sense. The tone had shifted. No more jokes. Every voice sounded tight. Then came the knock. Passenger side. Startled me. I looked over and saw a guy standing there, no older than 25, wearing a college hoodie soaked with sweat. His eyes were red, not from infection, just dry, irritated. I cracked the window. "You got any water?" he asked, voice raspy. "Anything?" I pulled a sealed bottle from the cooler and passed it through. He grabbed it like it weighed nothing. "Thanks, man," he said, then bolted without another word. I wrote it down in my notebook. 1 bottle, young male. I didn't know why I did that. Just a way to stay focused. Then the radio cut out. Whatever station I'd been on froze mid-song. A second later, the emergency alert tone came on. Long, high-pitched, too loud for the speakers. the kind you usually hear during a tornado warning. Then a recorded voice, calm, male, Eastern accent. This is the emergency alert system. A statewide shelter-in-place order has been issued. Violent disturbances reported in several metropolitan areas. Please remain inside your vehicle and await official instructions. Do not engage with individuals displaying erratic or aggressive behavior. It repeated twice, then silence. Not even static. That's when I noticed the car ahead of me moving again, but not in the right way. The driver, a man in his 30s, started banging his forehead against the windshield. Not gently, full swings. Blood smeared the inside glass. I stayed in the cab and didn't move. He stopped, slumped forward, then suddenly kicked open his door and collapsed out. His shirt was soaked. He stood up slowly, feet uneven, then staggered toward the next vehicle and slammed into it face first. The woman inside that car screamed. She started reversing, hit the car behind her, then slammed it into park and ducked down out of sight. I reached forward and locked both doors. Then I pulled the curtain behind my seat halfway shut. Not enough to block all light, but enough to break the shape of my silhouette. The infected, if that's what he was, had already turned toward the woman's car, arms dragging. More movement ahead, not running, just slow, stiff walking between the rows of cars. 3, maybe 4 people. None looked right. Their clothes were torn, arms swinging wrong, and not a single one looked aware of where they were. That's when the CB came to life again. Red truck, Cascadia. About 10 cars behind you, man just jumped on someone's hood. Get ready to move when we do. I knew he meant me. I turned the key halfway to let the pressure cycle. I could hear the compressor kick in, waited for the air system to charge up. Gauges climbed slowly, 95 pounds and steady, engine temp holding. I pushed in the parking brake knob and stayed ready. I still couldn't go anywhere. Car in front, rig behind. If I moved, I'd crush someone. There wasn't a clean gap anywhere around me. That's when the infected slammed into my passenger door. I didn't see where he came from. The whole cab shook. He pounded with both fists, then started smearing something down the window. I grabbed the tire thumper, but didn't open the door. His eyes were wrong, glassy, sunken, no recognition at all. I hit the air horn. 1 blast, then 2 shorter ones. No change. He kept hitting. Eventually he wandered toward the next car, dragging his left foot like it was broken. I don't think he even knew I was there. More infected started showing up, some walking the shoulder, some crawling out from between cars. I counted at least 11 from where I sat. Most were adults, a few teenagers. No kids yet. That came later. I reached over and flipped the dome light switch off, then turned down the instrument panel backlight. I didn't want this cab glowing when the sun dipped. The trailer behind me was packed with bottled water, canned food, and shrink-wrapped pallets. The kind of stuff you see going to relief shelters. All labeled, all sealed. I thought about it. Breaking the lock meant I couldn't explain it later, but who would I even explain it to? Still, I didn't touch it. I leaned forward and called out the seal number into my dashcam, just in case. Something about it made me feel like I hadn't given up yet. Another voice broke through the CB, sharp and scared. 2 exits back, guy just tore through the window of a Civic, grabbed a woman by the throat, dragged her out. I ain't seen nothing like this. The Civic was close. I saw it. Red, compact, sunroof cracked. The driver was gone. Passenger side wide open. Blood streaked the side mirror. That's when I stopped narrating things in my head like a job and started thinking in terms of escape. Not recovery, not moving the truck, just surviving the next hour. I eased my foot down to keep pressure in the lines and started watching the mirrors more than the windshield. Every few minutes I'd flip through the dash menu to check fuel burn at idle. Couldn't afford to waste it. But I needed the engine hot in case I had to punch out of there fast. Every sound outside mattered. The creak of suspension, a car door slamming, the pop of gravel under someone's boots. It all felt magnified now. Through the mirrors, I saw shadows moving between vehicles, their outlines jagged against the afternoon glare. Somewhere ahead, a horn blared and didn't stop, the kind of steady blare that meant no one was holding it down. It went on until the power drained, then sputtered out into silence. After that, the only movement came from the stranded people trying to shift their cars to make room, or maybe to check on someone. Whatever they were doing, it wasn't working. The traffic wasn't just stopped, it was locked. I shut the AC off again to save fuel, cracked the window an inch, and listened. The infected made noise. Nothing like you'd expect. Not screams. More like an off rhythm of breathing and grunting. Too slow and deliberate to be pain. Too uneven to sound alive. Every few minutes, one would brush against the side of the truck, a wet drag of skin or cloth against metal. The sound ran under my nerves like static. Someone had left a radio running in a nearby car, music still playing on low volume. That ordinary sound, something as normal as a soft rock song, made the entire situation feel worse. It didn't belong here. When it cut to an emergency broadcast again, I could barely hear it through the glass, but it was the same male voice, this time less composed. Statewide law enforcement has been instructed to maintain road closures. If you are on the highway, remain inside your vehicle. Do not approach emergency personnel unless instructed. There was a pause, then a faint murmur. The cause of the violent outbreaks remains under investigation. All citizens are advised to, then static swallowed the rest. I turned up the CB volume, but all I got was panic bleeding through half-pressed mics. People yelling about blocked exits, stranded kids, and biters, which was the new word someone must have coined an hour earlier. One driver claimed the National Guard had set up a perimeter south of the interchange. Another said the Guard units themselves were pulling back. The stories didn't match, but it didn't matter. You could tell by the tone that the system had broken down somewhere way above us. A sedan 3 vehicles up started rocking side to side. Not just from someone shifting inside, the whole suspension bounced, the back door flung open, and a man crawled out backward. He landed on the asphalt, tried to stand, then fell again. From this distance, he looked drunk, staggering with his arms loose, jaw slack. Then a second figure came out after him, smaller, faster, moving with erratic. She was on top of him before I processed it. I couldn't see exactly what happened next. Just motion, and the way his legs kicked once, and then stopped. The people in the car behind them started screaming. I didn't wait to see more. I pushed the clutch, shifted into first, and rolled a foot forward just to keep the air tanks alive. My hands were steady, but my brain was already mapping escape routes. None of them looked good. The shoulder ahead had a guardrail and no gap. The left lane was jammed tight. Behind me, another semi was so close that his grille nearly kissed my doors. I could smell coolant from his engine. If I wanted out, I'd have to move something. Or someone. More infected were visible now. Not a flood yet, but enough to shift the atmosphere from fear to inevitability. They didn't look like monsters. Just wrong. Some were limping, others twitching, many missing shoes, one still wearing a tie. You could tell they were still recognizable as who they'd been. That made it harder to look away. A man in a safety vest stepped out of a pickup, maybe thinking he could talk to one. The creature didn't even hesitate. It sprinted, too fast, and slammed into him, sending them both to the ground. The sound that came after wasn't something I ever want to hear again. I grabbed my tire thumper from the seat beside me and checked the latch on the driver's door. Locked. The steel bars I'd welded into the lower windows years ago as theft deterrents suddenly felt like good insurance. The cab was high, isolated, strong, but that didn't make it safe. Being trapped inside a truck can be a coffin if you can't move. By mid-afternoon, the air in the cab felt stale. I cracked the vent window again and caught a whiff of smoke from somewhere ahead. Not thick yet, maybe a burning car, maybe a brush fire lit by an accident. Either way, the air was turning bad. The father and son I'd seen earlier, the ones with the vests, were now making their way back toward my truck. The kid was carrying a gallon jug, probably from an abandoned car, and the father was dragging a piece of rebar. Both of them looked exhausted but alive. When they reached my passenger side, the father called out quietly, asking if I'd seen anyone heading toward the ramp. I shook my head and pointed north. He looked that way and nodded, then asked if I had room. I didn't. 2 bunks, sure, but 1 person opening a door right now meant risking every inch of safety I still had. I told him I'd idle the truck again after dark so the noise would cover movement. They understood and ducked low between the cars again. After they disappeared, I sat back, stared at the dash clock, and started doing numbers. Idle burn rate about a gallon an hour, maybe less if I cycled it. 62% fuel meant I could last another 2 days if I didn't drive or run AC continuously. But DEF was at 28%. If that tank ran dry, the system would derate me, maybe strand me even if the road cleared. It hit me that the problem wasn't the infected outside, it was time. How long could I sit here before the truck itself betrayed me? A few cars down, a man tried starting his SUV. The starter clicked, then caught, engine revving too loud. That noise brought 2 infected from the side of the highway like moths to heat. He floored it, but the car was trapped, bumper to bumper. They reached his window within seconds, slamming fists against glass. It cracked, but didn't shatter. He kept revving, tires spinning, going nowhere. Someone screamed from inside the vehicle, then the horn pressed again and stayed on. After that, nothing. The sun shifted lower, throwing a glare straight into the windshield. My eyes burned from the brightness, so I dropped the visor and turned slightly toward the radio. Tried tuning different stations, but all I caught were emergency alerts, static, and a few shaky local DJs still trying to sound composed. One was reading a list of road closures, voice trembling halfway through. Interstate 49 westbound lanes are closed indefinitely due to civilian unrest and multiple pileups. Emergency services are responding. That word, indefinitely, stuck harder than anything else he said. A group of men appeared along the right shoulder around then. 5 of them, faces hidden behind scarves and bandanas, moving in a line like they'd done this before. They weren't infected. They were alive and methodical, checking door handles as they went. Looters. One had a baseball bat, another a small axe. They worked fast, smashing side windows and pulling whatever they could carry. I lowered the window slightly and shouted that I was recording. Didn't know if that mattered, but it made them hesitate. One of them stepped forward, looked at me for a second too long, then drew a greasy palm across my passenger door. A black handprint. No words. Then they moved on. The air smelled like gasoline and sun-baked rubber. I took another look at the gauges and decided I'd give it 10 minutes of runtime every hour to keep batteries and air pressure up. Between cycles, I kept the windows cracked an inch for air. The sound of distant gunshots came next. Not a barrage, just isolated pops, far off. It came from the direction of the interchange, which told me whatever was happening up there hadn't improved. The father and son came back around dusk, moving slower. They had a second jug now, both still sealed. I passed one of my small LED flashlights through the window gap, told them to conserve it. They offered me half a jug in return. I refused, told them to hold it for later. The father said they'd found a semi blocking the ramp entirely, jackknifed with both lanes closed. A wrecked ambulance lay beside it, doors open, empty stretchers. That meant no escape north. I thanked him for the information, and they kept going, staying low. As the light faded, my reflection overtook the glass. It felt strange to look at myself and realize that the only reason I wasn't dead yet was because of metal and fuel. The infected didn't seem organized. They just drifted. But there were too many. You could outsmart 1, maybe 2. Not a swarm. Their presence had turned every movement into a calculation. When to shift, when to blink, when to breathe loud. The smell of smoke thickened. Somewhere close, something big was burning now. The wind carried sparks down the lanes, tiny orange dots bouncing off windshields. A few caught in the grime on my hood and fizzled out. I thought about moving, but where? Even if I got the rig rolling, I'd be trapped again 100 feet later. Still, it was better to have control of the wheels than none at all. I started the truck once more, shifted to neutral, and tapped the throttle gently. The vibration steadied my focus. The CB came alive again, faint but clear this time. It was that same calm, older voice from before. The one other drivers called Schoolhouse. Convoy call. Anyone between marker 60 and 72, listen up. We're clearing the shoulder on the west side to reach the exit. Need heavy rigs up front to nudge vehicles off. Stay low beams only. No horns, no shouts. If you can move, check in. For a second, I didn't answer. Then I picked up the mic. This is the white Cascadia at marker 64. I'm boxed in, but can push if I get free. Static. Then his voice. Copy that white Cascadia. Hold position until we call the move. We'll come to you. I clipped the mic back and stared at the mirrors again. For the first time in hours, I felt like there was a plan. Fragile, desperate, but real. The convoy idea made sense. 2 semis could clear a path faster than a dozen smaller cars. It might even buy us a route to the exit. If it failed, at least I'd go down doing something instead of rotting in my cab. The sound of infected outside hadn't stopped. I could hear them bumping into cars, moaning, dragging feet. Every time one brushed against the truck, it reminded me that the world outside had shifted into something else entirely. My hands smelled like diesel and rubber. The radio stayed quiet except for faint bursts of static and one looping emergency tone. The light on the horizon dropped behind the ridge, leaving everything tinted in dull orange haze. I adjusted my mirrors, double-checked the door locks, and leaned back in the seat. I had no idea if this convoy plan would actually work, but it was something to focus on. Waiting without purpose would get people killed. I'd been on the road long enough to know that stillness invites mistakes. I made a mental note of what to do when the call came. Air up the tanks, disengage the trailer brake, and roll slow. Controlled. No sudden noise. Use the truck's weight to clear the line, not speed. The last thing I did before darkness fully set in was reach over to the dashcam, hit record, and start talking. Not for anyone specific, just for proof that I'd tried to handle it right. Day 1, I said quietly. Westbound lane, marker 64. Road closed both directions. Unknown infection spreading through contact. Holding position. Fuel at 59%. DEF 27. Trailer sealed. Awaiting movement. I paused, then added, if someone finds this truck and it's empty, know that I stayed until I couldn't anymore. When I finished, I let the recorder run for a few seconds and then switched it off. The cab felt smaller afterward, like speaking those words had locked me inside the truth of them. Outside, the daylight slipped away completely, leaving the road coated in dim silver from the moon and the occasional flash of dying hazard lights. I cracked the curtain an inch and watched the line of vehicles fade into still silhouettes. The glow of brake lamps flickered in short intervals where people had kept their engines idling. Everything else was dead dark. The soundscape was a strange mix. Distant moans, low wind across metal, an occasional shout that cut off too fast. I kept the truck in accessory mode so the fan could circulate air, trying not to think about how long the batteries would hold if I kept doing that. My phone had no signal now. The last bar had vanished around sunset. I checked anyway every few minutes, as if staring at the screen might bring the network back. It didn't. I scrolled through photos out of habit, shots of old rigs, roadside diners, a picture my sister had texted of her kid's baseball game. That small bit of normal life made the silence outside heavier. I shut the phone off to save charge and leaned forward to look through the windshield again. The infected were still moving between the vehicles. Their pace was uneven, stopping when they bumped into something, changing direction without pattern. They weren't drawn to light as much as to sound. I could tell by watching one of them walk past a still running car without reacting, then suddenly turn when a bottle rolled across asphalt. He crouched over it, listening. The realization that noise was the trigger made me reach for the key and kill the engine entirely. The sudden drop from mechanical hum to absolute silence pressed against my ears until I could hear the ticking of cooling metal. I tried to rest, but resting inside a parked semi surrounded by the dead isn't rest. You just wait with your eyes open, trying not to move. I lay across the bunk, boots still on, one hand on the flashlight handle. Every 10 minutes or so, I'd rise halfway and check the mirrors again. The night had turned the windows into mirrors themselves. I could mostly see my own reflection with faint movement behind it. Sometimes the reflections looked wrong enough that I'd blink twice to be sure nothing was inside. Around 10, a new light appeared ahead. An orange glow somewhere far up the grade. At first I thought it was a flare, but it spread too wide. Something large was burning. The smoke rolled slow across the lanes, illuminated by the fires of whatever pileup had finally ignited. The heat shimmered faintly even from this distance. I kept my curtain half closed and thought about the convoy plan that Schoolhouse had mentioned. If they were clearing lanes, it would have to start soon before that fire reached us. At roughly 10:30, the CB crackled again. The voice was faint through interference but recognizable. Schoolhouse steady as ever. All units between 62 and 65, prep engines. We're pushing north shoulder first. Keep lights low. Heavy trucks move only when called. He paused. Keep it clean, folks. No horns. Then the channel went quiet. I flipped the ignition to accessory, waited for the dash to light, and then started the engine. The familiar rumble steadied my head. Air pressure rose, needles climbing. I released the parking brake slightly to test the system, felt the truck rock forward half an inch, then reset it. The mirror glass shook just enough to make the distant silhouettes dance. I reached behind the seat for my reflective triangles and set them by the door in case I had to exit. Every sound I made inside that cab felt like it echoed a mile. A few minutes later, faint movement appeared on the right shoulder. Flashlight beams, quick bursts of motion from people moving between cars. They weren't random like the infected. I counted at least 3, maybe 4, working their way toward me, checking each rig to find the next driver who could move. One of them stopped near my front wheel and tapped the fender twice. I opened the side window a few inches and heard the low voice. We're clearing toward the exit. You'll be second push behind the blue Kenworth. Drop the trailer if you can't swing it. I said I understood. He nodded once and disappeared between vehicles. Dropping a trailer in the middle of a crisis felt wrong, but the math said otherwise. A 43-foot van loaded with food and water was dead weight without space to turn. If I kept it, I'd jam the line for everyone else. If I ditched it, maybe the next group could salvage what was inside. I opened the driver's door quietly, stepped onto the step rail, and scanned both sides. The nearest infected were 30 yards back, moving slow. I grabbed my flashlight, covered most of the lens with my palm, and climbed down. The air smelled of diesel and distant fire. Heat from the engine radiated against my legs. I walked along the side of the trailer, checking the wheels. Still inflated, no visible leaks. When I reached the landing gear, I knelt and began cranking it down. The handle squealed once, and that tiny sound made me freeze. The infected nearest to me lifted his head. I waited until he turned away again, then kept cranking slower. The gear met asphalt solidly after a dozen turns. I released the lines, service air, emergency, and electrical, then capped them with the spare plugs from the side box. The familiar steps helped keep panic out of my head. Pull the fifth wheel release handle, check the jaw, confirm slack, roll forward 2 feet. Every driver knows the sequence. Doing it in pitch dark while death stumbles past your tires is just another layer of focus. When the pin released, the truck jolted slightly as the trailer's weight shifted. I climbed back in, shut the door, and let out a long exhale before starting the engine again. The father and son I'd helped earlier appeared near my passenger side, motioning for me to hold. The kid's vest glowed faintly under the flashlight. They pointed toward the lead truck up ahead, the blue Kenworth, where its reverse lights flashed twice, the signal to start pushing. I released the brakes, kept the engine low idle, and rolled forward in first gear. The truck crept like a beast waking from sleep. I lined up behind the Kenworth, bumpers almost touching. Ahead, its driver nudged a sedan aside with slow precision, tires squealing as metal slid across metal. We moved maybe 10 feet every minute, shoving wrecks and abandoned cars onto the shoulder. The infected reacted to the noise, swarming toward the sound, but the truck's sheer mass forced through them. You could hear them hit the grille, the awful thud and scrape under wheels, but there was no other choice. Inside the cab, the heat climbed. I kept the window barely cracked for airflow and tried not to look directly ahead. It was work now. Keep speed under control, maintain contact with the line, check mirrors, and watch the father and son guiding with hand signals from the side. Their courage kept the movement alive. I followed the glow of their flashlights bouncing over twisted bumpers, each step careful, their outlines small against the chaos. At one point, the Kenworth driver stopped suddenly, hazard lights blinking twice. I braked hard and waited. A small hatchback had rolled crosswise in front of him, wheels locked against the median. 2 infected were pinned beneath it, still thrashing. He climbed out briefly, swung a crowbar through the open window to knock the gear into neutral, and climbed back in. Together, we shoved it sideways until it toppled against the guardrail. The sound was sickening, metal folding like paper, but the lane opened. The convoy crawled onward. The smell grew worse. Mix of exhaust, rot, and scorched plastic. I turned on the windshield defogger just to keep air circulating. The CB came alive again with Schoolhouse's voice. Tight now, but still controlled. We've got the shoulder open up to the next ramp. Keep speed steady at 5 miles an hour. Don't stop unless blocked. Repeat, don't stop. We reached the top of the grade around midnight. The glow of the burning wreck below threw everything into orange shadow. I could see how bad it was now. A dozen vehicles twisted together, some blackened down to frames, others still smoldering. The heat made the mirrors fog. Schoolhouse's rig rolled past the wreck first, then angled left to make space. I followed, using his tire tracks as a guide. The father and son ran alongside for a few yards, waving us through before cutting across to another line of stalled cars. Once past the wreck, the road opened slightly. For the first time since morning, I saw an open stretch of asphalt. It lasted maybe 200 yards before ending in another barricade of vehicles. Still, that distance looked like freedom. I tapped the mic. White Cascadia through the burn, shoulder clear for next group. Static answered, then a faint copy. I pulled the truck to the right shoulder and idled. The Kenworth continued forward toward the next cluster. My mirrors showed the line behind beginning to inch forward, guided by the remaining spotters. The infected followed the movement, shambling after the convoy like driftwood in a current. Every engine start drew them closer, but we were moving. That alone felt like victory. At 1 in the morning, the CB traffic thinned again. Some drivers reported breaking through to open highway beyond the next exit. Others stopped responding entirely. I didn't know if that meant success or something worse. I parked nose out toward the off-ramp, shut the engine down to half idle, and let my eyes adjust to the darkness again. The trailer I'd left behind stood ghost-like in the distance, faintly silver under the moon, seal still intact. I hoped someone would use it later. The father and son came by once more, stopping near my steps. The kid was carrying a pry bar now, the father holding one of my flares unlit in his pocket. He said the ramp ahead was blocked by a state truck with its dump bed raised, forming a wall. They thought there might be a way through the median instead, but they'd need time to check it. I offered to angle my headlights low to cover them. While they scouted, he agreed, and they moved off again. As they disappeared into the dark, I shut down the engine fully and let the silence settle again. The fire behind us had died to embers, the sky tinted grey from smoke. I looked at the clock. 1:43 a.m. It had been more than 14 hours since the first slowdown that morning. The day had turned inside out. I realized I'd eaten nothing since breakfast, and even the thought of food made my stomach turn. I leaned back, rested my head against the seat, and listened to the faint rattle of metal cooling. Somewhere far down the highway, a diesel engine revved and then cut short. A gunshot followed, then silence again. The world had narrowed to a series of sounds, each one meaning danger, motion, or both. I stayed like that for a long time, not asleep but not fully awake either, just drifting in a state where every creak or soft impact outside the truck sent a small wave of awareness through my chest. The air inside the cab was stale, heavy with the smell of oil and old coffee. My tongue felt dry. I hadn't taken a proper drink of water in hours, and the small cooler beside me was down to one half-empty bottle. I tried not to think about how much fuel I'd burned, When the first trace of daylight returned, it wasn't bright. The sky was grey and hazed over from the fires still burning along the stretch behind us. I wiped the inside of the windshield with my sleeve and watched the faint shapes of vehicles emerge from the gloom. Nothing moved at first. Then, somewhere down the shoulder, I saw figures. 3 of them, walking slowly toward the line of stopped trucks. They didn't move like the infected. Their steps were even, and one of them carried a long metal pole. I leaned forward to get a clearer view through the side mirror. The tallest of them raised his arm and started waving toward one of the trucks a few hundred feet up. The gesture wasn't frantic. It was careful, deliberate, the kind of motion that said he wanted to talk, not fight. Still, nobody rolled down a window. Nobody called back. I started the engine again to check my gauges. 56% fuel, 26% DEF. I watched the numbers as if they were the only proof that I still had control over something. The temperature gauge climbed faster than I liked, the air outside already warming again. It had to be close to 90 degrees, maybe more with the sun breaking through the smoke. I ran the fan for a few minutes, then shut it off again to save fuel. The heat built quickly in the cab, pressing down on me until sweat pooled under my shirt. I cracked both windows an inch and sat still, listening to the dull hum of insects rising with the light. Around 7, the father and son returned. I hadn't seen them since the previous night's push. They looked exhausted, clothes torn, faces streaked with grime, but still alert. The father climbed partway up my step rail, keeping his voice low. He said the crossover near the median was partially open, maybe just enough space for one rig if the cables were pushed down. He'd found another driver willing to help cut them loose with bolt cutters they'd scavenged from a roadside service truck. They were going to try it within the hour. I nodded, but didn't say much. His kid stood a few feet away, holding one of my old flares like a torch handle, gripping it too tight. When they left, I watched them move along the shoulder toward the next ramp. Their steps were slow but steady, and for a moment I envied that they at least had somewhere to go. The CB radio stayed mostly silent through the morning. Every so often, a burst of static came through, followed by a voice calling for any truck still mobile near exit 68. Then nothing. It sounded like someone trying to rebuild order, but the lack of response told me how thin the survivors were now. I kept it on low volume, background noise against the quiet. When I reached for the thermos, the last of the coffee inside had gone lukewarm and sour. I drank it anyway. By late morning, the noise outside shifted again. It started with the dull thump of a car door closing, then another. I checked the mirrors and saw movement. People, not infected, weaving between cars. 5 or 6 of them, some carrying tools, others holding pieces of pipe or crowbars. They were organized. They went methodically from one car to the next, checking inside and moving on. Looters again. The same kind of group I'd seen the previous day. Or maybe the same exact people. I ducked lower in the seat and reached for the tire thumper. The air in my throat felt sharp, every breath too loud. They worked closer until one of them stopped at a truck 2 spaces ahead of mine. I watched him pry open the driver's door with a screwdriver, rummage through the cab, then toss something heavy onto the pavement. His friend laughed. The sound carried clear through the smoke, casual and cruel. They didn't care who heard. One of them pointed toward my rig, and the group shifted that way. I sat still and let the engine stay off. The reflection on the glass hid my outline, but I could see them clearly now. Sunburned faces, clothes filthy, eyes alert but wild. These weren't starving survivors anymore. These were men who had already adjusted to the new order of things. They stopped at the passenger side and circled the front. One tried the handle, found it locked, and smacked the door once with the flat of his crowbar. I didn't move. Another looked through the windshield, shielding his eyes against the glare, scanning the cab. When he saw me, he smiled, a quick flash of teeth, and pointed to his mouth, miming drinking. I shook my head once. He tapped the glass again, harder this time. I reached slowly toward the dash, pressed the horn briefly, not a full blast, just enough to make him step back. The sound startled a few of the infected farther down the road. Their heads turned instantly. The looters noticed too. They exchanged a look, and then started walking away, heading toward the easier pickings among the abandoned sedans. I sat frozen for a while after that, hand still on the steering wheel, watching as the infected began moving back toward the noise. They drifted between the lanes, slow but steady, drawn by whatever echoes were left from that horn. One of them brushed against the side of my trailer, leaving a streak across the metal that I could see even in the haze. It was the first time I realized how close they were now. No longer distant shadows, but a constant presence around the convoy remains. The world outside had become a slow tide of movement and sound, and every choice I made risked drawing it closer. Around midday, the heat inside the cab became unbearable. Sweat pooled under my arms, soaking the seat back. I cracked the driver's door just enough to let in air, careful not to make noise. The smell that entered was sharp, rotting flesh mixed with fuel vapor and burned rubber. I closed it halfway and forced myself to drink half of my last bottle of water. The liquid was warm, but it cleared my head. My stomach cramped afterward, more from nerves than thirst. I had to think about what came next. I couldn't stay here forever. I turned the key halfway to check my power levels again. Battery still strong, fuel 54%, DF 25. Enough to move if I found a way through. The problem wasn't the truck, it was the wall of metal and death surrounding it. The idea of running the engine now was dangerous, but the silence had its own weight. I'd learned over the last 24 hours that sometimes noise was the only thing that reminded you were still alive. I started the engine again and let it idle for 2 minutes, just enough for the compressor to recharge the tanks. The sound was both comfort and risk. I turned it off again when the gauge reached 100 psi. The father and son returned again just after 1 in the afternoon. They were dragging a section of cable from the median crossover, both of them panting, faces streaked with sweat. The father gestured toward the gap they'd created and said it was open enough for the tractors to squeeze through one at a time. I told him I'd follow when I saw movement up front. He asked if I had water. I gave him the last half of my bottle. He didn't thank me right away, just took a small sip, then handed it to his son, who drained the rest. After that, he nodded and said, "We'll go first. Keep your engine ready." Then they disappeared again toward the break in the median. It took another 30 minutes before the first sign of movement ahead. The blue Kenworth that had led the previous night's push started to angle toward the median, tires grinding over asphalt as it crawled toward the gap. The driver took it slow, easing one wheel over the cable barrier, then the other. The truck dipped into the shallow ditch, the trailer behind scraping dirt as it pulled through. It worked. I could see daylight on the other side. The father and son ran alongside, signaling him to keep moving. When he made it through, he honked once, a short, clean sound of success. I started the engine again and waited for the pressure to build. The noise felt deafening after so many hours of quiet. I eased the truck forward in low gear, following the tire ruts toward the gap. A few infected began to notice, turning in my direction. Their movement was awkward but determined, that same off-balance shuffle that carried them faster than it should have. I kept my foot steady and eyes fixed on the crossover. When the front wheels hit the ditch, the truck tilted hard. For a second I thought it might bottom out, but the suspension held. The rear wheels climbed, caught traction, and I was through. The father waved me on from the far lane. I slowed beside him just long enough for him to say that the road ahead was mostly clear for another mile before another blockage. He pointed toward the next exit, maybe half a mile ahead, where the sign still hung crooked over the road. I nodded, shifted to second gear, and rolled forward. The sound of the engine drew more infected from behind, but by then I was already leaving them behind. For the first time since the outbreak started, I was moving freely. When I reached the exit ramp, the air changed again. The smell of fire was stronger, and the heat from the asphalt shimmered visibly. I turned onto the shoulder and followed the narrow path toward a small cluster of buildings, gas station, diner, and a truck service lot. Most of it looked untouched from a distance, but as I got closer, the damage showed. The gas station windows were shattered, and one of the fuel pumps was bent sideways. Still, it was shelter and maybe supplies. I parked behind the service garage, backed the truck until the rear was against a concrete wall, and shut the engine down. The silence afterward was almost painful. I sat there for a few minutes, letting my pulse slow, and watched the empty parking lot. The father and son were nowhere in sight. Either they'd gone ahead or decided to hole up somewhere else. I unbuckled the seatbelt, grabbed my flashlight, and climbed down carefully. The pavement was scorching under my boots. I moved along the side of the building, staying low, scanning for movement. The main garage door was partially open, high enough for a person to crawl under. I crouched and slipped inside. The air inside was cooler, shaded. Tools lay scattered across the floor, some still clean, others stained with something darker. There was an overturned tool chest near the back and a row of metal shelves against the wall. I found a few useful things: a box of nitrile gloves, a half-empty jug of coolant, and 2 sealed water bottles covered in dust. I pocketed both and sat on an overturned bucket for a moment, breathing slow. The silence felt heavier here, not peaceful, but expectant. Through the gap under the door, I could still see my truck outside, standing intact, white paint reflecting the sunlight. It looked strong and alive, the last piece of order in a world that had gone quiet. I thought about the dashcam still recording inside, the half-spoken notes I'd left for no one. For the first time in 2 days, I felt the weight of everything catch up. Exhaustion, hunger, thirst, the thin thread of routine holding me together. I stayed seated and drank one of the new bottles slowly, taking small, measured sips until it was gone. The quiet in the service bay was almost too deep to trust. Every small sound I made bounced back from the concrete walls. A soft click of plastic when I capped the bottle, the dull scuff of my boot against the floor. I hadn't realized how loud my breathing had become until I heard it filling the space. After hours on the highway surrounded by engines, shouts, and glass breaking, the silence of this place made it feel like the world outside had already moved on without me. The light from the open door shifted as the sun slid lower. The edges of the shadows changed color, turning gold and then red. That was my signal to move. If I waited until full dark, the infected would be drawn by sound again, and I'd have to run the truck lights to navigate. I wasn't sure if I'd risk that. Staying in one place too long was worse than moving slow. I wiped sweat off my face with my sleeve and stood up. My legs ached from being bent in the cab all night. It wasn't fatigue anymore. It was the kind of stiffness that reminded you how easily your body could betray you if you hesitated. When I stepped outside, the light hit my eyes like a slap. The air was hot and dry now. The fires must have burned out somewhere north because the sky was clearer than it had been in a day. My truck looked the same as when I left it, though I noticed handprints smudged across the front grille, grey with soot and ash. I circled once, checking tires and the side panels out of habit, even though there was no real reason. Habit was still something to hold on to. Nothing seemed damaged. I climbed back up and shut the door, the solid thud echoing through the cab like punctuation. The radio came alive just as I turned the key, the same CB channel from before, but this time it was clearer. A man's voice, steady and low, cutting through static. Convoy regrouping near exit 71. Any heavy units with fuel, respond. The call repeated once, then went quiet. I stared at the mic for a long moment before picking it up. This is the White Cascadia. Still mobile, 53% diesel, 25 DF. Copy that location, 71. What's your status? The answer came after a few seconds. Mixed rigs, maybe 5 total. Clearing the main ramp for another push. If you're east of it, approach slow. Keep your beams off. Don't draw attention. 5 trucks meant a chance. Not safety, but direction. Sitting alone meant dying slow. I adjusted the mirrors, restarted the GPS out of habit even though the signal was dead, and pulled onto the shoulder. The road ahead shimmered under the heat, clear for now. A few abandoned cars lined the edges, doors open, contents spilled into the grass. I steered between them, the tires humming steadily against the pavement. Every sound of the rig moving, the hiss of the brakes, the rattle of the loose straps, the grind of gears, felt like a heartbeat returning to a body that had been still too long. The exit sign for 71 came into view just as the sun started dipping below the horizon. The shadows stretched long across the highway, swallowing the smaller cars. I slowed as I approached, keeping my lights off as instructed. The ramp was partially blocked by 2 overturned vehicles, but I could see movement beyond them, figures waving me in with small handheld lights, red lenses covering the beams. I eased the clutch and rolled closer. When I reached the barrier, one of the figures climbed onto the hood of a wrecked SUV and motioned for me to stop. He was wearing a safety vest and had a radio strapped to his shoulder. I cracked the window, and he leaned close enough for his voice to carry. "We're forming a convoy southbound. Refuge point rumored near mile marker 42. If you've got fuel and want to move, line up behind the tanker on the ramp." I nodded once, didn't say anything, and followed his hand signals. Behind the tanker sat 2 box trucks, a flatbed with an empty frame, and another long-haul rig. The line wasn't much, but it was something. The other drivers were ghosts behind their windshields, barely visible in the dusk. One of them flashed his running lights twice. A greeting. I returned the signal. Then the leader's voice came through on CB channel 19. "Convoy 1 ready to roll. Keep 5 truck lengths between units. No unnecessary chatter. Watch for debris and infected movement along shoulders. Keep speed steady at 20. When the tanker ahead started moving, the rest followed. I slipped into gear and let the truck crawl forward, the familiar vibration running up through the seat and into my arms. The convoy moved like a living chain, each driver trusting the next to maintain pace. We rolled through the exit ramp and onto the open road again, the world ahead tinted in fading orange light. For a moment, I could almost believe this was normal highway driving, just a late run, slow traffic, everyone heading home. But then I saw the bodies along the median and the black streaks of burned-out cars, and the illusion broke. The air inside the cab grew cooler as night settled. I cracked the window an inch for airflow, the scent of burning rubber faint but constant. The road was rougher here, patches of broken asphalt and potholes catching the tires. Every jolt made the mirrors rattle. I focused on the red glow of the tanker's taillights ahead. Staying centered on them was the only comfort now, proof that someone else was still alive, still choosing to move forward. The CB stayed mostly quiet except for short updates. "Sharp curve ahead," one driver said. "Copy," another replied. Short, controlled, no panic. As we passed a rest area, the leader's voice broke through again. "Fuel stop possible at next exit if pump's still manual. We'll scout first." I scanned the surroundings as we rolled by. Rows of parked cars, tents pitched hastily along the tree line, and a few figures that didn't move right. The infected hadn't left this place. They wandered between the parked vehicles like insects drawn to scent. The leader must have seen them too because his next words were simple. Negative. Keep rolling. The convoy kept its slow rhythm for miles. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, tracking every flicker of light and shape in the mirrors. Occasionally, something would dart across the road, a shadow, maybe a survivor, maybe not, and disappear into the fields. The headlights we used were dimmed to avoid drawing attention, which made the road feel narrower than it was. I kept my hand resting on the shifter and another near the brake, ready for anything. It was near 9 when the first trouble hit. The tanker ahead began swerving slightly, then slowed. I eased back, unsure what was happening until I saw movement near the front wheels. Figures crawling out from under an overturned truck that had been pushed into the lane. The infected had been hiding there, waiting for noise. They lunged toward the cab. The tanker's driver hit them broadside, throwing 2 off the hood, but one clung to the side mirror, pounding at the window. I could see it even from my seat, the way its arm twisted wrong but kept moving. Then, without warning, the tanker veered off the road, smashing through a guardrail and into the ditch. A burst of flame followed seconds later, a muffled boom that threw light across the convoy. The other truck slowed immediately. I gripped the wheel tighter and held position, not daring to stop completely. Over the CB came a single voice, sharp and fast. "Keep moving. Don't bunch up." The flatbed ahead of me swung wide to avoid debris. I followed its line, steering over the edge of the broken pavement and back onto the lane. The air smelled of burning fuel, thick and oily. The fire from the tanker was already spreading across the grass, its heat licking at the underside of my cab as I passed. I didn't look back. By the time we reached the next mile marker, The convoy was down to 4 trucks. The leader's voice came through again, quieter this time. Tanker lost. No sign of survivors. Keep formation tight. There was no reaction from anyone else. No one said a word. You could feel the shared understanding. Every driver thinking the same thing. We'd do what we could until our turn came. The road ahead dipped into a long stretch surrounded by trees. Branches leaned inward, forming a dark tunnel that blocked the sky. The headlights illuminated only fragments, broken signs, scattered luggage. A deer carcass long dried out. My eyes burned from focus, but I didn't dare blink too long. The infected were quieter here, fewer of them, maybe driven off by the earlier fires. But silence never meant safety. Eventually, we reached an interchange with a truck stop just beyond it. The leader gave the order to pull off and refuel if possible. We rolled into the lot one by one, engines idling low. The pumps were dead, no power, but the underground tanks might still hold fuel. One of the box truck drivers broke the lock on the maintenance hatch, while another stood watch with a crowbar in hand. I climbed down and stretched, muscles stiff from hours behind the wheel. The ground was slick with spilled diesel, shining under the faint moonlight. I could smell the sharp chemical tang in my nose and throat. While the others siphoned what they could, I checked the convenience store attached to the lot. The glass doors were cracked but not shattered. Inside, shelves were half empty, the rest toppled over. I found a few cans of soup, a jar of instant coffee, and 3 bottles of water still sealed. It felt almost unreal to see anything untouched. I packed them into a plastic crate and brought it back to the truck, sliding it behind the seat. When I returned, the refueling was nearly done. The leader, a heavy-set man with a grey beard and reflective tape on his jacket, walked past, giving short instructions. His face was streaked with soot. He didn't waste time on pleasantries, just checked that everyone had enough to continue. When he reached me, he asked my remaining fuel. I told him 50%. He nodded once and said, "That's enough. Stay middle position next leg. We'll ride through the night." Then he moved on to the next truck. I climbed back into the cab, shut the door, and felt the seat swallow the tension in my legs. The convoy leader's confidence carried more weight than the words themselves. His tone was calm and methodical, the kind you trust on instinct because it sounds like work getting done. For a moment, it felt like order still existed, the old chain of command that kept bad weather and long miles from turning ugly. I turned the key. The engine coughed once and settled into a steady vibration through the column. Gauges climbed, air tanks rose, nothing critical blinked. That small sweep of needles steadied my head. We rolled out with low beams and tight spacing, the leader up front, me 2 back, a pair of beat-up box trucks between and behind us, then a flatbed, and one more semi limping along. Beyond 50 feet the night erased everything. No glow on the horizon, no blue from cities, just tail lamps bouncing across cracked asphalt. The CB stayed polite and clipped. Left shoulder clear, pothole mid-lane, debris ahead. I kept mirrors busy and distance exact, letting habit take over. No music, no jabber, just tire hiss and the occasional groan from a loose strap somewhere. Fog rolled in around 2. It came off the ditches in slow curls and then thickened into a white wall. Wipers smeared it, made it worse. My world shrank to a tunnel of grey and a faint red shimmer that appeared and vanished as the truck ahead swam in and out of it. The leader's voice came over the CB, even as ever, saying to drop to 15 and stay tight. Sound dulled until everything felt padded. Somewhere behind us, metal scraped, long and ugly, but the lights behind steadied and nobody talked about it. We just kept moving. The fog broke like a curtain and the valley opened. Strong old trees arched over the lanes and moonlight flashed through gaps, enough to show us the bus lying sideways across both lanes like a barricade. Windows gone, front end shoved into the rail. The leader stepped down with a flashlight and 2 drivers joined him with pry bars. No speeches, just work. We could not muscle the bus. Guardrail on the right was already torn out from some earlier wreck, and the ditch beyond it looked shallow enough to cross if you stayed straight and did not panic. He tested it first. Right tires dropped off asphalt into mud, then climbed out with a grunt of torque. We followed at 10-second gaps, each of us tilting into the ditch, listening to the rubber suck and the trailer drag, then feeling the weight catch and rise. One by one, we made it. Breath came back into cabs you could not see inside. A dead rest area took us in 5 miles later. Burned cars, blown signs, lampposts bent like reeds. The leader parked under trees and waved engines off. Silence hit hard. He counted heads. 6 drivers, and laid it out clean. Bridge ahead likely blocked. Fuel too thin for wandering. Infected numbers lighter in these woods, but not absent. So we hole up until first light. We set a watch. I went second. Someone found paper-wrapped rations in a maintenance closet. They tasted like dry paste, but they stopped the edge. For 15 minutes the scene looked almost normal. Beat-up drivers leaning on fenders, trying not to think past morning. Feet on pavement killed that calm. Too many, moving together. Our lookout whispered from the ramp. We slid behind wheels and bumpers. Engines and lights stayed dead. The infected drifted into the lot and moved between our trucks, pulled by heat and scent. One brushed my trailer and left a wet smear. Another tripped over a curb, fell, and crawled forward using elbows. We stayed stone still while they passed within arm's reach, the fog swallowing their shapes as quickly as it formed them. When the last shape faded, no one cracked a joke. The leader only said that this was why we kept lights off. Everyone agreed by not arguing. Dawn arrived thin and blue. Birds started up in the trees, and the fog lifted from the ditches. The leader said the southbound route was open to the river, and unknown past it. I started the diesel, watched the gauges grab life, and cleaned the windshield with a rag until smears turned into a view. Fuel sat just under half. DEF a touch above 1/5. Enough if nothing dumb happened. We rolled out single file. A burned ambulance on the shoulder reminded us what dumb could look like without even trying. The bridge came into view from a long slope and looked bad from the first glance. The right lane had fallen away into the river. The remaining deck was crooked and groaning even with the wind. The leader tried it slow. The concrete boomed under him and crumbled at the edges, but the old slab held long enough for him to reach the far side. He flashed his tails once. I lined dead center and rolled on. Water rushed louder than the engine. Halfway across, shadows shifted at the far guardrail, infected drawn by noise. The leader clipped 2 into the river and made space. I did not swerve, just fed steady throttle as the deck sagged, and then flexed up under the rear axles. Behind me, something big gave way. The right lane peeled off and fell in sheets. The 2 box trucks braked in time and would have to find another way that probably did not exist. The leader's tone over the radio was flat and final. We had 3 across. The rest should hold or turn back. Static washed the rest. That was the last I heard from the stranded pair. We turned onto a smaller state road that curled the edge of the valley and slipped into a town that had already lost the fight. Sloan's Crossing had a caved-in station roof, glass-like gravel down Main, and smoke creeping from behind a grocery that would not sell to anyone again. We parked between brick buildings, killed engines, and grabbed only what we needed. I found a cracked water jug and a few cans in a diner kitchen and carried them back across a floor loud with glass. The leader and the flatbed driver loaded something heavy under a tarp and did not explain. He said there was a distribution yard down by exit 94, past Highway 32, and if it had walls and pallets, we might last a couple of nights without bleeding for it. I nodded because forward was the only direction that still made sense. Fields swallowed the road beyond town. For an hour the world felt empty enough to breathe. No wrecks, no shapes stalking fences, just power lines sagging, and birds riding them like a cheap perch. That kind of quiet goes from relief to warning fast. The leader pulled us onto a shoulder that overlooked the river and pointed where a grease-brown column of smoke rose from the east. Whatever tried to hold a line in the city had failed. He said the yard was still our best bet. The heat got ugly again by late afternoon, and the road pinched down into a tunnel of green, where signs turned to rust frames and weeds lapped the asphalt. We hit the yard at dusk. The outer fence stood, the main gate was twisted open, and there were shipping containers stacked like a crude wall near the loading bays. A barrel fire burned small and steady inside. 4 people waited around it with the tired look I recognized from mirrors. Marie and her crew, all truckers who had run out of miles at the same place. They kept their cool, gun low but present, then waved us in. The place had water off a backup tank, a roof that did not leak, and enough wrapped pallets to call it a cache. We parked the rigs nose out and helped pull boxes into a tighter block that turned the center of the warehouse into a bunker. For a few minutes, the metal roof took the sound of rain and made it into something close to calm. Trouble announced itself with engines. 3, maybe 4, moving quick on the state road. Marie killed the lamps, the leader hushed us, and the trucks outside rolled to a stop just beyond the fence. Men talked low, the gate groaned, then shifted. Reinforced doors slid into the opening, and a flashlight beam cut the wet concrete. They stepped inside like they owned the place. One kicked the barrel fire over to make his point. The leader did not grandstand. He stepped out from behind a crate, fired once, and dropped the man with the light. The rest scattered and returned fire, rounds ringing off steel and shattering safety glass. The noise drew the wrong neighbors. You could hear the infected answer outside the fence, a chorus that gets louder as it builds. We were not going to hold a long fight. The leader called it, "Engines now, lot clear, back gate." Everyone moved because nobody wanted the other option. We punched out through mud and scrap while shapes pressed the fence. Marie's pickup fishtailed and found asphalt. I rode the leader's tail as the yard fell behind us. In the mirror, the barrel glow turned into a wide orange smear, and then into proper flames as something in the loading bay caught. Infected funneled toward the heat. That was the last I saw of the place and of Marie's crew when they peeled off down a side road. Could not chase every story, could barely keep my own upright. We reached a way station at the edge of South Ridge after full dark. Glass was unbroken, lot half flooded, office locked. The leader tested doors, checked windows, and said we could force it in daylight. We parked tight against concrete, nose out, same as always. Engines ticked down. The night went quiet enough to hear wind run a line across the poles. I recorded a short note on the dashcam out of habit. Exit 94 behind us, still moving, way station dry and intact. Fuel enough for another day if we did not act dumb. Then I shut it off. Morning made the place look better. We pried the office door and found a room that still smelled like printer paper and stale coffee. A backup generator sat in a cage with a half tank and 2 full cans beside it. The leader and I checked lines and oil. It turned over and settled. Not loud, but not quiet. We ran it for 10 minutes, charged radios and phones, then shut it down because noise is a magnet. The vending machine surrendered bottled water after a pry bar did its work. Out on the lot we set chocks, strung a thin wire between bumpers with a handful of bells I found in a holiday box, and walked the ditch for blind spots. It felt like a job site, not a graveyard. That matters. By noon, we had a plan that did not depend on luck. We would stay through the next night, rotate watch, siphon what diesel we could from abandoned rigs up the ramp, and then run south in daylight using back routes marked on a paper atlas Marie's crew had. If the station drew trouble, we had 2 lanes to leave and room to turn. If it stayed quiet, we had a roof, water, and a routine for a day or 2 to heal hands and heads. None of it was brave. It was just adult and possible. I wrote a final line in my notebook and spoke the same into the dashcam because saying it twice locks it down. Day 3. Way station south of South Ridge. Fence line clear. Generator working. Plan set. I did not thank luck or curse anything. I checked my mirrors, checked my fuel, and checked the bells. The leader nodded once from his door like a foreman who finally has enough tools to start the job. That look was better than comfort. It was permission to take the next step without asking the world to be kind. When dusk came, the bells did not ring. We took turns on the roof and along the ditch. Crickets came back. A fox trotted across the far shoulder and did not even glance our way. I boiled instant coffee on a truck stove and split the last can of fruit with the flatbed driver. It tasted like syrup and relief. We talked about road numbers and nothing else. No grand plans, no speeches, just 2 drivers counting miles that did not exist yet. Before sleep, I looped my seatbelt through the door handle, killed the dome light, and slid the curtain shut. The cab settled to a soft tick. Outside, the leader paced a slow line, with a flashlight hooded in his palm. The road held still. The world did not end or fix itself. It just stayed put for a few hours, which was better than good. When I closed my eyes, I knew where I was, what I would do at first light, and who would be there to help do it. That was enough. It was not hope dressed up. It was a simple, workable plan, the kind you can drive. I woke before my alarm in a dark hotel room near Narita, eyes open to the ceiling, already running through the day's sequence. I checked the phone for crew messages. The company app showed a green check on my report time, the aircraft tail, and the gate. There was a fresh bulletin about illness clusters in East Asia and Europe, a reminder to stock extra masks in the galley, and a short note from a chief pilot telling crews to keep announcements calm and simple. Nothing in that list changed my job. I still had to show up, brief, and fly the route we were assigned. I sat up, stretched my back until it popped, and swung my feet into cold air. In the lobby, a small television near the breakfast area ran a local news feed with captions. A map with red circles near Seoul, Milan, and a port city in China stayed on the screen, while the anchor read a prepared line about monitoring the situation. A few guests watched while eating quietly. A father adjusted his son's mask and wiped his hands with sanitizer. I poured coffee, forced down a bowl of rice and eggs, and checked the weather again. The Pacific looked cooperative. Stable jet stream, a crosswind near the Aleutians, some chop over a cold layer. Nothing we had not seen 100 times. The crew van was on time. 2 flight attendants climbed in with me. Hana, our purser, gave me a nod that said good morning, and also said she had slept badly. Another attendant, Akiko, scrolled through messages from her sister about a hospital crowd in Osaka. No one wanted to talk about it out loud. The driver held the lane steady on the highway while a line of trucks loaded with perishables passed on the left. The sky was clear. The airport came into view in a flat line of glass and metal and moving lights. Crew security was predictable and quiet, which I appreciated. Badge scan, bag through the belt, random swab, a quick look down the line from a guard who knew us as regulars. A supervisor handed Hana a cardboard box with extra masks and small sanitizer bottles for the carts. I adjusted my tie, signed the log at the counter, and took the elevator to operations. The dispatch room felt the same as every other day. Grey carpet, whiteboards with flight numbers and tail assignments, coffee that tasted burned unless you added a packet of sugar. I gave my name to the dispatcher on duty and he handed me the packet for Flight 281 to San Francisco. The printed pages were warm. Route, altitude plan, step climbs, fuel numbers, ETOPS alternates, equal time points, drift down profiles, and the notes for the day. I checked the weights. 0 fuel weight, planned takeoff weight, fuel on board. The numbers lined up with what I expected for a full cabin and a heavy cargo load. The NOTAMs took a minute. Runway lights under maintenance at a small Alaskan field we would not use today. A closure at an old Russian alternate that was off our list anyway. Anchorage reported all services available. San Francisco had a lane closure on an outer taxiway. Oceanic frequencies and HF reminders sat in the middle of the packet where they always sit. The weather sheets matched the app. Stable winds, light turbulence near a cold air mass, crosswind around the chain. At the back of the packet there was a short type note from company dispatch. More illness reported in several hubs. Cabin crews reminded to stock masks and wipes. Pilots reminded to make clear announcements if passengers seemed anxious. The note did not order any special action beyond basic hygiene and good communication. I read it twice anyway. The numbers were trending up and that stayed in my head while I folded the packet and slid it into the side pouch of my bag. I opened the crew app and checked our aircraft's logbook status. No open mechanical deferrals except a minor lavatory light in the mid-cabin. All airworthiness items were current. Oxygen bottle pressures were in the green as of the last flight. The tires had been changed 2 days prior. I made a note to take an extra look at a small panel near the right main gear that had been resealed last month. Nothing urgent, just habit. Hana joined me at the operations table with her own packet and asked if I had seen the news about Europe. I said I had. She said the crew group chat was full of messages from friends in Frankfurt about passengers coughing and asking to change seats. She shrugged and said, "We will handle it," the way experienced cabin crew always say when the subject is something they cannot control. I believed her. I had watched her lead tense cabins before and bring them down to a calm baseline. I sent a quick message to my mother in Minnesota to say I was crossing the ocean today and would call from San Francisco after the turn. I kept it short because if you leave too much room in a message before a long flight, people read meanings you did not intend. She responded with a heart and a wish for smooth skies. I took the internal elevator up to the gate. The hallway smelled faintly of coffee, jet fuel, and carpet cleaner. The gate area was already filling. A tour group in matching windbreakers argued cheerfully about snacks. A baby slept face down on her mother's shoulder in a bright yellow hat. Several passengers wore masks. A man in a business suit typed with 2 thumbs and did not look up as his boarding zone numbers changed on the screen. Captain Sato was at the podium reviewing the latest passenger count with the gate agent. He had his jacket off and his sleeves rolled. A pen sat behind his ear, a habit he had never dropped from his early years. He looked up, saw me, and smiled. "Morning," he said in a low voice. "Good crossing day." "Works for me," I said. "I prefer flights that do not make the news." He laughed under his breath and handed me the latest seat map. "Packed," he said. "We are tight on overhead space. Cargo full. We have a family traveling on medical visas in row 25 who asked to sit near a lavatory. Approved. Air Marshal added late. Seat assignment unknown." I initialed the manifest where the gate agent pointed and acknowledged the marshal note. We do not ask names. We do not ask where the person sits. We just sign and keep the information in the back of our heads. We walked down the jet bridge together. The smell shifted from terminal to airplane. Conditioned air, plastic, the faint scent of coffee from the galley. The forward flight attendant, Luis, greeted us with a practiced smile and the tone that tells you he has done this 1,000 times and will do it 1,000 more. "Galley secured," he said. "Catering complete. We stocked extra wipes in all carts." "Thank you," Sato said. "We will brief in 10. I set my bag behind the right seat, adjusted the rudder pedals forward, and pulled my chair in. I like the seat a notch closer than some. It brings the panel into a comfortable reach and keeps my feet flat on the floorboard. I pulled the checklists, put the laminated airport diagram and a clean pen on the side ledge, and checked that the quick reference handbook sat where my right hand expects it. Before touching anything else, I walked the cabin forward to aft to take a read on the room. Hana and Akiko were loading extra pillows and checking that the medkits were sealed. In premium, a man spoke softly to his daughter about her first long flight. In economy, a college-aged pair in hoodies debated whether to swap aisle and window. A woman near the back had a cough that sounded dry and persistent. She wore a mask and held a bottle of water. The air felt normal for a full cabin, warm near the ceiling, cooler along the floor. Nothing set off alarms in my head. Outside, the sun sat over the apron and painted the tails of a row of long-haul twins. Cargo loaders moved containers into our hold with smooth habits. A tug idled near the nose gear. 2 ramp workers checked the baggage door latches and gave each other small hand signals. An engineer stood under the wing reading a screen wired to a ground panel. I waved. He gave me a thumb and pointed to the open maintenance log on his tablet. No open items. I stepped off the jet bridge and down the metal stairs to the ramp for the walk-around. I carry a small flashlight even on bright days because shadows hide details under the fuselage. I started at the nose. That is where my brain expects the check to begin. Nose gear, strut extension within range, no fluid on the chrome, torque link secure, tires with even wear and no cords showing, doors tight, uplock hooks clean, steering actuators dry, safety pins removed and flagged. The chalk marks from the last inspection still traced a neat line across the tire sidewall. I ran 2 fingers across a bolt head and felt clean edges, no metal dust. Lower fuselage, panels seated and secured, no fresh streaks, drain masts clean. I checked the static ports and pitot probes on the left side, covers removed, no tape, no insect nests, no scratches. I always look twice at sensors. If a small thing fails there, a big thing fails later. Left engine inlet, fan blades intact, no nicks, no dents, no unexpected stains. Inlet lip smooth. I braced my hand on the cowl ring and checked for movement. Solid. Fan spun with a soft push, stopped with a slight tremble that felt normal. Cowl latches closed, thrust reverser doors flush. No pooled fuel or oil under the nacelle. Left wing, slats flush, tracks clean, hinges tagged. Upper surface unmarked except for a small scuff near the outboard static wick replacement from last week. Static wicks present, fuel cap secured, vent port clear. I looked down the leading edge for any hail marks and saw nothing. I bent to check a small panel near the wing root where sealant had been replaced. The line was smooth and unbroken. Main gear left, strut extension good, truck level, brake lines free of leaks, tires free of cuts, brake wear indicators within range, wheel well doors without fresh rub marks. I looked at the brake assemblies and mentally logged the amount of dust on the calipers. It told me the last cycles were normal. Aft fuselage, antennae present, seams clean, pressure bulkhead area with no visible issues. I paused at the APU exhaust to glance at the soot pattern. Normal. No streaks that would suggest a fuel control issue. Tail. Horizontal stabilizer surfaces clear. Elevator linkages without play. Vertical fin steady. Rudder hinges tight. No ice. The morning air was dry and crisp. Right side. I repeated the checks on the other wing and engine. Right main gear, matched left in condition. Right engine cowl latches were all in the locked position. No gaps along the thrust reverser. I scanned the underside again for any fresh drips. The ramp under us was clean except for a water puddle near a cart that had nothing to do with our airplane. Cargo doors. Latches down. Indicators green. Seals not pinched. I made eye contact with the loadmaster and he showed me his list on a clipboard. The count was full and balanced. Heavy in forward hold. Balanced aft. No dangerous goods listed beyond small lithium batteries in personal devices. I signed his sheet and thanked him. I paused at the nose wheel again and ran my hand over the chalk marks out of habit. Clean. My routine ended where it began. The walk-around had no surprises. The ramp crew moved with steady purpose. The airplane sat ready. Back in the jet bridge, a security supervisor met me with a short form to acknowledge a random cockpit search completed 30 minutes prior. He had a neutral expression and a careful tone. I initialed the form and asked if anything unusual had come up in the terminal. He said passenger volumes were high because flights had been consolidated after a few cancellations in Southeast Asia. He said the medical desk was answering more calls than usual about fevers and headaches. He said boarding would take longer. None of that shocked me. In the cockpit, I sat down and made the space mine. Harness adjusted. Rudder pedals checked again. Seat forward 1 notch. I set my headset on the yoke horn and powered up the displays. The screens came alive in exact expected order. Upper engine display. Lower system synoptic. Navigation display warm. Primary flight display crisp. I entered the route into the flight management system, checked the waypoints against the printed flight plan, and verified the oceanic crossing coordinates. The alternate fields made sense with today's winds. Equal time points aligned with fuel plan. Sato came in and slid into his seat with the easy motion of a man who had spent half his life here. He reviewed the same items. We cross-checked each other's entries out loud, a steady rhythm of read, and confirmed that cleanse errors before they form habits. We briefed the departure, standard instrument departure off the north runway, step climb schedule, engine out options, return to field plan in the first minutes if needed, and diversion choices beyond that. We talked through the crossing, position reports if required, CPDLC available, HF as backup. We set the speeds and confirmed the performance numbers again. Hana joined us for the crew briefing. Her voice was crisp and clear. She assigned doors and responsibilities, named the crew member who would take charge if she became unavailable. reminded everyone of the location of medkits and the extra wipes, and asked us to support a short pre-departure announcement that acknowledged passenger concerns without feeding them. Sato agreed. I added a note about a possible crosswind on arrival and a request to keep carts stowed early during descent if conditions were choppy. The gate agent checked in again and said we were oversold by 3 seats, but had volunteers who accepted vouchers to move to a later departure. He looked relieved. No one likes chaos at the door. He handed over the final paperwork with a sigh that sounded like the end of a sprint. The purser's interphone call came right on time. "Cabin secure for boarding," he said. "We will start as soon as you are ready." "Go ahead," Sato said. "Let us keep it smooth." Passengers began to stream on board. A woman stopped at the cockpit door and asked if we were going to avoid the areas with illness. Sato answered gently. He explained that we follow routes designed for safety and weather, that medical teams at the destination would be ready if anyone needed help, and that our crew was trained for medical events. She nodded and took her seat. Boarding filled the cabin in layers. Families took longer with bags and snacks. Solo travelers moved in quick lines. A man in a grey jacket stood for too long in the aisle, watching cabin screens show a silent news scroll about disruptions at a European airport. Hannah moved to him and asked if she could help. He said no and sat. I watched her give him a bottle of water anyway. I made my pre-departure announcement in a plain tone. I introduced us by name. I said the flight time would be just under 10 hours depending on winds. I told passengers we expected a smooth climb and that the seatbelt sign would come off when safe. I acknowledged that many of them had heard news about illness and that our crew would answer any concerns. I kept it short. Too many words add heat to a room that needs calm. The checklist flow felt clean in my hands. Batteries on, external power as needed, fuel pumps armed, IRS aligned. I double-checked the departure runway selection, compared the SID waypoint names with our inserted route, and verified the altitude restrictions. No mismatches. No last-minute runway change. While Sato dealt with a paperwork question from the gate about an unaccompanied minor in row 17, I looked at the captain's side panel where he always keeps a small family photo tucked under a plastic lip. His wife had taken it in a park near their home. He said it brings him back to normal when a day starts strange. I did not have a photo in my space yet. I had my father's old pen clipped to the side pocket and a note taped near the fuel page with a list of anchors I read before every ocean crossing. Fuel, weather, alternates, oxygen, drift down, comms. The pen and the list were enough for now. The forward attendant closed the door and signaled ready to push. The agent waved through the window and stepped back. The jet bridge pulled away with the slow, careful movement of a thing on wheels that holds people. I glanced at the clock and logged the door close time. It matched our schedule to the minute. That is a small but real win in our world. Ground crew marshaled the tug in. I watched the mirror to confirm chocks removed and pins clear. I looked down the aisle one last time. A baby had started to fuss. The mother rocked in a small, steady motion. A man in a row near the back wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, even though the cabin was cool. He took a sip of water and leaned his head back. I registered the image and filed it under maybe nothing. I reached forward and touched the printed flight plan through the pocket, the way some people tap a doorframe for luck. Routine holds you steady at the start. Then you fly the airplane in front of you. Taxi was long. I watched the wingtip clearance around a slow tug and felt the weight of the cabin behind me. A full load of strangers and stories I would never hear. At the hold short line, Sato looked at me. "Your takeoff," he said. I said, "My takeoff." He called tower and got cleared. I rolled us out onto the runway centerline, held the brakes, brought the thrust up. The engines settled into a low growl that pushed into my chest through the seat. Set takeoff thrust. The numbers matched. We released the brakes and the lights began to streak wider out the windows. 80 knots. V1. Rotate. The nose came up, the ground slid away, and the weight shifted where weight always shifts when the world trades concrete for air. Positive rate. Gear up. We climbed into a soft layer and broke out into clean air. The city shrank behind us, coast curling away under a faint haze. I called for flaps up on schedule, set climb power, and tracked the departure, on centerline, on profile, on plan. Sato called departure and got handed off. We both listened to the frequency where voices sounded bored in a way that meant safety. The cabin call light pinged. The purser told us a few passengers felt unwell and asked for extra water. Nothing unusual on long flights. We acknowledged. I kept climbing. We leveled at 35,000 feet, set cruise power, checked fuel against plan, and leaned back a fraction. Autopilot on. The airplane held steady and sure. I poured coffee from the thermos I keep because the galley stuff is never the same twice. Sato pulled out a small bento his wife made and ate with slow, neat movements. He looked out at the pale line of cloud and said he was tired of reading about sickness and wanted to read about mountains. I said I would take mountains too. The first ripple of trouble was not a sound. It was a torrent of small noises on the interphone that tripped over each other. Chimes, a half-finished word from the aft galley, the purser asking someone to repeat a seat number, a man's voice speaking too fast and then cutting off. Sato and I looked at each other the way crews do when the room tilts a degree. He hit the switch. Flight deck. "Hana here," she said, breath close to the mic. "We have a passenger in the aft cabin who collapsed in the aisle, profuse sweating before he went down. The doctor on board is checking, but he is not responding." "Age?" Sato asked. "40s, maybe 50s, row 43. He was with a group. They said he had a fever since boarding." "Keep the area clear," Sato said. "Use the medkit. We will stand by." He covered the mic. "Your radios," he said to me, and stood. I watched him flip the door selector to unlocked and step into the galley with a quick word to the forward attendant. The door shut behind him. The cockpit felt wider and emptier in a way I never like. I listened to the frequencies and watched the engine numbers drift a hair with the air. Everything up front was quiet and predictable. I wanted it to stay that way. A minute passed. 2. The chime hit again, and this time the tone of it felt wrong. The forward attendant's voice trembled. "Captain to the aft, please. We need the captain." I keyed the interphone. "Status?" "He is. He just stood up," she said. "He was not breathing, and now—" He bit May on the hand. "She is bleeding. He will not stop. He is biting." Her sentence broke. Not the way polite speech breaks, but the way a person runs into a wall. I locked the cockpit door and said the words a pilot does not want to say. "Captain, return to the flight deck." I did not hear him. I heard yelling in the background and the hard crash of a service cart hitting something. The interphone carried a scream and then a roar of overlapping voices that made no sense. I switched the seatbelt sign on and pulled the interphone again. "Everyone stay seated," I said into the PA. "Cabin crew, secure the aisles and return to your stations." I forced the words steady. I kept them short. The airplane does not care about emotions, and sometimes you have to borrow that. A male voice cut into the cabin channel, tight and controlled in the first syllable and frayed in the last. "Federal Air Marshal, get back." Then a muffled report, flat and sharp. It did not echo in the way the movies do. It snapped and died, and in the pause after, people began to shout. "Captain, status," I said, because callbacks are anchors. No answer. I looked at the door camera. A narrow view showed the captain moving toward the cockpit from the forward galley with 2 attendants behind him. His left sleeve was rolled to the elbow. His right sleeve was wet from elbow to wrist. He stopped short of the door and turned back to the aisle. The picture jumped then, because someone slammed into the door from the other side. The panel shuddered under the hit. The captain stepped in, but not far. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him back out of frame. I stared at the lock light and listened. The interphone was a mess of calls from row numbers, crying. The purser's voice trying to cut through with instructions that no one was obeying. She shouted for belts on, for people to sit, to get out of the aisle. A second flat pop came from aft and a woman cried out for a medic. I called the purser by name. "Hannah, listen, are you there?" She came on, breath short. "We have 3 down. The man from 43. He bit May and Luis. The marshal shot him in the chest. He got back up. The marshal got bit in the arm. The marshal is... I do not know. The marshal is on the floor. People are stepping on him. I need you to tell them to sit down. Please." "I am making an announcement," I said. I hit the PA and used a voice that tried to be bigger than me. "Everyone sit down now. Belts on. Do not crowd the aisles. Cabin crew, secure carts across the aisles to form barriers. Use blankets. Use belts. Do not let anyone move forward. We are diverting to the nearest suitable field. Sit. Down. Now." I dialed for a frequency we use for long range when we need help and keyed the mic. I gave our call sign, position, altitude, and a short version of the problem. "We have a security event in the cabin. Multiple injuries. Possible biohazard. Captain is not at the controls. I am the pilot flying. Request immediate vectors to nearest suitable diversion with long runway and emergency response. Prefer Alaska if within reach." The controller responded without drama. "Expect anchorage. Say souls on board and remaining fuel." 311 souls, I said, because counting each seat told me that earlier. Fuel on board is 93,000 pounds. I did the math in my head by habit for endurance and burn, and checked it against the page. I could reach anchorage with reserves. I could even hold, but I did not want to. The door camera showed a blur and then resolve. The captain staggered back into the frame with a flight attendant hooked under one arm. She had a towel wrapped around her hand. Blood soaked through in a slow spread. He shouted something I could not hear through the door and pointed aft. She shook her head hard. He shoved her into the forward galley and turned back again, and a man lunged into the frame from the aisle with his head low and his arms pumping. His mouth was red. The captain punched him hard in the face once and then twice. The man did not step back. He hung onto the captain's arm and drove him into the bulkhead. The door shook under another hit. The reinforced frame groaned in a way I did not want to hear. I checked the lock again because checking it made me feel less useless. The indicator stared back, green and steady. I brought the thrust back a hair and started a gentle left turn on course for anchorage. I told the controller I was descending 2,000 feet to get below a patch of light turbulence. I wanted the airplane smooth to keep the cabin from turning worse. "Medical emergency," I repeated on the PA. "We are diverting to anchorage. Remain seated. Cabin crew, brace the forward area with carts now. Use belts and zip ties on hands of anyone who is violent." My mind threw a list at me. Halon extinguishers as impact tools, seat cushions as shields, pot of boiling water from the galley if they still had power back there, anything that kept distance between teeth and skin. "Hannah," I said on the interphone, "how many attackers?" "4, she said. "Now 5. It spreads. I do not understand. People who were bitten stand up and attack. It is fast." "Understood. Keep the front secure. Do not open the cockpit door for any reason. Not even for the captain. Understood?" A beat. "Understood," she said. I stared at the captain's empty seat next to me. His headset was crooked on the headrest. His water bottle rolled a little and stopped against the throttle track. I set the approach page for anchorage. I built alt constraints and waypoints in a string so I would not have to think about them later. I pulled out the airport diagram, laid it where my hand would find it without looking, and read the ILS frequencies in my head the way a person recites a door code. The door thudded again, then again. A shout cut off at the end, as if a mouth had been covered hard. I lowered the cockpit temp a few degrees to keep sweat from blurring my grip. My hands were steady, but my breath wanted to climb into my throat. I pressed it down and looked outside at the smooth white sheet of cloud stretching to the horizon. There was no sign of trouble out there. It was all inside the tin can I was driving. The controller came back with vectors and weather. Anchorage was reporting scattered low clouds, good visibility, a direct crosswind I did not love but understood. Emergency crews were rolling. Approach would clear us direct. No delays. I asked for long final and no speed restrictions. He said granted, and told other traffic to make room. Those other voices yielded with a kind of silence I could feel, even though I could not see their faces. I made myself eat one protein bar because my head gets slow if I do not feed it. I chewed with my teeth clenched half shut because I did not want to open my mouth more than I had to. Ridiculous, but the brain does strange math under pressure. I washed it down and then set the PA again. This is the co-pilot. We are lined up for a fast descent into Anchorage. Stay seated with belts on. Do not approach the forward galley. If you are near a service cart, roll it into the aisle to block movement. If you can help the crew, do so under their direction. Do not engage anyone who is biting or attacking, unless you can do so safely and in a group. Use blankets, belts, and bags as shields. I did not say the word zombie, because that word does not fit in a cockpit. I felt it in the back of my head anyway. Static hissed, and then the purser again. We blocked the forward lavs and galley with 2 carts, she said. We tied belts through the handrails. We have maybe 20 people packed into the galley and first rows. May's hand is wrapped. She is conscious but sick. Luis is not conscious. I cannot reach the marshal anymore. I think he is under people. There is a lot of blood in the aisle. Keep your people facing aft, I said. Do not let anyone move forward. We are 20 minutes out. I will make a hard break. Brace for it. A fist hit the cockpit door again. Not a single hit, but a rhythm, steady and patient. I kept my eyes on the display and pretended the sound was a mechanic tapping a panel. The camera showed nothing in the frame now. The lens had a smear of red at the bottom edge. I shut the feed off. There is only so long you can stare at a narrow window into chaos before it stops helping. I ran the descent checklist by myself, answered myself, set altimeters, tuned the ILS, briefed myself on the missed approach I did not want to fly. I strapped tighter into the seat and put my hands on the yoke for the first time since top of climb. The autopilot held, but I wanted to feel the control surfaces through the column when the air got bumpy over the cold layer. Anchorage approach took us and cleared us straight in. I could hear something in the controller's voice that told me we were not alone. He was working 3 other aircraft in trouble and a helicopter pilot who sounded rattled to the point of silence. The controller kept his rhythm. He cleared a runway and asked about medical staging. He kept saying the same phrase to each of us. You are priority. That meant no one was. I called the cabin again and told them to brace in 10 minutes. Hannah said the forward area was holding. The attackers had retreated a few rows and were pacing. I asked her to conserve strength. I asked about the captain. She paused. He is down, she said. He saved Akiko and May. He is not moving. Someone pulled him back by the legs. I cannot reach him. I said, copy, because there was nothing else to say. I knew what the word down meant on this airplane today. I added a belt of power to keep speed in the descent because I needed the time margin later. The airplane sang a steady tone in the background that meant we were clean and fast and pointed home. The door shook again. This time there were 2 hits, then 3, then a scrape. I pictured teeth on metal and told my head to shut up. I set flaps to 1 and felt the nose rise a hair. The world outside thickened from white to grey and then broke. The mountains opened under the nose, black, brown and ridged, with snow in the cracks like old scars. The bay lay hard and flat. The runway stretched clean and dark. I could see the wind on the water in rifts and I adjusted my mind to match. Anchorage Tower, emergency aircraft on final, approach said for me. Cleared to land, emergency vehicles standing by. Cleared to land, I said out loud to the empty seat because the ritual matters. Cabin, this is the flight deck, I said. Brace in 60 seconds. I armed the spoilers. I set flaps 20, gear down. The thump settled under my feet, and the drag wrapped itself around the airplane in that steady, predictable way that means physics still loves you. I trimmed out the bite of the crosswind and put the nose a hair left to hold centerline. Flaps 30, speed set. The runway end lights lined up with the nose. The wind tried a small trick on short final, and I rolled out the aileron and kicked straight. Minimums. I was already committed. The mains kissed and then grabbed. I brought the reversers up and laid on the brakes. The cabin behind me roared in a scatter of cries and thuds as bodies leaned into restraints. The airplane slowed, straight as a rail, 60 knots, idle reverse, manual braking. We turned off at the high speed and stopped on the taxiway where the emergency trucks waited. I set the parking brake and said, "We are stopped." The engines idled. I took a breath that tasted of plastic and hot dust. I wanted to cut the engines immediately and evacuate, but the forward cabin was a trap and engines at idle are giant knives. I keyed the interphone. "Hannah, status for evacuation." "We cannot use the forward doors," she said. "The attackers are pressed against rows 1 to 3. We can use the overwing exits if you keep the engines at idle and the slides do not blow into the inlets." I scanned the positions in my head. On this airplane, the inlets sit forward and outboard. Overwing slides and exits can be used if the engines are fully spooled down. I decided fast. "Stand by. When you hear the engine shut down, open the overwing hatches. Use megaphones. Send the strong passengers first to help others down the slide. No one runs. No bags." I looked out the left window. Fire crews waited with foam and hands up, uncertain what we were bringing them. I mimed cutting engines and pointed aft. One crew chief gave me a thumbs up. I ran through the flow by touch because my eyes wanted to dart everywhere. Fuel levers to cut off. The engine stepped down from a low thunder to a steady wind, to a strange silence that was not silence at all. The packs whined, the fans spun down. I cut the beacons. I flipped the evacuation command to on and hit the PA. "Evacuate. Use the overwing exits only. Do not open forward doors. Crew, block forward. Go, go, go." The cabin message tone hit and the sound of the slides deploying came through the frame as a rubbery bang and a rush. I could hear voices now outside under the window. Firefighters were shouting orders. Another set of sirens approached fast. I looked at the cockpit window handles and thought about the rope. The cockpit window exit is fast but dirty, and I would leave the door unmanned. I did not want to open it to the forward galley in case the attackers were there with hands and teeth. I decided to wait 30 seconds for the overwing flow to start. I watched the door camera again. The smear of red was larger. The frame showed shoes, some moving, some not. Then a face slammed into the lens so close that the whole view went white-brown-red. Teeth scraped the plastic. The person pushed and gnawed and then slid away. "Hannah," I said. "Overwings are open," she said. "People are moving. We have 3 crew in front holding a line with carts. Someone is slamming the cockpit door. I think 2 attackers are down in the forward galley. The others are pushing through seatbacks. I need more time." "Understood," I said. I let 2 beats pass. "I am coming out the window." I pulled the pin on my harness, grabbed the escape rope canister, and unlocked the left sliding window. Cold air stabbed the back of my throat. I shoved the rope out, braced my feet, and slid. The metal of the fuselage scraped the side of my boot, and then I was on the ground, knees bent, roll absorbed, breath cut short. A firefighter grabbed my arm and tried to pull me away, but I shook my head and pointed at the overwing area. "Keep them away from the engines," I said out loud, even though the engines were already dark. Habit again. Passengers came down the slides in clumps. A teenage boy helped his grandmother to her feet and walked her across the paint lines. A man in a black jacket tried to go back for his bag, and 2 firefighters held him by the shoulders and told him no, in a way that had no second sentence. A woman in a blue scarf clutched her baby and shouted for her husband, who had been in the aft lav. A crew member pointed toward the tail, and the woman ran that way with the baby against her chest. The forward cabin door rattled. I looked up. Something hit it from the inside with a long, heavy blow. The window in the door crazed across. The hinges held. The firefighters looked at me. I shook my head and sliced my hand through the air. Keep clear. 2 more bangs, and a third. 1 hinge bent a fraction. A police vehicle slid in under the wing with tires scrubbing. 2 officers got out with long guns held tight. Their faces were set, but their eyes were wide. One shouted at me, "Are you the captain?" "Co-pilot," I said. "Captain is inside, injured. Do not open the forward doors. All attackers are forward." He nodded once and flagged 2 more units to block the area around the nose. Their radios spit with too many calls at once. I heard the word terminal and the word barricade and someone asking for more tourniquets. The officer's jaw clenched. He put himself in front of the forward door and raised his rifle not at the window, but at the gap where the door would be if it blew. He knew what he was doing. I looked at the wings. People were walking out over them and dropping to the ground with low jumps. A crew member stood at the overwing hatch and counted. Good, numbers matter. I crossed to the wing route and shouted, "Keep moving. Use the lines. Do not touch the slats. Keep your hands on the wing surface." I sounded like an instructor, and some part of my mind scolded me for tone, but people obeyed. A man came out of the overwing hatch with blood up to his elbow and a fixed stare. He moved along the line of people with a jerking, determined step. He reached for a young woman's shoulder. The young woman flinched away and slipped. The man lunged. 2 firefighters moved in at once and tackled him off the wing. He hit the tarmac hard. He twisted on the ground, tried to bite at air, tried to crawl back to the slide. An officer stepped in, pinned him with a knee and steel cuffs, and then wrapped a belt through his ankles. The officer was breathing fast through his mouth. He did not swear. He did not speak. He worked. Another woman came down the slide in a slow crawl, clutching the rope with both hands. A crew member at the top called to her by name. "Priya, eyes on me. You are doing fine." Priya slid, hit, winced, stood, and limped with one hand on her side. She had the blank, tight face of someone who had used up shock and moved into the place past it. Hannah came out last from the overwing hatch with a megaphone under her arm. Her face was grey around the mouth. She scanned the ground and then saw me. "Mara," she said. She stepped into me and then stepped back because we did not hug here. "Forward door," she said, pointing. 3 left inside. 1 is May. She changed. Do not let anyone open that. I nodded and said nothing right away because my mouth did not trust words. I made myself focus on steps. Account for as many as we could. Keep the forward section sealed. Hand the airplane to the ground. Leave. I ran the outside of the fuselage and tried to count heads as they moved across the paint. That is a fool's job once people scatter, but I did it anyway because it is the only way to give shape to chaos. We were short. We would always be short. A ground supervisor hustled up in a bright vest and asked me to confirm fuel cutoff. I showed him the levers with my hand. He nodded and relayed to a crew behind him that moved cones and foam carts into place. He pointed at the forward door as a question. I shook my head again, and he shifted resources aft without commentary. Professional. Then the forward door gave. The top hinge snapped with a clean metal cry. The door bowed out an inch and then more. The officer planted himself harder and shouted at his partner. The partner took the other side and braced with shoulder and hands. The door pressed against both of them with a pulse that had no rhythm, only force. A pale hand came through the crack, fingers clawing at air. The officer slammed the stock of his rifle down on the hand without hesitation. Bones gave under the strike and the hand withdrew. The officers looked at me for a call. I had none to give except the one I had already given. "Do not open," I said. "No matter who calls out, do not open." Someone inside the forward galley started screaming words that sounded like please and captain and help. The voice was wet. I did not go closer to the crack. I did not look through it. Some doors are for the living only. Sirens grew. More vehicles rolled up. A man in a white helmet with a red stripe stepped into the circle and took command in short sentences that made sense. Perimeter set, no forward access, channel evac to aft buses, medical prioritize bites and children, law cover the forward door, foam truck standby for any fire, no one opens that door. He said his plan once, he did not repeat it, people moved. A girl in a pink coat tugged on my sleeve. She could not have been more than 8. My mom is still inside, she said. She went to help a lady with a baby. Her mouth shook, but her eyes were clear. I looked at the overwing flow. It was slowing. The stream became a drip. The aft cabin must have emptied or jammed. Name, I said. Lena, she said. Lena, stay with Hannah, I said, and handed her to the purser, who put a hand on the girl's shoulder and squeezed once. I wanted to walk back up the wing and crawl inside and drag people out, but my job was finished here. The airplane was off. The door was sealed. The crew on the ground had control. Going back in without a full team would turn one problem into 2. The man in the white helmet came to me. Are there firearms inside? 1, I said. Federal Air Marshal. He was bitten. The man nodded. Understood. He spoke into his radio in clipped codes and then looked back at me. We need your manifest and an estimate of who is missing. I tore a page from my dispatch packet with the passenger count and handed it to him. 311 total, 2 flight crew, 10 cabin crew. My voice stumbled once at the number 2 and then recovered. He took it and passed it to a person with a tablet who looked like all the screens in the world had stopped making sense. More buses arrived. The healthy and the wounded boarded in a slow, quiet line. No one argued about seats. No one shouted about time. The inside of the buses looked clean and safe in a way that made me uneasy, because the word safe had already moved under my feet today. On the far side of the field, a plume of smoke rose, where a small jet sat crooked on the grass with foam pooling under it. Crews were on it, and I could hear distant shouts through the wind. A helicopter came in low and wavered before settling behind a hangar. The world had moved into a different gear, and Anchorage was not the only place grinding. A man in a green jacket approached me with a phone held out. "Your ops wants you," he said. I took the phone and pressed it to my ear. The dispatcher's voice came through thin and fast. He asked about injuries, about the captain, about the cabin crew. He asked if the airplane had sustained damage. He asked if I could fill out an incident report when able. His voice had the tremor of someone holding a dam. "Later," I said. "We are still evacuating." He said, "Understood," and then whispered, as if his own room had ears, "It is everywhere. Europe, East Coast, several Asian hubs. Crews are reporting the same pattern. Fever, collapse, then aggression. Authorities are not in agreement on cause. Some airports are closing to inbound traffic. Others are taking anyone who can make it. We have 4 more flights en route to Anchorage now. No one is sure what to do with people after they leave the plane." The line clicked dead. The man in the green jacket took his phone back. He looked at my face and then looked away. I heard a heavy thud from the forward door and then a quiet that felt wrong. The officers took a step back without meaning to. The door did not move again. The quiet lasted too long. I thought of the captain behind that panel and thought of how he always said he liked boring skies. I put my hand on the metal skin of the fuselage and felt the cold through my palm. A paramedic waved me over. "You are pale," he said. "Sit for a minute." He handed me a bottle of water and a packet of glucose tabs. I did not want to sit. I wanted to go back to the flight deck and reset the breakers, clean the panels, put the airplane back where it lived. I took the water and drank and sat on the bumper of a truck because standing had stopped making sense to my knees. Hannah came to stand beside me. She had a tear in her uniform near the waist with a small dark line under it. She saw me see it and shook her head once. "Clipped by a tray edge," she said. "No bite." She said it calm and flat, so my brain would hear it in full and stop spiraling. I nodded. "May?" I asked. Hannah stared at the tarmac. She went quiet, she said. Then she stood. I blocked her with a cart. She pushed me and went for the door. The others pulled her down. I do not want to think about what happened after that. We did not speak for a while. The wind off the bay licked at the foam spread on the concrete. A plane taxied by on the far side, with a long string of emergency vehicles trailing it like a bright tail. The tower made a call that cut into the field speakers. Stop movements on 2 runways. Confine all arrivals to 1. That meant too much traffic and not enough ground. The man in the white helmet came back. We are taking the forward door off with tools and shields, he said. We need to make sure no one is alive who can be saved. We have a team with shields, poles, and restraints. Keep everyone clear. I did not want them to open that door. Every part of my training told me to isolate and contain. The moral part told me to check. The door was not a boundary anymore. People were inside it. He read my face and nodded like he heard me anyway. We will not risk our people without cause, he said. We do this for the dead and for anyone still breathing. He moved with his team. Shields went up. A tool bit into hinges that had already suffered. The officers braced with poles. The door swung an inch and then 2 and then wide. The team held. The smell that came out hit the air in a wave that made the nearest firefighter gag behind his mask. The team did not step back. 3 figures rushed the gap. The team took them with shields, drove them to the tarmac, bound wrists and ankles, and pulled mesh hoods over their heads. The figures thrashed and rolled and snapped at nothing. None of them spoke. Behind them, 2 bodies lay still. One was May. One was Captain Sato. I knew it by the cut of his hair and the way his hand lay, still open, palm up, as if ready to give an instruction he would never finish. I took 1 step forward, and the man in the white helmet put a hand on my chest and held me there. He did not push. He simply said, "No," in a tone that means the same thing in every language. I stopped. He sent 2 medics to check pulses that did not exist. He marked the bodies with small tags. He signaled to his team. The door came off its frame entirely and was carried away. The forward cabin was a wreck of trays, torn seatbacks, and streaks that would take paint to fix, if paint were in the plan of the world tomorrow. I sat back down on the truck bumper and drank another inch of water. I did not close my eyes, because when you close your eyes in a place like this, the noise inside your head gets too loud. I kept them open and watched a bird circle over the far fence and then vanish. An airport manager came with a clipboard and a face trying to be professional through a situation that did not respect clipboards. "We will move you to the operations building," she said. "You will give statements there. We have counselors." She said the last word as if it was a tool we might still know how to use. I stood. My legs felt mechanical, which was fine. I am a machine when I need to be. I looked up at the cockpit windows. The escape rope hung loose and dirty, swaying in a light breeze. I pictured my hands on the yoke, the runway filling the frame, the captain's seat empty. I pictured a living room with a picture on a mantel somewhere. I pictured a house where a wife or a son or a husband would not get a call because phone lines clog on days like this. And even if a phone rang, what words would you use? We walked toward the bus. A passenger stepped out of line to speak to me. He was in his 20s, a shaved head, a rugby jacket. He said, "You saved us." I shook my head and said, "We landed. The ground saved you." He started to argue, and then stopped, because he understood. He got back in line. Inside the bus, the air was warm and smelled faintly of antiseptic. Someone had passed out a few blankets. An elderly man had one wrapped around his shoulders and stared out the window with a clear gaze. He saw me sit and gave a small nod that landed heavier than any thank you. We rolled past hangars and fuel farms. I watched ground crews move like chess pieces around other airplanes in distress. One crew had set up a corridor of cones from an aft door to a bus and shepherded passengers through it as if rain alone was the problem. People need shapes to walk through. Cones are shapes. It helped. At the operations building, We disembarked into a long room with rows of chairs. Police officers stood at the walls with faces that had run out of expressions. A man behind a table handed me a form and a pen. The form asked me to account for time, actions, injuries, and observations. The pen felt absurd in my hand, and the form felt too small. I wrote what I could in clean, short lines. Time of incident. Passenger collapse in row 43. Captain forward. Bites. Marshal down. Door secured. Diversion. Landing. Evacuation through overwings. Forward door sealed until cleared by fire. A woman with a badge that said Public Health asked me about symptoms, onset, and progression. She asked me if any passengers showed rash, discoloration, or unusual eye movement before collapse. She asked if the victim spoke after standing up. She asked if any decontamination took place. I answered and watched her eyes flick down her list and back up. She was trying to draw boxes around a thing that had already chewed through its first box. Hannah sat beside me. She stared at her hands, then at the ceiling, then at her hands again. "I cannot stop hearing the door," she said softly, "the sound of it when they hit it." I said, "Me too," and that was all. Phones in the room began to ring in ragged bursts. People spoke into them for a few seconds and then hung up fast. Some laughed, a short wrong sound. Some cried without tears. A screen on the far wall came alive with a local news feed. The anchor's tie was crooked. The caption bar had too many words, and none of them knew where to sit. Images cut in of hospitals with lines at doors, of crowds at grocery stores, of a street with cars stopped in a knot and doors open. The audio cut in and out. The anchor said the word outbreak, and then corrected to event, and then said nothing for a long second, while the camera stayed on his mouth. A police officer I recognized from the wing stepped in front of the room. "We are sheltering you in place for the next few hours," he said. "We need to identify exposure and track contacts. We will get you to hotels or a secure area after that. We will keep families together where possible." A man stood up and said his wife had diabetes and needed supplies from her bag. The officer walked with him to a side table and found a medic who pulled a kit and set up an injection right there. The small, practical act put a tiny wedge into the heavy air, and a little of the room's tension eased. Routine saves. A counselor came and sat across from me, a woman in her 40s, with a kind face that told me she had seen too many sirens in her life. She did not talk about feelings. She asked me what I did next. I said I wanted to call the captain's family, but I did not have the right to do that, and company protocol would. She nodded. She asked me if I had anyone to call. I said no one near. She said, "We will stay." I stood and walked to the window and watched the runway from the far distance. An aircraft flared and touched down hard with smoke off the tires. It rolled long and slow. Another followed too close and went around with an engine howl that raised small hairs on my arms. The tower voice on the outside speakers sounded calm and firm. The ground vehicles were everywhere. My hands smelled like jet fuel and rope fibers from the escape line. I rubbed them and the smell stayed. I took that as a good thing. I did not want the smell of the forward door in my skin. An officer came over. "We identified the air marshal," he said. "He did not make it." The last 3 words were soft. He added, "His weapon is secured." He glanced at my face and then at the floor. "I am sorry," I nodded. A nurse handed out small bottles of sanitizer and paper masks to the room. People put them on in a tired way. I did too. It felt late for that, but it gave my hands a task for 5 seconds, and 5 seconds is a bridge to the next 5. Someone switched the news feed to local emergency guidance. The message was simple. Stay home if you can. Lock doors. Avoid contact with anyone who shows sudden aggression. Wait for instructions. The last sentence did not sound firm. Hannah leaned her head back and stared at the ceiling again. "Did we do the right thing with the door?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "We kept it closed." She shut her eyes for 3 breaths and then opened them and sat up. "I am going to check on the passengers," she said. She stood and moved down the aisle between chairs, stopping to touch a shoulder here, a hand there, calling people by seat number when she remembered, which mattered to them. It always matters to be seen in a crowd. The airport manager returned with 2 men in suits, company reps. Their faces were composed in the way of people who practiced crisis in training rooms with tidy whiteboards. This was not a training room. They asked for a short debrief and an agreement to speak only through official channels. I nodded because I did not care about channels. I cared about the captain's family and the crew. I asked who would call his family. They said a chief pilot would. They said the right words. I wrote the chief pilot's name on the corner of my form anyway. The hours stretched. Dusk dropped hard over the bay, and the lights came up outside in open squares. The rumor mill ran hot and then cold. Someone said the terminal had an incident. Someone said a roadblock had gone up on the highway out of the airport. Someone said the base at Elmendorf had sealed its gates. No one with authority confirmed any of it on a microphone. A teenager with a skateboard asked me if flying would stop forever now. I said no. I said airplanes keep going because people do. He looked at me like he wanted that to be true and sat back down and hugged his board. Close to midnight, a man in a city jacket came in and told us the next steps. We would be moved to a cordoned-off hotel nearby. Security would remain on each floor. Food would be brought to rooms. Health checks would be performed in the morning. He said, "This is temporary," and I watched the room hear the word and nod, as if it could hold weight. On the bus again, I sat by a window and looked back at the field one last time. Our airplane sat dark on the ramp under the harsh wash of floodlights. The forward door was gone, and a curtain hung across the gap. I saw a small group of airport workers standing in a knot near the nose, heads low together, smoking despite the signs. One of them laughed once, a small bark, and then covered his mouth with his hand. In the hotel room, the bed looked wrong, too soft and too clean for a day like this. I sat on the edge with my shoes still on and stared at the line where the wall met the carpet. The silence had a sound to it, a steady hum from the air system and the elevator cable singing somewhere down the hall. I put my head in my hands, not to cry, just to hold it still for a second. I called my mother in Minnesota and got her voicemail. I left a message that said I was safe and in Anchorage and would call in the morning. I almost said the captain's name and then did not. I lay back without undressing and stared at the ceiling and walked through the flight from door closed to shutdown in my head in the clean lines of a debrief. I wrote down errors and successes on a hotel notepad. I wrote down the phrase, "Do not touch the forward door" 3 times and then tossed the pen. I closed my eyes and opened them again because sleep would not come yet, and maybe should not. Down on the street, a siren passed, and then another. A voice rose briefly and then died. The hallway outside my door had the startled quiet of a place full of people trying not to be heard. I stood and opened the heavy curtains and looked out. Anchorage at night is clean lines of light against the black. The airport sat low and sprawling, a net of white and amber. The mountains were a darker black above that, with a thin band of stars stitched over them. An airplane on final slid down toward the runway with landing lights steady and unhurried. It looked normal. It looked like any night I had ever flown. I put my hand flat on the glass until it cooled my skin. I said out loud to the empty room, "We landed," because it was something fixed and true. Then I turned from the window, locked the door chain, and sat in the chair with my back to the wall, and watched the door until the room's quiet smoothed into the kind of sleep that is not rest so much as shutdown. I woke after an hour to a knock that was not a knock, a scrape of card on metal. I sat up, moved to the peephole, and looked. Hannah stood in the hall with a cup of coffee and eyes that had not closed. I opened the door, and she handed me the cup, and we did not talk for a while. We sat on the floor with our backs to opposite walls and drank. "Dispatch is asking if you can ferry an aircraft tomorrow," she said finally. "Crew shortages, sick calls. They are moving airplanes to bases where they can secure them." I stared at the coffee. "If the runway is open, I can fly," I said. My voice sounded normal. She nodded. I will go if you go. We sat until the coffee went cold. A soft light leaked around the curtain edge. The city was still there. The airport still hummed. Phones still rang somewhere for someone. Morning would come with more forms and new routes and words from people who needed to believe today would behave. Maybe it would not. I knew this. I would strap in again, brief a departure, and take a machine into clean air, because that was my line. We lost good people behind a door I did not open. We saved many and rose who listened when told to sit and breathe and wait. The numbers hurt. The numbers still meant something. I closed my eyes a moment and saw the runway again. The center line bright, the nose steady, the wheels whispering up, the world deciding for a second to give way under skill instead of chance. I clung to that picture, not as comfort, as instruction. Do the next thing. Keep the door you must keep. Open the one you can open. Land the airplane. I always preferred the docks at night. Quieter, fewer eyes. You hear only what matters. Chains rattling, gulls shrieking, the low groan of container cranes shifting metal coffins. Port Newark wasn't beautiful, but it worked like clockwork, until the gears slipped. That night, I stood with a manifest in one hand, pistol holstered under my jacket, and a cigarette burning too fast between my fingers. Cargo ship Fidelity Horizon, just in from Istanbul, was docking 4 hours behind schedule. Nothing new. These routes are fluid. Bribes at Cape Verde, rough sea near the Azores. The captain said one of his crew went missing. I didn't ask for details. Just needed my containers offloaded and loaded onto trucks. Timing mattered. Orders were shifting. And everything I knew about this business said something bad was coming. I've run weapons for 13 years under a name that isn't mine. I was born outside Bucharest, grew up between train yards and border checkpoints. By 23, I was loading AKs into fishing boats off the Black Sea. You learn how to smell change in this business when buyers start asking for too many suppressors or when NATO countries get suddenly generous. The week before that night, I got 3 different requests from people I didn't know asking for portable launchers. Not small-time gangsters, men who used burner phones, who called me sir. That's when I knew it wasn't just another regional conflict. I remember the air that night, warm for March. Smelled like rust and diesel, like the port always does. But under that, something off, like something had spoiled in a sealed container. I assumed it was another shipment of fish from Indonesia gone bad. Those sometimes sat a day too long in customs. I was on the second stack level, catwalk just below the crane house, when the first scream cracked the air. It wasn't a warning scream, it was confusion, and then came the second, shorter, like someone had tried to shout with a mouthful of blood. I pulled the Sig Sauer from under my jacket and crouched against the rail. Below me, near berth 45, a lone man staggered out from the Fidelity Horizon's main access ramp, blood on his overalls. He looked disoriented, hands hung limp. He walked like he didn't remember how knees were supposed to bend. One of the private security guards, a kid, probably ex-National Guard, ran up to intercept. He put a hand on the man's shoulder. That's when the movement changed. Fast, not graceful. The dock worker lunged like a dropped puppet, took the kid down in seconds. Another guard rushed in, drew his sidearm. I watched from 30 feet above, breath held without realizing it. He hesitated, long enough for the first infected to rise again. That's what I have to call him now. The blood on his face wasn't his own anymore. By the time the second shot rang out, I was already moving. Down the ladder, boots slamming metal rungs. I didn't call anyone. Who would I call? My clients were federal ghosts, private contractors, dissidents who paid in Monero. I had one direct satellite uplink in a Faraday case in the container marked hunting equipment. That was my emergency protocol. 3 more screams broke out near berth 47. I could see 2 crewmen from the Fidelity Horizon slamming the gate behind them, panting, both wounded. One held his wrist like it was shattered. Another container door opened near the perimeter fence. 2 more infected stumbled out. No, not stumbled. They moved in that broken, rhythmic gait I'd never seen before, like marionettes, twitching through half-forgotten muscle memory. I had only one man left on site, Andre, 6'4", shaved head, Baltic tattoos that wrapped from neck to fingers. He didn't flinch when things broke down. We'd done runs in the Sahel during the 2012 gold rush. I found him near the forklift, holding an M4 carbine like it was an extension of his spine. It started in the ship, he told me. His voice was calm, but his eyes flicked too fast. Crew locked some sick ones in a cold container. Thought it was flu. It wasn't flu. I knew that already. I'd heard the chatter. In Istanbul, they'd locked down 2 terminals and denied it happened. Berlin had closed a hospital wing and buried it in a footnote. We made our way to the container with my backup kit. Middle of the stack, 4 rows in. The flare gun key hung from my neck. I opened it, half expecting crates of Kalashnikovs. Instead, we found 3 broken plastic pallets of 20-gauge shells and a case of flares. Someone switched the manifest. Either customs pulled the original load, or someone up the chain sold me out. Either way, I wasn't armed like I thought. Andre didn't panic. He never did. He popped the lid off the flare box and pocketed 2. I broke open a road case and found the satellite phone. Still cold and dry. No signal at the port level. I'd have to climb higher. Maybe crane level. Maybe container tower 3. But already, I could see things moving between the aisles. Not fast. Not smart. But relentless. We stuck to shadows. Moved through container corridors like rats under floorboards. I counted at least 10 infected before we hit the second ladder to the upper level. The guards hadn't stopped them. Neither had the fences. One poor bastard hung off the side of a stack, face ripped open like wet canvas. Andrej glanced once, said nothing, just kept moving. Atop the stack, I finally got signal. The satellite phone pinged off a private relay. I sent a burst to a secure address in Dubrovnik. No reply, no acknowledgement. I tried the Zurich line. Dead. My money was still on the blockchain, but the men who held the keys were probably bleeding into the pavement somewhere far away. "This is real," Andre said, not looking at me. "It's not riots, not a virus. Something else." "No," I told him. "It's a virus, but one designed to win." Below us, the port echoed with chaos. Shouts faded into moans. Gunshots cracked, then fell silent. Something about that rhythm, the gap after each shot, like punctuation. It told you when someone had stopped fighting. We descended to the operations center. The building was a prefab cube built against the fence line, half office, half logistics station. Inside, screens flickered with static. One camera feed showed berth 46 fully overrun. Shadows moved across the frame, too many for how little noise they made. It was like watching ants eat sugar. I tried the landline. Nothing. The emergency terminal showed a lockdown warning, but hadn't yet updated its firmware. Andrej found a taser and zip ties. I took the bolt cutters. We filled a duffel with anything that could be used. Fuel maps, keys, a thermal blanket. We had 2 choices. Climb out the east fence and head toward the rail yard, or take the dock trucks and try for Route 1. The trucks might be blocked, and we didn't know how far this infection had spread, but the rail yard was industrial deadland, too many places to get trapped. "Pick one," Andrej said. I looked toward the cranes. Smoke now rose from one end. Something was burning. "The trucks," I said. "If they're gone, we go on foot." We made our way down, past bodies, past open containers. One held nothing but fruit, rotting, wet, covered in flies. Another had bedding and bloodstains. A makeshift quarantine zone, perhaps. If there were survivors, they were hiding deeper inside the steel maze. Or they'd already turned. As we neared the dock trucks, I noticed something strange. One of the men I'd sold weapons to, Jules, a Haitian ex-commando turned freelance security, stood beside a cab. But he didn't speak, didn't blink, just stood there, eyes sunken, mouth slack, shirt soaked in someone else's death. He saw us, moved. Jules didn't run. He shambled forward, just enough pace to close the gap if we hesitated. He looked like a man trapped in his own body, like his limbs no longer followed orders, but responded instead to something deeper, something burned into nerves and instinct. I remembered him as sharp, confident, always scanning the edges of a room. Now his stare passed right through me. I raised my cig, aimed between the eyes, and held it there for a breath longer than I should have. Andre didn't wait. He stepped forward and crushed Jules's knee with the pry bar we'd found near the loading crane. The sound it made didn't echo. It just snapped, like breaking a dry tree branch. Jules collapsed but kept crawling, dragging himself with his forearms and still trying to bite. I finished it with a shot through the upper orbit. The round entered clean, no exit, but enough to stop whatever was inside him from pushing further. Andre said nothing. He just reached into the cab, checked the ignition, and gave a nod. Still powered. Diesel engine, tank 3/4 full. This was one of the backup trucks, marked for short hauls between stacks. Nothing registered to a license plate that would catch attention on a highway. That worked in our favor. I tossed the duffel into the back seat and climbed in. Andrej slipped behind the wheel and locked the doors before starting the engine. As the truck rumbled to life, the sound attracted others. From between containers and through the outer chain link, they started to converge. Maybe a dozen, maybe more. They weren't sprinting like in the old movies. No Olympic-level chase scenes. Just an endless forward motion, arms loose, legs wrong, balance off. But it didn't matter how slow they were. If you stood still long enough, they'd get to you. And if you got careless, even one could tear your face open. Andrej didn't floor it right away. He eased us forward, avoiding metal debris, bodies, and anything that might pop a tire. I checked my side mirror as we passed the row where Jules had been. 2 others had joined the trail, both port workers in reflective vests stained with what had once been the inside of another human. We weren't outrunning them. We were outthinking them. The east exit had already been overrun. A patrol SUV sat half-jammed through the gate, lights dead, windshield smashed from inside. A flare had been popped near the control booth, still smoldering. Whatever happened here, it had been fast and overwhelming. The fence behind the SUV was bulging where people had thrown themselves against it. Some had made it through the razor coils, judging by the rags of flesh still stuck along the edge. I told Andre to swing south, toward the old maintenance lane that ran parallel to the waterline. We passed 2 shipping containers that had been blown open, one carrying machine parts, the other full of sealed food crates. Someone had already looted them, or maybe they were staged for a run that never happened. The crows were already picking at the opened packaging. That alone told me things were worse than I wanted to admit. Birds don't come near machines unless they're certain the machines won't move again. Halfway down the lane, we spotted a body slumped against the back of a forklift. Not moving, eyes wide, face slack. For a moment, I thought we'd found someone who had frozen in shock, still alive. But when Andrej stopped to check, the corpse let out a faint groan and clawed at his leg. Andrej didn't flinch. He brought his boot down on the skull twice until it caved like wet plaster. Then he walked back to the cab like it hadn't even registered. I said nothing. We both understood. Hesitation was a liability now. We reached the last unblocked route out of the yard, a gravel utility path that fed into the service entrance under the Pulaski Skyway. If we could make it past that, we'd have options, highway access, possibly National Guard roadblocks, if the news had broken far enough. But there were no sirens, no helicopters, no official presence at all. Just smoke to the north and the occasional thunder of something collapsing deeper inside the city. The road took us past a recycling depot, then an empty customs outpost. The place was meant to house dogs and drug units. Now the windows were shattered, the walls tagged with panic graffiti. Most of it was nonsense. They're lying, not a virus. Get to the water. But one line caught my attention. It was scrawled in chalk, as if someone had written it in the final moments. They don't die unless you destroy the brain. That matched what we'd already learned. The center of mass did nothing. Gut shots meant nothing. Only precision mattered now. We stopped to refuel at a secondary storage station Andrej remembered from an older job. It was tucked under a disused overpass, hidden behind a row of derelict trucks. The key to the diesel tank was still taped inside a fuse box, just like it had been a year ago. We filled the tank, siphoned an extra 20 liters into canisters, and checked our weapons. I had 6 rounds left for the SIG. Andrej had a full magazine in the M4, but no spares. We split one flare gun between us. No grenades, no armor, just smarts and bad habits honed over years in dirty wars and borderland deals. We agreed not to drive into Newark. Not yet. The skyline was flickering with strange lights. Some kind of emergency lighting system was half failing, blinking irregularly over the industrial core. Fires burned in places where there should have been people. I saw a train stop dead along the freight line near Ironbound. Cars tilted as if it had derailed slightly but never been recovered. No movement. No rescue teams. It was already too far gone. Instead, we headed west, aiming for the outskirts. Andrej wanted to reach his cousin's mechanic shop in Elizabeth. I agreed. It was better than sitting still. We drove without headlights, using only parking lamps to navigate. We passed strip malls, storage units, and more bodies. Some were still, some weren't. At one intersection, near an old diner, we found an overturned SUV. Smoke still drifted from the undercarriage. A woman leaned against the pavement nearby, holding what looked like a kitchen knife. Her jeans were soaked to the knee. She didn't react as we slowed, just sat there, staring at the truck, muttering something under her breath. When we asked if she was alone, she looked up, eyes wide, and said only, "He wouldn't stop bleeding." We didn't take her with us. We left her there, not because we were heartless, but because the world had changed, and our trust in strangers couldn't be built in a day. If she was bit, she'd turn. If she wasn't, she'd slow us down. Survival doesn't favor kindness. It favors caution. By the time we reached Elizabeth, the streets were already broken, storefronts smashed, dogs running loose in packs. Someone had tried to build a barricade at a shopping plaza using carts and dumpsters, but it had failed. You could tell from the blood trails dragging in all directions. We didn't stop there either. Andrej led us through a service alley behind an auto repair place off Trumbull Street. His cousin, Victor, was a stubborn man, ex-Yugoslav army, part-time smuggler, full-time paranoid. If anyone had holed up and fortified, it would be him. But the shop was empty. The main bay door hung open. The interior lights were off. No bodies. No blood. But no life either. We checked the back office. The safe had been opened and cleaned out. Victor's coat was missing. He'd fled. Left maybe hours before we arrived. On a whim, Andrej checked the drywall behind the sink. There, hidden in a small crawl space, were 3 crates. Victor's emergency stash. A carbine, 12 loaded magazines, and 2 Berettas. I smiled for the first time in hours. The kind of smile you give to a locked door that finally opens when you kick it the right way. Victor had always been careful, maybe paranoid. He built escape plans and forgot them just to build better ones. These crates were his version of insurance, a fallback for a day when law and order no longer answered the phone. The carbine was clean, wrapped in oily cloth with the serial filed down. One Beretta was older, scratched along the slide, but the other had barely been fired. Both came with suppressors, packed separately. Not military grade, but close enough. The mags were labeled in Cyrillic, Victor's handwriting. Most were full metal jackets, a few hollow points mixed in. He believed in killing fast and clean, and he didn't care about the Hague Conventions anymore. I took the cleaner Beretta and 4 mags. Andrej took the carbine and the scratched pistol. He didn't bother with the suppressor. "If they hear us now," he said. "They were already too close." We also found a shortwave radio in the bottom crate, duct-taped and half-corroded but still functional. It took us a minute to scan through the noise, but we caught fragments on one band, emergency tones, followed by broken speech. No location, no confirmation. Just a mechanical voice saying, "Shelter in place, secure all entry points. Infected are considered lethal. Do not attempt to assist." Then silence. That message repeated every 10 minutes, like a loop meant for those who still believed someone would help. We didn't sleep after that. We sat in turns, watching through the narrow ventilation slits and listening for anything unnatural. Around 4 a.m., the sky turned a shade lighter, but it brought no relief. The streets remained still. No patrols, no police. Just empty road and echoing wind against broken signs. I could smell the ash now. It carried from somewhere deeper in the industrial zones. Synthetic, plastic and insulation burning. No wood smoke. By dawn, We agreed we couldn't stay. If the infection had spread to the port, it had reached every transit route on the East Coast by now. Freight, air, and highway. All it would take was one truck driver coughing blood at a way station. The outbreak wasn't local. It was already a network, and Newark was a hub. We geared up and loaded the rest of the useful supplies into the truck. I debated taking the shortwave with us, but it was too bulky and we had no way to recharge it. I pulled the batteries instead. They might be worth something if we found a working unit elsewhere. Before we left, I found Victor's old leather notebook wedged in the back drawer. Names, routes, cryptic shorthand only a paranoid ex-soldier would understand. One entry was dated 3 days ago. Williamsburg fallback cancelled. Jersey City compromised. Holding pattern. Red Lion. Red Lion. That was the name of an old speakeasy-turned-bunker bar in the Ironbound district. During Hurricane Sandy, Victor used it to hole up when the grid failed. It had no windows, a walk-in freezer, and one hidden stairwell. If he went anywhere, it might be there. I didn't know why I cared, but I folded the page and kept it. Sometimes in chaos, you need a direction even if it leads nowhere. The truck rolled north past collapsed intersections and blinking traffic lights. We avoided Route 9, blocked by burned-out cars and a jackknife delivery rig. Instead, we threaded through side streets, passing shuttered shops with metal grates down. On one corner, we saw a group of men trying to reinforce a laundromat entrance using doors torn from parked vehicles. They didn't wave, didn't shout, just stared as we passed, hammers in hand. It wasn't a look of hope. It was the stare of men who knew we wouldn't be back. Near the intersection of Frelinghuysen and Haynes, we hit our first blockade. A box truck had crashed into a storefront, blocking the entire width of the road. The rear doors hung open. Inside were pallets of bottled water and wrapped emergency rations. Not looted, untouched. That alone set off alarm bells. Andrade parked the truck 2 blocks back and we moved forward on foot, weapons drawn, taking cover behind parked sedans and mailboxes. It felt like a trap, even if no one had meant it that way. We were right to be cautious. Just as we cleared the corner, 2 infected came out from behind the delivery rig. One missing an arm, the other dragging a broken leg. Silent, except for the soft sound of skin slapping asphalt. We didn't shoot. Andre took the one on the right with the carbine. 2 controlled bursts to the head. I handled the crawler, lining up the Beretta and sending a round through the temple. No screaming, no dramatic fall. Just motion, then stillness. That's how it worked now. No struggle, no fight. If you won, they stopped. If you lost, you didn't tell anyone about it. We moved past the truck, grabbed what we could carry from the crate, 12 bottles, 4 MREs, a box of protein bars, and kept moving. The rest we left. We couldn't take it all, and staying longer would only draw more. The closer we got to the city core, the more surreal it became. Trenton Avenue had become a corridor of stalled vehicles, their doors open, keys still in the ignition. It looked like people had simply stepped out mid-commute and walked away. We passed a yellow school bus with no driver, the emergency door open, and one lone backpack resting on the top step. The quiet was worse than the noise. At least in gunfire you knew who was losing. We stopped near the old scrapyard. There was movement inside, a radio crackling faintly and a generator still humming. Andrej checked the perimeter, while I climbed onto a shipping container for a better view. 2 survivors, maybe 3, armed, but not military. Local types. One wore a mechanic's apron, the other had an NY Jets jacket stained with blood. Not his own. We debated approaching. Then Andrej saw what I didn't. Someone else in the shadows near the yard fence, moving low and quiet. Not infected, armed, watching them, not helping. Ambush? I asked. No, Andrej said. More like circling wolves, waiting for weakness. We didn't stay. We'd seen enough roadside betrayals in war zones to know what came next. Maybe the men inside had food. Maybe they had fuel. But someone else had decided to take it from them, and it wasn't our business to interfere. Not now. Not unless they tried to make us part of it. The truck's gas gauge dropped below half by the time we reached the Ironbound. We circled past empty parking lots and abandoned train cars. On one overpass, We saw what looked like a makeshift gallows. 2 bodies, hanging by their wrists from steel cable. Not federal, not military. This was local justice, or fear masquerading as punishment. Their chests had been torn open, not by man, by teeth. The Red Lion was still standing. Black metal doors shut tight, no visible signs of damage. The side alley had a reinforced gate, sealed with a thick chain. I pounded 3 times, paused, then 2. An old signal Victor taught me back in the Balkans, when you didn't want to get shot by your own side. No response. Andrzej waited. Then, just as we turned to leave, the bolt slid open. A narrow-eyed woman peeked through, holding a battered revolver. She looked exhausted, mid-40s, dried blood on her sleeves. "You with Victor?" she asked, voice hoarse. "Used to be," I replied. She opened the gate halfway. "He's inside. Don't draw unless you want to get shot by 5 different calibers." We entered slowly, weapons lowered. The Red Lion was darker than I remembered, lights powered by car batteries rigged to solar panels on the roof. A few men sat at tables turned barricades. Shotguns, baseball bats, one holding a crossbow like it was a sacred relic. Victor stood near the back, leaning on a cane. His left leg had been splintered, wrapped in duct tape and old rags. "You brought hell with you," he said. No anger, just resignation. "No," I answered. "Hell was already here. We just stopped long enough to notice." He motioned for us to sit. Someone poured weak coffee into cracked mugs. We drank in silence. It tasted like burnt sand, but it was warm. Victor spoke softly. "They came off the ships. We heard the screams before the news broke. Didn't take long. Just a few hours before the city was gone." His voice didn't waver. If anything, it sounded like someone remembering an old operation. Cold, factual, resigned to the memory already. He sat in a battered chair behind the bar, one leg outstretched on a crate, the improvised splint now reinforced with what looked like parts from an old broom handle. His hand never left the grip of the revolver on the bar beside him, and I noticed his eyes weren't watching me. They were watching the others in the room, the corners, the stairwell, always assessing, like he knew this place was temporary, like every safe house always had an expiration date. "We thought we had time," he continued. "When the port security radios went dead, I figured it was a union issue or a blackout. But then, one of our runners came back bleeding from the shoulder, half his face torn off. No warning, just collapsed on the floor. Then he got up." He paused to sip from his mug, steam rising in the dim light. "I shot him 4 times before it stopped moving. Used the last of the 45 rounds on him. Haven't found more since." The woman with the revolver was named Raina. She ran a pawn shop before this, somewhere off Ferry Street. She'd known Victor for years, sold him used power tools and sometimes unclaimed safes from out-of-business storefronts. Now she acted as his second, watching the others while Victor couldn't walk. She didn't say much to me or Andrzej beyond what was necessary. Trust wasn't a commodity anymore. It was an obstacle. We stayed in the Red Lion for the rest of the day. The lower floor was secure. Steel doors, brick walls, no windows. A few survivors had turned the walk-in freezer into sleeping quarters after clearing out the spoiled food. They lined it with rugs and hung blankets across the racks to keep in warmth. It stank of bleach and old meat, but it was dry and safe. Upstairs had been barricaded shut entirely. The rooftop solar array powered only a few devices. 2 overhead bulbs, a ham radio setup Victor had cannibalized from a rig truck, and an ancient battery charger scavenged from a marine store. At noon, Raina and Andrzej did a perimeter check. I stayed behind, helping to strip ammunition and reorganize supplies. The others were cautious around me, but I recognized the look in their eyes. They'd seen men like me before. Those who wore expensive jackets and smelled like places far away. Those who knew the weight of weapons more than the worth of a name. One of them, an older man in a janitor's uniform with a half-burned security badge on his belt, asked me directly, "You sell this kind of thing before all this?" I nodded once. He didn't press. I think that small admission was enough to explain the coldness behind my voice. Later that afternoon, Victor shared what little intel he had. The emergency bands had gone quiet. Civilian broadcasts were gone. Just dead air or static. A few rogue frequencies picked up out-of-state messages, mostly unverified rumors. Newark Liberty Airport had gone dark within the first 6 hours. No air traffic, no outbound flights. One frequency claimed JFK was under military quarantine, but nobody had heard anything past midnight. A weak signal from Pennsylvania said the National Guard had sealed several towns but were losing control. One transmission mentioned containment breach at Scranton checkpoint. Another simply repeated, "Do not enter Baltimore on a loop." It became clear that the federal response, if there had even been one, had either collapsed or was isolating itself. Cities were being left to burn. No rescue, no convoys, no evacuation orders. Just silence and smoke. That night, after the security sweep came back clear, we gathered around a battery lantern and shared what we knew. The group inside the Red Lion had varied backgrounds. 2 former Marines who worked private security, a nurse who had lost her clinic in the first rush, a college kid from Montclair who'd managed to steal a police cruiser and drive blind until he ran out of gas. None of them had family anymore. None expected a rescue. All had reached the same conclusion. The only plan was to stay alive, day to day. Andrej asked about fuel and transport. Victor shook his head. They had one functioning vehicle, an old panel van with a quarter tank and 3 slashed tires. No spares. The others had either been stripped or burned. A few had talked about heading west on foot, but the moment you left the district, you were exposed. No cover, no fallback. Still, staying was a slow death too. Supplies were dwindling. Ammunition was limited. The bar had been fortified well, but only against what they expected in the first few days. This was now something else. The infected were increasing, not just in number, but in persistence. The last few that tried to get in didn't give up after a few minutes. They kept clawing, scratching, moaning until their hands shredded. One of them chewed the steel handle off a locked grate. They didn't sleep. They didn't bleed out. They didn't stop. By morning, we had a plan. We needed transport and fuel, and we had to move before the infected discovered the bar again. Victor remembered a city maintenance depot near Wilson Avenue. It serviced sanitation trucks and had a fleet of retired vehicles stored in a secondary yard. One of the Marines, Evans, had worked there after being discharged. He said the place had a backup generator and possibly diesel reserves. More importantly, the fences were reinforced with concrete pillars, and the office had a steel hatch entry point. We prepped fast. Rayner, Andre, Evans and I would go. The others would stay behind, monitor the radio, and prepare for evacuation if we returned with a vehicle. We packed only what we could carry: weapons, water, flares, a crowbar, and one of the flare guns loaded with modified incendiaries. Victor gave us a hand-drawn map of the best approach: side alleys, backlots, old fences. He warned us not to cut across Raymond Boulevard. "Too open," he said. "Too many dead." We left just after sunrise. The streets were a little brighter, but the silence remained. Trash and glass coated the roads. Storefronts had been ransacked. Some fires still smoldered where corner stores had once stood. Pigeons clustered on power lines above us, fluttering nervously with every shift of the wind. The infected were close. You could feel them, even when you didn't see them. Halfway to the depot, we encountered a checkpoint. Makeshift, not military. 2 trucks had been positioned across the street, forming a blockade with stacked furniture, tires, and sheet metal. Someone had spray-painted "No entry, no help, no mercy" across a plywood board in fluorescent orange. We moved quietly, keeping low. As we passed the first truck, Evans signaled halt. A body slumped in the passenger seat, head tilted against the shattered window. I kept my weapon trained while Andre approached. It wasn't infected. Not anymore. The man had shot himself in the jaw, probably days ago. A short-barreled shotgun lay across his lap, grip still wrapped in his dead fingers. Blood had congealed in a thick sheet down the door panel. He'd been alone. We didn't disturb him. At the depot, the front lot was empty. No guards, no vehicles. Just a broken security gate twisted open at the base. We moved fast across the yard, past rows of garbage trucks and salt spreaders. The building stood intact, doors sealed, windows boarded. The smell of diesel lingered in the air, strong enough to tell us the underground tank hadn't ruptured. Inside, the offices were ransacked, papers scattered, coffee mugs overturned. One chair burned in the center of the hallway, melted into the tile. No signs of struggle, just panic. We found the back stairwell and descended toward the storage bay. That's where we found the first signs of recent life. Boot prints, flattened bedding, and a trail of empty ration packets. Someone had already been here, recently. In the main garage, we found what we needed. An old armored utility truck, tires still inflated, keys missing but dashboard intact. The thing looked like it hadn't moved in years, but the fuel gauge read 3/4. Evans slid under the dash and started rigging the ignition, while Andre and I checked the perimeter. The depot's maintenance bay was enormous, concrete floor, high ceilings with grimy skylights that let in thin bands of daylight. Half the fluorescent bulbs were dead, the others flickered like a dying pulse. Empty lockers lined the far wall, some busted open, others hanging by rusted hinges. A bench had been overturned and dragged toward the back, where it served as a makeshift bed. A few old blankets still lay balled in the corner, and a backpack sat half-zipped next to a crate of instant ramen and a rolled-up fire hose. Someone had lived here, recently, and they'd either fled or were still inside. Andrej motioned toward a utility door near the rear wall. I took point, raising the Beretta while he swung the door open slowly with the crowbar. It creaked against the frame, echoing too loud for comfort. Inside was a narrow hallway lined with storage cages. Most were empty or full of parts, alternators, batteries, chains. But one had a fresh smear of blood on the floor, trailing out of sight beneath a drain grate. I crouched and listened. No movement, no breath, nothing but the low buzz of dead wiring behind the walls. We swept the corridor methodically, guns raised, every angle cleared like we were back in the Balkans raiding militia compounds. Old habits don't die, they calcify. The last cage held a maintenance terminal and a locker labeled EM response. Inside, we found 2 Kevlar vests, 3 radios with half-charged batteries, and a bundle of flares. I took one vest, Andrej the other. Evans was still under the dash when we returned. Old-school ignition, he grunted from beneath the steering wheel. Needs a flathead and 15 seconds of peace. He glanced at us. We got peace. Not for long, Andre muttered, scanning the windows. Just then, we heard the sound again. Not close, but deliberate. Something moving through the upper level, slow, dragging, persistent. We froze. The truck provided partial cover, but we were exposed from 3 sides. I crouched low, checked my magazine, 11 rounds left, and adjusted the suppressor. No time for mistakes. If one of them found us, the sound would draw more. Evans cursed and yanked a wire. The engine turned, sputtered, then roared to life, coughing dust and smoke out the rear exhaust. The noise filled the garage like an alarm bell. Andrej didn't wait. He pulled the side door closed and shoved a metal rod through the hinge to jam it shut. We needed out now. I slid into the passenger seat as Andrej took the back. Evans reversed the truck carefully, rolling over an old toolbox and clipping a rack of oil cans. He didn't stop. The steel bumper crunched through the side exit, collapsing the aluminum door like paper. Bright light poured in, and with it, 2 figures stumbling down the adjacent ramp. They weren't fresh. You could tell by the skin. Leathery, cracked, gone to that greyish tone like meat left out overnight. One wore what was left of a mechanic's jumpsuit, but his stomach was torn open, intestines dragging behind like rope. The second had no jaw, just a gaping hole where the mouth should have been, and a throat that hissed wetly with each step. I didn't wait. I aimed and fired twice. Headshots, tight grouping. Both dropped like sacks of concrete. The third was behind them, crawling from under a truck chassis. This one moved differently, faster, almost spasmodic. Its arms flailed as it scraped across the floor, broken bones jutting from one elbow. Evans didn't stop to ask. He slammed the truck into drive and gunned it. The tires caught, and we surged forward, crushing the crawler beneath the rear axle. The jolt rocked the cabin, but the truck held together. I kept my pistol aimed out the side window, scanning for movement. Nothing else came. The depot gate was still open. Someone had broken the latch clean off. We tore through it and rolled out onto Wilson Avenue, heading west toward the Red Lion. Behind us, I saw 3 more infected emerge from the lot, too far to catch us, too late to matter. But it was a sign. This city wasn't dying. It was already dead. We were just scavenging the remains before the flies caught up. Back at the Red Lion, Raina and the others had cleared the entrance and waved us in. We parked the truck against the wall and killed the engine. The noise would bring attention, but we needed the vehicle inside the perimeter. Once the steel gate was sealed, we opened the rear doors and unloaded everything in silence. The new ammo, radios, and vests were split evenly. Victor limped over and placed a hand on the truck's rusted panel. "I drove one of these in Sarajevo," he said quietly, "before everything went to rot." That night the mood shifted. A few survivors allowed themselves small smiles. The idea of leaving was no longer just talk. It was possible. We had transport. We had weapons. And now, we had a choice. But the truth was, none of us had any real plan. Andre and I spoke in private near the back staircase. He lit a cigarette, shielding the ember behind his palm, and looked at me sideways. "You think we're better off on our own?" "I think we're better off not relying on strangers with twitchy hands," I said. "But they haven't broken yet. That counts for something." He nodded. "We take the truck. They'll follow. You know that, right?" "They'll follow until they don't," I replied. "Until the next mistake, the next delay, the next bit of human weakness." Neither of us said what we were really thinking. How long before they became more dangerous than the infected? That night, we heard screams in the distance. Not close, not threatening, but the kind that carried over rooftops and settled into your spine. It was a woman, then a child, then silence. The priest in the group, Father Molina, a thin man with burn marks across one arm, started praying in a corner, almost silently. I didn't believe in God, but I let him be. Some things you don't interrupt, no matter what side of faith you stand on. Raina approached me near the loading dock. She didn't ask questions, didn't demand stories. She just handed me a map torn from Atlas and traced a route with her finger. "We follow Route 280 west, through Orange, then Montclair. Avoid Route 80. Too many choke points. You'll need to detour around Patterson. National Guard had a post there, and they didn't all make it out." "You've done this before?" I asked. She shrugged. "I used to run supply drops for domestic shelters. Storm relief mostly. After Katrina, we trained for mass displacement. Never thought I'd use it for this." She looked me in the eye, and for once, the suspicion in her gaze faded. "You've seen the worst of people already, haven't you?" she said. I nodded. "Then you'll understand when I say, if any of them hesitate, I won't wait. I'll shoot to protect what's left." I respected that, more than I could admit. By dawn, the plan was in motion. We loaded the truck, rationed the weapons, and plotted our first fallback, a rural airfield about 25 miles west, abandoned since 2018. If we could reach it, we might find fuel, maybe shelter, maybe a place where the dead didn't outnumber the living 10-1. The truck groaned under the weight. Besides the 5 of us, Andre, Raina, Evans, the nurse named Dee, and me, we carried medical supplies, ammunition, food for 2 days, and every jug of diesel we could siphon. No one had delusions about comfort. We were wedged between crates and steel with barely enough room to shift legs. The cabin reeked of fuel, sweat, and powdered milk. But it was sealed, and it moved. And in this world, that was more than most had. We took the truck north through back roads, avoiding the major arteries. Route 280 was choked with dead vehicles and signs of last stands. Overturned buses, barricades made from furniture and fencing. Blood pooled where people had made their final arguments. Whatever federal presence had existed had either withdrawn or been consumed. Roadblocks weren't manned anymore. The checkpoints had become graves. Our path cut through East Orange, then West Orange. We passed a fire station that looked like it had been torched from the inside out. The charred frame still smoldered in places, the ladder truck half melted in the garage bay. In the middle of the parking lot, a pile of blackened bodies had been heaped into a ring of tires and set ablaze. The fire had died hours ago, but the smoke lingered like a ghost you could still taste in the air. No one in the truck spoke. At a rural intersection near Livingston, we came across a car stalled in the middle of the road. A minivan, doors open, one wheel shredded from the rim. A child's shoe lay in the grass just off the shoulder, toes pointed toward the tree line. Dee insisted we stop. I overruled her. We didn't argue. There wasn't time, but her silence after said everything. Maybe the child had made it out. Maybe not. Either way, we weren't rescuers. Not anymore. The airfield was real. An old private strip that once serviced hobby pilots and the occasional news chopper. After its closure, it had been used for impound storage. And by the look of it, no one had stepped inside for months, at least not officially. The access gate had been blown open with what looked like improvised explosives. The chain-link perimeter curled outward, as if something had forced its way in, rather than kept others out. We stopped the truck 100 yards from the main hangar and approached on foot, weapons up, every movement deliberate. The tarmac was littered with debris, plastic tarps, cracked crates, shredded duffel bags. A rusted Cessna sat gutted near the edge of the strip, its nose cone collapsed, and fuselage hollowed like someone had tried to sleep inside and failed. Andre found tracks, fresh boot prints in the dried mud near the control shack. Not infected, human. I counted at least 4 distinct tread patterns. Too light, too heavy. Armed, likely. We moved carefully, using the scattered vehicles for cover. I circled wide toward the far hangar, while Evans and Rayner flanked right. Inside the hangar, we found what was left of the previous group. 5 bodies. 4 male, 1 female. None infected, all shot. Some in the chest, 1 in the neck. Execution style. The room stank of metal and damp concrete. Blood had dried in splashes across a utility sink and soaked through tarps covering a makeshift sleeping area. They hadn't been overtaken. They'd been eliminated. Evans found empty shell casings, 9mm, match grade, no prints on the brass, but the grouping on the wall told us the shooter knew what they were doing. These weren't panicked survivors. This had been a deliberate purge. It forced the question we hadn't spoken aloud yet. Was someone cleaning up? We backed out, secured the hangar, and ran a sweep of the fuel depot. The pumps were dry, hoses cut. Someone had taken everything usable. Even the oil drums had been slashed open. Dee patched together a possible timeline based on what we'd found. Those people had been here less than a week, killed 2 days ago, maybe less. Whoever did it might still be in the area. We fortified the hangar anyway, welded 1 bay door shut with a salvaged torch, used metal siding to block the skylight, and ran wire across the side doors to trigger noise traps. If we were going to hold here even temporarily, we needed warning. Night fell fast. The clouds thickened, cutting out the moon, and the wind shifted from warm to biting. We posted watch in 4-hour shifts. I took the second with Rayner. She didn't talk much, just scanned the tree line through the scope of an old hunting rifle she'd picked up near the scrapyard 2 weeks ago. I respected her for that. No idle chatter, no need to pretend anything would go back to normal. Halfway through the shift, we heard dogs. Not close, but distinct. Not barking, snarling, low, guttural, feral. They were fighting over something. Then a yelp, then silence. The woods swallowed it whole. Neither of us moved. We just kept our eyes on the dark. By morning, we took inventory again. The fuel situation was worse than we thought. We had 1 day's worth of diesel if we idled, 2 if we rationed. The Red Lion had sent us off with what they could spare, but the truck was never meant to go far without a resupply point. Evans suggested breaking down one of the old aircraft and siphoning aviation fuel. The idea held until we realized the tanks had been drained too. Not recently, long ago, probably sold off after the closure. That left us one option: push further west. There was a municipal garage in Morristown with possible reserves. Risky, but doable. Still, we needed a forward scout. Andrej volunteered. He knew the layout. Said he'd go on foot, mark the routes, then double back with a verdict. He left just before noon with a sidearm, 3 mags, a flare, and 1 radio. Promised to return by nightfall. He didn't. We waited as long as we could. By dusk, Rayner wanted to go after him. Dee agreed. Evans and I disagreed. Too dangerous, too open, too many variables. That night, we argued. Not loud, not reckless, but serious, cold. We can't keep splintering, I said. Every person out there lowers our odds. He's one of us, Rayner said flatly. He was one of us, I replied, until he left the perimeter. Dee spoke next. You'd want someone to come for you? No, I said. I wouldn't. Not in this world. They didn't like the answer, but they accepted it. 2 days passed. No word. The radio stayed silent. We prepped the truck again and made ready to leave. It wasn't a decision. It was necessity. Fuel was nearly gone, and there were signs of movement outside. The infected had started wandering toward the airstrip. Not in groups, not a horde, just individuals, drawn by something. Maybe the wind, maybe a memory of motion, maybe us. The morning we left, I found something tucked under the truck's windshield wiper. A flare casing, split open. Inside was a folded strip of packaging tape, covered in handwriting, blocky, tight, androges. Morristown hostile, military group, don't trust, they saw me. I ran, headed south, we'll loop back. Don't wait. He was alive, for now. We left anyway. As we rolled down the tarmac, I didn't look back. The others did. I could see them shifting in their seats, eyes scanning the hangar, hoping for movement, hoping for Andrej. But hope is a drug with no supply chain, and when it runs out, you crash. We drove in silence. Through ash, through empty roads, through the death of a country too bloated to stand and too proud to bend. I don't know where we'll stop, but I know this. I was never built for peace. I was never meant to be a father, a friend, a flag waver. I'm a man who moved guns through borders and names through firewalls. But now, in a world where those who hesitated are already buried, I found a new trade, staying alive, and maybe, just maybe, making the monsters bleed. The highway ahead shimmered in the early heat, but the sun hadn't even crested properly. That grey hour before full light always messed with depth perception, and I kept having to adjust my eyes to make sure the shadows on the asphalt weren't animals or debris. You do this kind of run long enough, your brain learns to filter out distractions. But today, it wasn't working. I'd been chewing the same mint toothpick since 3, and the taste had turned bitter hours ago. South Texas doesn't usually feel like pressure, unless you've got 30 pounds of product chilling in the back of your trailer, and you're rolling into Laredo with a law enforcement presence that doesn't match the usual rhythm. Normally, I'm calm. I've made this run more times than I can count. Nuevo Laredo to San Antonio. Ice-packed cargo on paperwork that looks clean. Foam crates layered into legal produce shipments. The people who loaded me didn't talk much. They knew better. Gloves on, heads down. My only conversation came from the weight distribution report, and I made damn sure that balance was tight. A shift in that load during a quick turn or bump, and I'd have a real problem, not to mention the value melting away into poison if the refrigeration gave out. But this morning, something wasn't right. I'd noticed it even before I crossed the bridge. The federales had set up a secondary, and their eyes weren't on smugglers. They were looking inward, toward the city, scanning traffic coming from within Mexico. That's backwards. I clocked 2 soldiers with gloves, another with what looked like a thermal scanner. I've seen plenty of crackdowns in my time, but this was different. Twitchy, not tactical, like nobody had briefed them properly, or like they weren't expecting what they were seeing. I had options. Could have turned off the main drag, looped through the east bypass, even doubled back and ditched the truck. But options are luxuries when you owe people who don't take missed deadlines lightly. I wasn't just smuggling cargo. I was repaying a favor that saved my life 2 years ago. You take the job, you finish it, no matter what's buzzing through the wires. That's the rule. Still, I kept one hand close to the Glock tucked in the door panel and my foot hovering over the brake. That little pulse of paranoia? I trust it. It saved my hide more than once. By the time I rolled toward the US checkpoint, the sky had turned the kind of pale blue that doesn't promise much. Just heat and glare. There was only one lane open. No backup lanes, no inspection bay ready, and no overhead lights. That set off more alarms in my head. Border patrol's lazy sometimes, but they're never sloppy. Even at their worst, there's always movement. Agents talking, phones buzzing, paperwork being shuffled around in that tight rhythm of controlled boredom. This wasn't that. One guy stood in the middle of the road, face grey, motionless, like he'd been planted there hours ago. His boots were stained, his belt askew, and he didn't raise his hand to stop me. I eased the truck to a crawl, one hand on the stick, the other resting on the Glock. The guy didn't flinch, didn't wave me through, didn't even seem to blink, just stood there staring like he was watching a screen only he could see. That's when the second agent stumbled out from behind the booth, his hands clutching his gut like he'd been punched. He pitched forward onto the pavement, and I swear to God, he started convulsing like something inside him was breaking apart. Before I could react, the standing agent dropped to one knee beside him, leaned over, and took a bite out of his partner's neck. No hesitation, no panic, like he was snapping into a routine he didn't remember learning. Blood sprayed up like someone had popped a tire. Most of it hit my windshield. I didn't even think. My foot slammed the gas, and the truck lurched forward, smashing through the flimsy barrier arm and rattling the whole chassis as I cleared the checkpoint without stopping. The trailer jolted behind me, and the refrigerated unit groaned like it was taking offense at the abuse. The tires hit clean asphalt again, and I was doing 70 down I-35 before I caught my breath. Not because I was scared of some cannibal, but because what I'd seen wasn't natural. It wasn't cartel violence. It wasn't an overdose freakout. It was something else. The way the guy moved. Stiff, erratic, not drunk, not high, like his bones didn't fit right anymore. The radio started spitting fragments of emergency broadcasts. I flipped between AM and CB, trying to find a clear feed. I caught pieces, stay inside, then static, citywide containment then nothing. A Spanish station mentioned brotes de violencia súbita, sudden outbreaks of violence. I scanned all my usual trucker channels. Dead air. Even the ones with code words and burner chatter were silent. That scared me more than the blood. When the people who normally talk too much shut up, it means they're either dead or running. I had to make a choice. Keep pushing to the San Antonio safe house or hole up until things cooled down. Problem was, I only had a quarter tank left. These reefer units suck diesel like it's air. If the power goes out back there, the product melts. I've seen what happens when that stuff leaks. Workers who load it without gloves getting seizures, foam turning to slime, the smell making your lungs close up. You don't want to be around when that cargo goes bad. Up ahead, about 15 miles outside Laredo, I spotted movement on the right shoulder. Two figures, one adult, one small, were running along the edge of the highway, arms flailing. My first instinct was that it was a trap. That's how they bait you. Flash some desperate mother and kid on the side of the road, and when you stop, 4 guys with masks and AKs come out from the brush. I've seen it, lived it. But something felt different. There was no cover nearby, no other vehicles. The woman was shouting something, her voice raw even through the closed windows. She was limping, one shoe missing, her clothes torn at the sleeve like she'd been dragged. The kid, barefoot, small frame, was clutching a stuffed animal half drenched in something I hoped was just mud. Their eyes locked onto mine, not pleading, just frantic. That's what got me. There was no performance, no setup, just raw, unfiltered panic. I hit the brakes harder than I should have. The trailer swayed slightly, but the road was clean enough to keep me from jackknifing. I opened the passenger side door and shouted without thinking. They didn't hesitate. The kid climbed up like he'd done it before, and the woman followed, dragging herself in and slamming the door shut behind her. She didn't thank me, just looked straight ahead, breathing in bursts, arms tight around her boy. The cab smelled like sweat and fear. I floored it again and didn't look back until we were doing 80. In the side mirror, I spotted 3 figures moving in our direction. Not walking, sprinting, no coordination, just flailing limbs and too much speed, like their legs didn't know how to pace their bodies anymore. I'd seen doped-up guys run like that before, but they always crashed hard. These ones didn't look like they'd stop until their bones broke, and maybe not even then. I stayed quiet for the next few miles. Let the road fill the silence. The kid cried softly. The woman wiped her face with a ripped sleeve, still not saying a word. I didn't ask who they were, didn't want to know. If this went bad, Knowing names would make it harder to do what I might need to do. But after a while, she spoke. Just one sentence. They bit his face off. I didn't ask who. I already knew the story. Her husband, her brother, somebody who tried to protect them and got turned into meat instead. This was the pattern now. Cities falling fast, rural roads flooding with refugees, checkpoints collapsing under something we didn't understand. The radio called it a flu-like illness with extreme neurological complications. I called it what I saw, a sickness that made people lose everything that made them human. I checked the fuel gauge again. Lower than I liked. I could maybe make it to Kotula, maybe further if I cut the AC and coasted the downhill stretches. But I couldn't risk it. I needed fuel. And more than that, I needed information. I needed to know if the safe house was still operating, if the border was closed, if we'd just witnessed the beginning of something much worse than a drug bust gone wrong. I pulled into a way station turned makeshift stop for truckers. It was empty, eerily so. No vendors, no mechanics, no other rigs idling in line. Just a couple of vending machines and a broken payphone. I killed the engine and told the woman and kid to stay put. I tucked the Glock into the back of my waistband, flipped my shirt over it, and stepped out into the dust. I didn't see anything at first. Just silence and the distant buzz of insects. But the air was wrong. It felt charged. I approached the building slowly, eyes scanning for movement. The office was dark. The glass was cracked. There was blood on the door handle, smeared like someone had tried to hold on. And then I heard it, a wet dragging sound from behind the vending machines. I drew the Glock, stepped around the corner, and saw a man slumped against the wall, legs chewed down to the bone, eyes fluttering like a light bulb about to die. He looked at me and reached out, fingers twitching. His mouth opened, but no words came out, just a guttural wheeze and a trail of black saliva. I backed away slowly and returned to the cab without firing a shot. I didn't explain to the woman. I didn't need to. She saw my face, saw the gun was now in my hand instead of tucked away, and she understood. I started the engine, turned back onto the highway, and drove. Fast. No more stops. No more questions. We passed mile marker 42 when the kid finally fell asleep in her lap. She'd wrapped him in a fleece blanket from the back of the cab, his little hands curled against her stomach like he was still trying to hang on to something safe. I kept one eye on the road and one on the mirror, watching the horizon behind us just in case something fast came loping up the asphalt. It was too quiet. No semis, no cars. Just us, the wind, and the low groan of the refrigerated unit keeping the trailer barely under control. The compressor was beginning to sound offbeat, like it was cycling more than it should. I tapped the side of the unit panel with the butt of a flashlight and glanced at the gauge. Still cold, but the strain was growing obvious. That reefer was never meant to work this hard without rest, not in this heat, not with the sun climbing and no cloud cover. I figured I had maybe another 2 hours before it gave up entirely. And then I'd be driving a bomb. That fentanyl back there, if it thawed, it would seep through the foam, settle into the floor, contaminate the entire trailer. A few breaths of that air could knock a man out cold. The kind of exposure I was sitting on wasn't survivable, not without gear I didn't have. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was burning away diesel to keep product stable in a world that might not exist by nightfall. I was sweating through my shirt and my legs ached from staying locked in the same position, but I didn't dare relax. The woman hadn't asked where we were going. She probably didn't care. Not yet. Survival shrinks the horizon. You stop thinking about tomorrow, or a week from now, and start measuring life in exits and fuel stops. I knew that better than most. The cab was heavy with tension, like we were riding in a sealed bottle of hot air and denial. Somewhere around Dili, I reached over to the glove compartment and yanked out a bag of almonds and a few vacuum-sealed jerky sticks. She took them without a word. She opened the almonds with one hand, feeding a few pieces to the boy without waking him. He chewed in his sleep. I've seen dogs do the same thing. A little farther up, we passed a state trooper cruiser turned halfway into a ditch. Its lights were still pulsing weakly in the morning haze. No movement inside, driver's door ajar. The back window was spiderwebbed with cracks, and there was a stain down the side that didn't look like oil. I slowed, watched for movement. Nothing, not even birds. I gunned it again and left the cruiser behind, its emergency lights blinking into nothing. When the woman finally spoke again, her voice was rough, dried out. They were everywhere in the city, just in the streets. Some of them weren't bleeding. They were just chasing people, biting, tearing. I kept my eyes on the road. I didn't want to hear this. Not really, but I let her keep going. People always talk when the silence starts feeling like a threat. There was a hospital near us. My sister was inside. She was having surgery that morning. When it started, people ran toward the hospital thinking it was safe. That's where it got worse. Someone brought it in. That's where they changed first. That's where they started tearing into the nurses. She didn't get out. No one did. I still didn't say anything. What do you say to something like that? There wasn't a right answer. Her voice cracked at the end. She didn't seem like the kind of person who had time to grieve right now. Grief is for people who feel safe enough to slow down. I respected that. Just outside Pearsall, I finally saw other vehicles. 2 pickups parked sideways across the lanes, both with their doors open and hoods popped like someone had tried to sabotage them in a hurry. A third car, a silver Camry, was burned out and melted to the median barrier. Black smoke stains crawled up the concrete like fingers. I eased the truck to the far right lane, nudged around the debris field, careful not to put the tires on glass. No bodies, no sign of who'd owned those cars. Just clothes on the road, torn and stained. Once we passed, I spotted the shape of someone lying on the embankment. I slowed just enough to get a look. His arms were gone, torn off or taken, head tilted at an unnatural angle. His legs twitched once, maybe a muscle spasm, or maybe something worse. I didn't stop. Whatever he was, I wasn't dragging it into the cab. A little past noon, the air turned heavy with the smell of fuel and rubber. We were near a small truck plaza that had gone dark. The signage still flickered, but only half the lights were working. I didn't want to stop, but the reefer temp was climbing into dangerous territory, and the fuel gauge had finally tapped red. We'd have to risk it. I pulled the rig around to the diesel pumps. No cars, no staff. The place looked abandoned. I left the engine running, pulled the Glock from the door panel again, and told her to stay in the truck with the windows up and the locks down. I checked the entrance to the store first. Glass was cracked, but not shattered. Lights inside were off, but the sun streaming through the windows gave me just enough visibility to spot the outline of the cashier slumped over the counter. I didn't go in. The door had dried blood on the handle, and I'd seen enough to know what that meant. Instead, I moved to the pump controls. The digital screen was dark, but I tapped it, hoping for something. Nothing. Then I remembered. Some of these places still had manual overrides for fleet cards and emergency use. I reached under the side panel where the keypad casing was, pried it open with a key I kept just for these situations. One of the benefits of doing dirty work for high-value clients, they give you tools for when things go sideways. The pump came alive with a wheeze. Diesel began to flow. I filled the tank halfway, just enough to get us to the safe house, without putting too much weight on the rear axle. The compressor in the reefer seemed to catch its breath, and the temp began stabilizing. That gave me a few more hours of cold air, maybe more if I kept the throttle smooth and didn't ride the incline into San Antonio too hard. As I replaced the nozzle and stepped back into the cab, I spotted a figure moving across the far end of the parking lot. At first, I thought it was a man in a maintenance uniform. He was wearing a green vest and moving with purpose. But then I noticed the arms were bent wrong at the elbows, and he was dragging one leg like it wasn't even attached. The face was pale, slack. He locked eyes with me and let out a noise I still don't know how to describe, like a breath forced through a throat packed with glass. He started walking faster, then sprinting. I slammed the door shut and threw the rig into gear. By the time I pulled onto the access road, he was already halfway across the lot. And then 2 more emerged from behind the dumpsters, their movements just as erratic, their clothes covered in filth and pieces of what looked like denim and hair. They chased the noise, not the truck, but I could feel it now. The air wasn't just wrong, it was turning predatory. The world outside was changing in ways none of us were ready for. The woman finally broke her silence as we re-entered the highway. "He had a badge," she said quietly. "The one chasing us. His name tag was still there. Officer Ortega." I didn't respond. I couldn't. That's what scared me more than anything else. These weren't just the sick or dying. They were people we used to trust. Neighbors, helpers, now turned into something you didn't want near your doors. The compressor rattled again. The temp was holding for now. The sun was behind us, but not for long. I had about 90 miles to go. I didn't know if the safe house was still standing or if anyone would be there to open the gate when I arrived. But I had a locked trailer full of poison and 2 people in my cab who didn't deserve to die for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I finally spoke, not turning my head from the road. "I've got a place," I said. "A backup, east of the city, remote, hidden. If things ever went bad, I was told to go there. No names, no questions, just coordinates, codes, and protocol." I let the words hang. She didn't respond at first. Her hands were still clutched around the kid, like she was holding on to her last piece of stability. "It's not far from where we're heading. If it's still there and still open, it might be the only safe spot left within 100 miles. Her voice came low. "We're not looking to stay with you. Just get far enough from the city. If you can drop us somewhere near Route 16, I've got people out there. My cousin has land. Ranch house, water well, generators. It's all fenced in. He's been prepping for years. We'll take our chances." That worked for me. Fewer people meant fewer complications. I didn't have room to keep playing savior, and I didn't want attachments. I told her I'd find a safe spot to pull over once we passed the outskirts, and she nodded, eyes forward again. We both understood the deal. I'd bought them a few more hours. What they did with it after that was their problem. The miles stretched long and flat. Burnt-out cars dotted the shoulders like relics of a war that had only just begun. Most of them looked abandoned in a hurry. Driver's side doors flung open, bags spilled, tires blown from riding the rim. I kept the Freightliner centered and steady, scanning every off-ramp and overpass for movement. My jaw had locked up from the tension, but I didn't let off the gas. Not until I felt the truck jolt, lurch to the side, and yaw like something had punched the undercarriage. I slowed hard. The trailer shifted, creaked. The reefer groaned in protest. I brought the rig to the shoulder and threw on the flashers, though no one would see them but the dead. As soon as I stepped out, I knew. Rear tire, passenger side, completely shredded. Sidewall blown out like it had been cut. Rubber strands curled around the rim. Could have been a piece of debris. Or maybe the heat finally cooked it until it gave. Didn't matter. I had spares. Tools. I could fix it. I just needed 20 minutes. I popped the tool compartment, grabbed the jack, and started cranking. The sun was cooking the asphalt by now. Sweat ran down my back in sheets, and the stink of diesel and burnt rubber hung thick in the air. I worked fast, keeping one eye on the horizon, another on the cab. The woman kept the door locked, clutching her boy. I told her to keep the windows up no matter what she saw. It took longer than I wanted. The lug nuts fought me. One was half stripped, and I had to wedge a socket with a bar extension to break it loose. I was halfway through swapping the spare when I heard it. Footsteps. Not one pair. Fast, heavy, no rhythm. I turned just as the first one crested the rise behind the guardrail, barefoot and bleeding from both hands, a streak of dried black down one cheek. His face looked chewed, but he didn't slow. I drew the Glock and dropped him with 2 rounds to the chest. He stumbled, buckled, but didn't stop. I fired again, hit him in the neck. Still no collapse. Last shot to the skull. That did it. He dropped like a sack of meat. Then 2 more came over the rail. One was a woman in scrubs, no shoes, jaw hanging by muscle and nothing else. The other looked like a teenager, half his face missing, but he moved like a linebacker. I shot the teen first, center mass, and he kept charging. I sidestepped, stumbled on the jack handle, and fired again. Click. Empty. I didn't even realize I'd spent the whole mag. I tossed the Glock, reached into the side panel behind the fuel tank, and pulled the machete I kept taped under the fire extinguisher. I'd sharpened it last winter, just in case. I never thought I'd need it outside of the jungle. The woman lunged first. I caught her across the face, took half her cheek with the first swipe. She screamed, if you can call that sound a scream, and fell, but clawed at my ankle even as her scalp flopped sideways. I stomped her hand, pivoted, and brought the blade down again. It sank deep. She stopped moving. The kid, no, the thing that used to be a kid, grabbed me from the side and shoved me into the trailer wall. My shoulder cracked against metal, and the machete clattered to the pavement. He tried to bite, jaw snapping inches from my neck. I headbutted him, felt bone crunch under the impact, and shoved back with everything I had. He stumbled. I dropped, rolled, grabbed the blade, and came up swinging. First hit caught his shoulder. Second went through the neck. That one dropped him. I stood there panting, soaked in sweat, arms trembling from the force of it. My right knee was scraped raw and my hand shook from where I'd slammed it against the trailer trying to stay upright. I looked around, scanned the horizon, nothing else moving, but I didn't feel safe, not even close. I checked the Glock again. Empty. The spare mag was back in the cab. Rookie mistake. I never make that kind of mistake. But the day had scrambled everything. Routine, instincts, habits. I wiped the machete on the seat of the nearest corpse, grabbed what tools I hadn't destroyed in the scuffle, and finished the tire job in silence. When I finally climbed back into the cab, the woman just stared at me. She didn't ask what happened. She didn't need to. She'd heard it all. The kid looked like he'd stopped breathing, curled so tight into her side, he might have folded himself in half. I didn't say anything. I just started the truck and eased back onto the road. The sun was nearly horizontal now. Long shadows cut across the pavement like black cracks. The temp in the reefer had ticked up 3 degrees, but it was still holding below the red zone. That was all that mattered. About 10 miles down the highway, something shifted in my gut. Not the usual crash after adrenaline burns out. This was sharper, hotter, a kind of slow pressure that curled behind the ribs and crept into my spine. My jaw started locking again, this time not from tension. I thought maybe I'd bruised something during the fight, maybe cracked a rib or strained a muscle in the scramble. I flexed my right hand on the wheel and noticed the way my fingers trembled. At first I blamed the heat, then the dehydration, then the stress. But the truth was ticking somewhere in the back of my skull, knocking, asking to be let in. I hadn't come out of that fight clean. Somewhere in the panic, one of them must have scraped me. Not a bite. At least, I didn't remember a bite. But my left forearm was warm beneath the rolled-up sleeve. I didn't want to look at it. The kind of pain itched under the skin, like something coiled and mean trying to wake up. I kept my eyes on the road, refusing to acknowledge it. There wasn't time to spiral. I'd been banged up worse. I wasn't coughing blood. No fever. Just sore. Just tired. I repeated that until I could believe it. I reached under the seat and found a half-full bottle of water I'd forgotten about. Warm but still wet. I drank 3 mouthfuls, splashed some across my face, and wiped my neck with a rag that smelled like engine grease. The woman kept silent, but her eyes followed my hands like she was clocking every motion. She wasn't dumb. She knew something had changed, but she didn't speak. Maybe she didn't want the truth out loud either. As the miles passed, the sky went from orange to bruise-colored. The sun was somewhere behind us, sinking fast. I'd lost track of the time, but I figured it had to be closing in on 7. We were past Divine now, and the road signs looked familiar. I could get to the safe house in 30 minutes. Maybe less if the roads held, but it didn't feel right anymore. The truck was heavier now, the air thicker, like the inside of a sealed metal drum just before it pops from pressure. I pulled the CB handset off the dash, keyed the mic, and tried one of the fallback frequencies I'd memorized long ago. No call signs, just 3 numbers and 2 short bursts. It was a handshake code. If the safe house was live, someone would answer. I waited, listened. Nothing. I tried again. Same code. Still nothing. I didn't try a 3rd time. That's when I knew I wasn't going there. If the fallback shelter had gone dark, it meant 2 things. Either it was overrun, or it was locked down too tight for anyone else to get in. Either way, I wasn't going to gamble with a woman and child in the cab, and a melting crate of cargo behind me. I had to get them out first. After that, I'd figure out what to do. I turned to her at the next stoplight, one of the few that still worked, thanks to solar panels. The city was distant now, far enough that the skyline had faded into orange haze. "Tell me where," I said. "Anywhere you want to get out. I'll take you there. But it has to be now. I've got another stop to make, and I can't take you with me." She nodded, didn't argue, didn't ask questions, just looked down at her boy, still curled up, still asleep, and said, "County Road 673. Turn left at the old grain tower. There's a ranch house 2 miles down. If the gate's closed, I'll knock the post myself." I gave a short nod. "We'll stop for fuel first, then I'll drop you." We found a station still open near the edge of town, one of those old ones with the faded canopy and metal signs that rattled in the wind. It looked abandoned until I saw a flashlight beam cut through the office window. I parked close to the pumps and kept the engine running. I told her to stay inside with the doors locked again. She didn't argue. I stepped out slower this time, not because I was afraid of what was out there, but because my legs didn't want to listen. The ache in my shoulder had spread down into my ribs. The pulse in my neck thumped like I was 2 beers deep on an empty stomach. I pushed it aside and forced myself to move. The man inside the station was maybe mid-50s, flannel shirt, red hat, pistol on his hip. He didn't bother pretending to be friendly, just unlocked the door when I knocked and looked at me like he was deciding whether I was worth the risk. "Cash only," he said. "No bathrooms, no phones." I peeled off enough bills to cover a full tank and held them out. "Diesel, just need 10 minutes. He took the cash without counting it and waved me toward the pumps. I filled up under that humming yellow light while watching the dark horizon. The pistol grip on my hip felt heavier now, even with the empty mag. I'd need to fix that before nightfall. Scavenge another weapon, more rounds. I had backup rounds in the stash, but they weren't within reach. Once the tank was full, I wiped the handle, climbed back into the cab, and told her we were close. Her face didn't show relief, just exhaustion, the kind of wear that sits deep in the bones. The kid was awake now, staring out the window with glassy eyes and a blank expression that didn't belong on someone so small. He didn't say anything. We reached the turnoff and followed the cracked asphalt past a line of twisted oaks. The grain tower came into view like a landmark from a different life. Faded paint, half the slats broken, windmill blades groaning in slow rotation. She guided me past a rusted sign that once read, "Perales Ranch," then pointed toward a metal gate at the end of a dirt drive. I killed the headlights before we reached it. No need to draw attention if someone was watching. She reached over, squeezed my forearm once. Not a thank you, not a goodbye. Just a gesture that said she understood. I handed her a small flashlight from the glove box and a folding utility blade. "Just in case," I said. She took them both, adjusted the boy on her hip, and stepped out. She didn't look back. I watched them disappear into the dark, her silhouette framed by the weak beam of the flashlight and the dying sun behind us. Then I eased the truck back onto the road and headed east, alone again, like I'd always been before this started. The pain in my side returned, deeper now. I finally rolled up the sleeve to look. There it was, 4 shallow claw marks down my forearm. Not deep, just enough to break the skin, not a bite, not a full tear, but enough. The tissue around it had turned red and warm, not infected in the traditional sense, but already reacting to something. I pressed a cold pack against it from the reefer's side cooler, wincing as the pressure made it pulse. Still, I didn't panic. It wouldn't help. Panic gets you sloppy, and I needed to be clean if I was going to make it to the fallback drop, recover the supplies, and figure out where to go next. If the infection was in me, I had to find out how fast it worked. I'd seen those people change in under an hour. Others seemed to take longer. Maybe I had time. Maybe I was already dead. The road east was deserted, a 2-lane ribbon cracked with heat and neglect. I kept the truck steady, hands tight on the wheel. The sun had dipped below the horizon entirely now, leaving behind only that sick, dark amber that clings to the edge of night. My vision was starting to smear. Not blur exactly, just smear, like the headlights weren't cutting through the dark anymore but leaking into it. Every few seconds I caught myself blinking too hard. My body felt distant. My hands weren't numb, but they didn't seem attached. I flexed my fingers around the wheel just to make sure I still could. The burning in my arm had spread to the shoulder now. It wasn't sharp, but it had weight, the kind of weight that drags you under slowly, without splash or sound. I cracked the window for air. It didn't help. The breeze was hot, and all it did was stir the sweat into my eyes. The reefer unit behind me kept humming like a bad dream, its compressor pushing harder than ever. I checked the gauges. Temp still safe, fuel low again. How? I must have misjudged or sprung a leak somewhere. Either way, the needle was dipping faster than expected. I shook my head hard, trying to clear it, and nearly veered off the road. The tires hit the gravel shoulder, jarring me upright. I cursed under my breath, corrected, and forced myself to sit straighter. I'd been driving on instinct for the past 30 miles. Not thinking, not planning, just following a set of coordinates buried in my head from a time when this was just another job. I didn't even know if that place still existed. My stomach twisted again, hot this time. A wave of something heavy rolled through my chest and into my head. I leaned forward over the wheel, jaw clenched, blinked again. Harder. The road ahead began to pulse. Dark light, like the world had fallen out of rhythm with itself. I tried to breathe through it, counting backward in my head. 5, 4, 3. Then everything went sideways. There wasn't a sharp moment of impact, no cinematic crash or explosion, just the soft, dull sensation of losing control. My body slumped forward, the wheel twisted, the truck veered. One front tire dropped off the embankment, and the trailer snapped the whole rig to the side like a hooked fish. The right side tires caught a shallow drainage ditch, and the momentum flipped everything. Glass exploded, steel groaned. The reefer ripped sideways, and I felt myself weightless for a moment, then crushed back into the seatbelt. My head slammed the side window, not hard enough to knock me out cold, but enough to shut out the world for a long moment. The sound of crunching metal echoed like it had nowhere else to go. When I came to, it was night. Silence had taken over everything, except for the soft clicking of the engine trying to die, and the high whine of leaking coolant. I was hanging sideways, the truck on its side, cab partially buried in gravel and fence post. Windshield gone, both driver's side tires blown or torn off in the rollover. I tried to move, and pain answered in my ribs, then in my shoulder, then finally in my skull. Blood was in my mouth, but I wasn't sure if it was from my nose or somewhere deeper. My left arm felt like it had been lit on fire. I crawled out through the shattered window, dragging myself into the open air with one working leg and whatever strength was left in my right arm. The road was maybe 15 feet away, empty, with no headlights in sight. Behind me, the trailer had split at the seam, the refrigeration unit half buried in a barbed wire fence. Foam crates were scattered across the dirt, some broken open, plastic wraps torn loose like ribbon. The contents were still sealed, for now. I rolled onto my back, stared at the sky. No stars, too many clouds. I couldn't tell if it was from the crash or the fever, but the night was pulsing again. That smear, that bleeding light was back. I sat up and immediately regretted it. Everything spun in slow arcs. I knew the signs. I wasn't going to last long. There's a moment when survival instinct stops being about running or fighting, or fixing the next problem, and turns into something simpler, a quiet kind of math. What do I need just to keep going for another 10 minutes? Not for the plan, not for the mission, just to keep the eyes open, the hands working. I'd reached that moment. I crawled to one of the crates, split down the middle, plastic wrap torn but not fully ruptured. Inside, layered like high-end cuts of steak, were shrink-wrapped bricks, clear bags filled with white powder. I knew the grade, I knew the danger, and I knew exactly how to measure it without killing myself. Not because I was a user. I wasn't. I'd never let it touch me, not in 15 years. I watched too many friends fade to ash chasing the dragon. But this wasn't about euphoria. This was about function. Staying upright long enough to get out of here. My heart was slowing. My head was fogging. If I passed out again in the open, I'd never wake up. I tore a seal open with shaking fingers, poured a microline onto a clean metal lid from the toolbox, and inhaled it fast. It hit like a hammer. Not pleasure, sharpness, like cold air forced into the lungs. My teeth clenched. My hands stopped shaking. My vision narrowed and steadied. Blood still throbbed in my arm, but the pain retreated into the background. I stayed like that for a long minute, crouched next to the wreckage of a life I wasn't sure I'd get to finish. The drug was cruel but effective. It wouldn't keep me alive long, but it gave me a window. I limped back toward the cab, half dragging a crate, stashing the rest in the ditch, covering them with broken branches and brush. I wasn't going to save everything, but I wasn't going to leave it all either. If I got out of this alive, I'd need leverage, something to barter with, something to justify why I hadn't just laid down and let the fever win. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, then silence again. Maybe I was closer to a town than I realized. Maybe something else had heard the crash. It didn't matter. I needed to get off the road before dawn, and I needed a weapon that didn't rely on luck or ammo. The machete was bent, but still sharp enough to do damage. The smell of leaking diesel drifted through the air as I limped away, machete in one hand, duffel of salvaged gear in the other. The world had gone so quiet it didn't feel real. No birds, no traffic, just the crunch of gravel underfoot and the far-off rattle of an old barbed wire fence blown loose by wind. Somewhere nearby, dogs barked again, short, nervous bursts. Something was making them uneasy. Maybe me, maybe something worse. I kept moving. There was a sign ahead, knocked crooked on its post. Welcome to Rivolo, Texas. Population 2,104. The kind of place you don't notice unless you're born there or stranded outside of it. The streets were dark except for one blinking yellow light dangling from a rusted intersection pole. It cast just enough glow to show what had happened here. Windows shattered. A pickup burned out near the diner. A body face down in front of the gas station, arms out like he'd been crawling before he gave up. I moved slow. My leg was locking up now, stiff from the crash and the fever settling into the joints. My arm throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I hadn't looked at the claw marks since the crash. I didn't need to. The skin around them felt tight, wrong, like it was no longer mine. I found shelter in the post office. The glass door had already been shattered, but the inside was empty. Boxes overturned, mail scattered across the floor, and a broken ceiling fan turning lazily from some draft I couldn't place. I closed the door as best I could, wedged a chair under the knob, and crawled behind the counter. My body wanted to collapse, but I forced myself to eat. 2 protein bars from the truck's stash, still in my pocket, half melted. I chewed through them like a machine, then drank the rest of the warm water. My stomach twisted in protest, but I needed it more than it needed to taste good. For a while, I lay there, breathing, counting the spaces between the aches. I thought about the woman and her boy, wondered if they'd made it through the gate, if someone opened it for them, if the house still had power, if the cousin was real, if they had food. I pictured her holding a rifle over the porch steps while the kid curled up somewhere safe with a flashlight and blankets. It wasn't a lie I told myself to feel better. I needed to believe that not everything fell apart today. I pulled my arm close, finally looked at it. The wounds were angry now, flesh darkened around the edges, vein patterns climbing like roots. It hadn't spread beyond the elbow, but it was coming. I could feel it inside me, like static under the skin, like heat rising in a closed room. I gripped the handle of the machete and held it against the sorest spot, thinking. I thought about cutting it off, but I didn't. Not yet. Instead, I unzipped the duffel and checked what I had left. A burner phone, dead, 1 clean shirt, 1 map, 2 sealed doses of pure-grade fentanyl. I'd taken a third earlier, and it had worn off enough that my muscles were shaking again. I couldn't take more, not without risking a full shutdown, but I kept the last dose anyway. If the moment came where I couldn't walk or fight or breathe, it would be the only mercy I could still give myself. The plan was still the same, get to the fallback point. It wasn't far now, 8, maybe 10 miles by foot. On the map, it was marked as a water treatment facility that had shut down 5 years ago. In reality, it was a buried shelter, emergency stockpiles, medical storage, radios, arms. It was meant to be opened only if the city lost all communications. If I could reach it, and if it was still sealed, there was a chance, small, but real. I could get inside, treat the wound, rest, buy myself time. I made it halfway to the door before collapsing again. My leg gave out and I hit the floor hard. I lay there for maybe 5 minutes, face pressed to the tile, smelling dust and old envelopes and something sour that had soaked into the floor. I didn't cry, I didn't even curse, I just let the pain do what it had to do. Then something strange happened. A sound, not distant, not an animal, not a footstep, a voice. Someone calling out, a man's voice, rough but alert. "You in there?" I tried to respond, but couldn't push out more than a cough. The door rattled. The man didn't barge in. He waited, cautious, like someone who had survived the last 24 hours the hard way. "Not infected?" he asked, quieter now, like he didn't want to draw attention. I managed to rasp, "Not yet." That was enough. He pushed the door open slowly, flashlight sweeping side to side, not in a panic, like someone trained. He wore a dirty sheriff's vest over civilian clothes. No badge, sidearm holstered but unclicked. He crouched beside me, eyes sharp. "You look like hell." Truck flipped, got clawed. I'm headed to the fallback site near Greystone Bend. His face shifted at the name. Recognition. He glanced over his shoulder. "I've got a working truck with fuel. Was planning to check that place out tomorrow if I made it through the night." I didn't smile. I didn't have the energy. But for the first time all day, something like relief flickered in the pit of my chest. He helped me to my feet. I nearly collapsed again, but he steadied me. "I've got saline and a medkit in the cab," he said. "Not much, but it might slow whatever's working through you. You're lucky. Most don't talk after an hour." I didn't feel lucky, but I nodded. Every minute was a victory now. Outside, the wind had picked up. The clouds were finally breaking. A few stars peeked through. In the distance, maybe 2 blocks off, I saw the silhouettes of others moving, slow and aimless, the dead still wandering. But we had distance, and we had wheels. The sheriff didn't ask about what I was carrying. He didn't ask what I'd used. He just helped me into the cab and threw the truck into gear. Diesel rattled under the hood, and we rolled down the road like something old and patient, cutting through a dead town with a little bit of noise and a little bit of light. I leaned my head against the window and watched the world slide past. My body still burned, my mind still raced, but under all that, something steadier took hold. I wasn't alone, and I wasn't dead, at least for now. You can tell a lot about the world by the way the forest sounds when you wake up. Up here, things don't happen fast. The air changes slowly with the season, creeks swell and shrink with the snowmelt, and the forest has a rhythm that doesn't care what's happening down in the cities. My name's Joel Adler, and I've worked these mountains for most of my adult life. I'm a senior ranger with the US Forest Service, stationed out of the Skycomish district, though these days I mostly patrol alone out near Huckleberry Ridge in the Cascades, about 70 miles east of anything with a stoplight. No cell towers, no traffic noise, just the timberline and a 2-way radio if you're lucky. The morning it started, I got up before sunrise like I always do. Heated some instant coffee on the propane burner, stepped outside, and listened. There was still a chill in the air from the night before, but the sky was clear. No storm on the way. The trees swayed a little in the breeze. Birds were starting to chatter up in the canopy. And somewhere farther downhill, I could hear a woodpecker hammering away. A normal day. I had a decent signal on the radio and a good charge from the solar panels. That's when I picked up some chatter that made me stop and listen closer. A ranger from Mount Rainier was trying to reach his dispatch repeatedly. His voice was tight, like he didn't want to sound worried but couldn't help it. He said something about an incident at one of the lower campgrounds. Screaming overnight, blood in one of the tents, a family missing, dogs gone. Said it didn't look like a bear attack. Maybe a person. He didn't use the word murder, but that was the implication. No reply came back from his base, just silence. It wasn't my district, and the signal was faint, so I made a note and went about my routine. Refilled the rain barrels, checked the bear-proof food lockers at the trailhead, and packed my gear to head out for a maintenance sweep of the north boundary posts. I had no reason to think anything was out of the ordinary yet. Strange things happen in the backcountry. Missing hikers, wildlife kills, weird folks living off-grid. You keep your head down, log what you see, and report anything that crosses the line. The first real sign something was off came later that afternoon. I was about 7 miles northeast of my cabin near Twin Falls, clearing debris off a footbridge, when my sat phone chirped with a weather alert. No big deal. I get those when storms sweep up from the Pacific. But this one wasn't about weather. It was an advisory from the Washington Emergency Management Division asking all remote federal employees to be alert for abnormal medical activity in rural sectors. No details, no code, just a plain advisory. That was strange enough to stop me in my tracks. I checked the timestamp. It had gone out just after 1 p.m. I tried to pull down a data packet to see if there was more, but the signal was too weak for anything bigger than a headline. I folded the device shut and kept walking, but I couldn't shake the odd tone of it. Abnormal medical activity? What the hell does that even mean? We've had flu scares and hiker dehydration cases before, but this felt different. That night, back at the cabin, I dug out my laptop and hooked into the slow band uplink I rigged through a dish I mounted last winter. It's not fast, but on a good night, I can check emails and read headlines. Sure enough, there was something brewing. News outlets weren't saying much, but Reddit was lit up with posts from people talking about sudden outbreaks in cities. Seattle, Portland, Missoula. Hospitals overwhelmed, patients attacking nurses, quarantine orders ignored. At first I thought it was just a rehash of some other panic. Bath salts, rabies, meth psychosis. But then, I saw a shaky video from Tacoma General showing what looked like a man walking straight through traffic, ignoring broken limbs, until someone tackled him with a stretcher. That didn't look like a drug freakout. I watched the clip 3 times before the feed froze and the signal dropped. I stayed up late that night, drank too much of the good whiskey I keep under the floorboards, couldn't sleep. I've seen what bear attacks look like. I've handled folks who went feral during psych breaks deep in the woods. This wasn't that. There was something worse in the way those people moved, something broken. The next day, I went to check on one of our trail cam hubs near Longtooth Pass. It's a long, slow hike uphill. Dense woods and narrow ridges that make you pay attention to every step. Most of the cams were working, but 2 had gone dark. One looked like the cable was chewed. The other, camera 12, was ripped clean off the tree. The strap was shredded, and the casing looked like it had been smashed against a rock. The sensor light was still blinking, buried in the moss. Now that's not unheard of. Sometimes bored teenagers or angry moose go after the cameras. But the placement on this one was 20 feet off the trail on a hard climb. You'd have to want to find it. I logged it, marked the location on my map, and started heading down the ridge with a feeling in my gut that I didn't want to name. That evening, I tried the radio again. No response from HQ, just silence. I called out to other stations, Oso, Granite Falls, even Mount Baker, but nobody answered. The longer I waited, the worse it felt. Even during power failures, someone answers. I started to think about heading to the tower on Goat Rock, where we kept the emergency beacon, but I wanted confirmation first. I needed to see if anything had reached the highway or the ranger depot down in Skycomish. I left at first light the next day and hiked hard, cutting across Forest Road 6712 and making for the high overlook above Sutter's Valley. There's an old watch cabin there that hasn't been used in years, but it's got a telescope stand, and from there you can see all the way down to Route 2. I got there just after noon and trained my scope south. I could see the bends in the highway clear as day. No cars. Not one. That's when I really started to worry. Route 2 is the main artery through the mountains. Even on slow days, there's a logging truck, a service van, or a ranger unit on patrol. But nothing was moving, not even birds in the air. I sat there for a long time, just watching. Then, through the heat shimmer rising off the pavement, I saw something strange near the bridge at Index. A man, walking alone. No pack, no gear. His arms hung loose. He crossed the road, paused in the grass, and turned around like he was waiting for something. Another figure stumbled up behind him a few seconds later. Woman or man, I couldn't tell. They didn't interact. They didn't talk. Just kept walking in the same direction, slow and heavy. That's when I knew this wasn't some isolated crisis. I headed back to the cabin and made the call, switched the beacon to full power, and tried broadcasting to every channel I had clearance for. Nothing came back, just empty static and the faint crackle of solar interference. I left it running and started gathering supplies. If whatever this was had reached the towns and roads, I wasn't going to be able to walk out to safety. I needed to hold out. I inventoried the dry food: canned beans, brown rice, powdered milk, jerky, a few sealed MREs left over from the last fire season. I figured I could stretch it 2 weeks if I rationed. There were 2 rifles in the locker: my personal bolt-action Winchester Model 70 and an old Forest Service shotgun we mostly kept for animal control. I had about 30 rounds total for the rifle and a box and a half of buckshot. The last thing I did before sunset was seal the shutters, lock the bare gates, and make a defensive ring with nails and fishing line around the outer porch. It wouldn't stop anyone determined, but it might give me warning. That night, I read the same online post over and over before the signal cut out. A user from Tacoma had uploaded a log of police scanner calls from the last 24 hours. Dozens of calls about biting, screaming, people refusing to stay down after being shot, streets overrun, hospitals turning people away. The last entry was a single line: "They're coming up the highway. We're heading for the hills." That line stuck with me. "They're coming up the highway. We're heading for the hills." I kept hearing it in my head as I shut the laptop and slid the makeshift shutter across the small window above my bunk. The last bar of signal had died sometime around 2 a.m., and there hadn't been a single update since. The beacon kept humming in the corner, transmitting on loop, but I was beginning to suspect no one was left out there to hear it. The isolation I'd once valued out here, the quiet, the stillness, now felt like the thing that might get me killed. I slept in shifts, never for more than 40 minutes at a time. Woke up at every creak in the walls, every gust of wind that blew a pine branch across the cabin roof. There were no obvious signs of movement outside, but my ears wouldn't stop trying to find something in the silence. A footstep in the gravel, a low grunt through the trees, a voice that never came. At sunrise, I forced myself to move. Staying in the cabin too long was going to get me soft, and I needed eyes on the valley. The battery bank on the southern ridge had been giving me low readings for days anyway. It was a good excuse to stay active. I took the rifle, filled 2 canteens, stuffed some jerky in my pocket, and locked everything behind me. I was halfway up the ridge trail by 8. The hike wasn't difficult, but it was tense in a way that I hadn't felt before. The forest wasn't just quiet, it was off. There were no signs of elk herds, no scat, no tracks. Even the squirrel nests near the hollowed cedar trunks looked undisturbed, abandoned. I checked the trail cam posts again, even the ones I wasn't scheduled to visit. Most were either non-responsive or recorded nothing but wind over the past 48 hours. Whatever was coming, it hadn't reached this high yet, or it was passing through without leaving prints. The battery shack was intact. I checked all 3 solar panels, brushed off the dust, and logged the charge manually. Nothing wrong there. I ran a short diagnostic and powered the signal booster just long enough to scan the weather band and NOAA alerts. No updates. Not a single regional signal. Even the emergency band was empty now, just carrier hum. I sat on the ridge for a while after that, drinking from my canteen and watching the ridge lines. There was usually a crow or 2 that circled the firebreak trail, especially this time of year when deer carcasses popped up, but today, nothing. Just clouds rolling over the valley and wind threading through the branches. Then I heard something, a faint crunch, one I couldn't explain away. It came from the tree line downslope, not a snap or a rustle, but a rhythmic thud, like boots on gravel, but heavier, not rushed, not panicked, just steady. I crouched low, scanned with the scope on my Winchester. Nothing. I held there for several minutes until a shape emerged. A man. At least I thought so at first. He was wearing a torn forest green jacket, smeared with mud. No pack, no hat. His skin looked too pale, like it had been drained. He moved with that same slow pace I'd seen in the grainy highway footage. I didn't call out. I just watched. Something was wrong with the way he moved. His arms hung loosely at his sides, swinging only when gravity made them. His gait was uneven, like a knee wasn't bending the right way, but he didn't limp. He didn't react to branches hitting his face or the slope underfoot. He just walked. Straight, deliberate, without direction. I chambered around, not because I planned to shoot him, but because my hands felt better with the rifle braced. The man didn't seem to see me. He passed within 70 feet of my perch on the ridge and never looked up once. There was dried blood down the back of his neck, and his fingernails were blackened like he'd clawed something raw. I held my breath until he was out of view. When he vanished around a bend in the trail, I exhaled slowly and started counting to 60. I reached 80 before I moved. That's when I decided I wasn't staying at the cabin anymore. I hiked fast, cut straight across the ravine slope to save time, made it back to the cabin around 2 p.m. and started packing. I took what I could carry: a full med kit, the rifle and shotgun, 3 boxes of ammo, the fire starter pouch, a weatherproof poncho, and as much food as I could jam into my old army ruck. The rest I sealed in plastic bins and buried under the crawl space with the solar radio and spare fuel tank. Maybe I'd come back. Maybe not. By 4, I was on the move again. I planned to head southeast toward Iron Goat Trail. There was a secondary fire lookout there, unused since the 90s. But if the generator worked, I could boost signal enough to reach anyone still broadcasting. More importantly, the tower gave a 360-degree view of the valley. If this thing was spreading, I'd see it coming. The sun was low when I reached Crow's Step, a narrow ridge where the trail cuts between 2 steep rock walls. I paused there, scanning again with the scope. Nothing at first. Then, movement in the distance. 6 figures walking through a clearing below, too far to see their faces, but their movements gave them away. No one was carrying anything. No gestures. No voice. They weren't hikers. They passed slowly, spreading apart as they entered the brush. One of them stopped and crouched for a moment, not like he was injured, but like he'd forgotten how to stand. Another tilted his head up toward the sky and held it there, mouth slightly open. I didn't see them again after that. They disappeared into the pines. I kept walking until dusk, found a dry spot behind a cluster of fallen cedar logs, and made a cold camp. I didn't cook, didn't speak, just sat in the dark with my back to the moss and waited. Sometime after midnight I heard gunshots. Not far, maybe 2, 3 miles west, somewhere near Forest Road 68. 4 distinct cracks. Bolt action by the sound of it. Not automatic, probably a civilian rifle. Then silence, then a scream. I didn't move, didn't even reach for the rifle. I just stayed low and listened. After that, there was nothing but wind and a soft rustle through the understory that didn't belong to any animal I'd heard before. In the morning, I found the source. A campsite just off the main fire trail, near a creek bend. There were 2 bodies. One man in his 30s, a hunter by the look of him, camo vest, boots, backpack half open with protein bars, and .308 rounds spilled out. His skull was crushed, not by a bullet, blunt force. His rifle lay snapped in the dirt like it had been stepped on. The other was a younger woman. Her throat was torn open. No signs of a blade. More like it had been bitten, torn with teeth. Her face was twisted in shock. She'd been dragged 10 feet from the campfire ring. Her fingers were broken, snapped backwards like she'd tried to claw her way free. I didn't bury them. There wasn't time. I took the rounds, repacked their first aid kit, and left a trail marker nearby in case I ever made it back with help. The world had changed. I didn't know how far the damage had spread yet, but I knew I couldn't treat this like a backcountry emergency anymore. This wasn't a rescue job. No airlift was coming, no cavalry. I was 70 miles into the wilderness with no cell reception, no road access, and only a vague sense that civilization had already lost the fight without me. I spent the next morning climbing the switchbacks that led toward the Iron Goat lookout. It was an old trail that hadn't seen much use in years, just an overgrown fire path snaking along the high ridges east of Stevens Pass. The air up there was thinner, colder. I didn't see a soul on the trail, but I kept checking my surroundings every 20 steps. I was starting to learn the new rules of this world, even if no one had spoken them aloud. Stay off roads. Avoid noise. If you see someone walking slow and silent, don't assume they're still alive. By late afternoon, I reached the base of the Iron Goat Tower. From a distance, it looked intact, but as I got closer, I could see where the base had been battered. One of the corner supports had scorch marks, maybe lightning, maybe vandalism. The hatch door at the bottom hung open, and something inside the stairwell smelled sour. Still, it was the highest point around for 20 miles, and I didn't come this far to turn back. I took it slow going up, rifle in one hand, flashlight in the other. Each step groaned under my weight, the old wood flexing just enough to make me pause. About halfway up, I found the source of the smell, a body, curled in the corner of a platform. Male, late 40s, judging by the weathered face and ranger uniform. The side of his neck was torn open, like something had clamped down and shook him like a rag doll. Blood had dried in a thick sheet beneath him, and flies swarmed the exposed skin. I didn't look too long. I recognized the patch on his shoulder. That was Ranger Terry Matheson. I hadn't seen him since the 2019 wildfire coordination meeting in Leavenworth. He'd been posted to a different sector. What was he doing here? I didn't find a radio on him, but I took the keys clipped to his belt and kept climbing. When I reached the top, I locked the trapdoor behind me and started inspecting the room. It was cramped, just a desk, a broken cot, and the communication console. One of the windows had been shattered, glass crunching underfoot. On the far wall, someone had scrawled a message in black permanent marker, "Nobody's coming." I switched on the solar inverter, waited for the power meter to climb. The beacon hummed, then flickered to life. I toggled through every emergency frequency I knew. Aviation, marine, law enforcement, static, a few bursts of partial signal, fragments of voices, but nothing I could understand. Just scattered noise like ghosts bouncing off dead satellites. As night fell, I took inventory. The storage locker had one sealed ration box, 3 bottles of water, a flare gun, and 2 rolls of emergency thermal wrap. No batteries, no medical supplies, and no extra fuel for the generator. I pulled the chair up against the wall and sat down, trying to piece together my next move. I couldn't stay here, not without food or ammo resupply. I had to think long-term now. Every choice I made could get me killed. Around midnight, I saw the fire. It was far to the west, maybe 10 miles out, flickering just above the horizon. It wasn't natural, controlled, pulsing light, like someone had set a building or large campsite ablaze. But what struck me most wasn't the flames. It was what I saw moving around them. From that distance, I couldn't make out shapes clearly, but dozens of dark figures circled the fire. Slowly, almost rhythmically, like moths that didn't burn. I didn't know if they were alive or not, but they weren't trying to escape the blaze. They were gathering. I turned away and went back to the console, tried the radio again. Still nothing. No calls, no signals, no aircraft chatter. I sat back in the chair and stared at the ceiling until the sun came up. In the morning, I made my decision. I would head south. There was a ranger airstrip near Keechelus Lake used for supply drops and medevac flights. It was rough terrain, but I could reach it in 3 days if I stayed off the known trails. If the government was still flying helicopters anywhere, it would be there. Even if no one was left, I might find fuel, supplies, something. Staying in the tower meant dying in a room with no exit plan. I left a note on the desk just in case. Wrote down the date, my name, and my planned route. Not for rescue, just so someone would know I didn't give up without trying. I climbed down, avoided looking at Matheson's body again, and hit the trail with full gear. My rifle was cleaned, my last 6 shotgun shells sealed in a waterproof pouch, and I kept the flare gun strapped tight to my belt. The southern path wasn't maintained anymore, just a game trail that snaked through overgrowth and scree fields. But I'd mapped it in my head 100 times before. If the forest didn't turn against me, I could make it. On the second day of hiking, I reached the old fire break overlooking Bitter Hollow. The forest had thinned out there due to past burns, which meant I had visibility, but less cover. That's where I saw my first real group of them. They came through the tree line without sound. Maybe 15 of them, men and women, all ages. Some missing arms. One dragging what was left of a leg behind her like it didn't matter. Their clothes were stained, torn open in places. Most looked like they'd been attacked days ago, but they kept moving forward. No talking, no moaning, just that same hollow shuffle I was starting to recognize. I dropped behind a log and stayed still. They didn't look up, didn't sniff the air, but when one of them passed over a patch of crushed pine needles where I'd walked an hour earlier, he stopped and crouched. He reached down, pressed his hand into the soil, and slowly turned his head like he was listening. Then he stood back up and kept walking with the others. They didn't see me, but they knew something had been there. I waited 30 minutes before I moved again. By the third night I was exhausted. I'd made it across the eastern bluff and down into the ravine below Cougar Rock. The trail here was nothing more than a tangle of roots and loose stones. I found a small cave under a granite outcrop and set up a cold camp. Ate 2 strips of jerky, checked the ammo again, and wrapped my jacket tighter against the dropping temperature. The sky was clear, stars brighter than usual. You'd never guess the world was falling apart just by looking up. I was almost asleep when I heard the helicopter, low, slow, twin rotor by the sound. Civilian, not military. It passed overhead without a spotlight heading west. I scrambled out of the cave and waved the flare gun, but I knew it was too far. No one was looking for me. That flight wasn't a rescue mission, it was an escape. I watched the blinking light fade into the distance and realized something that made my stomach sink. That chopper wasn't flying toward help, it was leaving help behind. By dawn, I was close to the airstrip. When I broke through the tree line and saw the control shack in the distance, I almost let myself believe it might still be safe. But the wind changed, and I smelled smoke. Not wood smoke, plastic and oil, the kind that comes from engines left burning too long. The tarmac was blackened. A helicopter lay sideways in the grass, half melted from a fire. 3 trucks were parked near the tower, but their tires had been slashed, and the doors hung open. I didn't see bodies at first, then I spotted them. Drag marks leading to the ditch. Bloodstains dried to rust in the gravel. I moved slowly, rifle up, every step deliberate. I checked the trucks. Nothing usable. Radios gutted, gear looted. The control shack was worse. Inside, someone had barricaded the door with a desk, then been torn out from the inside. Claw marks on the floor. No one left alive. I didn't leave right away. I sat on the hood of one of the wrecked trucks for the better part of an hour, watching the sky, hoping to hear another rotor or see a contrail high above the ridgeline. But there was nothing. No movement, no voices, no wind strong enough to stir the flags still hanging from the airstrip's entry post. Even the flies had moved on. I went through the hangar one last time before leaving. Most of it had already been picked clean. Survival gear, radios, medkits, all gone. I did find one thing. A rolled-up canvas satchel tucked under a bench. Inside was an old USGS topographic map marked with grease pencil notations. Someone had circled areas in red, a dam station near Caches Lake, an emergency shelter built into a ranger outpost further southeast, and what looked like a decommissioned communication site in the Teenaway backcountry. No names, no notes, just circles and small arrows pointing toward them. Maybe they'd been heading there. Maybe they never made it. I added the map to my pack, stripped what wiring I could from a ruined flight console, and made one last sweep for usable fuel. No luck. Whatever hadn't burned in the fire had been drained, probably by the same people who slashed the tires. I wondered if it had been panic or cold logic that drove them to it. Either way, they'd made sure no one else was getting out that way. By late afternoon, I was cutting back through the forest, heading southwest. I took an indirect path, away from marked trails and fire roads. If there was even the smallest chance someone, or something, was tracking me, I didn't want to leave a straight line. I moved slow, double-backing every half mile, wiping down branches, stepping across stone instead of soft ground when I could. It felt paranoid at first, but when I saw what was left of the camp near Elk Grove Creek, I knew I wasn't overreacting. They'd pitched 3 tents, looked like a family, 2 adults and at least 1 kid based on the clothing and small boots half buried in the mud. There were no bodies, not anymore, but the scene told its own story. A cooler was smashed open, A trail of red dragged from the campfire ring down toward the water. A set of bloody handprints streaked across the flap of the largest tent. Something had happened fast. No signs of a fight, no defensive perimeter, just chaos and then silence. I didn't linger. I took a sealed bottle of iodine drops from one of their packs and kept moving. The sun was going down fast, and I didn't want to be anywhere near that ravine after dark. That night, I set up camp under a rock overhang behind a thicket of spruce trees. I didn't light a fire. Instead, I used the red lens on my headlamp to check my bearings and reviewed the map under the canvas of my jacket. The dam site wasn't far, maybe 20 miles as the crow flies, but with the terrain, I figured it'd take 3 days minimum. The map showed a few old maintenance access roads that snaked along the riverbeds, but they hadn't been maintained in decades. Still, it was a direction, and I needed that more than anything now. I barely slept. The forest had changed again. It wasn't just quiet. It was wrong. The air felt heavier, like something had seeped into the soil and was spreading without sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps passing along the ridge above my camp. Not animals. Too slow, too even. I stayed still, covered myself with a thermal sheet, and let my breath shallow. I didn't hear them stop, didn't hear them sniff. They just moved through and vanished. I waited until first light before I dared to move. The next day, I pushed hard. My knees ached from the incline, and my shoulders burned from the pack weight. But I kept my pace up. The isolation was beginning to wear on me. When you're alone for too long in dangerous country, your mind starts filling the silence with things you don't want to hear. Your own voice doubting everything, the memory of things you should have done differently. At one point, I caught myself talking aloud, narrating my own trail decisions like I was explaining them to someone else. I had to stop and sit for a minute just to center myself. Around midday, I spotted smoke, thin and white. No signs of a large blaze. Controlled, possibly a campfire. I didn't rush. Instead, I circled wide around the valley and climbed a rise to observe from above. I found them an hour later. 2 men, both armed, both in dirty work uniforms. Private logging company, judging by the patches. They were cooking something in a small skillet over a propane flame and talking in low voices. I couldn't hear the words, but I watched their hands. One of them kept checking his rifle. The other never stopped scanning the woods. I debated for a long time whether to approach. In the end, I chose not to. They didn't look sick, and they didn't look like the wandering things I'd seen before. But they didn't look friendly either. The world had tipped too far. Trusting strangers out here didn't feel like a good gamble. I moved on, giving their camp a wide berth and staying downwind. I knew how to move quiet. They never saw me. By nightfall, I'd made it to a high bluff overlooking a drainage basin near Big Cougar Creek. I could see the edge of the dam facility in the distance, part of the old power grid built back in the 60s. It had been largely decommissioned but still showed up on my maps. I'd never visited it in person. It looked intact from here. No smoke, no fires, no movement. The final stretch took me through a dried-out riverbed, thick with blackberry bramble and sun-bleached tree stumps. I caught my sleeve on the thorns 3 times, had to cut myself free once. As I approached the dam service road, I started to see more signs of life. Abandoned gear, torn tarps, boot prints in the dry mud. Not fresh, but recent enough. Someone had tried to hold this place. Whether they succeeded, I'd find out soon enough. I reached the chain-link perimeter fence just before dusk. One gate had been busted open, not with tools, more like it had been rammed, then forced the rest of the way by hand. The steel links were bent outward, like something had pushed through with unnatural strength. That set my nerves on edge. I took the long way around and entered through a breach on the east side. Inside the compound, everything was dead quiet. I moved through the control yard with my shotgun at the ready. The place was built like a Cold War relic. Thick concrete walls, rusted stairwells, old generators half covered by ivy. No lights, no hum of machinery. Just a wide, yawning silence that swallowed my footsteps. Then I saw the signs of a fight. Spent casings littered the walkway, a cracked hard hat. Blood pooled near the stairwell that led to the maintenance corridor. Someone had tried to hold this place. It hadn't gone well. I entered the control room cautiously, checking each corner before I moved in. No bodies, just the smell of old rot and mildew. Someone had spray-painted a message on the far wall. We barricaded the lower floor, "Do not open." The door beneath the sign had been nailed shut with boards and twisted wire. I didn't go near it. Instead, I checked the radio console, found the emergency transceiver offline, likely fried during the fight. But next to it, tucked in a metal file box, was a notebook, scrawled entries, times, dates, notes about incoming refugees, food inventory, water checks. The last entry simply read, "We heard them in the vents. They're not people anymore." I left that place at sunrise. Didn't touch anything, didn't call out, just backed out slowly and didn't stop moving until the trees swallowed the dam behind me. Once I was a quarter-mile out, I allowed myself to breathe properly again. Not because I thought I was safe, but because there's a point where your body starts making the decisions for you. My shirt was soaked through, not from the heat, but from the way I'd been tensing every muscle for the past hour. I didn't look back. If something came out of that structure, I wouldn't outrun it. Better to keep eyes forward, rifle ready, and stay quiet. I kept moving south by southwest, avoiding open areas and fire roads. My next goal was the Ranger substation up near Mineral Ridge. It was an old prefab used for seasonal housing and gear storage. More importantly, it had its own water catchment system and a diesel generator if I could get it running. I didn't expect to find people. I wasn't even sure I wanted to. But I needed rest. Not just to sleep. I needed stillness. Somewhere I could sit with my back to a wall. Somewhere I could boil water and eat without my rifle leaning against my thigh. The terrain was steeper on this leg. Most of the trail had been reclaimed by nature, and downed trees forced me to detour constantly. I started rationing water. I still had purification tabs, but every refill meant finding a creek that wasn't fouled with rot or runoff. The streams I passed now were still quiet, too quiet. Even the frogs were gone. The only sounds were wind and the occasional shift of a branch under weight I couldn't see. I stopped that night in a dry gully between two ridges and set up a small camp against a fallen spruce trunk. No fire as usual. I'd learned not to cook anything with a strong scent, so I ate dry oats mixed with a splash of iodine-treated water, a meal that stuck to your teeth and felt like nothing in your stomach. I lay down with my jacket pulled tight and tried not to listen to the forest, but it didn't matter. Around 2 in the morning, something passed through the trees above me. It didn't speak. It didn't grunt, but the sound of its movement told me everything I needed to know. 2 sets of feet, slow and out of sync, dragging more than walking. I didn't move. I had my shotgun across my chest, one hand on the grip, thumb already on the safety, but they didn't come down the slope, just passed above me, never in a straight line, more like a lazy spiral, circling something they couldn't quite locate. I stayed motionless for over an hour after they were gone. Not sleeping, just waiting. My eyes tracked every shadow in the canopy. When dawn came, I left that place without packing, just stuffed everything into the rucksack and hiked until the blood returned to my legs. By late morning, I reached the ridge above the mineral substation. It sat in a shallow, bowl-shaped clearing about the size of a football field, surrounded on all sides by dense fir and pine. From the tree line, it looked untouched. No movement, no smoke. I glassed it for 15 minutes before I moved in. The front porch was intact, windows unbroken. The diesel tank was dented from some old impact, but sealed. I didn't relax. Not really, but I did breathe easier when I stepped inside and found the main room empty and dry. It was clear someone had been there recently. Gear was missing, dust trails showed what had been taken, but there were no signs of violence. No blood, no barricades. Whoever had come through wasn't running. They were preparing. The place still smelled like old wood and heating oil. I checked the corners, cleared the storage room, then locked the door behind me and lowered the blackout shutters. It was the first time in a week I felt something close to sheltered. I stayed for 2 nights. First day I boiled water, rotated through short naps, and inventoried everything. They'd left behind a bundle of old maps, a medkit with burn cream and gauze, a half-full case of sealed crackers, and one nearly depleted satellite uplink beacon. The beacon was the most valuable. It still blinked when I powered it up. No way to transmit voice, but I could ping coordinates if someone out there was still logging signals. I marked my location and sent the beacon burst. Then I waited. Nothing came back. On the second night, I heard someone outside the walls. It started around 3:00 a.m. A low scrape against the eastern wall, followed by silence. Then another scrape. Not frantic, not like someone pounding for help. Just a slow drag, like fingers testing the structure. I stayed in the dark, sitting against the supply cabinet with the shotgun pointed toward the door. The scraping stopped after a few minutes. I waited another hour before I dared look through the peephole. Nothing there, no footprints in the dirt. But something had smeared blood across the edge of the porch. It was fresh. At first light, I moved again. I didn't even finish packing. Just loaded what I could into the frame and left the rest. I'd stayed too long. Whatever was following me didn't move like a predator, but it didn't move like it forgot either. These things, they didn't search like people, but they didn't wander blind either. There was intent, even if it was buried under the rot. I headed east now, toward the edge of the Wenatchee backcountry. There were a few old bunkers out there, Cold War installations that had been sealed since the Reagan years. Most were likely stripped to the concrete, but one or two might still have utility access or an intact water system. I'd seen them on aerial recon sheets years ago when helping with fire line projections. No one talked about them anymore, but I remembered the coordinates. The route was rough. Long ridges, exposed slopes where I had to crawl flat across shale to avoid being seen. Twice, I had to double back when I spotted movement on distant switchbacks. Groups of infected, maybe 6 or 7 at a time, never moving quickly, but always in that same directionless persistence. I saw a buck once, an actual healthy deer. First wildlife I'd seen in days. It watched me from the edge of a clearing, then bolted into the trees without a sound. Smart. Animals knew something was wrong long before we did. I found the entrance to the old government shelter just before dusk on the 4th day. It was a low concrete structure built into the side of a granite slope, covered in moss and treefall. If I hadn't been looking for it, I would have walked right past it. The front hatch was rusted shut, but I managed to break through a vent panel and crawl inside. It was dark, damp. The air smelled like old batteries and mildew, but the walls were thick and the interior rooms were cool and dry. I found storage lockers, an old radio cage, and rows of bunks stripped bare. No food, no weapons, but no signs of struggle either. It was just empty, forgotten. That night, I finally slept, deep for hours, without waking. No footsteps outside, no wind, no hunger. Just the concrete silence of a place built to outlast a different kind of war. The next morning, I opened one of the old logbooks stored in the command locker and found notes from decades ago. Most were routine entries, but the final one, dated in faded ink, stuck with me. It simply said, "If they ever reach the mountains, it means the cities are gone." I read that line 3 times, then closed the book and sat in silence for what might have been an hour. I wasn't sure whether the author had written it during the Cold War, expecting missiles or foreign troops, or if someone had added it later, quietly aware of the same creeping end I was now watching unfold. Either way, the message was clear. There wasn't anything to go back to. Not Seattle, not Olympia, not even Skycomish. They were either ash, abandoned, or infected. For a while, I just walked the length of the shelter, room to room, making note of every sealed vent and welded hatch. Some corners still had mildew stains in the concrete, and the smell of damp copper hung in the air from old circuitry, but the place held. It wasn't comfortable, but it was a fortress compared to a tarp and a bolt action in the woods. I marked every entry point, set up tripwires from leftover utility cord, and blocked the weakest hatch with a metal cabinet and a bin of gravel-filled rebar I found in the storage hall. The world outside could have its collapse. In here, I would buy myself time. Over the next 3 days, I worked, cleaned what I could, set up water catchment using a rusted pipe feeding down the slope. It wasn't clean, but with iodine and patience, I had something drinkable. I stripped down the emergency beacon, reconfigured its burst code to transmit a simple loop. USFS Ranger Joel Adler, shelter intact. Mountain stable. Do not approach unless uninfected. I didn't expect anyone to hear it. I just needed to send something. Leave a mark. I guess it's a thing we do when everything else is disappearing. Try to make proof that we were here. I kept to a schedule. Wake with the sun. Check the perimeter. Ration supplies. I hunted when I could. Squirrels mostly. Maybe a grouse if I got lucky. Most of the large game had moved east or gone quiet. I didn't see any elk, and that bothered me more than it should have. If the animals were running, there was a reason. Sometimes I could go 2 days without seeing anything that walked upright. Then, without warning, a group of them would pass within 20 yards of the bunker's southern slope. Always the same slow shuffle, the same blank stares, and blood-matted clothes. The way they never tracked scent or sound properly, but somehow still turned toward heat or movement. It got under my skin, like they were drawn to memory instead of instinct. One night, maybe 2 weeks in, I saw something different. I was up near the observation slit I'd cleared at the old ventilation tunnel. I used it to monitor the tree line. The moon was full, and I could make out clear shapes across the upper ridge. A group of infected were crossing the rock field, 4 or 5 of them, and then one stopped. It didn't just stop and stare like the others had. It crouched. It picked something up from the ground, a branch, and dragged it across the gravel behind it. Not random, deliberate. I couldn't see what it was drawing, but the motion was intentional. It shook me. I stayed behind the wall until dawn. After that, I made the decision to move again. I knew the shelter wasn't permanent. It bought me a window to think, to rest, but not to live. If even some of them were beginning to exhibit pattern behavior, anything beyond basic directionless wandering, then staying in a fixed location was asking to be found. I didn't care if it was 1 in 100. That one was enough to doom you. I packed light, took only what I could carry for a fast trek. The beacon stayed behind, buried under stone and sealed in a plastic case. If anyone ever found it, they'd find the message. I left behind the name, the date, and a map to the ranger outposts that still might have unbroken doors and clean water. My next heading was toward the old hydro project out near Lost Lake. Last I heard before all this, a couple seasonal volunteers had been using the pump station to store gear. It was remote, high elevation, and hard to reach without knowing the trails. Perfect for staying unnoticed. If anyone else thought the same way, maybe they'd be there. Or maybe it was just another dead zone. I'd find out either way. I set out early and took the ridge route, sticking to elevation to maintain line of sight and avoid bottlenecks. The terrain was brutal. Thorns tore at my jacket. Slopes forced me to slide down scree on my side more than once. But I kept moving. I didn't rest longer than 20 minutes at a time. I passed 2 more campsites during the hike, both ruined, both empty. At the second, I found bones, not old ones, cleaned too thoroughly to be animals. I didn't linger to figure out what had happened. I moved faster. Late afternoon, near the edge of a frozen tributary, I finally saw proof I wasn't alone. A column of smoke drifted from beyond the ridge. Thin, blue, slow burning. Someone with experience. You don't build a fire like that if you're panicking. You do it if you know how to ration heat and hide light. I took out the scope and scanned carefully. It took nearly an hour, but I spotted the outline of a person. No movement at first, then a slow shift, sitting next to the fire, guarding it. They had a rifle across their lap, a parka with a Forest Service logo. I couldn't see the face, didn't try to call out. I waited until full darkness, then circled north and made camp out of sight. I didn't want to startle whoever it was. I didn't even know if they were uninfected. In this world, you verify before you speak. You observe before you approach. The fire burned until midnight, then went dark. By sunrise, they were gone. I checked the site later that day. Just ash and a few tracks. No signs of a fight. Whoever it was, they moved with discipline. They left behind no food, no gear, not even a scrap of cloth. Like they'd never been there. I stood in that clearing a long time, watching the trees, half expecting to hear a voice. But none came. The thing is, that brief glimpse, just knowing someone else was out there doing the same thing I was, it stayed with me. It told me that the instinct to survive hadn't vanished, that even with cities gone, power lost, government erased, there were still people out there who weren't giving up. Not to fear, not to hunger, not to whatever walk now, where families used to camp. I don't know how long this world will last. I don't know how far the infection has spread, but I know the mountains haven't fallen yet. The trees still stand, the wind still speaks in the canopy, and there are still a few of us, rangers, loners, survivors, moving quietly in the shadows between collapse and what comes next. We don't call for help anymore. We don't wait for orders. We endure. Because sometimes, survival isn't about fighting. It's about listening to the silence, trusting the land beneath your feet, and knowing that even when the world ends, the trail keeps going. I got up at 4:30 and knew straight away I wasn't going to get back to sleep. The air in the flat felt thick, like it always did when you lived above a takeaway and shared space with someone who never opened the windows. My mate Mark was out cold on the sofa again, snoring like he meant it, half a pizza on his chest and the telly still on from whatever rubbish he'd passed out watching. He hadn't worked a shift all week. I hadn't said anything. He'd just gotten laid off from the warehouse and wasn't taking it well. Still, the smell in that place, burnt oil, beer, sweat, old socks, was unbearable by morning. I didn't want another argument about dishes or electricity, so I didn't say a word. I grabbed my keys and left. My phone was dead. I hadn't charged it overnight again. I figured I'd sort it later. I needed to get out, clear my head. No plan, just noise in my skull that wouldn't shut up. There's only ever one solution when that happens. Bike, road, time alone, that's it. So I rolled the bike out from the alley behind the building. It's a knackered Yamaha XJ that used to be cherry red under the stickers and grime. Not fast, not flashy, but it never let me down. Chain had a bit of slack, front tire a little soft. Whatever, I'd sort it after coffee. Maybe. Croydon at that hour looked washed out and dead quiet. Streetlights still buzzing above empty pavement. That weird half-light where everything feels stuck between one thing and the next. A fox watched me from beside a skip, tail twitching, nose covered in old takeaway sauce. I rolled slow down the back lanes. No traffic cameras if you knew which streets to cut through. My helmet's inner padding stank of sweat and rain, but I didn't care. The jacket was old, the zip stiff, one elbow patch flaking away. Didn't matter. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I just needed space. Ride to the edge of the city and maybe beyond. I didn't tell anyone I was going. No one would have noticed. Mum stopped texting months ago after I missed her birthday. We hadn't spoken properly since Dad's funeral 2 years back. Mark wouldn't bother checking unless I took the kettle with me. I had no job waiting. The last garage I worked at paid in cash, and when the owner got hit with fines for dodgy MOTs, he cut everyone loose. I didn't argue. I wasn't exactly chasing a future. I scraped by, did what I had to, paid rent late, ate whatever was yellow stickered at closing. Got by. That's all I knew. So when I set off that morning, it wasn't some mission. I wasn't running from anything big. Just wanted to ride. Just wanted to be anywhere but that flat. I didn't even know where I was heading. Not really. Godstone came to mind. There's a lay-by just past the exit with a dodgy little kebab van that opens early. Not many know about it. Owner doesn't talk, just grunts and raps. Greasy chips and limp salad, but the meat's decent. I liked that van. Might have been the only consistent thing left around here. I followed instinct. Cut through Thornton Heath, followed the A road toward Purley, then peeled off toward the A23. Figured I'd join the M25 and do a lap, clear my thoughts, breathe something other than stale chip fat. It was still early enough that the motorway hadn't clogged yet. A few vans, a couple of lorries, office workers trying to beat the rush. Everyone sat quiet in their boxes, coffee in hand, eyes forward, living the same loop they always did. I envied how normal it looked from the outside. I kept the visor cracked a sliver to keep it from fogging. Engine thrummed under me nice and steady. Nothing fancy, no Bluetooth, no dashboard nav, just analog gauges and a rattle somewhere in the frame I never bothered fixing. The helmet radio was long dead. I never remembered to charge it. Didn't matter. I preferred the quiet. I didn't want news. I didn't want music. I just wanted the road and the wind and nothing else. Nothing buzzing in my ears. Nothing asking me to be anyone or do anything. The air changed the further I got from Croydon. Not just cleaner, lighter, less weight pressing on your chest. The skyline opened up, brick and grime gave way to tree lines, and mist sitting low in the dips between fields. The sun was just starting to climb proper, cutting through the haze like it hadn't made its mind up whether today was going to be warm or cold. The kind of indecisive weather England does better than anywhere. I didn't check the time, didn't check my messages. If something important happened, it could wait. I'd been telling myself that for years, and so far, nothing important ever had. I aimed for the turnoff just past Reigate, kept my speed under 70 to stretch the fuel, and watched the slip roads as they came and went. People merging, people exiting, lives intersecting for half a second then gone again. No one looked, no one waved. That suited me fine. That stretch before the M23 interchange has this weird pocket of silence if you hit it before rush hour, a kind of calm you don't expect on a London ring road, the way the sound bounces off the trees, the way the light hits the glass on the other cars. It's like a dead zone where time pauses. I always liked that part. That's why I noticed straight away when the cars ahead of me lit up with brake lights all at once. Not in waves, all at once, a red wall. I eased off the throttle and coasted into the space between lanes. Nothing dramatic, just a small shift in the road's rhythm. Lorries slowing, vans edging forward. Some bloke in a silver hatchback getting out of his car to crane his neck up the line. I figured maybe an accident, a spill, happens all the time. No sirens yet, no panic, just hesitation. Then that horn, that long, shrill, unbroken horn from somewhere up the motorway. Not the kind you used to warn, the kind that gets stuck when someone slumps over the wheel and doesn't get back up in. I flipped the kill switch and let the silence catch up to me. It was the first time I thought something felt off. Not wrong, just off. Like whatever was up there wasn't part of the usual mess. Like the noise didn't belong in the normal world anymore. A man climbed on the bonnet of his car and pointed up the road like he'd seen something worth shouting about. Another woman had her phone out, recording. Always the phone. No one helps anymore. Just film and wait. I pushed forward again, rolling between the lines at a crawl, engine off, clutch in, trying to see what they were seeing. That's where it really started. Shouting. One voice, then more. The sort of shouting that has no argument in it. I smelled hot brakes and diesel. Up ahead, a lorry sat across 2 lanes like it had slid and stuck there. The trailer was skewed, and the cab door was open. The driver was on the ground. People were around him, not helping, just backing off with their hands up. Someone else sprinted past in bare feet, moving wrong, arms straight out, eyes wide and empty. He hit a man in a high-vis vest so hard the man toppled and smacked his head on the barrier. The barefoot man got on top and started hammering at the face with both hands. No pause, no breath. Brutal. The sound of it was short, like meat getting punched. No film filter on it. A woman screamed and ran toward the 2 of them, then changed her mind and ran the other way. I wanted to think it was some fight that started over nothing. People get strange on motorways. But another person came out of the lorry door, fell to one knee, snapped his head up, and ran like he had never learned brakes existed. He went straight into a knot of onlookers. He bit a man on the ear, then the cheek. I do not have nicer words. It looked like an animal attack. People scattered, tripped, got up, fell again. A child cried from somewhere inside a car with closed windows. I pushed the bike off the live lane onto the hard shoulder and fired it up. I should have left. I did not. I crept closer to see if there was a gap I could slip through. Stupid. But I did it. Someone yelled at me to help. I looked over. A woman in a business suit dragged another woman by the armpits along the shoulder. Blood soaked the second woman's blouse. Not a movie smear. Soaked. The business suit woman locked eyes with me through my visor and said something that did not reach me. The injured woman jerked like a salmon in a net and kicked at the barrier. Her face was wrong. Too much white in the eyes. Spit hanging from her lips like strings. She twisted and snapped at the helping hands with her teeth. The business suit woman let go, shocked, and stumbled back. I shook my head, pointed at the bike, and mouthed the word move. Then I rolled forward again because the knot up ahead had shifted. Past the jackknifed lorry, there was no open road, another pile-up. A delivery van had crushed into a saloon car, and the saloon had kissed the back of a coach. Forget it, no way through. I heard that horn again, and turned. A white estate car was shuddering in place, horn jammed under the weight of a man who slammed both palms on the bonnet, and then threw his head into the windscreen. The glass webbed. He threw his head again. It cracked. He did not stop. Inside the car, a boy stared at me with a plain, dull expression and did not blink. The man's forehead opened and smeared red across the spidered glass. He kept going as if pain was not a thing anymore. I put the bike in gear and rode the chevrons at the junction exit like a rat between bins. A van tried to block me. The driver waved his arms and shouted that I should help. I slid the clutch and slipped past his bumper. I did not listen. I did not want to be a hero. The off-ramp spat me onto a roundabout clogged with stopped cars. Someone had abandoned a horse trailer and left the animal standing on the pavement with a rope tied to a sign. The horse stamped and blew warm breath, eyes rolling. A man tried to calm it, voice high and thin. Two people sprinted past me on foot at full tilt, heads down, not looking anywhere but forward. Sirens started, distant and then near. One police car came wrong side through the roundabout and mounted a curb to get around us. The officer in the passenger seat had a radio pressed flat to his head. He stared at nothing as they went by. Another siren wailed from the motorway above and then cut off mid-howl. A helicopter beat the sky overhead and banked away toward London. I picked a road that ran south because south looked thinner. The sign said Godstone, fine. I threaded around cars at walking speed. People shouted. Someone banged on my pannier and told me to stop. I cracked the throttle and left him behind. The village looked normal at first. Shops shut, some half open. A butcher with a handwritten sign saying back in 5. A bus at the stop with the interior lights on, and nobody driving. A woman pulled a suitcase that rattled over the paving slabs and slapped her thigh every other step. A teenage boy sat on a low wall with a skateboard and filmed me on his phone. He looked like he was filming the weather. He was not there 5 minutes later when I looked back. I cut through to a petrol station because my gauge sat a hair under half, and I know how fast that turns to a quarter when things go wrong. The forecourt had cars queued badly, not in the marked lines, every driver all elbows and horns. I rolled to the side, killed the engine, and walked the bike up next to a pump like I belonged there. A man with a red face shouted that I was jumping the queue. I stared at him through the visor and did not move. The attendant inside the shop waved his arms and pointed at the card machine like a referee. People were still paying. Good. I filled both tanks up to the neck, dribbles be damned, and when the same red-faced man started toward me, I put the nozzle back, paid contactless through the plexi, and left while he was still coming up with a speech. Back on the B road, the noise was wrong for a village. It had that constant note of panic, like someone had set a kettle to scream and walked away. A man ran into the road and flapped his arms at me. Not a wave, a block. He wore a tie that had been loosened until it hung like a cord. He had a cut above his eye. He stepped at me like he expected me to slow down. I did not. I swerved around him. He swung a car jack and clipped my left pannier. The bike twitched. I wobbled and pulled it back. In my mirror, a woman came behind him at full sprint, faster than someone in office shoes should be able to move. She hit him in the back and both went down. She did not try to pin him like a wrestler. She smashed her face into the side of his head like she wanted to break bone with bone. He went limp. She came up streaming red from her mouth and did not stop. She stood and scanned for more like a dog set loose. Her eyes snapped to me. I opened it up and went. It spread fast. That is all I can say without pretending I understand it. People who were normal 5 minutes before went empty and savage like someone had pulled a plug. No stumble, no stagger, just a snap, and then a sprint. If one of them saw you, it was like a fuse hit. All legs and elbows. No dodging, straight lines, full speed. I wanted out of towns. Woods and farm tracks are not friendly to bikes with road tires, but cars cannot choke a forest. I took a lane marked as unsuitable for heavy goods and followed it into green. Hedgerows closed in. The road pitched up and down like a small boat, mud across corners where tractors had cut them. I slowed and held low in the seat and let the engine pull me instead of fighting it. A pheasant burst out and ran stupidly up the road in front of me, then split left. I breathed tight through my nose and tried to ignore the fact that my hands shook on the grips. At a crossroads with a broken signpost, I stopped and killed the engine. The quiet had weight, wind in the hedges, a chainsaw far off, a dog barking 3 fields over, then silence, then barking again like there was a pattern to it. I took my helmet off to listen better. The air smelled clean. There was a guttering hum in my ears from the ride. I dug out my burner phone and checked for signal. 1 bar, then nothing, then 1 bar again. My mate had sent a message an hour earlier. Bad trouble central, do not come back. Then another, do not answer the door. The network stuttered, and the timestamp did not make sense. I pocketed the phone and put the helmet back on. I kept moving, because that is the only thing I know how to do when people lose their minds. I passed a lay-by with a fly-tipped fridge and an old tire. A Ford Estate sat on the verge with both doors open and the engine running. Radio on loud. A children's song about a bus. No one inside. The grass nearby was flattened where someone had rolled. A school bag lay split open with exercise books spilled out. I did not stop. I did not need to see more. At a small cluster of houses near a railway bridge, a man flagged me down with a rifle over his shoulder. Old farm piece, wooden stock, bolt action. He planted himself in the middle of the lane and held up one hand and the barrel. I slowed because a rifle on a country lane gets my attention more than a red face at a pump. He had the look of someone who had done harvest for 50 years and had the back to prove it. He called out, asked if I had seen the army. I said no. He asked again, louder, like maybe the word had not reached my ears. I said no again. He told me in a straight voice that his wife had changed 20 minutes ago, and he had locked her in the pantry and he needed the army now. Please. I looked past him. In the open door, I saw a cramped farmhouse kitchen with lino flooring, and a door with a chair jammed under the handle. Something hit that door from the inside hard enough that the top edge jumped and the chair hopped. Once, twice, fast, no rhythm. He looked at me like I had brought the problem with me. I did not tell him what to do. I am not a counselor. I rolled past. He did not try to stop me when I made the choice for him. Back on the M25 feeder, I could see smoke pillars in the direction of London. Not one, many, thin and black. A helicopter hung low and then whipped away. The motorway itself lay still like a dead river full of cars. People were on the embankment, moving in lines toward the field fences. Some helped each other, others shoved. A woman in a long dress tripped on the wire and hooked herself like a fish and hung there, wriggling hard to get free, and a man behind her climbed over her back to get over the fence faster. She did not scream. She made a sound like anger held behind clenched teeth. I needed tools, and something better than a cheap folding blade. A breaker bar beats bare hands. A chain lock beats wrists. I knew a small motor factors in an industrial park near Caterham that ran a side room of odds and ends. I aimed for it. The closer I got, the more the roads were blocked by cars parked like the drivers had given up in the middle of a thought. I filtered until I could not. Then I pushed, engine off, squeezing the bike through gaps that were not gaps. A van door opened onto my hand and pinned my fingers against the bar end. I yelped and yanked back. The driver came out wild-eyed and started to apologize, then saw the bike and asked for a lift. He tried to climb on. I shoved him off and told him to go. He grabbed for the bars again, begging, and then his eyes jumped past me and he ran without another word. He left the van running. I pushed on. The unit shutters were down when I reached the industrial park. One office had smashed front glass, and somebody had tried to broom the shards into a pile and given up. I could hear movement behind the motor factor's shutter. Not voices. The sort of movement a person makes when he is trying not to breathe and failing. I knocked on the corrugated steel. It stopped. I said the owner's name through the gap at the bottom and told him I was not police. I just wanted a pry bar and a chain. He did not answer. I heard a scrape of something heavy moved, and a whisper that said, "Leave it." I did not have time to debate. I went around the back and found the skip. I dug until my gloves were black and came up with a steel length from a shelving unit, 2 coach bolts, and a busted bicycle D-lock with the shackle still sound. Good enough. I taped the coach bolts to the end of the steel with parcel tape from my pannier and made a crude hammer. It looked stupid. It would do. When I came back around the corner, a boy in a school blazer stood by my bike. He had a kitchen knife in his hand, and he was testing my pannier lid like he was thinking of prying it. He was pale and shaking. When he saw me, he lifted the knife toward me in a clumsy guard. I kept the bike between us and told him to stop. He said he needed food. I told him there was nothing in there. He said he did not believe me. He stepped around the headlight. I raised the steel bar because he had a knife and I am not keen on getting opened up in a car park. Then his eyes changed. He looked past me, like the van driver had, and he ran. He dropped the knife. It clinked on tarmac. I did not turn my back to see what he had seen. I backed to the bike with the bar up and then swung my leg over and started it. The sound of the starter motor felt like a flare. It brought things to life. 2 men came out from behind a parked lorry in a sprint, clothes neat, office shoes, heads snapping left and right like dogs catching smell. One saw me and locked on. He screamed. I do not have a better word. It was high and flat and full. He ran at me with both arms rigid. I dumped the clutch and the rear tire stepped sideways. I corrected and shot between them. One clipped my elbow with his fingers. He did not chase the bike. He turned and sprinted toward the first human he saw next, which was a woman getting out of her car to see what the noise was. He hit her, and the 2 went down and were still moving when I turned the corner. I needed a place where cars could not box me in. The woods by the Caterham viewpoint would work for a stop. I took the back roads up and families were out on foot now with bags and prams and dogs on leads, moving toward the fields with that numb determination you see when a train platform gets closed and everyone starts walking along the track bed. No one spoke in full sentences anymore. It was all fragments. He has a bite. Do not stop. Give me the keys. Where is my mum? A siren would start, rise, and die. At the viewpoint car park, a handful of people had the same idea. 3 cars parked nose to fence. A couple in cycling kit holding each other like that would freeze time. A man in a high-vis jacket holding a first aid kit and not opening it. A teenage girl sitting on the bonnet of a Vauxhall eating crisps like she could eat through the problem. I pulled to the edge and killed the engine. The wind carried a smell from the city. Electric fire, hot plastic. The sky toward London looked dirty. The teenage girl asked if I had heard the radio. I shook my head. She said the BBC kept losing presenters, and then music would play. Then an emergency voice would come on and read walking instructions that sounded like a bad joke. Stay indoors. Avoid contact with infected persons. Do not attempt to escort affected family members. The girl laughed once without humor and asked me who wrote that line. A scream cut across the car park from the tree line. Not the flat scream of the empty ones. A human scream with words in it. Help me. A man stepped out of the bracken, fell to his knees, got up, and started toward us, waving his normal hand while his other hand hung at a wrong angle. He had the look of a jogger who has tripped and tried to turn it into a run. He said, "Please." The cyclist couple moved like they wanted to go to him. The man in high-vis blocked them with one arm without looking. He said, "Do not move." The jogger took 3 steps, and then something came out of the trees behind him like it had been fired. It was small. Maybe a boy, maybe a woman. Hard to tell. It hit his back and both went down and rolled in gravel. The empty one bounced up faster than gravity should allow and climbed the jogger like a ladder. The jogger got his good arm around the thing's neck and squeezed and pushed his thumb into the eye. I will not pretend it was noble. It was survival. He screamed for us to help. None of us did. We watched like cows by a fence line watching dogs fight. The girl on the bonnet put her crisps down and slid off the car without a word. The high-vis man said, "Do not," and she stopped. The jogger's voice ran out like a match. The empty one stopped moving. 2 more came out of the trees, and we did not stay to watch what they wanted. I fired the bike and rolled. I thought about heading south toward the coast, but every person I know in that direction would have had the same idea. The roads would be jammed, and the ferries would be dead. I took the ridge road toward Oxted and aimed for small lanes that I knew from riding at night. The hedges closed in again, and the trees arched overhead. The air cooled. The smell of leaf rot and diesel mixed. In the mirror I saw a police helicopter hover low over the motorway, and then flare up and away. A second later, a bloom of smoke rose where it had been. Maybe a car fire, maybe worse. I did not know, and I lost the urge to find out. I cut the engine at the top of a farm track and listened. Voices carry far in the country, and I did not want voices. I walked the bike behind a copse of trees and covered it loosely with a blue tarp I found in my pannier. That tarp had been balled in there for 2 years, waiting for a camping trip I never took. It finally had a job. I sat with my back to the front wheel where I could feel the metal, and I waited until the sense of running in my head slowed enough that I could think in straight lines. I made a list in my head. I do that when choices get big. Petrol, water, food that does not need heating, tools, a proper weapon if I could get one, a quiet place to sleep with one way in that I could block. I hate lists, but lists hate panic. I drank from my bottle, chewed 2 mints to hide the stink in my helmet, and watched a line of ants climb a weed like nothing in the world had changed. Movement on the lane snapped me up. A family walked tight together. Mum, Dad, daughter about 8, son about 5. Dad carried a cricket bat. Mum had a cat in a carrier that yowled like it understood English and hated all of it. They saw me and the dad raise the bat halfway in greeting and halfway in case I was trouble. I raised my empty hand and kept the other on the bike. We watched each other across the ditch. The boy asked if the cat was going to die because there was no food left for it. Mum said, "Do not say that." The cat said something in cat. The dad asked me if the motorway was open. I said no. He nodded like that matched what he knew. He asked me if I had seen the army. I said no. He nodded again. He asked me if I was going to London. I said no. He said good. Then he told his family to keep walking. He did not ask for anything. He did not offer anything. We just shared a small, quiet understanding that the rules had flipped, and we were all rewriting them on the fly. When they were gone, I moved again. I cut a path toward a service station I knew near the A22, where there was a hardware aisle and good sightlines from the forecourt. The closer I got, the weirder the traffic patterns got. Cars angled across both lanes. An ambulance with its rear doors open and nobody inside. A man in a suit kicking a shop door with his heel and sobbing like a child. A woman with one shoe running with a dog lead in her hand, and no dog. At the station itself, a dozen people crowded the shop, arguing over water and battery packs, then dropping the argument mid-word as the clerk shouted that cards were down, and it was cash or nothing. Someone grabbed the till. Someone grabbed that someone. A bloke in a tracksuit swung a trolley like a ram. The glass went. The shop dissolved into a writhing mess of reach and pull. On the far pump, a man filled plastic bottles with petrol like he was bottling jam. He got splashback on his hands and face and did not notice. I rolled to the furthest pump, filled a jerrycan from the boot sale that lived on my rack, and kept my visor down. A woman with a baby in a sling stood by the air machine staring into nothing. The baby made small snuffling sounds. A man walked up to her and told her to come with him. She did not look at him. He took her elbow. The baby stirred and made a soft cry. The man flinched at the sound and looked around like someone had thrown a stone. He dropped her elbow and walked away. I finished, paid because old habits sit deep even when money is a joke, and rolled out. A man staggered into my path. He had the look of someone trying to wake up from a faint. His eyes found me and snapped. He came at me, mouth open wide, hands like claws. I swerved and the mirror clipped his wrist. He spun, hit the bonnet of a car, and bounced off. He rolled once and was up again, as if nothing had happened. I did not wait to see who he would pick next. I took the back road to a garden center because I figured no one would be fighting over hose fittings when bottled water ran out. The car park had been used for some kind of queue earlier and then abandoned mid-plan. Trolleys lay sideways. A barrier pole had been ripped out and left to drag. Inside, The light was weird and green through the greenhouse roof. Plants had fallen from benches and spilled soil across the aisles. 2 bodies lay face down near the tills, not moving. I do not know if they were asleep or dead. I do not pretend to guess anymore. I moved fast. I grabbed 2 big water containers, a folding saw, a hatchet that looked like a toy but was steel, and a pair of heavy gloves. At the camping aisle, I took a roll of paracord and a pack of chemical light sticks. I heard feet somewhere and froze, then heard birds fluttering through a broken pane, and realized my brain was making everything sound like footsteps. I paid by dropping cash on the counter. Stupid, but it stopped my hands shaking. I left by the staff door and did not check the bodies twice. By late afternoon, the light went flat and tired. The sky pressed low. The air tasted like rain and melted plastic. I wanted a box to sleep in. I do better with walls than with open sky. There was a half-built housing estate nearby, the one with show homes that never opened because the developer ran out of money. I found it by smell and memory. Concrete dust, new timber, empty streets with fresh tarmac and no tire marks. I rolled in past a sign with smiling people frozen in front of a house that does not exist. The first terrace had doors hung but no locks. I picked the end unit so I would have one flank I did not have to watch. The inside was plastered but not painted, bare bulbs hanging from blue electrical tape. No kitchen fitted yet. Good. Less to hide behind. I dragged a plasterboard stack in front of the back door and wedged a length of timber under the front handle down to a screw I put into the floorboards. It looked rough, but the door would not open inward without ripping the handle out. I stacked paint tubs against the hall so anything coming through would have to kick and trip. I blocked the bottom of the stairs with a flat pack staircase that had not been installed yet. I left myself a crawl space. Then I killed every bit of light that could be seen from outside. I tore strips from a dust sheet, wetted them, and pressed them into the window edges to kill any glow. I set a chemical light in the closet and closed the door so I had a small pool to work in. And I ate. Cold beans with a spoon from a camping set, straight from the tin. Dry crackers. Water sips, not gulps. My stomach argued. My head won. I checked my phone again. 1 bar. A text from a number I did not know. Shelter in place. Do not engage with infected. National response underway. It looked like a blanket message sent to every number the cell tower could reach. I turned the phone off to save the battery and set my cheap watch alarm for every 2 hours. I dozed in slices, helmet on, back against the inner wall by the stairs, steel bar across my thighs, D-lock hooked through my belt. Every time the alarm buzzed, I woke, listened, drank a sip, and looked through a slit in the blind. The estate stayed dark. Once, far off, a scream tried to climb the hill and died as it ran out of strength. Once, footsteps passed the front, fast, then slower, then fast again, as if the owner could not pick a pace. They did not test the door. At some point it rained. I smelled wet dust and tar. The roof drummed, then whispered, then stopped. Around the time the watch said midnight, a car arrived. Headlights came down the estate road like a searchlight in a small theater. I killed the chemical light and flattened myself on the floor, inching to the window slit. The car was a large 4x4 with fresh plates and showroom shine. It looked wrong in the half-built street. It rolled to a stop 2 doors down, and 4 men got out fast. 2 had cricket bats. 1 had a long kitchen knife. 1 had a length of pipe. They wore decent clothes and had the trousers tucked into socks in that way people do when they panic and do not want anything crawling up their legs. 1 man kept looking over his shoulder. Another kept repeating that this was fine. They went inside the unit with the least boards on the windows. They did not check the street. They did not set a guard. I let my breath out slow and listened. 30 minutes later, the empty ones came. I do not know if the men had been followed or if sound draws them like heat. The first one came full tilt down the road, head forward, mouth open, hands ready to grab. He hit the 4x4 and bounced off, and did not acknowledge that metal had won. He banged on the door the men had entered and screamed. The scream rose and snapped and rose again. Then he stopped mid-sound and cocked his head like a bird. He sniffed the air. He ran at the next door, then the next. The men inside whispered too loud. I could hear the knife man telling someone to shut up, and it sounded like a shout because the night was that quiet. Another empty one came, then two more. They did not arrive in a pack. They came in bursts, like something in their brains fired when a noise peaked. They hit the door together. The wood held for 2 strikes. It did not hold for 3. What happened inside was ugly and quick. The knife was not as useful as the men probably expected. Cricket bats do damage, but not if you are swinging wild in a hallway and hitting plaster half the time. The pipe did better. Whoever had the pipe put an empty one down hard and fast, then lost his footing on spilled something and went over backward. The scream that followed belonged to someone who had lost a plan. One of the men ran out into the street and looked right at my window as he ran by. Our eyes met through glass and darkness. He did not ask for help. He ran into the night and something fast took him off his feet before he got 20 paces. I stayed flat on the floor and counted the space between sounds, because that helps when you cannot do anything else. When it was done, the street went dead again, except for small noises from the house the men had picked. A cupboard door creaking open and shut, a footstep that dragged, a wet cough from a throat that no longer understood anything. I waited until the watch ticked past 2 more alarms. I moved only when my legs told me they did not want to work anymore if I kept them still. I crawled into the kitchen, took a plastic bucket and used it. I am not proud. It is what it is. I put the bucket far from where I would sleep. Smell matters now. Sleep came in broken tiles. My mind kept showing me the kid with the kitchen knife, the man with the rifle, the woman with the baby, the 4x4 crowd. It put them in wrong places and made them swap voices. I pushed it all away and counted drills I had done in the past to keep my hands busy during bad nights. My whole life, I have avoided responsibility because it is heavy. Now I felt it anyway, but at least I could choose where to put the weight. On fuel, on food, on doors, on seeing before I am seen. Dawn scraped up pale and cold. The estate looked like a stage after a show. Stuff everywhere, no people. I cracked the back door and listened. A fox trotted through with a slice of bread in its mouth and did not even glance at me. I ate a strip of jerky, chewed slow until my jaw hurt, then drank. I put my boots back on. I stretched my hands until the tingling went. I tightened the tape on my improvised bar and wrapped the handle in cloth to stop it slipping in sweat. I pocketed the folding blade, stupid as it was, because something is better than nothing. I had to move the bike before someone else moved it for me. I cracked the front door and looked through the slit. The 4x4 sat with one rear door open and a dark smear down the sill. I could see boots inside the doorway the men had broken. The boots did not move. I slid out, kept low, and crossed to the cops. The tarp had held. I whispered a thank you to the past version of myself, who packed it. I rolled the bike in neutral down the slope so the engine note would not carry, and only hit the starter when I was under trees. It caught first time. Good machine. I patted the tank without thinking. On the road, I aimed away from London and away from the big towns. The plan was not noble. Keep to back lanes. Keep the revs low. Stop short of big choices, and watch from a distance. I could circle for a day or two while I waited for the loudest mess to burn down. Then I would think about fuel dumps, back entrances, and siphons. I would avoid hospitals. People always go to hospitals in films. I would avoid police stations for the same reason. I would not go where everyone else thought safety lived. Safety does not live anywhere now. It moves. I needed to move with it. On a ridge before the A21, I pulled up by a small church with a locked gate and a graveyard that ran down a slope like steps. The bell rope hung inside the porch, visible through the grill. The thought of that bell ringing and what it would call up made my skin crawl. I ate a biscuit and watched a man in the field below try to start his tractor. It coughed, coughed again, then turned over with a roar. He raised one hand at the noise he had made as if apologizing to the sky. 3 figures came out of the tree line 100 yards away, heads flicking, arms pumping. The man saw them late. He pushed the throttle until the engine note climbed stupidly high and slammed the tractor into gear. It jumped forward like a startled horse and almost died. Then it smashed through the corner of a dry stone wall and kept going, bumping hard across ruts. He looked back once, mouth open in a single long word I could not hear. The empty ones ran behind, at a pace that looked impossible to hold. He put the tractor between them and himself like a moving fence, and made for the lane. I lost sight of him in the hedges. I did not wait to see if he had made it. I turned the bike toward a different line and went. Mid-morning, a police Land Rover blocked a crossroads. 2 officers stood by it. One held a loudhailer. The other cradled a long gun that looked like it had been pulled from a locked cabinet and handed over with a shrug and a wish. The loudhailer officer told people to return to their homes and await further instructions. He said the army was mobilizing. He said units were moving to key sites. He said medical support was en route. He said the same 3 sentences again and again. A group of 6 men and women on foot stopped in front of him and asked where to go. He said, "Go home." A woman with a toddler on her hip asked how to do that when her home was in another county and the motorway was shut. He said, "Go to the nearest building and lock the doors." He looked like he wanted to sit down on the verge and take his hat off and put it over his face. The officer with the gun kept scanning the tree line in tiny jerks. I filtered past on the grass, nodding. The gun officer shouted at me to stop. I said I was moving to a safe location. He told me to wait. I told him no, and rolled on because there is a time to follow orders, and that time had drifted out to sea. By noon, the heat lifted the smell of everything rotten and spilled. The road shimmered in places. I found a farm shop that had been cleared in a hurry. Fruit smashed underfoot. A till drawer on the floor with copper coins scattered like seed. A chalkboard sign that still listed the day's special. I slipped in through the side door and took packets that would keep and not stink, plus plasters, tape, a bottle of cheap painkillers, and a small first aid guide that had tips on sprains and broken fingers. I left money on the counter again. I knew it did nothing, but my hands remembered the gesture and settled after doing it. A radio in the back office burbled through static. I turned the dial with slow fingers until a voice came clear enough to grab. The presenter sounded like he had not slept and was trying to keep his mouth from shaking. He read numbers and instructions. He said stay indoors. He said emergency services were overwhelmed. He said infected display extreme aggression, loss of normal pain response, and a tendency to sprint toward noise and movement. He said do not attempt to restrain an infected person. He said do not wait for relatives who do not arrive. He said a lot of things that would have sounded insane yesterday and sounded normal now. The signal flared and died. Music cut in for a half song and then stopped mid-line. Outside, 2 men came up the lane at a run with garden forks in their hands. Their boots kicked gravel like flung marbles. They looked at me and then passed me to the shop. One shouted for milk. The other shouted for his mum. The first one saw my bike and shifted his grip on the fork. He had the quick look in his eyes that says a plan just appeared. I lifted the steel bar. He measured the distance, measured my stance, and decided it was not worth it. He shouldered past me into the shop. I left them with whatever was left and moved on. By late afternoon, my arms felt slow from holding the bars, and my neck hurt from the helmet weight. The bike rattled in a new way, a tinny buzz near the left panel. I pulled off into a lay-by and found a fairing screw working loose. I tightened it with the small driver from my kit and checked the chain again, because routine gives you back control. A van pulled in behind me and I tensed, but it only used the space to turn around, tires squealing, back doors rattling. I watched it go and thought about where I wanted to sleep tonight. Not the estate again. Once is luck. Twice is a pattern someone else can see. There is a countryside trick I learned from old riders who used to camp in barns when they chased rallies across the map. Churches, remote ones. They are built strong, few entrances, thick doors, sometimes a side vestry with a single window you can block. People assume churches are safe and then avoid them because the thought makes them uncomfortable. That is perfect for me. I found one marked on my old paper atlas and turned off across a gravel lane toward it. The church stood 3 fields back from the road behind a low wall with a kissing gate. Yew trees lined the path as if someone had drawn them with a ruler. The main door was locked, of course, but the tower had a low slit window at the base where an old maintenance ladder leaned. I walked the bike behind the wall, cloaked it with the tarp, and went to work. The ladder felt spongy under my weight, But it held. I slid into the tower, boots scraping stone. The air inside was cool and smelled like dust and wax. I pulled the ladder up by the last rung to hide my route and sat on the lowest step to listen. No voices, no Scrabble, no bell rope brushing. Good. I made a quick circuit. The nave was locked off from the tower by a heavy wooden door with iron straps. The vestry door had a latch that I could wedge with the D-lock. The tower had only the slit windows at height. Perfect. I set my base in the tower steps. I rolled a spare jacket into a pillow and ate the last half of the crackers. I took small sips of water. I laid out the steel bar and the hatchet next to my right hand so I would not fumble in the dark. I set a line of small pebbles along the tower floor near the slit window, so if someone came through and kicked them, I would hear it. I put the phone on my thigh, screen down, vibrate on, watch alarm at 2 hours again. As full dark came, new sounds woke up. A fox barked hard and short. An owl took a vole, and the vole screamed once like a squeaky drawer. Voices floated across the field. 2 men arguing about a map and whether a railway line was safer than a road. One wanted to cut across. The other said fences would trap them. Their voices faded. Then a third voice called from much closer, low and pleading, saying, "Please help, please open the door, please." The voice came from outside the church door. I froze. The voice kept repeating the same words with the same cadence. It did not knock. It did not shuffle. It did not cry in that messy way people cry when they are real. It just repeated in a loop, machine clean. I held my breath without meaning to, and waited. The voice delivered the line again, and this time, at the end, a second voice layered over the first on the same word, like an echo had caught up. I did not move. The loop went on for a long time, and then stopped without a goodbye. I did not sleep properly. I rested in slices again, and woke to the cold that creeps in before sunrise. I flexed my fingers until they felt like mine. I ate a bit of jerky that tasted like salt and rubber. I peed in a corner where no one would step. I stretched my back until it cracked. I looked out through the slit window. Mist sat over the fields. The churchyard looked larger in the grey. No movement on the path. The 4 stones I had placed at the window sat where I had left them. I lifted the ladder down with care and slid out into the morning. Day 2, but it still felt like day 1, because time had stretched and flattened. I walked to the bike, scanned the lane, then rolled slowly out. I did not start the engine until I knew I could make the road without drawing attention. The first cough of the exhaust sounded like a gunshot in the mist. Birds erupted from the U and banked away. I let the engine warm, then tipped in and went light on the throttle. The plan was the same, and new. Keep moving. Stay out of funnels. Watch for the fast ones. Do not spend energy on arguments about fairness. If a door looks wrong, it is wrong. If a sound stops too fast, it is bait. If someone looks healthy, it means nothing. If someone asks for help, weigh it against the fact that I am one man with a bike and a bag of tins. If I can do a small thing without dying, maybe. If not, no. I do not owe the world a grand gesture. I owe myself the next sunrise. As the sun pushed up through the haze, the M25 stretched off to my left like a scar someone had cut across the land and then forgotten. Rows of still cars sat like abandoned tools after a long job. Doors open, windscreens cracked, bags spilled across bonnets. The early mist clung to the metal, softening the shape of everything, but it didn't hide what was underneath. That motorway would rot for years before anyone even thought of clearing it, if anyone ever did. I kept the bike steady and tried not to look too long at the rows of cars. There were faces behind some of the glass, slumped, waiting, hoping, dead, or worse. I didn't want to know which. I knew already that some had tried to hide in their vehicles, thinking doors would keep them safe. Others probably got trapped in the panic. Some never even knew what was coming. I thought about my mate Mark back in Croydon, on that sagging sofa with the television blaring. I wondered if he'd woken up yet, if he'd noticed something was wrong, if the power had cut while he was asleep, or if he'd just turned the volume up like he always did to block out the world. I pictured him opening the curtains and seeing smoke instead of rooftops. I wondered if he would have tried to leave, or just cracked another beer and waited. I thought about the woman at the petrol station with the baby strapped to her chest and that empty look in her eyes. The way she just stood there while the world came apart. The farmer with the rifle and the wife locked in the pantry. The man with the chair jammed under the door while the banging never stopped. The girl who sat on her car bonnet eating crisps like she was watching a football match. And the group in the 4x4 who thought a nice new estate with plastered walls and double-glazed windows would somehow be enough. Most of them were gone now, or not gone exactly, just changed into something else, something hollow. I kept the throttle steady and my eyes up, the countryside blurred by in green and brown patches, but I didn't take it in. I wasn't admiring the view. I was watching for movement. Anything too fast, too straight, too locked in. You know an infected when you see one. There's no second guess. They move like the idea of hesitation never existed. I am not brave. I am not kind. I am not the bloke who volunteers or steps up. I am not the one who shouts orders or gives comfort. I get tired fast. I avoid mess. I avoid people. I say no more than I say yes. I leave when things start to break. That's not new. That's who I've always been. It just fits better now. Out here, it might even keep me alive. The world shrank to a handful of rules. Petrol, water, food, tools, shelter. Never trust locked doors. Never stay where you sleep. Stay quiet. See before you're seen. Don't wait. Don't freeze. And never ever help anyone screaming unless you're ready to join them. It's not cruel. It's not heartless. It's just maths. The bike hummed under me like it always did when it was warm and settled. The tires rolled smooth along the edge of a B-road just wide enough for a lorry to ruin your morning. Hedgerows whipped by in flashes. Every tree shadow was something to track. Every rustle was something to clock. A green sign for a village I'd never heard of shot past on the left. No idea if it was still there, or if anything inside it was still worth the word village. The infected were out there, running down tracks, cutting through woods, vaulting fences like they'd trained for it. I heard distant screams now and again, but never close. Not yet. I didn't stop. I didn't look. Someone else's nightmare was someone else's. It didn't help to carry it. I put my head down behind the windscreen and rode. I passed a lay-by with a caravan flipped onto its side and 2 broken windows in the back. No one inside. Just a pair of boots poking out from beneath the chassis. Could have been a body. Could have been bait. I didn't stop. I didn't need more stories in my head. Everywhere I went, I saw traces of people who thought it would be temporary. Blankets tucked in car seats. Shopping bags. Letters pinned to windows. Gone to Mum's. We're upstairs. Please help. She's hurt. Most of the writing was smeared by now. Rain, dirt, blood. Hard to tell. Up ahead, a small village sign came into view, bent at an angle. Bullet holes in the metal. Something had happened here. Something loud. There were black marks on the road, like tires that had tried to stop and failed. I eased off the throttle and coasted into a gap behind a hedge, switched the engine off. Listened. Nothing. No birds. No breeze. No voices. The kind of silence that pressed too close to your ears. I stayed there a while, watching the rooftops between the trees, waiting to see if anything twitched or leaned the wrong way. I waited long enough that my knees started to cramp. That was my sign to go. I don't stay still for long. Not anymore. I kicked the engine back to life. The roar felt too loud after all that stillness. I rode slow past the turnoff and left the village behind without ever crossing its edge. If there were survivors in there, they had their own problems. I had mine. Somewhere out there was a place quiet enough, empty enough, and forgotten enough that I could hole up for a few days. Rest the bike, clean the chain, check the fuel lines, boil some water, count the tins, count them again. That's the rhythm now. Forward, stop, check, listen, move, that's it. I wasn't riding toward hope. I wasn't riding toward people. I wasn't looking for someone to save, or some radio tower pumping out salvation. I was riding because stopping meant waiting to die. Riding meant maybe making it one more day. That's all. Even if the whole world fell apart behind me, even if every road turned into another dead end full of twisted metal and torn clothes, I'd keep going. Not because I believed there was something good left waiting, just because I didn't want to end up another face in the window of a car, staring blank through smeared glass, waiting for nothing. I'd keep moving, just to keep moving. I didn't wake up because of panic. I woke up because the elevator chimed. That gentle automatic tone near the penthouse usually meant some junior exec had forgotten his badge again and tripped the override. But then it chimed a second time, then a third. That wasn't normal. I sat up, didn't rush, just listened. There's a certain calm you earn when you've spent 15 years expecting the worst, not hoping for it, just preparing for it. My wife, Jessica, stirred beside me and blinked toward the sound, and I was already leaning toward the camera panel beside the bed. I scrolled to hallway 50. Something was off. A man in a charcoal grey suit stood barefoot outside Unit 50C, swaying. One hand rested on the doorframe, the other slowly curled against the door itself, right at the peephole. He wasn't knocking. He wasn't yelling. He was listening. Head tilted. His forehead leaned so hard into the wood, it left an oily mark. I zoomed in. The peephole lens had a wet streak running down it. His eyes weren't focused. Not really. Jessica asked if it was Victor from next door. I didn't answer. I told her to take our son Tom and get into the safe room, lock the inner door, and wait for the code word. No drama, no panic in my voice. This wasn't unexpected. I'd known something like this would happen eventually. Not like this exactly, but close enough. The virus, the violence, the weak seams in the way the world worked. I built our space for this. While she led our boy into the sealed room behind the inner kitchen wall, I sat on the edge of the bed and laced up my boots. My name is Cole, and I guess you'd call me an urban prepper. That word gets thrown around a lot, made to sound like we're fanatics or weirdos. I'm not either. I'm a pragmatist, former logistics consultant. I watched systems fail for a living. Contracts collapse because a single link in the chain broke. I saw how much people trusted convenience, routine, the assumption that everything would always keep working. But nothing keeps working forever. So I made a plan. I didn't dig a bunker in the woods. I bought 3 full floors in a luxury tower in the heart of the city and quietly turned them into a hardened redoubt, reinforced internal stairwell, manually sealable safe room with independent airflow, battery walls, a food-grade water cistern disguised as a wine cellar, and 3 years of medical supplies, food, water, and backup gear. No one else in the tower knew, not even the HOA, and I was careful about that. I didn't do it because I wanted to outlive the world. I did it because I had a son, and because I couldn't stand the idea of standing helpless while everything collapsed. My phone vibrated on the side table. City alert, shelter in place, avoid windows, emergency services delayed. I stared at it for a second. Then I opened the side drawer where my pack was already waiting. Not a big pack, just the basics. Radios, bolt cutters, pry bar, duct tape, gloves, short flashlight, batteries, multi-tool, respirator mask, all arranged by priority. I didn't need to think about what to grab. I'd thought about it already. Every month for 6 years, I'd walked through these first 5 minutes in my head. I strapped the gloves to my belt loop. The flashlight clicked onto my chest. The pry bar came out of the wall mount where I disguised it as a decorative ladder hook. I pulled the hallway circuit map from the wall panel and flipped off power to 3 units. Their smart home assistants would announce names and greetings every time motion passed. Those synthetic voices would bring unwanted attention. I killed the music system in the hallway next. That stupid chill lounge track the HOA installed as ambient sound had to go. I'd argued about it at a board meeting last year. They said it calmed residents. I said it made noise discipline impossible. They rolled their eyes. I wondered if they still thought I was being dramatic. The radio on my hip squawked once. My wife, soft voice. "Ready, he's with me." I held my thumb to the transmit button and said our code word twice. Green light, green light. That was the protocol. Once for a mistake, twice for the real thing. And then I heard it echoed back, just as we'd practiced, his voice muffled but clear. Green light, green light. No panic in it, just a kid being brave for his parents. The camera feed in the safe room showed them both. Jessica seated near the battery wall, hands on her lap, jaw clenched the way she did during turbulence. Our son was already holding his radio in both hands and watching the input meter like he understood what silence meant now. He was only 9, but he paid attention when I talked about preparedness. He knew what bug out meant. He knew what loadout matched which threat profile. We kept it light with him, called them games, but he knew. I pressed my hand once to the safe room door, just for a second. Then I turned and headed down the vestibule stairwell. The interior stair between our 3 floors had been reinforced with steel jambs and latching mechanisms that worked without power. I'd paid a former executive protection consultant to help design it under the table. No exterior contractors, no noise, just gradual improvements over time. The stair opened onto floor 52, our uppermost floor. Nothing on the cameras yet, but the smell was starting to change. It's not just the infection, it's the collapse itself. When infrastructure buckles, the city exhales a different kind of breath, like burnt metal and heat-soaked plastic and whatever's leaking from the fire suppression system 2 floors down. I tucked a folded towel into my belt. I'd need it later to pad door closers. Deadening sound was everything. I paused at the final door before the public hallway. The camera feed still showed the man in the suit. He'd shifted position. Now both hands were flat on the door to 50C. His forehead pressed harder than before. The peephole was completely fogged. He hadn't knocked. He hadn't moved his feet. His jaw twitched like he was whispering, but the audio pickup didn't catch anything. I studied his shoulders. He wasn't just leaning. He was listening. That was the first sign. That strange, unnatural stillness. The infection was doing something to the way they perceived sound, how they chose targets, or maybe not chose. Maybe it was just a pattern. I didn't need to understand it now. I just needed to outlast it. I eased the door latch open and set the mirror out, 1 inch at a time. The hallway was quiet except for the faint creak of pipe expansion in the walls. Lights flickered as the backup system kicked in. A floor below me, somewhere far, something metal banged. Loud, irregular, not part of the building rhythm. An object, not a system. Something human, or something that used to be. No one else moved in the corridor, just the man in the suit, still swaying, still silent. My prep work had paid off already. Power circuits neutralized, hallway music dead, smart homes silenced, and my own movements, planned, rehearsed, deliberate. If I had to, I could make it 20 stories down with nothing more than a pry bar, 3 choke points, and a go bag. The biggest threat wasn't the building, it was what I'd see on the way. People who hadn't planned, people who wouldn't stay quiet, people who would make noise and draw things none of us could reason with. I stepped out, closed the door behind me, let it latch against the towel I'd wedged in to muffle the sound. I say hello, low voice, 20 feet away. He turns. His eyes don't. His head follows after, off by a fraction like old video. He moves, not fast, but with that steady lean that eats distance. I draw him down the hall with a whisper, then toss a kitchen timer past him. It ticks on tile. He pivots and drifts toward the sound. I pass with my back to the wall and tape the latch on 52's stair door so it won't slam. I work the internal stair first, clearing the 3 floors I own. Then, 51. The stairwell is quiet, concrete and steel that amplifies everything, so every step is a slow set down, not a stomp. I slide grease pencil X's on safe doors, triangles on doors with activity behind them. It's not perfect, but it trains my brain to map the space. I keep the light off most of the time and let the dim emergency strip glow do the work. I secure 2 fire hose cabinets open so I can reach a valve fast if sprinklers blow. I wedge towels into the closer arms on doors so they ease instead of snap shut. Small stuff, but small stuff is survival. I need water and the med duffel from 50. I move along the wall, Use the mirror before every corner, and throw a second timer around the bend to pull anything dumb and hungry away. A voice hums through a door I recognize. It's the neighbor with the piano. The hum isn't a song. It's the sound a dog makes when it dreams. I turn toward 50E for the med bag and freeze at the edge of the kitchen. A man lies under the sink cabinet with his feet out, ankle wrapped in a scarf. Bite through the fabric. He peeks up with glassy eyes and a flinch that reads as pain and shame at once. "Help me," he says. I tell him the truth. Infection is fast. I give him a radio and the second code word for this apartment only. Tell him I'll try to get back with something, and that he must not open the door to anyone unless he hears that word twice. He nods but stares at the sink like the drain can answer him. I write his unit number on my arm with the grease pencil. I make the med duffel and a case of water into a low, quiet sled with a yoga mat and tape. The hallway whisper growls as more of the undead drift toward where my timers tick. I keep my sound footprint soft and bring the supplies to our inner stair. The safe room camera shows Jessica and Tom silent and steady. He holds the backup radio in both hands and sits near the battery rack like it's a campfire. I tell her I'm going to map the north stair and look for the building engineer. If the generators aren't happy, we lose lights and pressure early. She reads me what's on the life safety panel. Fault on 39, smoke detected 10, door held open 24. I nod and head down. The north stair from 49 down is messy. Bags dumped, paper everywhere, a bicycle on its side, with the front wheel bent into a pretzel and a child's shoe jammed in the tread. I move the bike to deaden the clatter, muscle it along, sweat stinging my eyes. A voice calls from the landing below in a language I half recognize. I announce myself, palms out. 2 men huddle at the door to 48, one with an improvised spear, the other with a burn up his forearm where a saucepan must have exploded. Fear hangs on them like wet clothes. I kneel a few steps up, not in their space. I slide a radio down and a roll of tape and ask for a mechanical key if they have one. The unburned man fishes one from his pocket, a key ring with the building crest, tags for mechanical rooms, likely pulled from a dead porter. He pushes it toward me with the spear tip. "You go fix power," he says. I tell him I will try. His friend's skin is blistered. I tear the gauze pack open and leave it within reach. We don't shake hands. We don't smile. We just look at each other, understanding this trade is a lifeline that might hold for an hour. On 46, the stair becomes a waterfall. A riser bursts above somewhere and floods the treads in a thin sheet. The steel nosings are slick. I crawl the outside edge, knees and elbows, pry bar like a cane. Someone behind a door says, "Please," through the crack where the sweep doesn't meet the threshold. The voice is older and dry. I tell her my name and that I will come back. I mark the jam with a horizontal line and move on because the stair hum is growing and I can't break this rhythm yet. The sky lobby on 37 is half lit and wrong. One of those wellness videos plays on a wall screen, the instructor holding a perfect plank while the caption scrolls through a list of morning routines. Steam floats near the ceiling. The sky bridge door shows a palm-shaped smear from the far side and a print low down near the floor like someone crawled while pressing up. I cup my hands to the glass and look into the boutique office tower across the street. Shapes stand still in the gloom. If a shape stands that still for that long, I treat it as hostile and move on. The bridge is last resort. 38. The mechanical floor hums like a throat clearing. I knock the pattern the engineer, and I worked out the day the building opened. Light heavy with the pry bar on the caged door. "Who?" he asks through the steel, like a person who slept under his desk, which he does during storms because he doesn't trust lightning arresters from the cheapest bidder. I give him my name and the last 4 of my locker code. He unlatches. He's pale and bleeding at the hairline. He holds his head like a bowling ball. He points to the generator panel where a fuel polishing alarm sits lit in angry red. Without polishing, the diesel fouls faster. He says he tried to restart and tripped to fault. I close the breaker, reset the alarm, run the purge, and ask him how long on current load. He says 8 hours if the tower stops acting like a disco. I tell him 24 has a door held open and 10 has smoke. He says the loading dock's motor died, so someone chain-latched it by hand. He also says the service elevator can be put into phase 1 to open, but not run. In other words, stairs. Always stairs. He wants to come with me. I want him to stay and nurse the machine through the tantrums. We compromise. I leave him with water and the medkit's butterfly strips and tell him to text me when the panel screams again. He gives me a laminated card for a manual bypass on the lobby fire alarm silencer. He says it will cut the chime without killing the horn circuit. That chime calls the undead downstairs like a dinner bell. I put the card in my front pocket and head for 34 because my wife says the cameras show motion near the amenity deck. On 24, the stair landing is a furniture warehouse. Sofas, tables, a rolling planter someone dragged out to wedge the door. A man in a varsity hoodie stands behind the pile with a bat on his shoulder. A woman in a robe with one sleeve torn knots cord around the legs of a chair. A boy holds a flashlight steady like it's part of his arm. The man tells me to turn around, go back where I came from, or surrender my pack and weapons and join up. I raise my hands and say I'm just passing through, not taking their space, not a threat. He says nobody gets past unless he says so. Behind him, a girl peers through bangs and points to the gaffer tape on my buckles and nods. She knows the sound game. I offer a trade. I'll show them a way to deaden this door so it doesn't slam, and I'll leave a radio if they let me slide along the wall. He talks to the robe woman, short and tense. She asks where I'm going. Loading dock, I say, and back. I've got family up top. She looks at the boy with the light and then at me. You have kids? I say yes. She says 2 kids are locked in 10B by the amenity deck. The lock died when the network blinked. She says nobody can get in. I hold up the mechanical key I took earlier. The hoodie man says pass left. The linebacker in him follows me for 6 steps, the bat hanging loose like he hits home runs for a living. We exchange names. He gives me the boy's name, the robe woman's name, the floor number again. He tells me if I come back fast with those kids and don't bring a parade, I'll have friends on 24. I tell him silence buys more time than muscle and point to the door closer. We tape padding where the arm hits home. The door settles without a sound. The boy tries it twice with a grin he can't hide. Little win. We need those. The amenity deck is steam, alarms, and rain indoors. A sauna glows like a kiln through the glass, heating an empty room to no purpose. I cut power at the panel. Water sheets off the ceiling and makes the tile slick under a layer of spilled shampoo. Smoke lies under the doors like a dirty line. I move low. The door to 10B has a cheap digital lock that pinged an API 15 minutes ago and now acts like a brick. Behind it, 2 thin voices and the calm sing-song of a nanny who is doing math. I say hello and put the mechanical key in the cylinder. The key refuses with that awful soft noise a pin tumbler makes when a piece is off. I breathe, turn the key back a hair, push in on the handle to relieve pressure, and try again. It turns. The nanny stands with both kids behind her like a lioness without claws. She looks at my hands, not my face, and then at the hallway where a shape shuffles behind the steam. I tell her we are going to the stair, and we are going to be quiet. I hand one kid a towel to hold under his chin to catch coughs. I give the other my extra gloves and ask him to keep both hands on the rail like it's the only solid thing left in the world. We make the stair without incident and climb one flight where the air is a touch cleaner. On 11, a woman in a pantsuit hugs the landing, shaking in place. The nanny's eyes say she knows the woman. I hand the kids to her and say floor 24 has a gate and people who will take them if the code word is said twice at the door. The nanny repeats it, steady voice, eyes glass bright but level. I watch them go, then listen to the stair for a full minute. Nothing but water and distant doors. Down toward the lobby mezzanine now. My radio crackles. My wife whispers that the camera on 5 shows a group moving fast, not the loose sway of the Walking Dead, running. That means panic, not patience. I notch my speed back and keep to the wall. On 3, a sign for the art gallery points toward the atrium. The atrium is a glass bowl with white stone floors, and those ridiculous kinetic sculptures that move in a gentle breeze. Today the breeze is the HVAC trying to die with dignity. The concierge is inside the secure glass vestibule with 2 residents. His jacket is off. His tie is in a knot around his forearm. One of the residents has a bandage that already needs changing. Outside the turnstiles, Dozens of the undead press their faces to the glass. Quiet, blank. That silence gnaws more than any scream. They press because the elevator dings every 30 seconds, and the front doors keep opening and closing on a loop. I drop behind the planter and fish the laminated card from my pocket. The fire alarm panel sits behind a locked door. The card opens the door. I silence the chime without killing the horns. The floor exhales, if a building can do that. I skirt the edge of the atrium and reach the motion sensor for the furniture showroom down the hall. I dangle my backpack strap in front of it, and the lights pop on, all that glossy leather glowing like a stage. The faces at the glass pivot toward the light, not fast but together, a tide that forgets what it was doing and goes to a brighter thing. While they drift, I belly crawl to the vestibule hatch and tap the glass with one finger. The concierge looks at me like I'm something he dreamed up. I point to the hatch. He pulls it up, winces as he shoves his arm through. A ring of master keys on a belt clip slides under first. Good man. He whispers that the dock is chained. I nod. He wants me to open the hatch enough for him to squeeze out. I shake my head and draw my finger across the air, meaning wait. I point at the showroom and mouth, more. He swallows and lowers the hatch. The dock-level door eats sound. The hallway back here smells like coffee grounds, cardboard, and old rain. The dock door is chain-latched through the handles because the motor failed, like the engineer said. The chain rides through the latch and bites the paint. Loud if mishandled. I take a folded towel from the side pouch and feed it between chain and steel, padding the bite. I squeeze the bolt cutters through slowly and chew one link, 2, 3. The chain slumps. Quiet. I stand still for a count of 20 and listen. Something shifts in the dark beyond. Soft scrape. I hold until the air settles. Then I ease the door an inch and let the outside talk. The city hum is not normal. Sirens move without pattern. A helicopter circles without intention. There's a sugary smell over everything that means spilled soda, broken pastries, maybe more. I open the door wide enough to slip through and set one foot on the dock. The alley is a canyon, with one ridge light blown, and the other flickering into a strobe that makes movement stutter. A bus noses a planter put there to keep trucks from parking. The bus door is open, steps smeared. I don't climb into that. A police cruiser sits with light bar going to nobody. Nobody is home. A pigeon picks at a pretzel on the curb like the world is the same as yesterday. It is not. I can stash a handcart here with water and go bags for the return, then go back up. That's the play I planned in my head for years. Seed the route with caches. Make the big move with the family after the test run. I tuck 2 water bricks and a small duffel into the service stair of the office building toward the sky bridge and wedge them behind a cleaning cart. I drop 2 glow sticks, green and then blue, low by the baseboard as breadcrumbs for later. I scratch an arrow on the paint with the pry bar, small and dull, nothing a stranger would clock unless he knelt. On my way back into the tower, a man runs past the alley mouth with a knife in his hand and a look like sleepwalking. He does not see me. He sees a woman ahead of him, screaming. 2 infected stumble after her at the edge of my vision. I want to intervene. I don't. I'm not equipped for alley heroics. Noise gets me killed and ruins the route for later when I'm not solo. The moral math is rotten. I go inside, close the dock door, and refeed the chain so it looks latched. The concierge meets me at the hatch and whispers that one of the residents with him wants out. I tell him I can take one with me now and 2 later, but I'm going up first for my family. He passes me a strip of paper through the hatch with an apartment number and a name and looks like I asked him to pick which of his hands to keep. I tell him I'll be back. He nods once. Not happy, but fixed on the plan. The stair up feels steeper. Maybe it is. Maybe my mind knows what waits and pushes back. On 15, I hear a voice counting 1, 2, 3 over and over. It's a barbell dad from the gym level, locked in a breathing pattern that sounds like work. I give him a lane, and he gives me a 2-finger salute, and we don't need to be friends. On 17, I spot a kid crouched on the landing with a paring knife and a bucket like he planned to catch rain. He looks at me and does not blink. I point up and then down. He points down. I hand him a radio and say the code word. He nods like he is memorizing the shape my mouth made, then tucks the radio into his hoodie pocket. I don't ask where his parents are. If they were here, he wouldn't be sitting here. Back at 24, I slide along the wall, and the varsity hoodie man's bat shadows me again. I tell him the kids from 10B are with the nanny on 11 and on their way. He grunts and lets me pass. The robe woman puts a palm on my shoulder and says, "Please hurry coming down again." I tell her the dock is a door I can open quietly, and I'll show her the trick after I get my family ready. The boy with the flashlight tries the door closer again and smiles when it whispers shut. He's proud of silence. That skill might save him. On 30, Jessica pings me. "Power flicker," she says. My phone buzzes half a second later with the engineer's text. Polishing pump hiccup again. I tell I'll check on him after I get them into travel mode. I reach 37 and pause at the sky bridge. The palm smear on the glass looks newer. Maybe my mind is lying. The shapes in the office tower stand in the same spots. One is closer to the glass now. That could be light playing tricks, or it walked slow all this time, and I just happened to look again when it arrived. Either way, that bridge is a no. 50 comes into view like a familiar street after a storm. The hall has changed. The man in the suit is on the floor near 50C with his arm out like a child reaching for toys under a couch. His fingernails are torn and dark around the edges. The door to 50C is open an inch. The apartment inside hums. Something in there is talking. A smart speaker. "Jules," it says, perky voice. "Would you like to resume your morning mix?" The man on the floor twitches. Two of the undead farther down the hall lift their heads a fraction and tip like plants towards sunlight. I close the door to 50C, slow, with the towel on the edge to cushion the catch. Then I drag the man by his elbows into the maintenance closet because his arm keeps moving, and I don't need that in my peripheral vision when we come through here with a child. I lock the closet. It's not mercy, it's order. In the safe room, Jessica has laid out packs by weight. She's in running shoes, jeans, jacket, no jewelry, no scent. Tom has his baseball cap pulled down tight, and that stubborn jaw he uses when math refuses to make sense. I tell them the route. I tell them what I did on 24 and 10. I tell them the dock trick. No promises, just steps. Jessica asks about the neighbor on 50E. I show her the number on my arm and say I will check him before we go. She nods because she knows me, and she knows that if I don't look, I will carry it forever. We run comms checks. Radios are clear. Code word protocol reviewed. I pull a pistol from the wall safe and clip it to my belt under the jacket. I hate adding that sound to this building, but I'd hate failing my family more. It stays quiet until it has to talk. We move as a unit. I lead with pry bar and light. Jessica follows with the med duffel. Tom walks third with a pack half his size and a roll of tape around his wrist like a bracelet because we always tape what slams. We stop at 50E. I knock and say his name. No answer. The radio on the nightstand inside crackles with my voice, and that feels like a ghost shaking my shoulder. I open the door an inch. The neighbor sits propped against the dishwasher with his head back and his mouth slack. The scarf on his ankle is soaked through. His chest moves in small, shallow stutters. He turns his head toward the sound, and the eyes don't track me. There's no good ending in that room. I close the door, and we move on. At 49, the bicycle is gone from the stair. Someone used it, or threw it down the stairwell. I see a jag of chrome on 47, and a shape sprawled 2 floors below. That might be a bike or a person. We don't climb down to check. Sound first, safety first. On 46, the water rises to our ankles and carries leaves, receipt paper, a rubber duck from some bath. My son spots the duck and almost smiles. He pockets it without a word. A totem he won't admit helps. On 45, the door chirps when I touch it. The alarm magnetic contact trying to complain. I tape the magnet and the frame together with a twisting band of gaffer, and then click the latch slowly. No chirp. We pass. We hit 24 and stop. The furniture wall is taller. The boy with the flashlight stands watch. He beams when he sees the kids from 10B with the nanny and the pantsuit woman at the far end of the hall. They made it. The varsity hoodie man steps out and gives me an old-fashioned handshake. "You're good," he says, voice too loud for my taste but full of relief. I put a finger to lips. He gets it. The robe woman asks if we are going to the dock now. I nod. She says wait, and grabs a small backpack and a photo in a frame, and then puts the photo back on the table and leaves it there. That hurts in a way I won't unpack right now. I run the tape trick on their stair door again, teach 2 of them how to do it, then we keep moving. The amenity deck is calm now that I killed power to the sauna. The hot tub burps without heat like a swamp, some chemical stew that used to be a selling point. We don't tarry. On 15, the counting voice is gone. A barbell lies across the landing with dented walls where it bounced. On 12, someone has painted arrows in lipstick on the wall. Up this way, down that way. The arrows contradict each other 3 times in a row. Panic art. Keep moving. At the mezzanine, the glass bowl still holds a crowd. The concierge sees us and mouths a question. I hold up 1 finger, meaning first pass is us. He nods. He understands triage. The showroom lights died when the motion timer did. The undead pressed the glass without music now. I slide to the panel, kill the chime again because it came back on like a bad habit. When I belly to the hatch, the boy inside, the one with the bandage, looks at my son with open hope that stings. I point to my watch and shake my head. He nods slow, like he expected that. Tom looks at me, and I see the argument in his eyes. I say later. He tightens his jaw and holds his pack strap like it keeps him from speaking. The dock door trick works again. The towel eats the bite of the chain. We slip through into the alley. My cached water and duffel sit where I left them in the office stair. No one stole my breadcrumbs. The street smells worse in daylight. Smoke from somewhere far, sugar rot near, hot plastic underfoot where a traffic cone melted and smeared. A siren cuts off in the distance, abrupt, like a radio lost power mid-word. We stick to the wall and move toward the service tunnel that runs under the side street to the office building. The tunnel gate is half down, stuck. I drop flat and push our packs under 1 by 1. Tom slides after, wriggling through with practiced calm. Jessica looks back at the tower glass and then lays prone and scoots under. I go last, pulling the packs, then reclip the chain on this side to look unbroken. Inside the office building service stair, the air cools and slows my mind. My glow sticks pulse at ankle height, green then blue, little signals that we can't mistake. We climb to the skybridge level and face the glass door with the palm smear. Up close, there's a pattern to the streaks. Nails dragged, pause, dragged again. Not a child. Too wide. No thank you. We backtrack to the floor below and enter the office through a tenant door with the master key. Cubicles smell like coffee and printer toner, and lines of plants already drooping. Papers on a meeting table list a budget plan that will never happen. A jacket over a chair. A handbag under a desk with a lipstick tube and a train pass. I click my tongue, and Tom steps in close to me without being told. We move parallel to the interior glass so we don't silhouette. Near the bridge, we angle to the stair again and go up 1 more floor, where a maintenance catwalk leads over to the far corner of the bridge's building. The catwalk creaks. The sound kicks my gut. We slow our pace and test each step. Before we commit to the catwalk, a shape leans against the far glass and seeds a low rasp into the air. It leaves fog where it exhale hits the pane. The glass vibrates. Not much, but enough for me to see the ripple. The shape taps. Tap, 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 rhythm, not random. That knocks a wire loose inside me. The Walking Dead don't do rhythm. A person does that. I kill my light and listen. A voice whispers from beyond the glass. Small, as if the person talking tries not to wake a sleeper. Help, he says. Please. I weigh the hallway in my head. On our side, we have space and stairs and a second exit route back to the tower. On his side, we have a glass door with a badge reader and a human crouched behind it. Just behind the human, in the near dark, 2 other shapes stand too still, heads tipped down. Not pressing, not tapping, just there like mannequins. The whisperer glances over his shoulder and then back, like he knows exactly where those shapes stand and has made a peace with them that is out of balance. Jessica tilts her head the way she does when she does mental triage. We can't bring a stranger into our caravan through a choke point with 2 unknowns behind him. She sees my face and feels my pull and shakes her head once. I make the sign with my fingers. Later, he sags and stops tapping, as if he expected it, as if this is not the first time someone didn't open for him. I hate this day. We back out of the office building and traverse a level down using the interior stairs to the opposite side, where an exterior fire escape runs to the plaza. The door alarm, if it's even powered, will call noise we can handle. I glue the magnet to the frame and press the door gently. The outside world opens like a stage with no crew. The plaza has the big fountain I always thought was wasteful. It's off now. Coins glint in the dry bowl. A food truck tips onto a bench. Tires half on, half off. Pigeons pick at something on the steps that I choose not to classify beyond the word spilled. We move in a tight triangle. Me ahead, Jessica left rear, Tom right rear, watching sectors like a team we practice to be. We have two choices for the next leg. West toward the river where I know a private garage with a generator that might still run, or east toward the smaller streets where the gridlock thin out but escape routes are fewer. The river sounds like helicopters and megaphones. East smells like burnt rubber and quiet. I choose east because quiet beats megaphones now. We skirt the plaza and cut through a hotel drive. A bellhop hat lies in a puddle of cappuccino foam. The lobby doors are blown out. A line of luggage waits for check-in that will never happen. A woman in a housekeeper's uniform sits behind the front desk with her chin on her chest. Tom looks at her and then hard at the carpet. We do not touch bodies. We do not check pulses. Jessica squeezes his shoulder once and we keep moving. Half a block down, a man in tactical pants and a polo with a club logo waves us into a doorway with frantic arms. He has a pistol and a neck vein that looks ready to pop. He whispers that a pack of fast ones blew through the intersection 2 minutes ago and took a jogger off his feet like a linebacker. He points at the corner and says, "Sprint, grab car, go," like fast is a plan. I tell him we move quiet. He calls me a fool without using words like he wants to use. He points again. I ask him if the car is his. He says yes. I ask if he has spare keys. He says no. I tell him sprinting to a single point failure is a bad plan. He glares. Then he sags and admits the truth. The keys are upstairs with his partner, who ran to the restroom and never came back. He wants me to go up with him. Jessica shakes her head. I look at the boy. He looks at the ground. I tell the man I can spare 2 minutes to check the stair if we do it my way. He agrees. We climb inside the service stair in darkness. The man's breath scratches like sandpaper. The air smells of hand soap and fear. On the second floor we hit a corridor with 3 doors. The first is ajar. The restroom door is closed. The third is a maintenance closet. I open the closet and take 2 stepladders and wedge them under the handles of the restroom and the ajar door with tight angles to create a mechanical advantage. If something hits from the inside, it will meet a flank, not an open path. We listen. From behind the restroom door comes a sound like a mop dragged across tile. Slow. The man whispers his partner's name and puts his hand on the handle. I put my hand on his forearm and say no. I tell him to talk through the door. He does. His partner answers in a voice that doesn't feel like a human in a bathroom anymore. It repeats his name wrong. We leave. He cries without sound all the way to the stair. I give him a radio and the code word. He tucks it into his pocket like a burned coin. "Your way," he says. "Okay." We swing around the block and head back toward the tower because I want to keep the path warm, and because the concierge, the kids, the robe woman, the varsity hoodie man, the engineer, all of them sit in my mind like pins on a map with string between. As we approach the alley, a pickup truck noses in from the far end with 2 men in it. One stands in the bed with a garden rake like a pike. The driver leans over the wheel as if that will make the engine quieter. They see us, and the man with the rake barks something friendly. He offers us a ride. His smile is too big. Jessica shifts to put her body between our son and the truck without making it obvious. I wave them on. The driver says, "Gas is free now, buddy. Hop in." The rake man hops down and starts toward us, with that bounce a salesman gets when he thinks a deal is closed. I raise the pry bar and keep my eyes on his hands. His smile goes flat. The driver calls him off with a soft word, then floors it, and the truck sways as it bounces over something in the alley I don't want to picture. That smile is out there in the city now, grinning at other families. This is going to get uglier. We pass the mezzanine again. The concierge is still there, eyes on us the whole time like a sailor watching a lighthouse. I hold up 2 fingers and a circle for later. He nods and touches the glass with his palm, and then pulls it back like heat burns. We climb. On 24, we deliver the tape trick lesson to 2 more hands. The boy with the flashlight asks my son his name. They exchange names like normal kids at a park, except each name feels heavy. The robe woman gives Jessica a granola bar, and then takes it back and hands it to the boy with the light. He splits it and gives half to Tom. I am not a crying man. I want to be one for a second. We push up to 38 to see the engineer before we crash in our fort. He opens the cage, and his face says the generator cursed him again. I run the purge and reset steps while he drinks water like it's money. He says the fuel might not last through the night with the elevators trying to cycle. I tell him we can lock them out with a breaker on each bank. He smiles like Christmas. We go to the elevator room and throw the cutoffs and slap paper notes to the doors downstairs that read stairs only. It won't stop a panicked person from hammering the button, but it might spare a cycle or 2. He gives me a roll of caution tape as if we're going to need to draw lines between old life and new. He's right. On 50, the neighbor's door sits quiet. The maintenance closet where I drag the suited man knocks once, rhythmic, like he gained some sense of pattern in death. I don't open it. I get my family into the safe room and shut the inner door. We eat quietly. We drink in sips. Tom asks when we go for the concierge and the bandaged boy. I say at last light or first light, whichever gives us fewer shadows moving against glass. He nods. He holds that rubber duck in his lap and pretends not to. Jessica asks about the sky bridge man with the whisper. I say later. She understands that later might be never. Night falls with no will. The city outside becomes a bowl of lights, then a smear, then a mirror with fireflies. Helicopters vanish. Sirens burn out. The Walking Dead pile where motion calls them. I watch the interior cams I paid to have wired into the life safety panel years ago, when I asked for peace of mind. Peace of mind is more like it. On 10, a figure limps into frame and tips into the hot tub with a splash that slaps the tile like hands clapping. On 24, the robe woman sits with her back to the sofa wall, and the varsity hoodie man sleeps in 2-second snatches, bat across his knees. On the mezzanine, the concierge stands now, not sits, back straight like a soldier. The bandaged boy leans into the glass and draws a circle in the condensation and fills it in with his fingertip. The glass outside blooms with faces as more undead press to see a child draw a circle. I want to shoot the glass. I want to carry that boy out on my shoulders and walk him through a world that is not this one. I do nothing but watch, which is the hardest thing I have done in a long life of buying problems before they start. I set alarms on my phone for a midnight dock run. We'll go down with light packs and pull the concierge first if the hallway feels slick, or we will cache the handcart closer and prep. I do a last gear check. Tom tunes the radios like a tiny old man, methodical, and then arranges water bricks by the door in the order he wants to grab them. Jessica counts batteries, and then counts them again. A ritual from her fieldwork days that kept expensive gear from dying on mountains. We lie down in our clothes on top of the safe room blankets. I stare at the ceiling and pretend I can sleep. The closet door thumps a soft beat that doesn't match any clock. When the alarm fires, I hit it before it chirps twice. The safe room air hums. Tom opens his eyes with the clean snap of a child trained to wake at the first sound. We pack and move out. On 52's camera, the hall is clear. On 50, a figure stands with her forehead on the wood of 50C like the suited man earlier, quiet, patient, waiting for a sound inside. Patience means trouble. The Walking Dead patience is the worst kind. We go down the internal stair to 51 and then into the north stair, where our taped door closer does its whisper catch. I live for that soft little sound now. It means we still control one thing. On 30 we halt. Voices drift upper, not moans. People. A man says he has the code for a unit. A woman says, run it again. A beep 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 that doesn't match a mechanical lock. I peek the mirror. 3 people in hoodies and canvas jackets kneel at a door. One has a hammer in his belt, another has a heavy screwdriver. They have a child with them, maybe 8 or 9, with a backpack and a cat carrier. The cat's eyes shine like LEDs. The hammerman sees me in the mirror without looking up and says, "We're just getting in." I say we're passing through. He nods once. He tries a code again. The door chirps red. He curses under his breath. A small word that tells me he cares about the child hearing it. I ask if he needs the key. He looks at me like he heard a joke. I hold up the mechanical key on the ring and step back. He rises slow, hands up, shows me his belt, the hammer, open palms. I move to the door and pick the cover off the cylinder with my thumbnail. The key turns. The door opens. Inside, quiet. He thanks me, small voice. The girl breathes, "Thank you," into the mesh of the cat carrier, like she believes the cat did this, not me. He hands me a granola bar and a hotel room keycard as if I collect tokens from the old world. I take the granola bar. The card goes into my pocket because habit likes pockets. We move on. At the mezzanine, the crowd has thinned, as if the undead learned boredom, or they followed a noise elsewhere. The concierge stands ready. The bandaged boy's eyes are closed. The 3rd resident slumps. Now or never. I trigger the showroom one more time. Lights blossom, faces pivot. We slide to the hatch. I lift it an inch. The concierge passes the boy first. Good man. Jessica takes him like a package. I pull the 2nd resident out by the belt while Tom reaches for the concierge's hand. The concierge shakes his head. He points to the far door where 2 shapes wandered back when the lights came on. He mouths one more and then points to the lobby desk. He wants a ledger. Of all the things. I want to argue. I'm out of time. I nod once. He closes the hatch and disappears toward the desk. We retreat to the stair with our new package and his companion. We move to the landing and wait, backs flat, guns kept down, instruments of last resort. 1 minute, 2, 3. The showroom lights die. The faces drift back. The concierge does not return. Jessica's eyes ask the question. I shake my head. The boy in her arms stirs and says a number like a street address and then goes quiet again. The 2nd resident says the concierge's first name and stares at the hatch like he can will it to open. We wait 1 more minute. Tom watches the hall with the steady posture of someone who understands that courage is not loud. Finally, I pull us back into the stair. The ledger is a book. A book will not hold a door. We move up, quiet and fast like smoke. On 24, the robe woman sees the boy and makes a sound that is part joy, part grief. The varsity hoodie man takes the 2nd resident and sits him on a chair and hands him water like he practiced empathy in a mirror. I show them the chain trick for the dock door again on a scrap of paper, sketching links and padding. I leave them a 2nd radio and give them the code word. I tell them we will try again for the concierge at first light. The robe woman nods and wipes her face with the heel of her hand and gets to work settling the rescued pair behind their pile. We climb to the top again. On 38, the engineer sleeps under the panel with a wrench on his chest. The generator hum is even. I let him sleep. On 50, the suited man in the closet has stopped his soft rhythm. The hall is empty. The smart speaker in 50C runs a weather forecast to an empty room. I kill the breaker to that unit and it goes dark. The safe room door closes behind us with that good steel sound that forgives a little of the day. We lay the boy on the blanket and tape his bandage fresh and give him tiny sips of water. He mutters the address again, and then a name I don't know. He sleeps. I sit with my back on the door and make a list. Fuel on 39. Water pressure falling. Elevators locked. Skybridge number dock workable. 24 friendly. 10 deck quiet. 50E no good. Concierge missing. Ledger unknown. Whisper man behind bridge glass. Rake man in pickup. Tactical pants man with partner behind restroom door. Boy with duck. Cat carrier family. Names on my arm smearing into a grey band like old newsprint. Jessica sits beside me, shoulder against mine, head tilted back like she is measuring the ceiling for a project we'll never do. Tom sleeps with his hat on and the duck under his arm. The safe room hums. The city exhales, then inhales, then holds its breath. I look at the clock. The first day will end soon. The second will want more from us. Our plan for dawn: engineer check, dock run, attempt concierge again, if corridor flow cooperates. Then office stair cash pickup and move 3 blocks east to a quieter set of streets with a private garage that my friend runs. If my friend is still a person. If not, we take water and keep moving. Outside, the world hasn't stopped. It just got quieter in all the wrong ways. A single helicopter drifts back into the soundscape, chopping low over the river. Its spotlight dances between rooftops like it's not looking for someone specific, just trying to prove something's still in control. A voice blurts over the loudspeaker, slow and garbled, syllables lost in the wind. Numbers maybe, coordinates, or just noise to make the people below believe someone's still tracking this. I doubt anyone is. Through the mezzanine feed, the infected begin to peel away. One by one, they drift off towards some echo only they can hear. They move like children who forgot why they walked into a room. No sense of destination, just reflex. A cluster breaks off toward the revolving door, where the motion sensor flickered earlier. The rest scatter like spilled seeds, rolling in random directions across the white tile. The concierge is still nowhere in sight. Far below us, a fire door slams. Not once, twice. The second bang echoes longer. That's someone panicking, running without a plan, maybe crashing through levels they don't understand. A sound like that is bait. Every hallway between here and the basement just lit up for anything with working ears. Somewhere, someone just turned a stairwell into a trap. I can't stop them, but I can count. I sit back against the safe room wall and breathe through my nose. Slow, steady, and count backward from 100. I always do that when my mind wants to sprint ahead, start solving problems I haven't seen yet. 100, 99, 98. Sleep doesn't come all at once. It arrives in slices, thin and uneven. I wake once with my cheek against my shoulder and the pry bar still resting in my lap, cold from steel. My legs ache in a dull, honest way. Climbing stairs with gear will do that. Across from me, my wife is asleep sitting upright, one arm still draped over the blanket that covers the boy. Her hand rests just above his back like she's trying to guard his dreams. The boy mumbles something in his sleep and lets out a soft snore, then goes quiet again. That sound is the best thing I've heard all day. The generator stutters once, coughs like an old smoker, then steadies again. Its rhythm becomes the only thing keeping time. That and the little LED on the radio charging hub that flickers once every second like it's keeping watch. We made it through the first night. That doesn't mean much yet, but it's something. Not a win, but not a loss. When the light finally comes, it's not sun, it's just less dark. Dawn in the city isn't soft or golden. It's cold and grey, smeared across the sky like old paint. I step to the high window in the main room and squint through the haze. Smoke clings low. Somewhere south, something's burning big, but not fast. I can't tell if it's a building or a vehicle yard. The wind carries it away from us, for now. The streets look hungover. Car doors open, a bike on its side. No one moving between them, but I know better than to assume quiet means safe. There are always layers. We've just peeled off the first one. I stretch slowly, not to loosen up, just to remind my body that it still has a shape. My knees are stiff. There's a sharp knot behind my shoulder from the weight of the gear vest, and my right ankle rolls funny when I stand. I tap the safe room door once with my knuckle. Not a knock, just contact, just to feel that it's still solid, still here. On the camera monitor, the hallway outside is empty. The corridor's fluorescent strip lighting glows dull white, flickering every few seconds like a bad habit it can't quit. No movement, no motion alerts, nothing to stop me. I take the radio in my hand, thumb the mic. Green light, green light. The words bounce back through the steel, through the filtered air, through every plan I ever made. That's the signal, always twice, never once. It means we start the next part of this day, and no matter what's waiting out there, on the stairs, in the halls, behind the glass on the bridge, or crouched behind a locked office door somewhere. We move forward. Because in here, we still have a system, we still follow the protocol, and that's how you stay alive. That's all for now. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe to keep the stories alive. For now, stay quiet, stay vigilant, and stay alive. Jack's Nightmares, signing off. Until next time, survivor. I didn't think I'd be alive long enough to make this decision, but I didn't make it because I wanted to. I made it because there was no other place left to go. By the time I left my apartment, I hadn't spoken to another person in over 3 weeks. The tap ran dry the day before. The last can of beans had rust around the rim, but I ate it anyway. I'd been careful. Careful was the only thing that kept people alive after the initial collapse. But careful doesn't make water appear. Careful doesn't stop mold from blooming on the last half loaf of bread, or keep batteries from draining. I had held out longer than most in that part of the city. The early evac order came just 2 days after the broadcast switched from flu warnings to federal deployment notices. Our sector was one of the first cordoned off. Police, firefighters, and anyone with a badge were pulled back to the southern transit hub, where the city tried to establish a containment perimeter and medical triage center. That lasted less than a month. I never saw the inside of that zone. I was one of the people left behind when they drew the line. At first, I thought my brother would make it. He worked patrol out of the 8th precinct, the one near my building. When the relocation began, he said he was being sent with his unit to help set up supply routes and would check in once he got there. That was the last message I received. His name was never on any of the casualty reports, but the reports stopped coming altogether around the 3rd week. The phone network went fully dark soon after. I didn't leave because I had a destination. I left because my ceiling started dripping. There hadn't been rain in days. The apartment above mine had burst its pipes. No one there to shut it off. I packed what was left in my backpack, wrapped my hand around the metal key I kept in a tin under the sink, and headed for the only place I could think of that might still have power, shelter, and some kind of order. The abandoned police station sat 3 miles northeast. It was just far enough from the initial riot zones and looting sprees to have been left relatively untouched. Most people had either tried to get into the evacuation buses or run from them. But I remembered the building well. I'd done contract work in the maintenance rooms, helped install vent dampers, and test the backup generators. More importantly, my brother had left me a copy of the shop key, just in case, taped behind the glove compartment of my old truck. I kept it after he transferred to the South District. I hadn't driven that truck since the roads clogged with abandoned vehicles, but the station wasn't out of reach on foot. I took back streets, moved in daylight, stayed away from anywhere that looked even slightly picked over. By the time I reached the North Side precinct, my canteen was empty and my legs ached, but I hadn't seen another person in hours. The outer fence was intact but bent near the north corner. I slipped through without touching the metal. The front doors were locked, but the rear access to the maintenance corridor had an old mechanical lock and a keyed latch. I tried the key. It turned. I stepped into darkness. No alarms, no sounds, just the soft click of the door behind me easing shut. The hallway beyond was cold and stale. It smelled like rust, ink, and old sweat. A clipboard had fallen to the floor, its pages curled with moisture. No sign of people, no blood, no wreckage, no shattered glass. Just a dead station frozen mid-shift, the kind of silence that made your ears ring if you stayed still too long. The vending machines in the break room were still stocked. There was no power to them, but the food inside hadn't been touched. Even the coffee station had half a bag of grounds and a bottle of powdered creamer shoved behind the filters. The refrigerator was empty, but the drawers were full of utensils and spare office snacks, the kind cops forgot they left behind. Most of the gear lockers had been cleared out, but not all. The armory was locked up tight, but the riot shield rack was still bolted to the south hallway. The keys to some of the patrol cars were still clipped in numbered slots on the back wall. Radios, flashlights, triage packs. Some stations were stripped. This one had been left in a rush. It made sense. The city thought the evacuation would be temporary, a wave, not a flood. They'd be back in a few days to reoccupy the area and get traffic moving again. That was the tone of the last citywide broadcast I heard before the signals vanished. Optimistic, almost smug, but now no one was coming back. The power was still flowing, at least from the grid. I found the electrical panel just off the loading dock. Main breakers were live, but a few circuits had been shut off by hand. I flipped one marked lobby lights, and the overheads buzzed to life. I shut them off again. No point drawing attention from outside. The generator was intact, a diesel-fed unit with 5 barrels stored on a metal rack nearby. I checked the valves and the battery start. It clicked once, hard and clean. I didn't run it yet. Fuel was life now. Better to ration. I found my way into the workshop and took inventory. Most of the tools were still where I remembered them. My red vise was bolted to the bench near the western wall. Same spot I'd left it last year when I replaced the drainage pump. There were rolls of industrial tape, boxes of gloves, wire spools, even a chain hoist. The room felt untouched. I set my pack down and sat on the low stool beside the back cabinet. Not because I was tired, but because my legs didn't want to stand anymore. I didn't know how long I'd stay. I didn't know if I'd stay at all. At first, I told myself I'd just gather a few supplies, batteries, maybe a pry bar, and head back to my apartment for one more night. But after checking the hallway locks and glancing once out the side window toward the street where 2 cars were angled nose to nose, with doors hanging open, I knew I wasn't going back. This building still had structure, still had integrity, more than I could say for anything left in my neighborhood. I didn't have much hope, but I had steel doors, concrete walls, and a key to the tool room. That was enough to start something. When I flicked the lobby light on one last time, I noticed the duty roster was still up behind the front desk. Names, shifts, a few notes scrawled in black marker. The last entry was from over 3 weeks ago. Just a partial line, reassigned to, then nothing. I pulled the plywood down from the supply room and took measurements of the front windows. Cut fresh panels, drilled fast, screwed them into place before the sun fully dipped. I wanted to finish while I could still see the sky. By the time dusk settled, I had barred 4 doors, sealed 3 hallways, and used the sledge to wedge a cabinet under the garage latch. I scavenged what food I could from lockers and vending drawers and set it out on a central table with my remaining rations. My phone still showed no signal. The battery blinked red. I tapped through the last few unsent texts, rereading my final message to my brother, wondering what road he ended up on and whether he ever made it to the evac zone before it fell off the map. I closed the screen and tucked the phone away. Somewhere outside, a siren cried and then cut short. Farther off, a single gunshot echoed between empty towers. A generator hummed from a block away, then sputtered and fell silent. Inside the station, it was still. Nothing moved except the shadows of tree branches curling across the boarded lobby windows. The emergency lights buzzed in a slow pulse. I walked back to the workshop, dragged the evidence cart up from the basement storage, and began making a list of what could be used for defense. I didn't think I'd sleep. Not really. Not with the air feeling this heavy. Then the intercom chirped. It startled me so much my drill slid off the screw head and nicked the skin on my knuckle. I wiped it on my jeans and stepped to the wall panel. I did not press the talk button. I waited. A voice came through, thin and tinny, like someone speaking from the end of a long pipe. A woman said hello like she was calling a neighbor from the sidewalk. She said her name was Rina. She said she used to be an officer here. She said she was outside with a paramedic named Carla, and a man who used to be a sergeant. She said they had a family with them and one of the kids was shaking. She asked if the backlot gate was secure. I kept staring at the panel. She said she remembered me from the workshop on the 2nd floor, the one with the red vise and the old sticker that said, "Turn off the compressor." She spoke like someone choosing every word. She said they were at the loading bay and could I please come to the inner door. I walked the rear corridor and set my ear to the steel. I heard low voices on the far side. I heard the soft tap of a ring on the doorknob. I spoke through the door. She spoke back with details only someone who had walked these halls would know, like the dent in locker number 5 and the first aid kit kept behind the radio room map. I asked them to hold their IDs up to the camera. The feed was grainy, but I recognized her face. She had taken a sync apart with me once to find a lost wedding band. I keyed the inner lock. The group entered fast and then stopped in the vestibule when I raised my hand. I told them I had turned off the air handlers when I shut the place down. That way air was not drawing in from outside. We checked everyone for cuts. Carla had a jump bag and a measured way of moving that calmed everyone else. She inspected the boy first and said he was shaking because he was cold and scared and tired. The mother held him, rocking in a slow rhythm. I felt something behind my ribs loosen when the boy looked up at his mother and focused and asked if he could sit now. We brought them inside. I slid the heavy inner door and set the bar. The sergeant's name was Mike. He had left his uniform shirt behind, wore a dark jacket, and kept one hand cupped against his side as if he had been bruised. He spoke little. Rena did most of the talking. Carla walked the boy, Max, to the front bench and gave him a blanket and a bottle of water. The mother, Cara, and father, Daniel, nodded their thanks. I showed everyone the break room and the bathrooms and the gym where cots were stacked. I pointed out the red lines I had painted on the floor near every exterior door. Stay behind those at night, I said. If that door opens, no one crosses the line until we know why it opened. No one stands in front of a glass pane with the light on. No one props any door open for air. We will use the vents when I can control them. Rena looked at the lines, then at me, and said the rules were good. We ate what was left in the vending machines. I turned the coffee machine hot water on and filled a jug with it so Carla could sterilize what she needed to. We drew a quick map of the building and divided tasks. Rena took the north wing with Daniel and checked rooms for any unlocked windows. Mike walked the motor pool bays with me and pointed out the silent cars lined up against the wall. Many had keys in the lockboxes. The station had cleared out in a hurry. We found a dozen riot shields in a rolling rack and 4 bundles of the barrier poles used for crowd lines. In the training closet, we found unfilled sandbags left over from a flood prep drill 2 years ago. In the maintenance yard behind the motor pool, there was a bin of salt and sand mix and a small loader with a full tank. We did not say the word lucky out loud. We took the sandbags inside and started filling them by hand. We worked until midnight, then covered the inner lobby windows with shields tied to brackets so that light would stay in. At 12:40 a.m., I cut the main breakers and let the building go dark. We moved through with flashlights set to the lowest setting. I brought the generator up only for 1 hour in the deep night to charge radios, phones, and emergency lights. When the engine turned, a few shapes outside drifted toward the noise and stopped against the fence. They were not in a hurry. They pressed there like people trying to listen to a conversation through a wall. Rena watched through the view slit. A shield hung low over the opening. She counted 3 up close, then several more farther off. Then soft movements on the street that did not resolve into human shapes because the streetlights had gone dead. We kept our voices low. Morning was grey and flat. The neighborhood looked staged, like a set after everyone left for lunch. We ate crackers and the last of the break room fruit. Rena made a list on a legal pad of things we would need to do to make the building last a week. Water, fuel, a cleaning plan, a quarantine plan, and a routine. She wrote routine in all capitals. I suggested we pull water from the heater tanks and the rooftop storage, then set up a boil station in the garage for anything we collect later. Carla seconded the idea and asked me to find masks and gloves. We kept 2 radios on different channels and a battery handheld on the city band. We listened as distant voices popped in and out. One transmission asked any unit to respond from the west side. Another voice, clipped and steady, ordered non-essential calls to cease. Then nothing. Then a burst of loud static made Max flinch and turn away. His mother drew him closer. The day was spent building the second line. We stacked filled sandbags 2 high across the inner lobby before the hallway that led to the holding cells. We used desk frames flipped against the wall to create narrow chutes. At each chute, we placed a door that could swing shut and lock with a bar. It was not pretty, but it created friction points that could slow anything moving toward us. We hung tarps to block sightlines from outside. Every hammer strike was measured and quick. When the sound drew attention, we paused and waited while shadows collected outside like leaves against a curb. We added another clock to the wall and marked quiet hours when the generator would not run. In the late afternoon, I went up to the roof to check the vents. I set the dampers to recirculate in the main hall at minimum speed so air would move but not draw from outside. I closed the intake that faced the alley. In the interview rooms, I turned off the fans completely and sealed the gaps with tape. I wanted air to flow only where I could see it. Carla stood at the stairwell with a clipboard and listed our filter sizes. She asked for bleach, buckets and rags. She said if we treated this like a clinic, we would stay ahead of mess, and mess was what took places like this apart. She would not say infection when she meant mess. I understood why. Words set off thoughts we did not need to entertain when our hands were busy. Rena and Mike walked the block at 6 p.m. They moved fast and stayed near cover. I watched from the roof. They checked the corner pharmacy, came back with gauze, tape, and a box of expired test kits. None of us knew if the kits would be worth anything, but the sight of factory seals made Kara exhale in a way that told me the box mattered even if the contents did not. They also found a dolly and a plastic bin of office water bottles. They did not linger in the street. One shape trailed them at a distance and then lost interest when they turned into the lot and the gate shut with a clean metal scrape. We ate in the gym that night. No one talked much. Max drew on a paper placemat with a highlighter and wrote the word precinct in block letters. He asked if the benches in the lobby were for sleeping. I said we had better places to sleep than that. He asked if the city could hear us on the radio. Rena said yes, and if the city could not respond now, someone would later. He asked when later was. She said after the next sunrise. He nodded at that because it had a clear shape. At 10:15 p.m., a sound touched the building in a way that made us look at one another before anyone stood up. It was not loud. It was careful. A knock that comprised 2 soft taps spaced evenly, then a pause, then 2 more. Not on the front doors, on the back hall fire exit. I set my hand on the radio and said I would take a look with Mike. He moved silently beside me. In the fire exit camera, the view was snowed with interference again. I had to thump the side of the monitor twice to clear the rolling lines. The camera finally caught a man swaying on his feet. Not swaying from illness, swaying from careful balance, as if he were adjusting for a heavy pack. He wore a police jacket open at the front. One sleeve was torn. He held up his hands to the camera and then tapped the glass again. 2 and 2. I recognized the face. He had been at my brother's transfer ceremony. His name was Wilson. He was soft-spoken. He had fixed the water heater once while I held the valve. I pushed the talk button. I asked him to show his wrists, his forearms, his neck, and his ankles to the camera. He did. No obvious wounds. He held up a sealed pouch, one of the same test kits Rena had found, and then a laminated card with a green stripe that read, "Negative," on a date earlier that day. I asked him to step back from the door and keep stepping until he was under the camera. He did. I asked him if anyone had followed him. He said no, speaking too loud to hear himself through the steel. I asked him where he came from. He said downtown. He said there were still people trying to move others out. He said if we were strong here, we would be valuable. Valuable was not a word that fit, but it landed hard anyway. Rena arrived and looked at me, and then at Mike. She nodded once. We ran the vestibule procedure we had drawn on the pad that morning. We opened the outer door, closed it, and waited while Carla looked him over through the inner glass. She had him turn and lift his shirt and step in place. He tried to smile. It did not sit right on his face, but it was not empty either. Carla made a decision and motioned us on. We let him in. He set down his pack and asked for water. He drank in short, quiet swallows as if the sound of drinking might draw attention. He said downtown had a task group still moving evacuees at staggered times. He said a rendezvous was scheduled for tomorrow night if the roads were workable, and if we wanted to join, we should be ready by 9 p.m. When he said should be ready, Rena's jaw tightened. She asked who was in charge of the task group. He looked at her and said a name I did not know. Mike knew it. He nodded slowly. as if the nod was less about agreement than about knowing how it would change the room. We made him a place to sit. Carl addressed a scrape on his forearm where the sleeve had torn. He insisted a fence did that. He kept his eyes on the hall while she worked. Rena told him our rules. He said the rules were good. He said he would sleep in the interview room and keep first watch. Rena said she would handle the watch. His mouth twitched in a way that could have been a smile or a flinch. It was hard to tell with the gym light buzzing. That night the generator thumped on schedule. The hum leaked through the walls into the lot. The shapes at the fence came closer again. They touched chain link with quiet palms. One tilted his head at the light in the stairwell window and did not move for a long time. I lowered the stairwell shade. I walked the interior red lines. Wilson asked where the vents drew their air. I said I had them on recirculate and minimum flow. He nodded and asked where the intake was, as if he wanted to confirm what he already knew. I pointed him toward the roof hatch door and said, "Do not open that without me." He nodded again. He sat in the interview room with the light off and the door cracked and watched the hall. Sometime around 2:30 a.m., a sharp chemical smell floated through the east wing. Carla caught it first and walked toward it with her pen light down against the floor so it would not glow under the doors. She called me to the hall. It smelled like cleaner, but we had not used cleaner yet. I followed the scent to the end room. The door was ajar. A plastic jug of bleach sat on the counter. No one had brought that jug out. I had logged every container and set them in the garage. My log was as close to neat as I could make it, and this jug was not in it. I checked the window. Shut tight. I checked the vent. Someone had slid the damper open one notch. I closed it and held the handle in place for a moment. Carla said, "Keep moving." She said the more times we cross the same ground, the fewer surprises we get. By morning, Wilson was pale and quiet. He said he had not slept well. Carla checked him again with the kit. The test strip showed the same green stripe. She said we would monitor and leave it at that. Rena did not challenge her, but she added a line to the rules on the pad. No one opens vents without logging it. No one moves chemicals without logging it. I added a column for initialing and wrote my name with a thicker stroke than usual as a promise I could keep. We spent the morning moving lockers to build a wall across the south corridor. We turned 2 filing cabinets sideways and bolted them to the floor through the base plates. Mike tapped the bolts in with short, dull hits. He saved his shoulder. He had not mentioned it, but he favored one side when he lifted. I offered to trade jobs. He shook his head and kept working at the same steady pace. Rena climbed a ladder and hung a chain of small bells at chest height across the hallway, a simple noise alarm. If something brushed them in the dark, the sound would touch every room. She placed one of the riot helmets upside down by the door to hold a flashlight. She did not like carrying a light in her hand. She wanted it lower where it would leak along the floor. She said if our eyes were always above the light, anyone looking for us would look too high. In the afternoon, I ran the generator for 2 hours to pump water to a rooftop tote and heat the water tanks. We took turns washing faces and hands. Kara smiled for the first time as the warm water ran. She did not say anything. She did not need to. Small winter birds landed on the parapet and watched us as if the building were their hill now too. I pumped bleach into the tote with a marked measuring cup. Carla kept count with me and said stop when the water's scent told her enough. When the generator cut out, the station's silence closed again like a thick curtain drawn across a window. At 5:50 p.m., the radio woke again. An even voice called units to the downtown garage on a schedule that sounded practiced. Rena stood close, head tilted, taking in the timing, the call signs, the phrasing. She did not come to a conclusion too fast. She let the words settle. Mike said the voice could be real, or it could be recorded. He said good intentions recorded once could repeat for days after the building was empty. Carla said we should plan for both truths. We drew 2 exit plans, one to stay and one to go. The stay plan had no heroics in it. Close the vents, run the generator on a strict schedule, and keep the second line strong. The go plan used the motor pool bay, where the metal shutter opened into the alley. From there we could ride 2 blocks north under cover of the overpass, then cut west toward the river. We laid out keys, checked fuel, checked tires. Mike picked a car he knew had a smooth idle from his time in the fleet. He turned the key once and then off, just to feel the engine catch. Every sound had a place inside this building now, and that short catch was a promise we might still choose. Wilson kept to the edges of the room when we discussed the choice. He watched Rena and Mike, and then looked at me as if a decision would start with me because the walls were my work. I felt the weight of that and did not accept it. I said we would wait for the next sunrise before we committed. He nodded as if he had expected that. He asked if he could go to the roof to look at the skyline. I went with him. He squinted into the wind and pointed to a dark square against the base of a tower downtown. He said that was the garage. He said he could still see movement along the approach road. I could not see it. I did not say so. The wind pushed a plastic bag across the roof and it snagged on a pipe. The sudden sound made him turn too fast. He steadied himself and said he needed more water. I gave him my bottle. He wiped the rim carefully before drinking, which made me think of his training more than any impulse. That night began early. Dark settled before we were ready. We kept the generator off and ate by flashlight in the break room. Max leaned against his father and tried to follow the hands on the clock above the microwave. Rena took first watch at the front slit. I took the south hallway. Carla took the central. Mike took the garage. Wilson asked for a hallway closer to the roof stairs. Rena said no. She asked him to sit in the radio room where the map was. She asked him to write down every transmission word for word. He said he would do that. He sat there with a pen poised but did not write at first. He listened in a still way. Around midnight, the building seemed to exhale. Air moved in the vents in a way I did not like. I went to the mechanical room. The control readouts were the same, but a faint draft touched my knuckles at the edge of a panel door, a panel that had been tight. I opened it. A brush of cold air rose from the shaft. Someone had moved the bypass lever. Only one notch, but enough to pull more air from the outside intake. I slid it back. I walked the shaft line with my light and checked each damper. At the interview room, I found the door open wider than it had been left. The chair was no longer pressed to the wall. I set it back and pulled the door to the same line of scuff marks as before. On my way out, I saw Carla in the mirror's angle watching me from the hall. She lifted her chin once. She had noticed the same change. She moved past me and closed the interview room door softly. The night pulled thin in the hours before dawn. The fence outside whispered under hands too numerous to count. We heard low rustles and quiet thumps in the alley. Not rushed, present. A patient presence that made the walls feel much thinner. Rena radioed that the shadows at the front were denser than earlier. Mike countered by saying the alley was clearer than expected. He said if we wanted to roll in the next hour, the street would be at its emptiest. Rena said, hold positions and wait for light. No one argued. That was what leadership sounded like when it was not dressed in rank. At 5:30 a.m., the radio voice returned. Same name, same call, same schedule, same tone. Wilson read the words back and his voice matched the cadence too closely. Rena noticed. She set her pen down and went to the radio room door. She thanked him for the notes. She asked him to rotate with Mike. He hesitated, then stood. He wobbled, caught himself on the desk, and smiled a brief embarrassed smile. Carla stepped forward out of the shadow where she had been watching him, without looking like she was watching him. She said his color was off. She said she wanted him to sit down. He insisted he was fine. He said the fence had been higher than he remembered, and that he had not drunk enough water. He told the joke lightly, and the air in the hall lifted a notch because jokes kept people moving. Carla did not smile. She set a hand near his elbow as if to take his pulse, then stopped and said she needed a moment in the supply closet. She walked away. Rena's eyes followed her. Mike's followed Rena's. Mine followed the vents. When Carla returned, she had a sealed kit in her hand and a mask looped around one wrist. She asked Wilson to sit on the bench and hold out his arm. He looked at the mask. He looked at me as if I had a say that would save him something. I shook my head once. Not a no to the mask. A no to any further words than those already spoken. He sat. Carla ran the swab and set the strip to rest on the clipboard. We waited for the line to bloom. It did not bloom the way the earlier one had. It showed a faint second mark that did not belong. Carla kept her voice even. She suggested he go to the interview room and rest while she repeated the test to rule out contamination. He nodded. He stood up too fast. He touched the wall and blinked. He asked for his pack, and Rena said she would carry it for him. He let her. That said more than the test strip. We did not say quarantine. We moved through the plan we had written in blue pen and taped next to the vending machine at eye level. We limited air through the interview room vents and set a fan to push air under the door out into the hall where the purifier sat. We wore masks we had saved for this moment. We did not panic. We did not raise our voices. The building felt taller and the hallways narrower. Max stayed with his mother and Daniel in the gym behind a shut door. Carla tested all of us in order. Rena first, then me, then Mike, then the family, all negative. She kept her eyes on the lines, as if sight alone could keep them from changing. At 7:05 a.m., a new sound joined the morning. A soft, repeated click from the mechanical room. The bypass lever again. I reached it and found the setting slid toward open by a notch that my hand could not have mistaken in the dark. I reset it. I laid a strip of tape across the handle and marked the edges like a seal. I printed the hour on it. I did the same at each damper. I returned to the hall in time to hear Wilson call for water again, voice thin through the interview room door. Carla spoke softly to him. She did not open the door. She kept the seal intake low. She explained what we were doing in clear steps, not to reassure him, but to keep his mind anchored in the routine. He thanked her. He sounded like a man trying to keep his words neat. Around 9 a.m., the fence outside shifted in a rolling wave. Mike watched through the motorbay slit and radioed that the lot was filling. The past 2 mornings had never looked like this. He said the alley was no longer the easy way out. Rena told him to stay inside the second line and wait. We listened to the soft ring of the hallway bells as air moved differently. The bells did not sound like danger. They sounded like a house with a window cracked. I checked the seals on the damper tape. On the third check, the tape across the east intake hung loose. Someone had peeled one corner and pressed it back. The print did not match my pen stroke. I followed the duct down the hall. It crossed over the interview room. I stood under it and felt for air where it leaked at a joint. A thread of air touched the back of my wrist. I closed the manual gate on the branch and locked it. In the radio room, the call for the downtown garage came again. It was the 3rd time that day. Always the same words. Always the same order. Rena did not ask us what we thought anymore. The answer was already in our hands. We were not leaving for the garage. At noon, Carla said she needed more masks. I went to the supply cabinet near the lockers. I found the door unlocked. We had been religious about locking it. Inside, the bleach jug sat labeled and counted, just as before. The gloves had been rearranged. The box we had finished last night was now at the back. I turned and found Wilson standing in the hall, leaning on the cinder block with his head lowered. He said he did not feel steady. He asked if he could sit in the break room for a minute just to hear other voices. Rena told him he could sit on the bench in the hall opposite the interview room. He agreed. He did not look angry. He looked relieved to be told what to do. He lowered himself to the bench inch by inch. His hand shook once as he set it down, not from fear, from muscle working against a signal that was not steady anymore. I looked at the strip of tape on the intake gate again. It stuck where I had pressed it. Carla handed me a list of things to bring from the workshop. More tape, 2 thermometers, alcohol, and the hard plastic face shields we had used 2 winters ago for a flu clinic. I found everything except 1 thermometer. On my way back, I heard a soft metallic kiss from the garage side. The motorbay door had shifted in its groove. Mike called out that something had brushed the outer shutter. Rena gathered us behind the sandbags and watched the alley slit. Figures moved across it slowly, touching the wall as if feeling for seams. One stepped directly in front of the slit and stood there, face to the steel, for a full minute. It did not push. It did not look through. It stood as if it were listening for the way we carried our weight on the other side. I felt a line of time stretch thin and hold. Rena tapped the frame twice, gently, not to make a noise outside, only to tell us to unclench and breathe steadily. At 2 p.m., Mike's voice changed. He did not raise it, but it was tighter at the edges. He said he needed a second set of hands at the garage. I backed him up. The outer shutter had caved inward by an inch where many hands had pressed it. The bolt plates moaned when the pressure pushed and let up. It was not a constant pressure. It came in breath-like cycles, if breath could be a crowd. We slid additional pins into the side channels and braced them with 2x4s angled down into the floor, like the old pictures of storefronts before a storm. Rena listened to every squeal and chose not to add more brace because the door needed flex. An unbending door breaks. A door with a little give buys time. We met eyes over the brace and understood each other without words. Carla called us to the hall. Wilson had fallen asleep on the bench, head against the cinder block, breath quiet. She tested him again through the crack in the door after we moved him back into the interview room. The strip was no longer faint. She held it in her hand a moment longer than needed, and then placed it face down on the clipboard. She wrote a small mark next to his name. She did not draw attention to it. She told us to double seal the door and switch the vent to negative pressure in that room. I went to the mechanical panel and did it. My hand did not shake. It did not need to. The handle was heavy and had weight I could feel in my shoulder. That kind of weight steadied a person. Rena stood outside the interview room and spoke to Wilson through the door. She told him the plan. She told him no one would be left alone. She told him we were going to set up a camera to monitor him without opening the door. He thanked her for keeping him inside the rules. He asked for paper. She slid it under with a pencil. He said if anything else changed, he would write it down. He sounded apologetic, not for being sick, but for bringing the outside close to us when our walls had held all day. Rena rested her hand on the frame. She did not stand there long. She did not say anything that could be heard as a promise she could not keep. By evening, the pressure on the shutter eased. The alley emptied out in a way that felt wrong. The quiet had angles in it. Mike asked if we should move the cars into position now, just in case the quiet was a path we needed. Rena said no. She said we would not ride blind into a change we did not understand. She said we would wait for the predictable, not the tempting. That word fit. Tempting was the word for many mistakes I had made when a job looked simple on the surface. Just before dark, the front view slit went grey. Not from fog, from many quiet faces moving into the street and facing the building without sound. Rena counted aloud in a whisper. She stopped counting because numbers did not help. She adjusted the shield over the slit and set a second one just above it, like eyelids, to keep light from leaking out. I cut the interior lights and moved a lamp behind a stack of desks to create an indirect glow that would not telegraph a person's height or shape. We put Max and his parents in the locker room, with the door propped by a chair that only we knew how to lift without scraping the floor. He did not argue. He had learned the pattern of our days and trusted the pattern. At 9 p.m., the radio voice repeated the downtown schedule word for word. Wilson sat on the floor on the other side of the interview room door and wrote in block letters. The camera showed his pencil moving with steady, small strokes. Carla watched the monitor and copied what he wrote into a second notebook, so we would have duplicate records if we had to pull out fast. Details somehow made the hall less narrow. When details fill a page, rooms feel larger. Rena nodded to Carla. Mike sat with his back to the sandbags. He turned the patrol car keys in his hand to keep his fingers moving. He kept the metal from clicking. It was a habit from years of waiting without making noise. I took a tool bag and went to the roof. The edge of the precinct felt near because the city was dark. A thin line of light moved along the river, a boat or a slow truck on the far bank. I checked the intake hoods and tightened the louvers with a wrench so the wind would not knock them out of place. On my way back to the hatch, I paused and listened. The street below was full, but not with motion. It was full the way a parking lot is full when a concert ends, and no one has decided to leave yet. No engines, only quiet presence. I went down the hatch and set the deadbolt. I logged the time on the board. Rena thanked me without turning her head from the slit. The next hours ran like a belt over 2 rollers, repeating but moving. We checked the seals. We walked the lines. We kept the schedule. The generator ran for a strict 60 minutes and cut out at the second. We counted 10 long breaths and then moved again. Rena rotated watches every 20 minutes to keep eyes fresh. Carla kept intake on Wilson and kept him talking in short, measured exchanges so he would not drift. He asked once about my brother without naming him. I said he was posted across town and had left before all this. He nodded and said he remembered his face from a morning briefing. He did not say more. Sometime after midnight, a smoke alarm chirped in the evidence wing. One chirp, not a full alarm. We froze and then moved. Rena pointed at the panel and then at me. I stepped to the evidence door and ran my light along the ceiling. The sensor light was green. The air did not smell of smoke. Carla suggested the battery might be loose. I pulled the cover. The battery sat crooked. I pushed it in. The chirp did not return. Rena moved her finger to the next door down. I checked that one too. Its battery was fine. We all knew what the first chirp had done to us. We did not say it out loud. We all stood taller after we fixed it. At 3 a.m., Wilson's camera showed him sleeping upright, pencil on his knee, eyes closed. His breathing looked slow and easy. Carla marked the time and adjusted the purifier fan up one notch. I checked the hallway bells. Not a jingle, not a swish. The calm felt thin. Rena took a slow drink of water and set the cup down with the same care she would set down a badge. She asked Mike to swap posts with her. He took the front slit. She took the garage. We kept moving. At 4:10 a.m., the interview room handle jerked once. Not a full turn, a twitch. Carla turned her head but did not step forward. The camera showed Wilson startle awake. He mumbled a word that did not land. He stood, wavered, and caught the chair back. He looked at the door like a person looks at a mirror that catches him at a bad angle. He steadied, sat again, and put the pencil in his pocket. He looked at the vent. He stood and slid the damper a hair lower with the key I had left. He saw the tape on the main gate through the glass, shook his head at himself, and sat. He had the training to check the vent. He had the human urge to breathe easier. The two sat side by side in his face. Dawn came shallow and colorless. The faces at the front glass had drifted away into the yard, as if drawn to a different sound. The alley sounded empty again, but felt heavier than before. Mike kept the garage shutter in sight. Rena lowered the second-line shields half an inch to look through a seam. The street beyond the slit was clear down the block. This was the window we would have taken if the plan had been to go, and the part of me that keeps lists placed a small check mark there in my head, even as the rest of me agreed we were not rolling today. We ate quietly. Max asked if the birds were back on the roof. I told him I had seen 2 the day before, and I expected them again. He asked if birds knew how to pick safe roofs. I told him birds favored height and edges that caught wind, and places where cats did not go. He nodded like that was a proper rule he could hold in his pocket. Kara thanked us for the night. Daniel offered to take a shift in the hall so others could sleep. Rena wrote his name into the rotation, then crossed it out, then wrote it in again. She said yes. He smiled, and did not make more of it than that. We set up a rotation to clean, strip, and reset the break room. Carla set a bucket at each station and labeled them. She said if the room looked like a mess, the mess would win. We cleaned slower than usual because our hands wanted to be doing anything. Busy hands had saved my mind more than once. When I finished wiping the door frames, I walked to the mechanical room again. The seals held. The tape marks lined up. I checked the barb on the bypass lever. It held firm. Answers lived in small pieces of metal and the story those pieces told. Mine told me no one had touched this in 3 hours. At noon, a voice on the radio used a different sequence. It was a woman. Calm, directed, unfussy. She asked for any unit in the north sector with transport. Rena replied with our call sign and said we were stationary and secure with limited wheels. The woman asked her to acknowledge a list of checkpoints, and she listed 3 intersections. Rena answered yes to 2, no to 1. The woman said avoid the 3rd. She said the streets near it had a lot of stalled cars and people walking. People walking was the phrase she chose, not an error, a choice. Rena thanked her and signed off. She did not look at anyone when she set the mic down. She liked that voice. So did I. We used the calmer hours to make our place smaller. We sealed the Far East offices and moved our living area to the central hall and the gym. We put tape arrows on the floor to guide us in the dark. We built a speaking shelf on the radio room window so the next person on watch would have a place to rest an elbow while writing. Small comforts make people stick to jobs. We saved the bigger comforts, like opening a second can of fruit instead of one, for the hour after sundown, when the day's calm would leave and the night's attention would return. At 3:20 p.m., the interview room camera showed Wilson writing again. He held the pencil tighter than before. He wrote the downtown instructions in perfect block print. His hand paused only once at the name of the garage. He looked up at the camera and then went back to his paper. Carla said his fever had eased. She said his eyes were clearer. She did not say why. She did not guess. She kept to what she could see. She changed the purifier filter like it was an oil filter and taped the date to the box. That evening, we heard a small sound at the roof hatch, the kind of sound a person makes when he tests a locked door without wanting anyone to know he is testing it. I went up with Rena. We moved in a way that left no shadow across the hatch light. The lock held, the bar held, the hinge pins held. Rena put her hand near the steel and felt the temperature change under it, the way metal is slightly cooler if air is moving outside. She smiled once, short. She liked being on the side of strong hinges. We walked down and logged the check. At 8 p.m., the radio woman returned. She asked if we had children. Rena answered yes. The woman said her team had moved families first and would return later to move those with skills who could keep their group running. Rena said we could run our group. The woman said she did not doubt it. She said she would mark us and return when the grid map allowed. She used words that kept pictures small and clean. We put that voice on a shelf in our minds, where we kept tools that would be needed again. The second night pressed on the building harder than the first. The shutter did not bow, it trembled. The front faces stood closer without touching. The glass hummed at a pitch our ears did not like. The hallway bells chimed once when air shifted. The sound was not loud, and still made our eyes lift. We turned off the vending machine light and unplugged the coffee maker so nothing warm would scent the air through any crack. I taped a tarp over the break room door frame. I pressed the tape smooth with the flat of my palm. The simple motion calmed something I had not wanted to admit was riding high. At 10:51 p.m., the interview room door latch rattled in a way that was not random. It rattled with a rhythm. Carla looked at the monitor. Wilson stared at the metal, eyes narrowed. He had a length of wire in his hand. He had found it in the drawer. He bent it and slid it into the latch recess. He did not pry. He probed, as if trying to learn the shape. Carla spoke through the glass in a steady voice. She told him to put the wire on the floor. He hesitated. He set it down. He stepped back. He rubbed his hand across his face and left his palm at his mouth, as if reminding himself to keep the air behind it. He turned away from the door and sat. He pressed his palms to his knees like a student told to wait outside the principal's office. I saw the person he had been a week ago under the person he was now. I did not hate him. Hatred wastes air, and we were careful with air. At midnight, someone at the fence began to speak in a low voice. It was not words. It was the rough outline of words. The sound made the hair on my arms lift because language still breathed inside that throat. A second voice answered, echoing the first. The sound rose and fell. The rhythm did not match prayer or song or speech. It was its own shape. Rena told us to stay off the front windows. She told us to meet in the garage for a quick check. We gathered behind the barrier and listened. The voices continued for a few minutes, then stopped. The fence pressed once and then quieted again. We went back to our posts with a tighter grip on the schedule. Toward dawn, Wilson knocked once on the glass. Carla did not open. He said he had written something he wanted read aloud. She asked him to hold it to the camera. He did. The note said, in careful block letters, that if the downtown call was a recording, then someone somewhere had left it playing on a loop to keep people moving in a pattern. He drew a small map with arrows showing how groups might gather at predictable hours. He wrote that those hours might now be when the streets were most dangerous. He wrote that if his head was clear, he would tell us the pattern for another sector too. He wrote that he was sorry for moving the vent. He added that he had not touched the east intake. He asked us to trust the tape. He asked us not to open the door for him again, no matter what he said. He set the paper down. He looked at it as if it belonged to someone else now. For the first time since he arrived, Rena said thank you through the glass using his name. He nodded. He lay on the floor where Carla had positioned a mat. He pulled the blanket up to his chest and turned his face toward the wall. The camera showed his chest rise and fall. We stepped back from the door. We held the line. Morning came pale and quiet again. The day was a blur of resetting, ration counting, and checking the neighborhood through the slits. The front faces thinned at noon, regrouped at 2, thinned again at 3. We saw a truck in the distance try to climb the curb, then stop with one wheel spinning in the air without sound. No driver appeared. No one ran to it. It sat with its wheel spinning until friction took the spin away and it settled on the rim. Rena pointed at it and said that was why routine saved us. The truck had no routine. It had momentum and nothing else. Momentum drains to nothing. Routines refill. I did not say that thought aloud. She had already said it in fewer words. We kept Wilson fed through the door and took turns speaking to him. We asked about his last route. He described intersections, not people. He described doors, not faces. He described times, not names. He saved details with sharp edges because soft details hurt to touch. He wrote down a list of things he wanted kept if we had to leave. He did not ask for anyone to carry them. He wrote the list to make sure nothing needed from his pocket took a pocket away from someone else. I taped the list inside the evidence cabinet where my backup keys hung. That evening, clouds rolled in from the lake. Rain hit the roof and was a relief because it masked other sounds. The fence quieted under the steady tapping. We collected buckets under downspouts behind the locked Sallyport door. Carla held a pan under a seam in the gym roof and laughed a short, clean laugh when the drip hit the pan exactly on beat for 20 hits in a row. She said sometimes the world still lined up without help. She set the pan back down carefully, as if thanking the drip without making a show of it. At 9:15 p.m., the radio woman returned. She said her team had to divert. She said we should not wait for her within 24 hours. She said to hold where we were if possible and to avoid any large public buildings where voices echoed. She did not explain the last instruction. She did not need to. We had already heard the echoing voices at the fence the night before. Rena acknowledged and kept her voice even. She signed off and leaned against the map table for 1 second. No longer. Mike took that second for her and slid into a watch position until she stood back upward. Teamwork did not need applause. It needed rest seconds counted in quiet. Night 3 was the worst until it was not. The alley filled, then emptied, then filled again. The front faces returned. The fence gripped and released as if wind blew with a human pulse. We did not sleep. We took 4-minute sits with our eyes closed and our feet planted. Wilson did not knock. He did not move much. His pencil lay on the floor where it had fallen. Carla watched the camera and took notes on his breathing rate without writing the word breath. She used hash marks and times. She used the margins of the page and made a grid that kept her hands busy and her mind clear. Sometime near morning, a hard knock shook the back hall exit. 4 sharp raps, then silence. Not the 2 and 2 from the night he arrived. New knuckles, new rhythm. Rena signaled us into position. Mike stood to the side of the door with a baton ready, not to swing, to wedge under a handle if it turned. I kept my light off. Carla stood behind the desk and kept the radio in sight. The knock came again. A muffled voice called a name none of us knew. The voice was too calm for what waited outside. That calm had the wrong shape. Rena did not answer. The voice went away. 10 minutes later, the fence whispered again. We waited for an hour before we moved. We began to accept the building as our boundary line. The idea of leaving it had less weight each hour. It was not fear, it was math. We had water for 5 days if we were careful, fuel for 4 hours a day for 7 days if we kept the load low and the air handlers at minimum. Food was thin, but precise. We could stretch it. We could trade small comforts for days if the trade was clean. We crossed out the go plan on the whiteboard with one line, not an X, because we might need it later. A single line can be lifted back off in the mind. An X is final. Wilson slept more and wrote less. Carla spoke less and watched more. She asked him to write down any change. He wrote that the sound in his ears had a low hum now. He wrote that the light in the room felt false and asked for it to be dimmed. We dimmed it. He wrote that the faces outside the front glass were not moving. He asked if they were statues. Rena answered that they were not. He wrote that he knew. He asked her to ignore his questions until morning because his questions were not useful. She said she would answer anyway because the sound of answers kept the hall orderly. He wrote thank you and set the pencil down for the last time. On the 4th morning, the city shifted. Sirens returned in a far quadrant. A transformer blew near the hospital with a crack and a brief green glow. A flock of birds lifted from a parking structure and turned in a tight wheel, as if deciding whether to stay in the city. They settled back down. The fence quieted. The silence felt like the space before a decision. Rena gathered us at the map. She looked at the garage route and then at the roof route. She finally looked at the evidence door. She tapped the map once at a side street we had not considered. She said if we left, we would leave at noon under rain, not at night under eyes. She said we would only leave if we had 2 cars and a plan to return for the second group if we had to split. She said we would likely not leave. She said she wanted us to rehearse the exit for muscle memory anyway. We did. We rolled the car forward. We timed the shutter. We timed the door. We counted steps. We did not open to the alley. We closed it all again and set the pins. At 11:30 a.m., the interview room camera went grey for a second and then returned. The light flickered and steadied. Wilson lay still, his face turned toward the wall. Carla watched and wrote the time. She did not look away. Rena placed a hand on her shoulder. Carla nodded once. We breathed together and stayed at our posts. The building was a series of rooms and rules. The rules held. The rooms held because the rules did. The afternoon dragged but did not break. We cleaned, checked, reset. We rotated rests. We gave Max a deck of cards and watched him build a house on the gym mat. He tore it down when it leaned to one side and started again. Daniel read the old community bulletin board out loud to him, pointing at the flyer for a pet adoption event that would not happen now, but still meant what it meant. Kara wrote a list of words Max could spell from the bulletin board, and he spelled them. It was a small school day. The small school day steadied us in ways that sandbags could not. When the rain returned at dusk, we worked faster than before to finish our cycles so the sound would cover our movements. The fence was empty now. The faces had gone. We did not read that as a gift. Gifts that arrive from nowhere often cost too much. Rena shortened watches to 10 minutes. Mike checked the garage hinge plates and lubricated them with a full turn and a half. No more. He did not want to change the door's voice so much that it sounded new to the alley. I liked the way he thought. The door kept its same low scrape. The scrape was part of the station now, and any new sound would be suspicious. At 9:40 p.m., the radio woman called again, but her voice was sharp with wind. She asked for a repeat. She said something about the river, but static took the rest. Rena repeated our location and status. The woman said we were on the list. She said if we could hold 2 more days, she would move us. She said if we could not, we should mark the roof. Rena asked with what. The woman said anything bright. Rena looked at me. I said cones and training vests would do. She nodded. She told the woman we would mark the roof if needed. She did not commit to a signal until we were sure. At 11 p.m., the station shivered. Not wind, a press from all sides at once. The hallway bells sang once and then steadied. The front slit showed empty street. The alley slit showed darkness layered in thicker strips than before. The garage shutter creaked and then was still. The building listened to itself. We knew that feeling. We had felt it a dozen times during storms, when pressure changed and doors wanted to move in their frames. The building was a chest inhaling. We stood still and let it. 20 minutes later, light footsteps moved on the roof. Soft and quick, like a person in socks. Rena signaled me. We climbed the stairs with the lights off. The hatch bar held. We listened. The steps moved away. Then came the faint slide of something dragged across gravel. A hand tested the hatch again. A whisper spoke in a voice that was not ours. It said a name that none of us bore. Then silence. We returned to the hall. Carla wrote the time and the word roof in her notebook. She did not add a comment. The word was enough. At 1 a.m., Wilson called out. Not loud. A clear word to show he was awake. He asked if morning had come. Carla answered that it had not. He said he thought the light had changed. She explained the dimmer. He apologized for asking. She said no apology was needed. He asked if the downtown call was still running. She said yes. He said the loop had 3 versions and we had heard 2. He said the third would come at 3 a.m. Rena wrote that down. At 3 a.m., the third version came. It had a different sign-off and a different truck number. We looked at one another. He had been right. That small fact anchored the entire haul. Dawn brought a decision. Rena set the keys to 2 cars on the table and set the map next to them. She looked at Daniel and Kara. She said if we left, they would go in the first car with Carla and Max, and I would drive the second car with Mike and Rena. She said if the road split us, the first car would follow the river north, and the second would take the overpass to intercept later. She said if only one car could go, it would be the one with the child. She said if none could go, she would stay at the front slit and call in our status every 2 hours, so anyone listening could draw a map with our position. She said Wilson would stay in the interview room with the purifier running at full, and the door sealed with tape we could cut in seconds if needed. She did not ask for debate. We did not offer any. The plan was clean. Clean plans leave no room for argument. At 10 a.m., we heard a truck down the block and the steady scrape of a snowplow, even though it was not winter. The sound was right because city crews had been repurposing plow trucks with barricade pushers. The truck turned the corner, and a voice on a bullhorn asked anyone inside the station to come to the door with hands visible. Rena stepped to the slit and looked. The truck was painted city yellow, but the logo on the door did not match the city's current seal. It was an old stencil. She looked at the men on the truck. They wore mismatched helmets, and one wore a shirt with a college team from another state. She asked them to identify the supervisor on the truck. The bullhorn voice gave a name that did not fit our city. Rena thanked him and said we had our own plan. He paused, and then his voice hardened. He said if we did not come out now, we would lose our window. Rena said we had survived 3 nights and would survive more. The man told the driver to move on. The truck left slowly. Later, a different truck with a correct seal passed. No bullhorn, no pause. It did not even slow. That told us enough. The 5th day passed in a straight line. We did our jobs. We added nothing new. We removed nothing we would miss. We set a long rope in the stairwell to guide us in the dark if smoke filled the hall. We taped every flashlight lens in a narrow slit to keep the beams tight and low. We ate steady. We slept in turns. We spoke only to move information. We held our words until they were needed, and then we used them all at once and went quiet again. At dusk, the voices at the fence returned. This time they did not echo words. They hummed a flat line. The hum grew louder and then fell to silence. The shutter held. The glass held. The bells did not ring. The roof steps did not return. Rena's face was set in the way a person's face sets when he holds a door for a stranger on an elevator, and that kindness becomes the best thing he does all day. She watched the slit and kept her arms loose. Mike cracked his knuckles without noise. I wound the rope in a loose coil and set it by the garage door where my hand could find it without looking. We were ready for either choice, hold or move. At 8:20 p.m., the radio woman cut through the static. She was closer. She said her team had cleared a school north of us and would begin pulling families from this sector at dawn. She asked if we could mark the roof for air if the street was blocked. Rena said yes. I ran upstairs and pulled 2 orange cones and 3 vests and wired them to the parapet in a triangle. I set a flashlight under each vest, making them glow like small tents. From above, the triangle would stand out against the grey roof. I strapped the lights to the pipe so the wind would not flip them. I looked over the city and saw one other triangle glowing far off. That told me someone else had heard the same call and had lived to answer it. I climbed down and told Rena what I had seen in the plainest words. She nodded and let out a breath she had held since noon. We slept in half-hour turns. Every alarm felt like a full day passing. At 4:50 a.m., the motorbay door shifted again and then steadied. The alley looked clear and then, in a blink, filled with slow-moving figures that pressed as if drawn by a magnet. Not fast, not frantic, steady and unswerving. The pattern made my mouth go dry. I handed Rena the keys. She put them back on the table. She said we would hold until the helicopter. She said we would not run the alley. She said no sudden moves. She said trust the roof. At daylight, the helicopter came low over the river and then rose above the hospital. It was not military. It wore a medical stripe. The rotors washed sheets of rain against the parapet. It circled once and then hovered above our triangle. A voice in our radio said, "Hold position." We held. Rena stepped into the stairwell with the radio pressed close and answered. The helicopter dropped a rope ladder and set a line on the roof. The fence surged. The alley filled completely. Mike stood by the garage door and watched without moving. He would not open that door now for anything. His stillness was its own wall. We moved fast and clean. Carla took Max and Kara up the stairs. Daniel followed with the pack of first aid supplies. Rena stood at the stairwell threshold until the last foot cleared each step so she could count. I ran to the interview room and knelt by the door. I spoke Wilson's name and told him we had air. He did not answer. Carla returned from the stairs and stood beside me. She said we could not open the door. I knew that. I put my palm flat on the steel and told him we would leave the purifier on, the door sealed, the water bottles full, and the light dim. I said, if I could come back, I would come back. I said, if anyone came with the key, I would know because he had made the map and his handwriting was in it, and I would follow that map if the city allowed it. I said what I could say. I stood. I left the hall. On the roof, the rotor wash pushed air into our faces. The crew chief shouted a name. Rena shouted back our count. He looked at Max, at Kara, at Daniel, at Carla, then at me, then at Mike, then at Rena. He pointed to the ladder and nodded. We made a circle, hands on shoulders, hands on the rope, so no one would step alone. We moved one by one. When it was my turn, I gripped the sides and climbed. The rungs were slick from rain and wrapped tape. Halfway up, I looked down. Rena stood below with Mike. She raised 2 fingers and then 1, counting. I finished the climb. The crew pulled me in. I turned and leaned out and reached as Mike came up. He handed me a bag and then climbed. Rena was last. She hooked her foot in the lowest rung and looked back over the parapet as if counting tools in a kit she did not want to leave behind. She climbed. The crew chief slapped the fuselage. The pilot lifted. The rope swung and then cleared the parapet. The triangle on the roof glowed under us for 1 more second and then dimmed as the lights turned to dots in the rain. From the helicopter window, the precinct looked like a square box with a red thread of brick running along the cornice. The front glass faced the street like a sober eye. The alley returned to its own business as the rotor wash pushed the crowd back in a low tide. The building stayed in its grid square and did not move. A lot of places looked different from above. A police station looks like a police station from any angle. It was built to. The pilot banked and followed the river. The crew chief handed Rena a headset. The radio woman's voice came through the cabin speakers. She said we had done well. She said the next precinct to the north had a broken stair, and anyone leaving had fallen on it because a man had tried to carry too much at once. She said we had made the right choice to take nothing we did not need. Rena said we left one in quarantine. The woman said she was sorry and that she understood. She said she would mark the file in case the building was cleared later. The helicopter flew over the garage Wilson had drawn, and I saw the shape of a convoy parked there in a neat line. Not moving. Doors open. No men on the ground. The kind of tableau that would sit untouched for days. The pilot did not circle. He flew on. The crew chief closed the cabin door tighter against the rain. Max fell asleep against his mother. Daniel's mouth moved as if counting silently. Mike's hands hung loose. Carla closed her eyes and rested her head on the wall of the cabin. Rena stared ahead at the horizon where the river turned east. The headset cord hung across her shoulder like a thin vine. She sat without bowing. When we landed, the school building smelled like soap and cardboard. Volunteers took us to a corner of the gym behind a curtain and handed us blankets and small plastic bowls of soup. Rena spoke to a coordinator and filled out a form with our names. She signed it with the care of someone signing for a package that mattered. She asked me to find a room with a radio. I found a folding table with a transceiver set on it and 2 batteries clipped to the side. I tuned to the city band. I spoke our location and condition for anyone listening. I said we had left the station sealed and noted the time. I gave the fuel count and the water count. I said the fences were intact and the doors were barred. I said there was 1 person inside the interview room with supplies. I did not elaborate. I did not argue with the air. I logged the transmission in a notebook someone had already positioned there with a pen tied to it on a string. An hour later, a female voice answered. Not the woman from before, a new one. She said she was logging all precinct reports. She asked me to repeat the address. I did. She asked about the condition of the mechanical systems. I told her the vents were set to minimum and listed the dampers sealed with tape at the east intake. She thanked me. She asked if I wanted to leave a message for anyone who might return. I said yes. I said if someone entered later, my name was on the maintenance log for the third floor under the red vise, and if he found that log, he should flip to the last page, and the last page would have a note about a ladder in the north stairwell that sticks on the third rung. I said if he knew that rung, I would know who he was. It was a small code. It was a way to confirm without saying names. She said she would add it. I thanked her. We slept that afternoon because the gym was quiet in a way that felt polite. The curtain held our small corner like a palm. I woke to a laminated sign taped to the post that read, "Check in with radio at 6 p.m. I went early. The radio room had a map with pins. I found our precinct pin and pressed it more firmly into the board. A man in a different colored vest sat at the table and marked forms without lifting his head. I did not talk to him. I sat and listened and wrote down calls in the blank spaces on the form. At 6:05 p.m., I keyed the mic and used the same words Rena had used for 3 days. Precinct 12, holding. I said it out of habit. I paused. I corrected to say evacuated. I said the building still stood. I said the doors were strong and the lines of tape were straight and the bells were hung. I said the rope was coiled by the garage door. I said someone should check those things if he had the time, so the next group would inherit rules that matched the walls. I said I would be ready to return if asked. The man at the table looked up and smiled at that, in a way that had no judgment in it. He had heard similar sentences, I guessed. He had written some himself. Mike came in and stood beside me. He said we could ask for something besides repairs next time. He shook his head and said he did not know why he had said that. I said we ask for what we know how to do. He said that was true. He said he was glad to have ridden with Rena and Carla and me. He said he was not good with words. I said he had good tools and that had carried us. He nodded and left. That felt like a goodbye without ending anything. Rena found me at the radio and set a paper cup next to my elbow. It held half coffee and half hot water. She said we would stay the night and then decide whether to help with building checks along the river. She said the city needed hands that could count and tape and lift. She said no one had written my brother's name on any board here yet, and I should not wait for a board to tell me what to do. She said if I wanted to put a note on the city net for him, I should do it now while I had words that were not worn out from repeating. I nodded. I keyed the mic and spoke carefully. I kept family words out of it and used the clean language of work. I said I was at the North School and I would stay by the radio from 6 to 8 each night. I said if he heard me, he should answer with our childhood address and the color of the door so I would know it was him. I signed off and folded the paper with that information into my pocket. I knew it would be smoother by morning from being touched. As the gym quieted and the light took on that late shape where things look edged without being sharp, I sat with Carla on the bleacher. She asked me what part of the station I would fix first if I could go back inside for an hour. I said the east intake gates worn bushing. She nodded and said she would retape the interview room seal and move the purifier 1 foot to the left where the current did not make the curtain flutter. Rena said she would replace the hallway bell line with a thin copper wire because bells fatigue when they sing too much. Mike said he would put a wedge under the motor bay door so the bottom edge did not settle. Daniel said he would tighten the screws on the locker room bench so it did not wobble. Kara said she would write out the routine schedule in large letters and tape it chest high on the wall where a person who is scared can still see it. Max said he would redraw the station on a new page and keep the word precinct straight this time. None of us laughed. We all liked the sound of those plans because each one began and ended with hands on a job. When it was full dark outside and the rain had finally moved off, I returned to the radio for the last check-in. The room was empty. The map with the pins looked like a quiet constellation. I keyed the mic one more time and said the words that had become my habit and my line. I said Precinct 12, still holding, evacuated as of 0900 hours, second line intact, front glass intact, garage shutter intact, rope coiled, interview room sealed, 1 occupant inside with purifier running and water on hand. I said supplies logged on the board. I said locks on the roof hatch and garage pins set deep. I said if anyone entered, he should call my name, and I would find my way back if the river allowed it. I said we had kept the station like a promise, and I hoped the next hands would feel that in the walls. I said we were out, and the place was ready for the next person who needed it. I signed off and set the mic down. I walked back to our cots. Rena slept with her hand on the radio clipped to her vest. Carla slept with her notebook under her elbow. Mike lay with his boots crossed at the ankle, still and easy. Daniel and Cara lay close to Max, who had his paper drawing folded under his pillow like a small plan. I lay down and looked at the dark ceiling, and did not think past the next hour. The rain had washed the city. The night had not changed shape. The building we had left stood in its square, holding all the things we had set in place and the quiet rules we had written with tape and rope and time. I closed my eyes and pictured the red line on the floor next to every door. I saw people following those lines with careful steps and staying behind them when the dark pressed. I did not need to hear it to know it was true. We had left the station strong. Anyone listening on the city net could draw their own maps now. I wanted them to draw that one well. If anyone asks tomorrow how we made it through, I will point him to a coil of rope, a strip of tape across an intake lever, a jar of screws that no one dropped, a row of sandbags that no one kicked out of line, a rule on a page that someone wrote clean enough that even a scared hand could read it. The rest is noise. The rest is doors that open only when needed. The rest is the steady saying of simple sentences into a radio until a voice answers. For now, I will say one more simple sentence before I sleep, even if it is only to the darkness above me. Precinct 12 held. The doors held. We kept our promise to the building and to one another. That is the whole account. That is enough. That's all for now. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe to keep the stories alive. For now, stay quiet, stay vigilant, and stay alive. Jack's Nightmares, signing off. Until next time, survivor.